First and foremost, my surname is Uchiha. Well, within me is sealed a formidable entity. After confirming that he could not break the seal, I began to exert my influence with fervor. The kaleidoscope and the realm unfolded, giving birth to the most powerful bloodline elimination ever witnessed. Our Uchiha clan shall rise anew from the ashes of Konoha. The story begins here, in the 41st year of Konoha, after a lull following the Second Shinobi World War. A baby boom ensued, coinciding perfectly with the enrollment of a new batch of fresh faces into the Ninja Academy. At the tender age of 5.5, Kakashi had already taken on the role of student representative to welcome the newcomers. Hey, Kakashi, the youthful form of Obito, sporting his signature goggles, leaned closer to the dead, fish-eyed boy. With a slight disdain, Kakashi pushed Obito away, retorting, "Idiot, keep your distance." Typically carefree, Obito now seemed to harbor some unspoken concern, fidgeting as if caught in a dilemma, neither leaving nor expressing his thoughts. "Obito, do you have something to say to Kakashi?" A girl with purple markings on her cheeks interjected. This girl would grow to be the ill-fated Rin Nohara, the sole casualty in the future Third Shinobi World War, part of Minato's team. "Idiot, just spit it out. The Hokage and the others are coming soon." The Ninja Academy lacked a standardized system. Each semester lasted half a year, with new students admitted every term. The duration of study was rather arbitrary, usually dictated by the state of warfare. When there was no fighting, students would remain for several years, but in times of war, they would be rushed to graduation. After all, no matter how beautifully one might phrase it, the Ninja Academy was essentially just a training ground for assassins. Seemingly resolved, Obito leaned in close to Kakashi's ear, whispering, "Kakashi, today, one of my clan members will be enrolling, and he is a truly terrifying individual. He particularly enjoys targeting me. Do not be deceived by his demeanor. He is a truly wicked person, and I've heard that our clan has allowed him to enter the academy specifically to deal with you." Ouch. Thud. A stone rolled off the back of Obito's head, producing a crisp sound. Goggles. It's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their back. If only there were some background music and cherry blossoms falling, it would have felt like a cliché romantic drama. Unfortunately, there was none. Bastard. Not Goggles. Uchiha. Obito. Alright, Goggles. I got it, Goggles. The boy speaking had short black curls and lively, spirited eyes with a smile that exuded innocence. Goggles. Obito flushed with embarrassment. Had it not been for Rin Nohara holding him back, he would have charged at Uchiha Kagami to settle the score. Uchiha Kagami was the boy's name, sharing the same name as the subordinate of the second Hokage. Originally an orphan of the Uchiha clan, he had been adopted by Kagami's wife to honor her deceased husband. She named him after him. Well, it must be said that the people here do have such peculiar preferences. Just like Uchiha Sasuke would later borrow his name from Sarutobi Sasuke. In their tradition, this represented respect and remembrance. Of course, for Fugaku to do such a thing likely expressed a sense of submission. Yes, Uchiha Kagami was aware of the future's trajectory. After all, just the day before his crossing over, he had been engaged in a heated debate on a forum about the Konoha timeline. In the end, both sides presented a plethora of evidence, but neither managed to convince the other. It was far too chaotic to untangle, utterly incomprehensible. Originally, they had agreed to rest for a day before continuing the battle, but Uchiha Kagami missed that appointment. Well, I shall see for myself just what the hell this timeline is all about. Gazing at the trio of younglings before him, Uchiha Kagami felt a twinge of nostalgia. Were he an outsider, he might have jested. A divine might difficult to conceal tears, but as a member of the Uchiha, that would not be amusing at all. Had he not known that the root cause of the Uchiha clan's downfall stemmed from issues that had existed since the founding of the village, eliminating a mere Obito would not change the course of events. Uchiha Kagami had longed to take action against him. "Kagami, do not bully Obito." An elderly woman, cradling a baby with a button nose, interrupted. This infant was Uchiha Kagami's adopted younger brother, who would later be known as Shunshin no Shisui. "Alas, grandmother, I was merely affectionately bestowing him a nickname. Just look at how fierce he appears, as if he were about to charge at me. Ah, Rin, let go of me. I want to beat him to a pulp. That lovely young lady, please release him. I am eager to see how he plans to do that." Watching the two quarrel at the school gate, Kakashi shook his head in exasperation. Uchiha Kagami. Keep it down and prepare for the entrance ceremony. The Hokage and others will be arriving shortly. The maturity of children in the ninja world is quite remarkable, while children of 5 or 6 in the real world struggle to express a coherent thought. Those here, with slightly accelerated progress, are already poised to take lives. Uchiha Kagami regarded Kakashi with interest. Dead fish-eat mop head, Kakashi, twitch. A massive zoom formed on Kakashi's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. I am Hatak Kakashi. Kakashi emphasized each word. This bordered on nickname bullying. This nickname was even worse than that idiot's. Obito, who had been flushed with embarrassment, now turned an even deeper shade of red. Ha ha ha. Dead fish-eat mop head. Ha ha ha. Rin Nohara covered his mouth, signaling to the others before pulling the blissfully grinning Obito away. Fury, excitement, happiness, TSK. With a little more stimulation, he might just awaken his Sharingan. Step by step, Uchiha Kagami approached Kakashi, patting his shoulder with an innocuous smile. I look forward to working with you, Kakashi-kun. Grandmother, please take Shisui home, quickly, Ganai. Once all the children for the semester had gathered, the Natsuld Sarutobi Hiruzen took to the stage to deliver a speech. It was the same old rhetoric about the will of fire, which had seen no improvement since the time of the first Hokage, vague, self-contradictory set of values. The more he listened, the more tedious it became. Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting into a mental space. Within the dim crimson-hued, cubic mental space, a vermilion iron railing divided it in two. Through the ceiling bars wafted a strong scent of blood. Upon countless desiccated corpses loomed a deity of slaughter soaring amidst a sea of blood. Dual faces of the cursed. The name derived from an imagined demon with 2 faces and 4 arms. Once a real human who had, during the golden age of sorcerers, 1,000 years ago, vanquished all sorcerers single-handedly. He symbolized evil, the king of curses, with extreme brutality. Now, 2 souls from different timelines intersected within the shinobi world. Good morning, 4-armed monster. On the other side of the seal, a massive shadow flickered, and a pair of crimson eyes gleamed with ferocity. Little brat, I told you before, without permission, you are not allowed to look up at me. A terrifying darkness engulfed, yet it could not penetrate the seal in the slightest. Uchiha Kagami smiled and raised his head, completely disregarding the threat posed by the cursed spirit. Initially he had felt a bit of fear, but after trying several times, the cursed spirit had never managed to break the seal and strike him. Wasn't this just the battlefield Uchiha Kagami was familiar with, engaging in a verbal spar from behind a screen? What was there to fear? Moreover, as he aged, he found himself gaining a certain degree of control over this seal. You should feel fortunate to be able to hide within my body. I've heard that Kakaroto is already being dispatched to deal with you. Who is Kakaroto? Uchiha Kagami raised his small hand and delivered a light punch. Just like that. A gentle punch capable of obliterating the earth. The cursed spirit burst into laughter. Little brat, there has never been such a strong individual throughout history. What nonsense are you spouting? Short hair, short-sighted, fool. Uchiha Kagami scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Don't even mention Kakaro. The people of this world have already taken their turns with you. Do you understand what that means? It means a group of people, each capable of lifting you up and beating you senseless. Shut up. The original Sukuna would never so easily lose his elegance. But now, things were different. This damn seal left him with not even the slightest chance to seize this little brat's body. He couldn't even sense what was happening outside. Damn it. Having just slain Satori Gojo, he hadn't even had time to deliver his victory speech before being tossed into this wretched place. What the hell? Is the backlash from space slashing really this severe? In the corner of the seal, Uchiha Kagami saw a wisp of dark energy seeping out and promptly resealed the space. Familiar with the process, he swallowed that wisp of dark energy, and some techniques related to slashing surfaced in his mind. All right, today's rent ends here. I'll return once I've digested this. Bye-bye. You scoundrel, come back here. In the darkness, the 2 faces of Sukuna seethed with impotent rage. Uchiha Kagami still couldn't absorb too much of Sukuna's power. The principle was somewhat akin to Naruto Uzumaki and the Ninetails. He was still too young, his body not fully developed. If he were to house the Ninetails within him, Uchiha Kagami might attempt to reconcile. But Sukuna, he was a thoroughgoing egotist, inherently malevolent, deriving pleasure from killing women and children. Kagami had a clear understanding of Sukuna. merely a source of nourishment for his growth. Compared to Sukuna, it was evident that his own Uchiha bloodline was far more worthy of development. The Sharingan, the ultimate manifestation of yin release, governing the energy of imagination, shaping form from nothingness. Once the Mangekyo, Sharingan, awakened, he could even possess the great power to distort time and space. The curse power of the King of Curses was in fact also a manifestation of yin release. Yin release and yang release, to put it plainly, are the energies of the mind and body, respectively. Uchiha Kagami was essentially the soul of an adult, and with Sukuna acting as this yin release power bank, his mental energy was off the charts. Had he not been consciously exercising his body since the age of 2 to control the growth of his mental energy, he might very well have awakened the Mangekyo at 8. In Kagami's view, unless absolutely necessary, awakening the Mangekyo too early was not a good thing. It put too much pressure on the body. Uchiha Itachi fell ill in his youth, likely due to his incomplete physical development when he awakened the Mangekyo. Unfortunately, his little brother Shisui never got to experience the after effects before he was taken out. Otherwise, more cases would have provided Kagami with better judgment. You mention Obito. Was that half of White Zetsu's body so easy to manipulate? No, wait, it seems not too difficult, after all. Just as Uchiha Kagami pondered how to connect with the mischievous Akatsuki member, the teacher's voice rang out from the podium. This afternoon is practical class. For the newcomers, we will test your shuriken throwing. The second Hokage established the ninja school model, but in his time, it was merely in its infancy, resembling more a Jainin, leading multiple disciples. The true educational system that incorporated various ninja clans was solidified during the Third Hokage's tenure. He even nurtured elite ninjas, known as the 3 legendary Sannin. More importantly, Orochimaru and Jiraiya hailed from commoner backgrounds, which speaks volumes, no matter how many mistakes Hiruzen Sarutobi made due to his tolerance. The current generation of shinobi had not yet aged completely. Senju Hashirama was unrivaled, having carved out the finest land, but after his death, the 2 subsequent ninja world wars followed in quick succession. You must understand, in both wars, Konoha emerged victorious. You could criticize the Third Hokage, but you could not claim he was incompetent. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami indeed regarded the Third Hokage's faction as a hypothetical enemy, yet he would not underestimate them. An orphan, he experienced the warmth of what it meant to have clan members for the first time. He could not allow the future of clan extinction to come to pass. He would not blindly trust the progression of the story in the original timeline. Both he and Sukuna were variables. If he continued to lay out plans according to the original timeline, that would be a foolish act. Aside from a few fixed points in time that he could not influence, he needed to selectively forget other matters to avoid clouding his judgment. Uchiha Kagami, what are you thinking? Kagami felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from the girl sitting beside him. Yuhi Kurenai, I was thinking about how to eliminate the dark forces led by the Third Hokage and your father as his henchman. Uchiha Kagami turned his head without responding. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, one of the few normal Uchiha, his personality was actually more akin to Itachi's. Arrogant, proud, believing he could bear all consequences by himself. Itachi would sacrifice his family for the village, while Uchiha Kagami considered the annihilation of the village for the sake of his clan members. Is there still a necessity for Konoha without the Uchiha? Thus, Uchiha Kagami had no desire to forge any bonds with these people. Such ties were as toxic as poison. Obito had the heart to annihilate his clan, but did not reclaim Kakashi's eyes, relinquishing his invincible stance. Sasuke entangled with Naruto Uzumaki, that clingy nuisance, claiming he would not take the arm for the sake of atonement. What a joke! What crime did he commit? Little girls, the more you ignore them, the more interested they become in you. Of course, the premise is that they must be attractive. The petite Yuhi Kurenai leaned in a little closer. Your hair is a bit curly, too. Is it natural for you? Uchiha Kagami stood up in disdain, heading out to find a place to eat his bento. He could somewhat overlook the others. But Yuhi Kurenai, she was a talent capable of competing with Mangekyo users through conventional Jinjutsu. Talking to her, Uchiha Kagami feared it would affect his intelligence. Only a slightly aggrieved little girl remained. Feeling confused, she sensed Uchiha Kagami's clear disdain. What did she do to make him unhappy? Curly hair is quite nice, isn't it? As Uchiha Kagami opened the bento, prepared by his grandmother, under a tree, a few young boys surrounded him. Hey Uchiha, Brat, you're quite the arrogant one. Childhood Asuma approached, a toothpick in his mouth. Do you know that Kurenai is my good friend? What are you pretending for? Uchiha Kagami scooped some rice, casually replying, not just that. You two will be getting married and having kids someday. The poised Asuma was momentarily stunned, his face turning beet red. What did you say? Marriage? That's too far off. By the way, your offspring won't resemble you. They'll look like a true Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami interrupted him. Get him. Beat him up. Count it on me. Frustrated Asuma charged ahead. 1 minute later, sitting on Asuma's back, Uchiha Kagami continued eating. Now, let me answer your initial question. With his feet planted on Asuma's palms, Uchiha Kagami calmly stated, we Uchiha are just that arrogant. Don't think I'm the same as that goggles guy. You better let me go. I wasn't ready just now. The commotion attracted quite a few onlookers, with more and more people arriving. Asuma's face grew even redder. Do you think this is a children's fight? You can come at me again. After finishing his bento, Uchiha Kagami stood up and pressed Asuma's palm into the ground. Crack. A faint sound of a fracture echoed. Uchiha Kagami turned his head, his cold gaze making Asuma hesitate to move. If this were a battlefield and you attacked me, I could kill you. In that fleeting moment, the palpable intent to kill pierced through Asuma's nerves, casting a glance at the ever-increasing throng of children. Kakashi Uchiha swiftly reined in his murderous aura, silently passing through the crowd that instinctively parted for him. He did not feign goodwill or seek to forge bonds with his classmates. He lacked the confidence to disguise his true self as harmless, to deceive the likes of the Third Hokage and his cadre of elders. To them, a typical Uchiha was precisely this waveladle at the slightest provocation, to play the role of a timid turtle. That was the sort of behavior one would expect from Fugaku. The genius of the Uchiha clan was meant to shine brightly, to be proud and unyielding. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha had not yet descended into the depths of mutual assassination of young prodigies. Otherwise, Kakashi and Shisui would never have survived past their 10th year. When the time truly came, the madness buried deep within Kakashi Uchiha's eyes rivaled that of Sukuna, if not surpassing it. Only a monster could control another monster.
Kagami Uchiha, hailed as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan who emerges once in several decades, a group of mischievous youngsters gathered around, listening intently to the bruised and battered Asuma. Although Obito Uchiha harbored disdain for Kagami and was equally disliked by him, seeing the Third Hokage's son being bested stirred a peculiar sense of pride in their shared lineage. Asuma's own beating implied that the target was not solely him. Rumor had it that Kagami's mastery of the Uchiha's fluid technique had already reached the level of a security squad member, and he had even mastered fire release ninjutsu. Originally indifferent, Kakashi now found himself intrigued. Many members of the Uchiha clan refrained from participating in the village's ninja rank evaluations, but merely becoming a security squad member was tacitly acknowledged as possessing the combat strength of a chunin. A child of only 5 or 6 years old attaining such a level. Reflecting on himself, Kakashi considered it not entirely impossible. He was already planning to apply for early graduation, and his father believed he possessed strength comparable to an average chunin. The afternoon's practical training was mandatory for all students. To allow for recuperation, the Third Hokage had decided to extend the original 3-year system to 6 years. However, this current cohort had mostly been born after the Second Ninja War, generally only 5 or 6 years old, with very few upperclassmen. Moreover, the Third Great Ninja War would erupt in a few years, reverting the 6-year system back to 3. Asuma was certainly not one to file complaints after being beaten. Instead, he sought to reclaim his honor. Thus, he approached Obito Uchiha for intelligence. Yet, Obito had been knocked down after only 1 or 2 hits during his own ordeal, knowing little beyond some indistinguishable rumors. Asuma-san, Kagami-san will not participate in the practical training. Rin Noera kindly reminded the 2 conspirators while bandaging Asuma's wounds. He is a freshman, and today he will only demonstrate shuriken throwing. Besides, it's your fault for provoking him, just let it go. Let it go? How could I? Asuma's reluctant wail echoed. If only I were the only one beaten, then fine. But he actually insulted Kurenai. That is absolutely unforgivable. The next match, Kakashi versus Obito Uchiha. During the interval, the instructor began calling the roll. Kakashi sighed in resignation, wondering why he always ended up facing Obito and Might Guy. Already disliking such tedious practical drills, he was constantly paired with the 2 laggards. Unlike Kakashi, Obito's spirit ignited upon hearing his name. Oh, this time I will definitely defeat you. Kakashi. Bored. Wait a moment. A sudden voice interrupted as Kagami Uchiha stepped out from the crowd. Sensei, I request to substitute for Obito Uchiha. Huh? Kagami-san, you just enrolled. Kagami strode purposefully toward Kakashi, sliding a beautifully sheathed short sword from the wide navy blue sleeve of his robe and gripping it firmly. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Although the short sword measured only 6 or 7 dozen centimeters, it was far too large to be concealed in a child's sleeve. That was the summoning technique for ninja tools. With a father like Sakumo Hitaki, Kakashi knew more than the average student, which was why he felt no need to waste time in ninja school. A curve lifted Kagami's lips as he smiled. Obito Uchiha has brought shame upon our clan, becoming a laggard despite being an Uchiha. This is the reward from my family elder, charging me with the task of defeating you and reclaiming the Uchiha South rightful first place. Sodi no Shiryuki, a splendid blade. As one of the oldest ninja clans in the world, the Uchiha's finest treasures had been claimed by Madara Uchiha, but the remaining collection was still unrivaled by other families. This was a weapon forged from chakra metal, on par with the legendary Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru had collected many Kusanagi swords, so how could the swordsmanship-skilled Uchiha clan lack one? Having absorbed and digested a considerable amount of Sukuna's spiritual energy, Kagami displayed remarkable swordsmanship talent. Such innate ability made the clan elders regard him as the next Izuna Uchiha. They dared not even imagine a monster like Madara Uchiha. Only those who had truly experienced that era could understand. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were simply beyond the scope of ordinary shinobi. As Kagami advanced step by step, Kakashi removed the sword basket from his back. From Kagami's grip and aura even before drawing the blade, Kakashi could sense a keen edge. He would not shy away from battle. This motion already signified his willingness to accept the challenge. Wait, the instructor stepped between them, smiling wryly. It's fine if you want to spar, but no ninja tools are allowed. Also, Kagami-san, please don't bring out such dangerous items. The instructor was a seasoned chunin and noticed that Kagami held a detonating tag in his other hand. Why do you have a detonating tag? Is it not allowed? I planned to use the sword to attract his attention before striking him with it. Much simpler that way. Kagami reluctantly returned the detonating tag and hung the short sword at his waist. Kakashi belatedly noticed the detonating tag and broke out in a cold sweat. This guy was insane. Kagami assumed a stance and beckoned Kakashi with a wave of his hand. Come. Kakashi frowned, responding indifferently. You're the challenger, aren't you? Kagami seemed to recall something and smiled. Just a friendly reminder. The last person who said that was already bisected. Opposing seals. Opposing seals. The instructor shouted loudly, attempting to assert his presence. Kagami paid no heed, extending 2 fingers before beckoning Kakashi again. So arrogant. Kakashi formed the opposing seal. Before the instructor could even call the start, in the very next instant, boom! A plume of smoke erupted as 2 small figures collided. Kakashi's form flashed, delivering a swift straight punch to Kagami's chest. Sidestepping the blow, Kagami's right hand swiftly grasped Kakashi's wrist, using the momentum to spin, attempting to hurl Kakashi away. Kakashi was clearly not an easy opponent. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground to stabilize himself and struck Kagami's abdomen with an elbow. Kagami released his grip, leaping back several steps to evade the strike. You're strong. A brief exchange led Kakashi to conclude that Kagami was no weaker than himself. Kagami laughed, slapping his palm against Kakashi's face. You're not bad yourself. Their movements were lightning fast, fists and feet flying with myriad techniques. Each collision resonated with a dull thud, the air thick with tension. Amazing. Kakashi is incredible. That freshman is amazing, too. So fast. Has Kakashi never taken this seriously before? This is youth. Is this really student level? Even the Chunin instructor was awestruck by the prowess displayed by these 2 boys. Kakashi was strong, that he knew well. Yet the Uchiha youth matched him blow for blow and appeared even more relaxed. Inside the Hokage's office, when no pressing matters demanded attention, Hiruzen Sarutobi delighted in using the telescope technique to observe the ninja academy, keeping a watchful eye on these budding talents. Watching the fierce duel within the crystal orb, he felt the future of Konoha was flourishing and radiant. Ninja was a perilous profession. Such competition was natural. Bonds would grow amidst rivalry, becoming the branches that connected the leaves. Perhaps the shift in the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village could begin with these children. Harboring hopes for a bright future, the third Hokage did not reproach Danzo for entering without knocking. After silently observing for a while, Danzo spoke in a low voice. That Uchiha brat is a genius. Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a puff of smoke and smiled. Kakashi's talent is already exceptional. I did not expect this child to be just as strong. Because Minato Namikaze had already begun to show his brilliance, the third Hokage refrained from using the superlative. After all, compared to that child Minato, even Kakashi falls short. Hiruzen, that brat, is a quintessential Uchiha. I have already investigated, and he associates closely with the radical faction within the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. After spending a few years at the academy, he will come to understand the importance of his comrades in the village. Don't you see? The more gifted the Uchiha, the more uncontrollable they are. Shin Shimura Danzo spoke in a low, grave tone. Allow me to train him in secret. Only my method can shape him into someone useful to the village. Without hesitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Impossible. I absolutely will not permit any village child to join Root. More importantly, we cannot exacerbate tensions with the Uchiha now. In the shadows, Danzo's single eye gleamed with a sinister light. Have you forgotten the second Hokage's admonition? The Uchiha are a clan born of innate evil. Your fanciful hopes for reconciliation are impossible. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly as smoke swirled before him. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang. With a thunderous slam of the door, their conversation ended in discord. Snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. That was. After a clash, Uchiha Kagami's hands moved swiftly to form hand seals, startling the teacher into shouting loudly. All students, scatter. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply as his hands moved with lightning speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. The great fireball technique, a hallmark jutsu passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, is widely renowned throughout the ninja world. Almost every Uchiha's first learned jutsu is the great fireball technique. Having heard from Obito that Uchiha Kagami could use fire style, Kakashi assumed he would perform the great fireball technique. So he prepared accordingly as soon as Kagami began forming the seals. Boom! The raging fireball shattered the earth wall. Kakashi responded correctly, but he underestimated the strength of Kagami's jutsu. This is bad. The Chunin instructor sensed danger and instantly attempted to rescue Kakashi. Bang! Before the wave of fire could reach him, Kakashi's body dissolved into a plume of smoke, leaving only a withered branch in his place. Substitution jutsu. When did he? Bang! Uchiha Kagami turned and bent low, clashing fists with Kakashi as he emerged from an earth tunnel. The fierce taijutsu battle resumed. This is truly a battle between shinobi now, whispered Obito, who had been forgotten in the corner, eyes filled with disbelief and a trace of resentment. The Uchiha clan reveres strength. He often overheard clan members praising Kagami, but when their gazes fell on him, Rin Noara offered timely comfort, patting Obito's shoulder with a smile. Obito, you're amazing too. I believe you will become an outstanding ninja one day. Yes. The shadow that had just risen in Obito's heart was dispelled by the girl's smile. So, Uchiha Madara's judgment was indeed accurate. Had Rin Noara still been alive, Obito would never have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito should truly be grateful to Lord Madara's blessing. Earth style, earth wave. Among his peers, Kakashi's chakra reserves were already considered extraordinarily high. This jutsu is a lower-level earth-style technique. The ground undulated like waves, disrupting Uchiha Kagami's movements. Among those under 10 years old who have faced me in combat, Kakashi, you are the strongest. Uchiha Kagami leapt among the waves, a faint smile playing on his lips throughout. But I've grown tired of these games. Your purity is still insufficient. As his words fell, a crimson glow reflected in Kakashi's eyes. An immensely terrifying blood sea demon god surged into his mind, instantly paralyzing both his body and spirit. Genjutsu, Sharingan Sukuna Special Edition. The twin Tomo Sharingan slowly manifested in Uchiha Kagami's eyes as he stepped closer to Kakashi. His hand rested upon the hilt of the white snow blade. Clap. The teacher's palm pressed on his shoulder, voice trembling. Enough. You win, Kagami. He lowered his head and saw the crimson glow in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, swallowing hard. Indeed, it was said that a prodigy in the Uchiha clan awakened his Sharingan at age 5, but to open it as a twin Tomo? Perhaps he evolved to the twin Tomo Sharingan even earlier, at age 5. Either way, it was terrifying enough. The entire room fell into silence. Watching Uchiha Kagami fiercely battling Kakashi, they had never doubted that Kagami might win. But they could not comprehend how Uchiha Kagami achieved victory, until Kagami cast a sweeping glance over them, that crimson glow settling in their eyes. Even children knew what it was. One of the three great dojutsu, the ultimate manifestation of the Uchiha clan's power. Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami was pleased by the awe these children showed. That's right. Uchiha need no bonds. You only need to crawl and look up to me. Even without the Sharingan, he was confident he could defeat Kakashi. But why hide it? A person's character is shaped by environment, education, and other factors. But an important part is the body. Poor lungs breed sorrow. A weak liver breeds irritability. A troubled stomach breeds resentment. The Uchiha are clever. It's only natural they are a bit arrogant. The phrase traveling in splendid clothes at night could well describe Uchiha Fugaku. What shaped Uchiha Kagami's personality was the influence of the Uchiha clan's genetic factors, but most importantly, his own mindset. In his previous life, he had no father, no mother, no kin, no friends. Had he been born in ancient times instead of the modern era, he would have been regarded as an unstable element under close watch, destined to be groomed as a suicide soldier. But here, the sea ends where the sky meets the shore. The crimson in his eyes faded as Uchiha Kagami spoke calmly. My name is Uchiha Kagami. I detest challenges from those who overestimate themselves. I detest being disturbed during meals. And I detest Uchiha Obito. And so it was. Uchiha Obito. The Hokage's office was thick with smoke beyond acceptable levels. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply as he gazed at the scene within the crystal ball. This child requires proper guidance. Calling in his secretary, he said in a solemn voice. Recently, Jiraiya has been instructing Minato, correct? Yes, Hokage-sama. They are currently training in the Forest of Death. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided not to act hastily. Let that child remain at the Ninja Academy for now. Perhaps interactions with peers will alter his disposition. If all else fails, let that little sun shine on this Uchiha brat. In Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the light that unites all people, a brilliance surpassing even his ninjutsu talent. If not for his performance on the training field, Uchiha Kagami would seem far more obedient than Obito. During class, he neither caused trouble nor slept, though he ignored the teacher's questions. Uchiha Kagami had long mastered the Ninja Academy's curriculum, not just water walking and tree climbing. In his family's lessons, he had almost completed chakra form transformation. The pinnacle of chakra form transformation is the Rasengan. It remains unknown whether Minato Namikaze has discovered it yet. This is the current challenge Uchiha Kagami strives to overcome. He possesses a complete step-by-step course with a standard answer for reverse engineering. If he manages to wield it before Minato Namikaze, then the Uchiha clan would be the rightful originators of the Rasengan. Minato Namikaze? If you weren't Jiraiya's disciple, I'd accuse you of plagiarism. Of course, all this depends on Uchiha Kagami pioneering the Rasengan first. Uchiha Kagami sat quietly, his consciousness already immersed in the mental realm. Before a vast portal, Uchiha Kagami sat down and began training. The Rasengan has 3 stages: rotation, power, and maintenance. Kagami was currently stuck at the 3rd stage. The Rasengan is like a miniature typhoon concentrated in the palm. The most difficult part is sustaining this state. What's the situation outside? Brat? And what's wrong with those eyes? The Sharingan Genjutsu infused with Sukuna's cursed energy was an experiment by Uchiha Kagami. The results were quite impressive. Had it not been for the intervention of the head instructor, Kakashi would have stood his ground there until dawn. This also allowed Sukuna to perceive a glimpse of the external situation. Chakra is the perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energy, whereas cursed energy originates from negative emotions, representing merely a form of spiritual energy. From Sukuna's perspective, nearly every brat outside possessed cursed energy. He even sensed several formidable cursed energies not far away, rivaling those of top-tier sorcerers. Such a density of powerful individuals was highly abnormal. Most notably, it was the first time he had an intuitive encounter with the eyes of Uchiha Kagami. Although he did not presently feel threatened by them, to use a metaphor, he was like a wild bull while the Sharingan represented a lion. No, a dragon's egg would be a more fitting analogy. Deep within, he harbored a premonition that if those eyes were to hatch, they could effortlessly shatter his immortal body. In a moment of leisure, Uchiha Kagami glanced at him and remarked coolly, "That's precisely why it's so bothersome. Others either have a cheat code to skip steps or a system that assigns them missions, but I only have you, a mediocre presence." Brat, what did you say? Quiet down, Sukuna. This world is far more perilous than you imagine. Creatures capable of killing you are everywhere. Suppress that unnecessary recklessness. Obey me obediently. Perhaps you might have the chance to appear as my summoned beast. Sukuna roughly understood the meaning of summoned beast when a cold voice echoed. Before reaching the pinnacle of the world, I care nothing for groveling and begging. Compared to me, you brat are the one who is truly reckless. With such meager strength, you dare expose yourself to other formidable beings. I am not like you. A faint smile curved Kagami's lips as the chakra sphere in his hand began to stabilize. If I die, it simply means I am no different. I would never beg for survival like you. The crimson eyes met the god of death lurking in the darkness. He knew his own insignificance clearly. Should he therefore shrink away? Knowing the futility but doing it anyway, Sukuna, you have lost the most vital human instinct. You are nothing but a slightly stronger beast. Hence, you can only serve as a mount, to be ridden by me. Brat, you merely borrow this unknown prison to bind my mortal form. Spare me such grandiose talk. Uchiha Kagami leaned close to the seal, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. Sukuna, one day I will unlock the seal. I will be the one to place the dog chain on you. After the explosive display on the first day, no one dared approach Uchiha Kagami in the following days. He feigned rest during the day, cultivating the Rasengan within his spiritual realm. In the evening, he trained his ninja body techniques at home, and at night, he studied theoretical knowledge, maintaining 7 hours of deep sleep each day. Kagami's life was remarkably fulfilling. Kakashi, who had initially planned to graduate early, temporarily abandoned that idea due to a crushing defeat. His already extraordinary training regimen doubled, eagerly awaiting a breakthrough in strength to redeem his honor. Seizing the rare opportunity of Fuka Sakumo's presence at home, Kakashi voiced his inner doubts. Father, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan is quite different. I have seen Uchiha ninja wield the Sharingan, but that inexplicable feeling, I cannot yet articulate it clearly. Fuka Sakumo, having understood the situation, smiled and ruffled his hair. Feels more ferocious, doesn't he it? Kakashi felt it was not quite right but could not find a better descriptor. I also have Uchiha comrades. Their clan's eyes do not awaken as easily as the Hyuga's. It seems only through special events and intense spiritual stimuli can they awaken. That child named Kagami awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. He must have experienced some sorrow. Kakashi, you should help your comrade overcome his difficulties. Kakashi's small, lifeless eyes showed some confusion. That guy did not seem like someone burdened by profound grievances. Although Uchiha Kagami caused no trouble at school, his hobby was bullying Uchiha Obito, who recently avoided provoking him, instead gathering with Asuma and others to plot revenge against Kagami. Without that annoyance whispering in his ear, Kakashi felt somewhat relieved. Setting aside these thoughts, Kakashi expressed his main purpose. Father, I wish to learn your swordsmanship. Ruffling Kakashi's hair, Fuka Sakumo felt gratified. He was actually reluctant for Kakashi to graduate early, but the Ninja Academy no longer offered much to retain him. He had only agreed to the early graduation application previously. Now that Kakashi no longer mentioned it, it seemed he intended to defeat that boy first. His thoughts aligned with the Third Hokage's, both believing the two children could forge bonds through competition. Very well. Since the basics are mostly laid, I will formally teach you our hereditary secret body technique, the 1,000 Years of Death. Haha. Just kidding. I will teach you swordsmanship. At night, having finished training his body techniques, Uchiha Kagami had just stepped out of the training ground when an Uchiha clansman appeared in an instant. Kagami, the elder wishes to see you. Unlike the Hyuga clan, where the main family holds supreme power, the Uchiha clan's few main houses wield authority even above the clan head. Normally, the clan head is the highest authority, but Fugaku had just become head and was still young. Many clan matters were still decided by an elder from the previous generation, much like the future relationship between the Third Hokage and Minato Namikaze. This clan elder was a hardliner advocating seizing the Uchiha's rightful status by force. Having visited the elder's courtyard more than once, Uchiha Kagami waited in the parlor. Before long, a lean man in his 40s or 50s with a grotesque scar on his face emerged. Uchiha Kamihono, the hawkish leader. The Uchiha would not heed the weak. If Fugaku had not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamihono would be the strongest in the clan. Elder Kamihono. After a brief greeting, Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression. Kamihono nodded inwardly, pleased with this Uchiha descendant. Cold in character, decisive in action, arrogant, the ideal Uchiha cub in his eyes. Much like the Uchiha Izuna he admired. I know about the Ninja Academy. You did well, Kagami. You've also met the Third Hokage. How do you feel? Uchiha Kagami was silent for a moment before replying calmly. He is an outstanding ninja with excellent leadership. He is magnanimous and possesses great strength. Kamihono nodded approvingly. Good. You have not been influenced by ignorant clansmen who think the Third Hokage is a useless old man. Kamihono's tone grew serious. I have many grievances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I must admit, among our generation, only he deserves the position of Third Hokage. Your grandfather had a chance too, but unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami shook his head, passing judgment on his namesake ancestor. Even if he were alive, my ancestor Kagami would not have contested the Hokage position with the third. True, Kagami, you already possess the mindset of a clan head. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to step down. The fourth may be among the Sannin, and at your age, we might strive for the fifth. Just as Kamihono was about to elaborate, Uchiha Kagami propped himself up on his knees and asked, Elder, is this what you wanted to discuss? At the first S-time, there was hope for the second. At the third S-time, hope for the fifth. Always pinning hopes on the next. In my view, unflinchingly meeting Kamihono's gaze, Kagami declared, you and clan head Fugaku are no different. I am leaving. Save your grievances for the clan meeting. Wait, Kamihono's expression was unreadable as he spoke gravely. From your words, you still intend to contend for the fourth? No, I have no interest in the Hokage. Kagami Uchiha turned his head slightly and spoke with a faint tone. Since when did the Uchiha clan need the title of Hokage to validate themselves? Elder Shinbai, I despise this cowardly mindset among our people, and even you are no exception. I appreciate your gift, but do not expect me to follow your arrangements, nor do I require lessons from you. Having said that, Kagami Uchiha turned back and continued walking without pause until he reached the entrance. The voice of Shinbai Uchiha resonated behind him. Tomorrow, I shall await you at the training ground to impart all my ninjutsu knowledge to you. An old fellow like me certainly lacks the right to dictate your actions, but allow me to contribute in some way, for the future of the Uchiha. Kagami's footsteps faltered for a moment. Understood. Bathed in moonlight, Kagami Uchiha strode through the clan territory, where some shops were already preparing to close. Kagami, are you enjoying school? I heard you defeated the prodigy of the Hitaki family. Ha. As expected of you, Kagami, remember to stop by Auntie's place tomorrow morning. I've prepared red bean soup for you. Along the way, clan members greeted him warmly. Kagami smiled and responded to each, a stark contrast to the cold indifference he showed toward Shinbai. The temperament of the Uchiha clan, influenced by their dojutsu, grows increasingly aloof and solitary with greater strength. But ordinary Uchiha are no different from common folk. Including those who have yet to awaken their eyes, there are over 2,000 clan members. Obito and Itachi. I'm such a wretched individual. I can hardly imagine how anyone could harm these neighbors bound by blood, especially the elderly, weak, and women and children. Upon arriving home, his grandmother was still soothing young Shursui. Shursui's parents sacrificed themselves after his birth, leaving only 3 members in this household. Compared to the orphans of ordinary shinobi, the lives of Uchiha orphans are far better. Kagami himself was adopted, and among those from impoverished backgrounds, clan members look out for one another. After all, even the second Hokage acknowledged that the Uchiha are a clan more loving than the Senju. Lost love turns into hatred. Then the Uchiha must never lose love. I alone shall protect the destiny of this clan. Grandmother, I've returned. Your chakra nature is fire, lightning, and earth, and with the release of the Sharingan, you naturally possess 4 chakra natures. Shinbai took the chakra test paper and said, excellent. Such attributes are well suited for cultivating our clan's techniques. This young man is roughly at the level of a special grade sorcerer. The voice of Sukuna echoed in the spiritual realm. Finally, I've earned 2 hours daily of outside perception. Like you, kid, the reason I'm rated special grade is because special grade is the highest rank. I know, so how many of your fingers do you think he's worth? Kagami's reason for giving Sukuna this freedom was purely to use him as a unit of measure. Sukuna felt somewhat disrespected by the kid's words, but after several years, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. 3 fingers, then. But kid, my strength is no longer something you can measure with a mere 20 fingers. I have ignoring Sukuna's following words, Kagami focused his attention on Shinbai. Shinbai was no ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. His strength was likely among the strongest just below the Mangekyo level. Originally, Kagami detested cross-world comparisons of power, but now, deeply entangled, he had no choice but to consider the matter. Currently, Sukuna is at his prime and has mastered spatial slashes. Thus, comparing him to the Ninetails, which combines yin and yang, is somewhat unrealistic. Konoha would never permit the Ninetails to come into contact with the Uchiha, given past bitter lessons. Fire release and Sharingan were the foundation of our Uchiha's foothold during the Warring States period. I do not know lightning release ninjutsu, and I will teach you simple earth release later. You already know the great fireball technique, so I shall teach you the great dragon fire technique. The primary purpose of the great fireball is to obscure the enemy's vision and block their position. The great dragon fire is a swift, decisive fiery attack. Watch closely. Shinbai slowed his movements, glancing at Kagami, who had already activated his Sharingan, nodding silently. No need to remind me, to activate your Sharingan to observe the chakra flow. Very good. Snake, dragon, rabbit, tiger. After forming the seals, a flame like a spewing fire dragon surged forward at incredible speed, instantly detonating a massive fireball at the center of the lake. This technique is best supported by the Sharingan to increase the likelihood of hitting the enemy. After several attempts, Kagami formed the seals and summoned chakra. Boom! A blazing flame shot forth rapidly, producing a slightly smaller dragon fire explosion than before. Excellent. Truly worthy of you. The stern Shinbai could not help but smile. Then I shall teach you the next fire technique. Not for now, Kagami shook his head. I still need to master this technique. Haste makes waste. Once I have thoroughly mastered this, I will learn the next. Shinbai pondered briefly and smiled. Haste makes waste, that is quite an insight for a child like you. Patience is indeed essential. Practice on your own, and ask me if you have any questions. It's just a matter of proficiency. I can practice during the day as well. Saying this, Kagami took out Shinbai's small tanto, Sodi Shirayuki. Elder Shinbai, may I request your guidance in my swordsmanship? In the ninja world, the distinction between sword and blade is vague. Even those who wield knives are said to practice swordsmanship. I almost forgot, your talent in swordsmanship surpasses your fire release. Shinbai drew his long sword he carried and nodded. Come, you may begin your attack at any time. Swish. No sooner had he spoken than Kagami's small frame leapt forward, Sodi Shirayuki drawn, a gleaming blade of light flashing. Clang! Shinbai blocked Kagami's strike and evaluated. Your speed and timing are good, and your strength is comparable to a mid-level Uchiha Chunin. Kagami, you truly are a prodigy worthy of our ancestors. Kagami knew exactly whom Shinbai was comparing him to. Izuna Uchiha. Unfortunately, even Izuna's most memorable identity was only as Madara's younger brother. A flash of crimson gleamed in Kagami's eyes. I have no interest in being comparable to the ancestors. I intend to surpass them. Sodi Shirayuki thrust forward, aiming straight for Shinbai's throat. At present, Kagami was no match for Shinbai, but when they sparred, he naturally gave his all, unleashing a barrage of killing moves. Unperturbed, Shinbai sidestepped lightly, effortlessly evading the fierce strike, and with a swing of his long sword, slashed toward Kagami's arm. Kagami countered with a spin, and with a clang, the two blades collided fiercely, sparks flying. At the lakeside training ground, the dance of swords and blades continued incessantly. Kagami's attacks grew ever faster, while Shinbai's defense remained impenetrable, occasionally countering with a few strikes. Just as Shinbai relaxed slightly, Kagami, who had been wielding two swords, suddenly freed one hand. His left hand stretched out toward Shinbai's face, fingers extended. Not good. Years of battle experience allowed Shinbai to immediately sense the danger, and his pupils flashed the three-tomo Sharingan. Release. Success. An invisible slash swept through. At the last moment, Shinbai barely dodged what would have been a terrifying cut that could have sliced half his face. Yet a clear bloodstain appeared on his face, crimson blood dripping down. What was that? It resembled an invisible blade like a knife's edge, somewhat like the wind blade he had encountered before. But that was an A-rank wind release technique. Where did Kagami learn this? Moreover, there was no sound of wind. If it were a wind blade, with the insight of the three-tomo Sharingan, he could have easily avoided it. After the strike, Kagami's stamina was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground. His body was still too frail. He estimated that, excluding the prior ninjutsu consumption, he could only unleash 3 or 4 release slashes at full strength. The foundational ability of the two-faced Sukuna, developed to its extreme, is the spatial cutting slash. This is my own secret technique of slashing. Humph! It is nothing more than a theft of my power. Sukuna scoffed disdainfully. Ridiculous. No matter how it came to be, just admit that it is me who wields it. After a moment of contemplation, Shinka offered a wry smile and said, Kagami, such a perilous technique. Did you not even give me a warning before using it against me? Uchiha Kagami chuckled awkwardly and carefree. Ha! I trust Elder Shinka can handle it. To be honest, if it were not for my Sharingan, it would be exceedingly difficult to block such an invisible slash. I will not ask how you acquired this ability, but I advise you to keep it as a secret trump card and refrain from using it lightly. Without proper defense, this technique could instantly kill especially high-ranking jonin. Ninjas are notoriously high in offense but low in defense. It is said that even a shinobi of Hashirama Senju's caliber could be slain by a kunai. Sukuna's slashes resemble the circulating air slash, a cutting attack method that is devastating against ninjas with fragile physiques. excluding overpowered monsters and those with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sukuna undoubtedly possesses the strength to slaughter the entire ninja world. Elder Shinka, my body is too weak. I wish to undergo a medicinal bath. Besides regular training, medicinal baths are an essential means to enhance one's constitution. However, such consumption is continuous, requiring at least several years to manifest significant effects. Even the Uchiha clan can barely produce a few doses. One must also trade resources with other clans to obtain the necessary herbs, which is quite troublesome. Recently, only the young Fugaku has enjoyed such treatment. This is also the reason why Uchiha Kagami revealed the Kai technique, to demonstrate his own value and prompt Elder Shinka to increase investment. Even the most loving clan will not invest boundlessly if they fail to see your worth. Shinka pondered for a moment, stroking the wound on his cheek. Very well, but the medicinal bath must last at least 2 years, without interruption each day. That means you cannot graduate early or undertake missions. Huh? When did I ever say I wanted to graduate early? Uchiha Kagami smiled. With 3 years of rare training time, only a fool would graduate early and go shine for those old fools. True enough. Konoha, the 43rd year. A matter that was supposed to be a top-secret mission has become common knowledge. Hatake Sakumo abandoned his mission to save his comrades. Ninja Academy. Kakashi has been diligently training these past 2 years but has yet to defeat that person. He even feels that the gap between them has not narrowed over time. On the contrary, it has only widened. Sometimes he cannot understand why Kagami does not choose to graduate early, considering his strength far surpasses that of the Academy's teachers. But currently, he has no intention of challenging Uchiha Kagami. Father. Kakashi had never seen his father so despondent, utterly devoid of any vitality. For some reason, he walked to the large tree and stopped before Uchiha Kagami, who was eating his lunch. Kagami. Comrades or missions, which is more important? Uchiha Kagami swallowed a chicken leg and looked up at the confused Kakashi. He had heard about Hatake Sakumo's situation. Regarding such internal strife orchestrated by the phantom gods, he was naturally pleased to witness it. Stir the pot, stir the pot. When only a few old onions remain, pulling them out will be easier. Of course, missions are more important. After all, we are ninjas. Kakashi's face showed signs of struggle. This was the answer most people would give, and he himself believed it too. But if, for the mission's sake, you had to abandon your comrades, what would you do? Setting down his lunchbox, Uchiha Kagami replied calmly, that depends on the mission's importance and the rank of the comrades involved. If you mean your father's case, then I think he was wrong. Kakashi lowered his head in dejection. You think so too? Of course. As a powerful ninja, he allowed a group of weaklings to arbitrarily judge him. He should have simply killed a few of the loudest villagers to quell the public outcry. My father would never raise his blade against weak villagers. No, he is about to. After 2 years of growth, bolstered by the medicinal bath, Uchiha Kagami was somewhat taller than Kakashi. He stood and grabbed Kakashi's hair, forcing him to look directly at him. Your father is a weak man. Because his ideals shattered, he chose to wallow in despair. If he had courage, he would strike at the mastermind behind this, not pick on the weakest. What do you mean? A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's lips as he considered that Hatake Sakumo might be a recruitable asset. From his outsider's perspective, Sakumo's death was certainly not caused by villagers' insults. He was not that fragile. What drove Sakumo to suicide was the denial of the will of fire he had believed in all his life. The Konoha leadership, who constantly emphasized comrades as paramount, yet allowed him to suffer humiliation, had already revealed their stance. Hatake was originally from a samurai family of the Warring States period. Sakumo was more a samurai than a ninja. He took his own life because he realized he had pledged loyalty to the wrong people. His faith collapsed. Lacking the courage to strike at the Third Hokage and others, he chose to end his life. Let me be clearer. Uchiha Kagami shook Kakashi's hair. Yet Kakashi did not flare up. He patted his head. Not bad to the touch. Your father wanted to kill himself, and you have time to ask this and that here? You'd better go see him. Kakashi's pupils trembled. He had never considered this possibility. The situation was indeed serious, but he never imagined his father would take his own life because of it. Suddenly releasing his grip, without even bidding Kagami farewell, he rushed out of the school gate. Watching Kakashi's disappearing figure, Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes slightly. He would not expend much effort to save Hatake Sakumo. If Kakashi could not persuade him, then let him die. If he survived, he surely would no longer be aligned with the Third Hokage and his faction. Obito and Rin, who had always cared for Kakashi, approached. Although reluctant to speak to Uchiha Kagami, Obito still broke the silence for Kakashi's sake. Kagami, what did you say to Kakashi? Kagami, Kakashi is casting a glance at the two. Uchiha Kagami turned to Obito and asked, Goggles, if a mission requires sacrificing your clan, what would you choose? Is there even a question? Of course I wouldn't sacrifice my clan. I would complete the mission without harming my clan. Undeniably, time and experience change a person. Obito, the kindest Uchiha, was precisely why Madara Uchiha chose him. An Uchiha with such profound emotions, once fallen into darkness, would indeed be terrifying. Rin, what about you? Uchiha Kagami turned to No-Era Rin. After some thought, Rin smiled and said, if sacrifices must be made to complete the mission, I hope it is me. Truly a pure embodiment of the will of fire. Rin, I will definitely protect you. The will of fire holds no right or wrong. It depends solely on the actions of those who uphold it. Sacrificing oneself for the peace of the next generation is worthy of praise. Yet many in power forget this original intent, even Hashirama Senju himself. The village he built to protect children ultimately saw him kill even his closest friends and offspring to defend it. Life is never perfect. Madara Uchiha saw this clearly, which is why he chose to leave. A victory without sacrifice is impossible and inevitably breeds hatred. So, Kagami, what about you? Obito mustered courage to ask. Mission or clan? What is your choice? If one side must perish, I will kill the one who issued the mission, Uchiha Kagami answered decisively. Just as one would expect from Kagami. Alas, wait, weren't we talking about Kakashi's matter? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No need to know. Choosing either is wrong, and at the same time neither is wrong. That's hard to understand. Well, you are just a foolish goggles wearer. It's normal not to understand. Just goggles is fine, why add foolish too? Can you not address me by my name properly? At the very least, possess eyes like mine before uttering such words to me. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes slowly rotated, their formidable ocular power instantly plunging Obito into unconsciousness. Once again, before succumbing to the stupor, Obito instinctively emitted a mournful cry. Every few days, Uchiha Kagami would administer another ocular assault on him. The Sharingan is extraordinary. Is it really necessary to flaunt it so ostentatiously? Kagami enjoys showing off. But the frequent use of the Sharingan against Obito is not for mere vanity. Obito Uchiha is the crucial link connecting Uchiha Madara and those few white Zetsu. Through the transcription seal, each injection of ocular power brings them closer to the day they will witness that legendary shinobi. Obito, you are merely a mouthpiece. During current class hours, Uchiha Kagami devotes himself entirely to rest. Listening to the teacher's lecture on stage, his sleep quality improves, allowing him to dedicate all his nighttime hours to training. The Ninja Academy instructors are helpless in this regard. After all, even if he sleeps every day, he consistently ranks first in science and combat at each semester's end. They have even taken the initiative to propose applying for his early graduation, but Kagami is unwilling. The kids here speak kindly, the lunches are delicious, and the sleep is comfortable. Why graduate? Why become a genin chasing cats and dogs, escorting trade caravans, and having to eat ration pills? What a torment. Although the relations among the nations remain tense, the cause of the Third Great Ninja War has yet to emerge. That cause is the disappearance of the Third Hokage. During the Third Hokage's reign, Scorpion's parents were killed in a mission by Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hatake. Considering the alliance treaty between the Wind and Fire nations, the Third Hokage forbade Scorpion from seeking revenge. Of course, it might also be because the Third Hokage knew Scorpion was no match for the White Fang and did not trust him to act. Thus, Scorpion transferred his hatred onto the Third Hokage, and by some unknown means, eliminated the Kazekage and transformed him into a human puppet. Afterward, Mangekyo could not locate the Kazekage, and in their search, hostilities with Konoha erupted. Subsequently, other ninja villages joined the fray, igniting the cruelest Third Great Ninja War. This was the first ninja war since the village system began in which all 5 great ninja villages participated. It also cultivated boss units for the Fourth Great Ninja War, such as Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto, Yellow Flashes, the AB Duo, Scorch Release Yoso, Copy Ninja Kakashi, and many other formidable warriors gained renown in this war. Ironically, the most famous Sharingan user of the Third War was an outsider, Kakashi. Toward the war's end, Shursui also matured, that kid. Hopefully, his childhood education will temper his saintly nature. School's out. Kakashi, who had skipped class for a day, leaned against the doorway, and when he saw Uchiha Kagami approaching, he straightened up. Kagami, my father wishes to meet you. I beg you, he said, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. No matter how severely Kagami had beaten him before, Kakashi had never been so humble. The medicinal bath was arranged after Kagami's training. There was enough time. The Hatake residence. A few lamps provided little illumination, casting a dimness over the inner hall. Kagami entered alone and saw the renowned Konoha White Fang. Once tall and robust, his body now resembled a skeleton draped with skin. His white hair was withered, and his eyes lacked any gleam. In his 30s, the prime of a ninja's life, yet Sakumo Hatake exuded only decay. It must be Kagami-kun. Kakashi often speaks of you, he said hoarsely, as if speaking a full sentence was a strain. Greetings, Jonin Hatake, Kagami replied, disinclined to initiate conversation and waiting for Hatake to speak. Kakashi conveyed your words to me. Kagami-kun, your Sharingan possesses insight surpassing all Uchiha I have known. I truly cannot comprehend it. May I borrow your wisdom? Tell me what is truly right. Kagami frowned slightly. He was no psychologist. Then let us be direct. Jonin Hatake, do you know who leaked the contents of this mission? I have a rough idea. It must be Danzo Shimura, the Fire Shadow's assistant. What Danzo did, the Hokage did not stop. Such is the reality, Kagami stated bluntly. You considered suicide because your idealized image of the Third Hokage shattered, didn't you? What do you mean by idealized image? It means you could not see his true self. In your eyes, the Third was always perfect, a benevolent elder. Kagami's metaphor was apartment. So why wouldn't he the Third help me? How could he? The information is public now. Would he claim that comrades are more important than missions? If so, would the daimyo and nobles accept that? Who would trust Konoha then? If missions matter more than comrades, what becomes of his long-held will of fire, the cherishing of comrades? How would the villagers perceive him? This was an unsolvable dilemma. Sakumo Hatake was silent. Kagami spoke slowly. The Third was human. As long as one is human, selfishness exists. He could not overturn his own foundation for you. Moreover, your incident benefits the Third's faction. After all, a tarnished man is unfit to compete for the Fourth Hokage. I never aspired to be the Fourth Hokage. Sakumo's voice rose a few decibels. Whether you want it or not, what matters is that you have the capability. Kagami's cold gaze shattered Sakumo's last flicker of hope. From their perspective, this course was reasonable. They likely never imagined you would contemplate suicide. They only desired a tainted blade, not a potential jewel. In my view, after this ordeal, they will turn you from light to shadow, employing you for unsavory deeds. What would they want me for? Kagami pointed at himself and smiled. Isn't it obvious? They want you to deal with the Uchiha. We Uchiha are the greatest instability in their eyes. Kagami-kun, we are comrades from the same village. Why? There is no why. Wherever people gather, strife inevitably arises. Only by subduing their peers can one savor the thrill of superiority. This is the poison called power. Despite my age advantage, I see things less clearly than you. That's normal, you never received education. I spent a few years in the ninja academy myself. We are not speaking of the same thing. Kagami waved his hand impatiently. I've said too much today, this doesn't suit the aloof Uchiha persona. I won't pretend to counsel you. If you truly cannot bear it, suicide is indeed an escape. After all, Kakashi lost his mother long ago. Losing a father too doesn't matter. Though Kagami spoke at length, it was the last words that proved decisive. Could Kakashi, not yet a ninja, truly adapt to life without a father? Sakumo Hatake was a war orphan who never knew his parents. It was hard for him to imagine such loss. If Kakashi were already a ninja, he might comfort himself, believing Kakashi could endure. Hatake had not eaten for several days and struggled to move his body, then prostrated himself before the seated Kagami. What should I do? Please tell me. Hatake was like a blade. Left to his own thoughts, he easily reached dead ends. He preferred to find someone he trusted and act according to their instructions. A faint smile curved Kagami's lips. Simple. No matter what decision you make, even if it's wrong, you must persevere. Go and beat up everyone who says you are wrong. Tell them comrades are more important than missions. If they resist, beat them into submission, break their limbs if you must, and if you're really outraged, you can kill one or two. In any case, at most you will serve a few years in prison. Given your achievements, you will not be sentenced to death. I understand. Shikimaru Hatake pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Uchiha Kagami. Kagami-kun, it seems you have already chosen which side to stand on between the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. It is not that I choose a side. Rather, it is which side chooses me that will become the victor. How much longer will you tolerate a 7-year-old with 3 tomo like that? The Hokage's office. The 4 apex authorities of Konoha gathered, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside the Hokage's assistant Danzo Shimura, and 2 senior advisors, Hiromi Midaman and Koharu Udatain. That child is simply attending the ninja academy like any normal student. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke gravely. Danzo, I have told you, do not interfere with matters of the Ninja Academy. With a sinister smile, Danzo Shimura responded coldly. Have you forgotten what that implies? Have you forgotten those eyes? Koharu Uchiha murmured softly, turning his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The talent that Uchiha Kagami displays, once provoked, he may very well awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such power is far too uncontrollable. Hiruzen Sarutobi inhaled deeply, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression growing somber. I have a plan. What plan could you possibly have? You should follow my advice and hand him over to me for training. I am confident I can make him fully belong to our side. Sarutobi and Uchiha were visibly intrigued. Having lived through the era of Uchiha Madara, they were familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan and instinctively elevated its potential, imagining how wonderful it would be to have a controllable Mangekyo. A 7-year-old with 3 tomo, even more exaggerated than the recorded Uchiha Madara, if he cannot awaken the Mangekyo, even they would not believe it. Originally reluctant to speak, but seeing his old comrades harbor similar thoughts, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said, I have already summoned Jiraiya back. Kagami, I will arrange for him to study under Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Midman, and Uchiha exchanged glances and nodded. In their eyes, Jiraiya was the best candidate among the 4th Hokage's generation, and entrusting Kagami to him brought them peace of mind. But Danzo was unconvinced. That rogue who disregards village rules and runs about recklessly. How can we let him take charge of an Uchiha? Glancing at him, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied calmly. He taught Minato. Midman and Uchiha, who had been hesitating, were completely reassured by this. Minato Namikaze was, in their eyes, the perfect 5th Hokage candidate. That was because of Minato's own excellence, not just good teaching by his master. Danzo made a final, desperate plea. If all else fails, I will teach him personally. I have produced the 3 legendary Sannin. There should be no problem. You are raising a tiger that will bring disaster. That brat will undoubtedly cause great harm to the village. I can see the dense darkness he harbors. I will not regret this, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared resolutely. That child has done nothing wrong. I will definitely cultivate him into an outstanding ninja who cherishes his comrades. But do not think I am unaware of what you are doing. Stop your schemes regarding Shikamaru. An aging tiger still retains its might. Faced with Hiruzen Sarutobi's increasingly cold gaze, Danzo Shimura said nothing, but the door of the Hokage's office bore the brunt of his exit. Bang! Really? At his age, he still cannot learn to close the door gently. Nightfall. The Uchiha clan territory. Having just finished washing in a medicinal bath, Kagami's grandmother announced that there was a visitor. Kagami-kun, my apologies for the intrusion. Clan head, please come in. Uchiha Kagami's formal invitation was tinged with a lack of respect toward Fugaku, the cautious faction leader. The massacre was carried out by Obito and Itachi. The one who turned things into such a mess was Fugaku. Pressed by the circumstances, not a personal crime? That may be so, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, failing to change anything is itself a grave mistake. No, I have come to deliver an invitation. Fugaku's usually stern face bore a rare smile as he handed over an invitation. Tomorrow is my child's 7th day memorial celebration. I hope Kagami-kun can spare the time to attend. Uchiha Kagami took the invitation and looked up to ask, has the name been decided? Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, is a boy. Fugaku's face showed the proud smile of an elder father. Fortunately, Sasuke inherited his mother's beauty. Otherwise, like Itachi, he would look old beyond his years at a young age. Very well, I shall come. Watching Fugaku depart, Kagami's expression darkened. Itachi's birth marked the countdown to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. A little over a decade was all that remained. Lying in bed, having slept enough during the day, Uchiha Kagami's consciousness sank and entered the mental realm. Brat, the person you met today, what is his standing in this Konoha village? The voice of Sukuna echoed. In these past 2 years, the strongest he had seen naturally remained Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such a formidable figure is rare even in his millennium-long existence. Unfortunately, that fellow's vitality is waning. Otherwise, he would have liked to test himself against him. As for Hitaki Shikamaru, his strength may not surpass the old man from before. But even if he is as thin as skin stretched over bones, the sharpness of his blade-like skills caught Sukuna's attention. He greatly admires the strong, especially those with pure conviction. Considering Sukuna's question in terms of raw strength, Hitaki Shikamaru should be slightly stronger than the current 3 legendary Sannin, but not on par with the 3rd Hokage and others. Most importantly, there is Kushina Uzumaki, an exceptional wild card. The complete Ninetails surpasses the combined current forces, only countered by sealing techniques. To prevent Sukuna from becoming too arrogant, Uchiha Kagami included both past and future Konoha strongmen. After all, he asked about Konoha. There are over 20 at least. The old man he met previously politely called the village chief, but many are stronger than him. Interesting. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, Sukuna sneered. Brat, let me borrow your body for a while. Just 5 minutes of activity each day, and I will teach you how to wield my power. Uchiha Kagami drew a large mass of black energy from the gap in the seal and rubbed it into his mouth. He cast a disdainful glance at Sukuna. Do I really need you to teach me? After 2 more years of this, I could even pull your pants down. How did you steal it? Sukuna was baffled. He clearly felt no weakening of his own power. Indeed, in this mental realm, his cursed energy was still growing. In just a few years, it had accumulated more than hundreds of years in the jujitsu world. He had become stronger than at his original peak. Yet he still had no solution for this strange seal. Even a spatial slash could not cut through it. Swallowing the black energy, Uchiha Kagami had a premonition. Once he fully digested this latest gain, using release would become far easier. Provided his chakra was sufficient, it might even serve as a standard offensive technique, activating the Sharingan to assist his training. Over these 2 years, thanks to the medicinal baths, his physical development roughly matched that of a 13 or 14-year-old Uchiha. The Uchiha are naturally endowed with more chakra than ordinary ninjas, owing to their vast spiritual energy. However, the upper limit of chakra quantity is still determined by physical energy. Certain members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans possess chakra comparable to that of tailed beasts. Compared to these 2 clans, the Uchiha have always been relatively lacking. Even Uchiha Madara had to rely on a Ninetails power bank to battle Senju Hashirama for days on end. Thinking of this, he glanced disdainfully at Sukuna again. Tailed beasts are creations of the Sage of 6 Paths Yin-Yang release, each capable of serving as a power bank, though with varying limits. But Sukuna possesses only Yin attributes. Originally, Kagami's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical energy, so Yin release chakra was more than sufficient. Hey, brat, what kind of look is that? Uchiha Kagami curled his lips. Your power isn't much either. I was thinking of getting you a neighbor. Bastard. What do you mean? Swish. Uchiha Kagami's mastery over the seal increased significantly, at least enough to block out Sukuna's voice, sparing himself from hearing his wild howls. Extending his palm, a lustrous sapphire chakra sphere materialized, as Uchiha Kagami endeavored to infuse it with the elemental transformation of fire style. A flicker of flame just began to caress the chakra orb. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. As expected, the attempt failed. Kagami lacked Naruto's extraordinary nerve to train with countless shadow clones, so he could only persistently try again and again without weariness. When Wind Nature Chakra is incorporated into the Rasengan, it transforms into the Rasen Shuriken. Then what would it become if infused with fire nature? The Fugaku residence. At 7.5 years old, Uchiha Kagami stood approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, wearing a loose, dark navy long gown for the celebration. His facial features were sharply defined, and the corners of his mouth perpetually bore a faint, elusive smile. Shursui, already 2.5 years old, followed closely behind him, glancing around with wide, curious eyes. Brother, there are so many people here. What is this for? To celebrate the birth of a child, Kagami replied indifferently, his gaze distant as he watched Uchiha Makoto holding the infant. Kagami, you have arrived. An elderly Uchiha Kamihono approached. He cast a cold sneer toward the Fugaku family hosting the clan members. I heard someone calling that brat the young clan leader, huh? We Uchiha are not like the Hyuga, playing at hereditary succession. Even Lord Madara himself was only acknowledged as the young clan leader after demonstrating his innate talent. A child swaddled in a blanket. Does he deserve that title? Perhaps if he grows up normally, he might have the qualifications. Kagami responded calmly, I dislike Uchiha Itachi, but that does not negate his talent. I often think your eyes can see the future. Kamihono sighed, patting Kagami's shoulder with a smile. In a few years, perhaps you will be able to defeat Fugaku. When that time comes, I will initiate a clan duel. You will be the one fit to lead the Uchiha. Kagami shook his head. In another year or 2, the Third Shinobi World War will begin. Border skirmishes are already frequent. According to the original course, the Uchiha would only have a chance to reach the Kirigakure battlefield near the war's end. Moreover, the clan is not a monolith. The radicals hold the majority, but many still side with the village. Like Obito, who later joined Minato's team, just a representative example. Where did Danzo's Sharingan come from before the massacre night? Kamihono retorted. To put it darker, Kakashi's retention of the Sharingan was also a compromise the Uchiha clan made with the Fourth Hokage. For 1,000 years, the ironclad law of the Uchiha was that no outsider may covet the Sharingan. The entire clan would rally to hunt down any trespasser until death. Without Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha are but a bunch of weaklings bullied by others, no longer the dominant clan of the shinobi world. Fugaku probably does not possess the Mangekyo yet. He awakened it during the Third Shinobi World War. If he only has 3 tomo, I will challenge Uchiha Fugaku shortly. Kamihono's pupils contracted sharply. So sudden? This is hardly a big deal. Kagami's gaze swept over the crowd. Then he said, since everyone is here, let us have a fight first. I am not yet eager to become clan leader. Fugaku is a fence-sitter without the talent to steer the Uchiha, but as a transitional figure, he will suffice. Kagami planned to emerge as the Uchiha clan leader only when the Third Shinobi World War commenced, so the Third Hokage's faction would have little energy to target him. The 7-day celebration of the clan leader's child had drawn nearly all those qualified to attend the clan meeting, along with many ordinary Uchiha clan members. At the banquet, Uchiha Fugaku toasted Uchiha Kamihono's table. Elder Kamihono, thank you for your contributions to the clan. Lord Kagami and young Shursui, Itachi is your younger brother. Please look after him well. The eyes of the numerous clan members exchanged glances. The division within the Uchiha clan was already apparent. The village still maintained a policy of conciliation toward the Uchiha, and Fugaku leaned toward peaceful coexistence. Most Uchiha in the security forces were considered dovish. Only after the village's excessive oppression did the radicals surpass the dovish faction. At the village's founding, the Uchiha clan grew weary of war and even betrayed Uchiha Madara. Kagami set down his juice and slowly rose. Clan leader, on this auspicious day of passing the torch, I wish to seek your guidance in ninjutsu. Fugaku's smile remained unchanged. Of course, I will await you tomorrow at your usual training ground. Kagami's lips curled faintly, his smile barely perceptible. Should I make myself clearer? I intend to challenge you, Uchiha Fugaku. If he were merely an ordinary Uchiha youth, no one would take his words seriously. Like a certain Uchiha boy who constantly clamored to become Hokage, would the Third Hokage truly believe him? But Kagami was different. The Uchiha clan revered martial prowess. Awakening the Sharingan was a standard, and each additional tomo represented a rank. Any Uchiha with 3 tomo was universally acknowledged as possessing Jonin-level combat power. Kagami, this is hardly the place to say such things, an elder Uchiha interjected, trying to give Fugaku a graceful exit. Kagami looked at him coldly and said, since when has the Uchiha clan fought according to occasion? Has a long life of ease made you take after the Hyuga? If there were divisions in opinions about the Hokage within the Uchiha, then regarding the Hyuga, the clan competing for the title of foremost ocular jutsu family, all Uchiha held only disdain and contempt. Hyuga, what rank do you think you hold? To match my Sharingan? Yet, more painfully, the Uchiha lacked the Mangekyo and truly could not suppress the Hyuga. The Hyuga prided themselves on their noble, pure bloodline and looked down upon the boisterous Uchiha. The Uchiha, in turn, despised those effeminate, prattling folk. Kagami's words effectively silenced the would-be speaker. Fugaku's expression darkened slightly as he gestured to Mikoto not to worry. He fixed a solemn gaze on Kagami and said in a grave tone, you are not even a ninja yet. It is far too soon to speak of challenging me. Kagami turned and slowly walked toward the door. The sound of his wooden clogs echoed throughout the hall. Turning his head, his eyes revealed the 3-tomo Sharingan, and fierce chakra surged forth. Clan leader, I will await you for 1 minute. Such formidable ocular prowess was no ordinary 3-tomo. After all, it was Kagami. He would undoubtedly reach the realm of the Mangekyo. No one blamed Uchiha Kagami for disrupting the celebration. To them, a genius's actions were always reasonable and forgivable. Even the most rational Uchiha worshipped only strength. Before the clan leader's residence lay a vast open space. Gazing at Uchiha Kagami, Fugaku's face remained impassive. Not afraid to admit a weakness, if you truly wish to become clan leader, I am willing to train you for several years to better prepare you to assume the clan's power. You are still too young to handle the village's affairs. I know you have been influenced by Elder Kamihono. Some matters are not as simple as you think. You misunderstand, clan leader. Kagami shook his head. I merely want to test my own mettle. Moreover, he assumed a fighting stance, smiling faintly. Things are never as complicated as you imagine in this world. It has always been the strong who have the final say, hasn't it? Whoosh! An invisible, razor-sharp strike swept forward. Fugaku sidestepped, but a vast patch of trees behind him was cleaved, crashing down with a thunderous roar. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes. As a new father, I will consider this a training exercise for Itachi. The overwhelming ocular power spread instantly, exuding intense pressure. A year earlier, Fugaku had defeated Kamihono, becoming the strongest Uchiha. To become clan leader, his ninja body and Jinjutsu in all three directions had no weaknesses. Clang. With a refined steel kunai, he suppressed the sleeve of Shirayuki. Immense force reverberated. Kagami, you are a genius, but even geniuses need time to grow. Ding. The kunai shattered, revealing a smooth-cut surface. Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. He was well aware that Kagami Uchiha possessed a rare secret technique capable of unleashing invisible wind blades from his fingertips. Yet, he had not anticipated that Kagami could also channel this power through his weapons. Fortunately, endowed with the formidable insight granted by his Sharingan, Fugaku barely managed to evade a slicing strike that severed his kunai. Pressing his fingers against the bloodied skin on his neck, he thought, how ruthless. Showing no mercy to me, the clan head. Enough with the chatter, Kagami advanced, swinging his blade. Were it not for the consideration of Sasuke's birth, slipping a few strikes past Fugaku might have meant ending his life. Invisible slashes employed in stealth assassinations were truly terrifying. Fugaku began to take the battle seriously, gripping kunai in both hands. Their assaults parted just before contact, creating an uncanny sense of discord. Luckily, the onlookers were all Uchiha clan members. Many had already activated their Sharingan, continuously predicting their opponent's next move. Though ostensibly a contest of taijutsu, this was, in fact, a duel of ocular prowess between two genjutsu ninjas. With growing unease, Fugaku realized that, in terms of perception, his Sharingan was just a fraction inferior to Kagami's, a terrifying natural gift. Swordsmanship was no longer a contest between them. With this thought, Fugaku broke away from the fray, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Kagami swung his sword, cleaving the fireball. What approached was a barrage of dozens of fiercely propelled fireballs. The initial great fireball technique was merely a smokescreen. The subsequent Phoenix Flower Fire technique was the true offensive. Each flame was controlled by chakra, making evasion a formidable challenge. Amid the swirling flames, Kagami spotted chakra-controlled shuriken. Were those Itachi Uchiha's Phoenix Flower Crimson Claws? No, it was impossible to say the father resembled the son so closely. Fire release was the most potent offensive ninjutsu, and the best counter in conventional combat was water release. Unfamiliar with water release, Kagami swiftly formed hand seals, ending with the tiger seal. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A blazing dragon spewed from Kagami's mouth, crashing through the fireballs with undiminished momentum. This technique prioritized power and precision over range. The dragon soared high, its scorching radiance almost searing the eyes, and the intense heat wave made breathing difficult, as though immersed in a furnace. Wherever it passed, the air twisted and warped from the burning heat. It was well known that all Uchiha mastered fire release. Riding the momentum of the fire dragon, Kagami rapidly closed in on Fugaku, extending his palm flat, aiming at his face. Compared with the majestic fire dragon, it was this gesture that truly unsettled Fugaku. This youth wielded a secret technique of the highest order, comparable to a bloodline limit. Fugaku was fully aware of this. Release. SSSHH. The air shattered instantly, emitting a piercing whistle. Countless slashes rained down upon Fugaku. Boom! A shadow clone? Watching the dispersing smoke, Kagami was unsurprised. His Sharingan scanned left and right, then suddenly halted. Above, Kagami abruptly looked up to behold a sea of flames, a raging inferno sweeping across the sky like hellfire, as if intent on consuming the entire world in an endless blaze. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. The might of ninjutsu lay in its wielder. Fugaku's fire style paled in comparison to Madara Uchiha's. Yet this move left many clan members in awe. Kamihono furrowed his brows, gathering chakra at his feet, already prepared to aid Kagami. Brother! Shizumi's terrified shout broke through. Were it not for being restrained by a clansman, he would have charged into the fray. Facing the overwhelming inferno, Kagami's expression remained impassive. His body rose slowly, the ground beneath him layered away by invisible blades. Within the mental realm beyond the seal, Sukuna's four eyes fixed unblinkingly on the outside world. You're quite the brat. SSSSHH. 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 The grating sound of cutting grew louder, eventually drowning out the roar of the fire. Azure blades whirled around Kagami, spinning faster and faster like a tempest. Each sword gleamed with chilling light, crossing and slicing the air, their clangs composing a heart-stirring symphony. What ninjutsu is this? Such a terrifying sense of oppression. The inferno closed in, reflected in Kagami's smiling face. He extended two fingers forward, then flicked upward. I shall name this ninjutsu, thousand blades severing stream Kageyoshi. A boundless torrent of sapphire blades howled forth, annihilating and engulfing the inferno with overwhelming force. Devastating. Leaping high, Fugaku's eyes burned with disbelief. Witnessing Kagami's ferocity, he had unleashed his full power, yet this was how it was repelled. Facing the endless onslaught of blades, Fugaku gritted his teeth, forming seals. Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons roared forth, encircling him in a fiery sphere. Using offensive fire release for defense revealed his remarkable control over ninjutsu. The fire dragons were gradually extinguished, but the torrent of blades shattering the broken inferno was also depleted. As Fugaku relaxed momentarily, silver blue light flickered before his eyes. What was that? Kagami gripped a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, pressing it forcefully against Fugaku's chest. Rasengan. Boom! The intense impact resembled a cannonball firing, sending Fugaku hurtling downwards, a great cloud of dust billowing. Clan head. Fugaku. Captain. Numerous clan members hurried toward the dust-filled area. Some swiftly unleashed wind released to disperse the smoke. Within a spiraled crater, Fugaku stood, clothes tattered, knees braced as he struggled to remain upright. The power of the Rasengan lay not only in its tremendous impact but in its sustained destructive effect. Upon striking the target, it continuously injected energy, triggering a series of explosions and devastation, inflicting massive area damage. A gruesome spiral wound marred Fugaku's chest. Sensing within, his chakra was in disarray and difficult to mobilize. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze on the fallen Kagami. Strong technique, Kagami, you truly are a prodigy. Kagami's breathing was also labored. His chakra reserves had reached a critical limit. Both bearing 3 tomo, their Sharingan were not significantly advantageous. In direct confrontation, his chakra could not surpass Fugaku's. He could only rely on high-output bursts to swiftly determine the battle's outcome. Looking up, Kagami sneered coldly, as expected of you, that's your usual rhetoric. He knew well that his talent paled beside monsters like Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha, and lacked the 6 paths augmentations of Naruto and Sasuke. Sukuna within him would never become an ally. Everything he sought, he had to strive for alone. From the age of 2, through nearly 2,000 days and nights, he had never dared cease his training for even a moment, just to avoid confronting unspeakable truths and the bitterness of insufficient ability. Excessive chakra output caused his hands to tremble slightly. Clutching his sleeve of white snow tightly, Kagami slowly approached Fugaku. Fugaku adjusted his breathing. Though grievously wounded, he was still capable of fighting. Thud. Kamihono's towering figure stepped between them. Enough with the sparring. If this continues, one might die. Regardless of who falls, that is not what Kamihono wishes to see. At these words, Kagami lowered his sword. He was willing to grant Kamihono face. After all, he had gained much from this encounter. Fugaku, however, was less willing. After all this fighting, Kagami appeared unscathed, while he was battered and broken. Is it to end like this? What about the honor of the clan head? Kamihono's expression darkened, about to retort, when a pair of hands grasped his arms. Mikoto Uchiha's gentle face was filled with worry as she shook her head. With a resigned sigh, Fugaku also lowered his hand. Uchiha Kagami had no intention of vying for the clan headship at this moment. He spoke. Thank you, clan leader, for your guidance, and congratulations on the birth of your precious son. I shall take my leave now. Shursui departed. Staring blankly at Kagami's retreating figure, the remaining Uchiha felt no anger at the disruption of the celebration. Instead, a thought arose. Perhaps we have been mistaken. It is not only Lord Izuna. Perhaps he can even reach the legendary one. Enough! Kamika interrupted the conversation, commanding sternly, no one is to speak of today's events outside. The clan leader requires rest. Dismissed. The village's surveillance over the Uchiha had always been present, yet it had not reached the point of omniscience. Watching the direction in which Uchiha Kagami vanished, Kamika frowned deeply, lost in thought. He was unaware that the upcoming ninja world war was imminent, and he considered Kagami somewhat too radical. As the head of the radical faction, even he did not understand why Kagami chose this moment to demonstrate his power. The truth was simple, Kagami had not lied. He was merely testing his own strength. The brats from the Ninja Academy were unworthy opponents, and ordinary jonin presented no real challenge. Striking at the village's upper echelons was even less appropriate. After much consideration, only Fugaku seemed suitable. On the way back, Sukuna's voice echoed. The fusion of slashes and chakra, brat, your technique's power is far too weak. You speak nonsense. Didn't you hear your own muttering earlier? Kagami replied nonchalantly. Sukuna sneered coldly. I do not deny your talent. I merely think that compared to domain expansion, your technique lacks sufficient power. You seem to know me well, so you should understand the might of a domain. Brat, make a binding contract with me. I will not seize your body, I already possess a physical form. I can teach you domain techniques and the 10 Shadows Jutsu, just once a year, for 3 minutes of outside time. That's all I ask. It has been so long since I last savored the thrill of killing. You've always despised the Konoha leadership, haven't you? How about I help you eliminate them? If anyone could slay those from the Third Hokage's era, Kagami believed it was Sukuna. But the real fear was if he were to encounter Kushina Uzumaki. Apart from Hashirama Senju, every generation's strongest warrior in Konoha was a Ninetails Jinchuriki. As the Sukuna Jinchuriki, Kagami lacked the confidence to provoke that fiery redhead. Sealing techniques held such paramount importance in the ninja world that even Kagaya Otsutsuki was defeated by them. The demons of the land of spirits, rumored to be capable of destroying the ninja world, were sealed away by a mere girl. If Sukuna were unleashed and suddenly confronted by a sealing master who suppressed him like a malevolent deity, what then? Sukuna, I am not deceiving you. This world is perilous. Staying inside me is not a prison. It is protection. Who do you think you're talking to? I don't need protection. Damn it. Sukuna suddenly flared up. Speak any louder again, and it's a month in the black cell, Kagami said calmly. Sukuna quieted down. Without experiencing the outside world, he could endure the darkness. The next morning, watching his father prepare breakfast, Kakashi exhaled deeply. Father. Hatake Sakumo beckoned Kakashi to sit down and eat. The father and son sat in silence for a while before Sakumo spoke. Kakashi, I have decided to follow my own will. Perhaps, as they say, I will be a failure who breaks the ninja rules. The gaunt Hatake Sakumo smiled and continued. But I believe that one who does not cherish their comrades is less than a failure. Is that so? I will support you, father. Sakumo smiled with relief. His greatest fear was losing Kakashi's approval. Perhaps the Uchiha youth was right. He need not overthink. The only thing that mattered was Kakashi's feelings. Sakumo took out the White Fang dagger from behind and placed it on the table. Kakashi, you have grown up. I have decided to be honest with you about this matter. Kakashi felt an ominous premonition. I once considered ending my own life to atone, but I do not want someone else to have it too easy. As he spoke, the man known as the White Fang of Konoha cast a sharp gleam in his eyes. I am leaving the village. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, and he stood up excitedly. Father. I also, Sakumo raised his hand to silence him. His sturdy palm pressed gently on Kakashi's head as he smiled and said, Here, you also have comrades you cherish, do you not? Protect yourself, protect your comrades. I will always watch over you, always love you. No matter what choices you make in the future, I will support you. Farewell, Kakashi. Please take good care of yourself. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. Only Kakashi remained, expressionless and silent, 2 silent tears trailing down his cheeks. Outside Konoha, receiving the memory from the shadow clone, Hatake Sakumo halted his steps and sighed deeply. Turning to gaze back at the village he loved, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen ninjas wearing eerie masks appeared in an instant. Sakumo, leaving the village without cause. What are you planning? One demanded. Staring indifferently at the newcomers, Sakumo murmured softly, Root, huh. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he was somewhat familiar with this secretive force lurking in the shadows. Its leader was that very man. Casting one last glance at Konoha, Sakumo turned away without looking back. Tell Danzo that if he dares lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill him. Bastard! How dare you threaten Lord Danzo? Several root ninjas immediately charged, but before their bodies could land, a white line flashed through the air. Amid the sounds of heavy objects crashing down and blood spraying, bodies fell. An overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped the scene, causing these root ninjas, hardened through brutal training, to tremble uncontrollably, unable to even grip their weapons firmly. The man who towered above the 3 legendary ninja, the White Fang of Konoha, was a name that struck terror on the battlefield. How could such a man be touched by these shadowy root operatives? I am not threatening you. I am merely speaking honestly, came Sakumo's final words. Defection or exile, perhaps as a Ronin was the final destination for someone like him. News of Sakumo's departure was concealed. Officially, it was said he was on a secret mission. As the strongest force under the Hokage, the departure of the White Fang had a profound impact. At the Hokage's office, a fierce quarrel erupted over this matter. Label Sakumo as an S-rank rogue ninja, He holds too much intelligence. Deploy the entire ANBU to eliminate him. Danzo slammed the table and roared. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched him silently, his gaze growing colder. Not just the two of them, 2 senior advisors were also present. The 4 Hokage's phantom gods gathered. Konohamaru's voice was low. Danzo is right. Sakumo knows too much. If he falls into the hands of another village, it would be catastrophic. Mito Uzumaki said nothing, clearly expressing her stance. Suppressing his anger, Sarutobi cast a glance over the group, his voice hoarse. I trust Sakumo. He just needed to take a break. Hiruzen, Danzo said sharply.
Sarutobi met Danzo SK Skamli.
If Sakumo had truly defected, who would be chasing him? Me? Kushina? Or you, Danzo? Sarutobi was furious. The root cause was Danzo's leak of the top-secret mission. Such matters could have been handled quietly. The damage Sakumo caused the village could be remedied later. After this incident, Sakumo had effectively lost any chance of vying for the Hokage position. For Sarutobi, the true Hokage, when faced with the dilemma between mission and comrades, should be willing to sacrifice himself to ensure the village's interests remain unharmed. Whether it was the second Hokage or him, both possessed this resolve. Indeed, he wished for his own disciple to ascend as Hokage, yet he would never resort to framing Shikaku Nara for that purpose. He harbored resentment toward Danzo Shimura, and likewise toward Shikaku Nara. What's the big deal? A few words of criticism, nothing to warrant such a grave reaction as fleeing the village. This is the village you have lived in since birth. Your son still remains within its walls. Danzo Shimura was momentarily at a loss for words. They were all too familiar with the prowess of the White Fang of Konoha. If there existed a rank above Jonin called the Kage level, Shikaku Nara would undoubtedly be among that echelon of formidable warriors. Every Jonin was an elite of the village, yet in the face of that White Fang's blade, even they could be reduced to mere ordinary units. Before the emergence of the Yellow Flash, the White Fang of Konoha held the record for the most Jonin kills in the ninja world. Danzo did not consider himself inferior to Shikaku Nara. If it came to a contest, the odds would be roughly 6-4. I have a 60% chance of victory. Yet, there was no necessity for that. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The political landscape of the ninja world was ever-shifting. Should Minato make a misstep, it would fall upon him to restore order. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo declared in a grave tone, First, I must not show weakness. I shall delegate the espionage tasks among the villages. Who do you deem fit for this role? Once the handover is complete, I will personally hunt down Shikaku Nara. Now it was Hiruzen Sarutobi's turn to fall silent. The deeds of Danzo were no secret to him. These were classified matters even the other 2 advisors were not privy to. There was no one else who could serve as Danzo's indefatigable black hand. With a resigned sigh he said, Let it be for now. Kakashi remains within the village. Shikaku would not dare endanger it. Besides, this is not unprecedented. Jiraiya himself spent several years in the Land of Rain. At this moment Minato Namikaze spoke up. Jiraiya and Minato have returned. Minato has mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps they can pursue Shikaku Nara. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a displeased glance at him. I have already made my judgment on this matter, and you still talk about pursuit? Is your reflex arc faulty? They just encountered the tailed beast from Iwagakure. Let them rest for a while. Sarutobi exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Speaking of which, Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi can be entrusted to Jiraiya and the others for training, Minato added. At the mention of Uchiha, Danzo's crisis radar blared. No, Kakashi is one thing, but Uchiha Kagami is absolutely not someone Jiraiya can instruct. Perhaps considering that Danzo was shouldering the blame for him, Sarutobi's tone softened somewhat. Upon hearing the name, Danzo retorted, Is that all you hear? Just Uchiha? Kagami is the name of our comrade. Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Uchiha showed fleeting expressions of nostalgic reverie, but Danzo remained unmoved. Kagami was influenced by the second Hokage, and he is not a descendant of Kagami, merely an Uchiha who shares the name. Even in their generation, Danzo refrained from saying train and instead used influence. One could imagine the malevolent image Uchiha held in his mind. We must try. What if he, like Kagami, integrates into the village? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled kindly. All right, it's nearly mealtime. Since your families have prepared food, I won't detain you. With many people present, Danzo refrained from performing his signature act, casting a resentful glare at Sarutobi before turning away. If I were Hokage, if I were chosen as Hokage, the Uchiha would definitely be tamed. Why did the second Hokage not select me? I was only just a step behind. Danzo still agonized over his slightly delayed devotion. If time could be reversed, If he had covered the rear, perhaps the second might have survived. Konoha training grounds. Gazing at the ravaged earth, Jiraiya approached slowly. Controlling such a rapidly spinning chakra sphere is still too difficult. He leaned closer to Minato Namikaze in the pit. I once heard that extracting chakra according to the direction of hair whirls might be easier. If only this technique. Minato Namikaze, breathing heavily, smiled wryly. That's just a rumor, I suppose. Not necessarily. I refine chakra by spinning it clockwise. Let me see which way you spin. Sai, you have 2 whirls, one turning left, the other right. Never mind, take a break. Jiraiya pulled out a pair of popsicles from his bag and snapped one in half. Which side do you want? Either side is fine. Suddenly, Minato's eyes lit up, and his outstretched hand froze. Either side is fine. Ignoring the popsicle, he hastily rose and resumed chakra refinement. Regardless of direction, the process was identical. A faint blue radiance shimmered in the space between them. Jiraiya gazed at the chakra sphere that had stabilized in Minato's hands and could not help but marvel. You truly are a prodigy, Minato. Minato's face beamed with joy. The prototype has emerged. I shall name it the Light Will Popsicle-inspired Whirlwind Jiraiya Double Technique. Aside from his naming talent, Jiraiya shook his head and chuckled. Rest up for now. The Third Hokage has called me. He wants me to take on an Uchiha brat and Shikaku's son. I'll bring them to you later for an introduction. Uchiha. Huh? Minato dispersed the chakra sphere and smiled. That clan is rather reserved. My previous Uchiha comrades were all poor at expressing their emotions. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Kagami were summoned early to the Hokage's office. Apart from the few days at the start of the term, this was Kagami South's first close encounter with the Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a notorious chain smoker, and even in the presence of 2 children, he kept a pipe between his lips, exhaling tendrils of purple smoke. This increasingly stooped elder was difficult to equate with the highest authority of the Land of Fire. Indeed, he was the highest authority. Since the inception of the ninja village system, the decisions to wage or cease war resided with the Kage of each village. When the second Hokage went to Kumogakure to sign a peace treaty, was the daimyo summoned? When the third Hokage mobilized his subordinates, did he require the daimyo's consent? Compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary people, the mere hundreds of thousands of shinobi were too few. Thus, a role like the daimyo was necessary to lead the common folk. The daimyo of the Land of Fire held nominal appointment power, yet every generation of Hokage was chosen by Konoha itself. Even the enigmatic 5.5 Hokage, Danzo Shimura, could silence a daimyo with a mere glance. But what use was daimyo certification? If the village's Jonin Trust vote failed, no one would regard Danzo as having ever truly been Hokage. Only those carved into the Hokage rock were considered legitimate. In subsequent conflicts such as the Third and Fourth Great Ninja Wars, it was the Kage of the villages who decided to commence battle, while the daimyo merely observed from the sidelines. Even Sunagakure, most affected economically, later allied with Orochimaru in an attempt to destabilize Konoha, aiming to flex the muscles of the Wind Country daimyo. The outcome, however, was somewhat farcical. Returning to the present, Uchiha Kagami nodded. I have heard of Lord Jiraiya, a powerful shinobi renowned among the legendary Sannin. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled kindly. Your abilities are outstanding. I wish you to graduate early and train under Jiraiya. Should you perform well, perhaps you may become his disciple. The youngest Jonin now, Minato Namikaze, is already his pupil. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Kagami's thoughts swirled. The third Hokage's tacit handling of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was, from his perspective, no good. Yet before those events, it was evident Sarutobi sought reconciliation with the Uchiha. The subsequent elevation of Minato, who was close to the Uchiha, might also reflect this intent. What manner of man was Minato Namikaze? A charismatic figure in the ninja world, and possessing the blonde-haired attribute. The Uchiha clan's thousand-year-old ironclad law forbidding the dissemination of the Sharingan was overlooked for Minato's sake. After all, he had not yet ascended to Hokage at that time. Joining Jiraiya's faction was, in truth, a signal released by the third Hokage. The positions of the Hokage in the various ninja villages have traditionally been passed down within the bonds of master and disciple, or father and son. The third Hokage wished to convey to the Uchiha clan that they had a chance, that they, too, were an integral part of the village. Originally, he favored a certain Uchiha boy named Obito, who possessed a kindness unlike that typically seen in the Uchiha. But now, both Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi were grappling with severe psychological issues. One was reclusive in nature, the other deeply despondent over his father's abandonment, and both required a little sunshine to brighten their spirits. Several members of the Uchiha clan, after interacting with Minato Namikaze, had all become more cheerful. Hiruzen Sarutobi had developed a special strategy against gloomy characters, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi had yet to emerge from the profound sorrow caused by his father's departure, and upon hearing Sarutobi's words, he nodded indifferently. Were it not for Uchiha Kagami lingering at the Ninja Academy, he would have graduated long ago. Uchiha Kagami had no reason to refuse. Not to mention, Jiraiya's teaching prowess was undoubtedly commendable. Nagato, Minato, Naruto Uzumaki, his disciples were all at least of Hokage caliber, and even Yahiko was capable of assuming the Deva path. Being Jiraiya's apprentice was no small matter. I want to defeat your teacher, but that doesn't affect my desire to become your disciple. Besides, regicide is a tradition within Konoha, isn't it? Bang! Yo, you two must be Kakashi and Kagami, right? A tall man with white hair half-crouched on the windowsill of the Hokage's office. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and beneath his eyes, striking red markings stood out vividly. Fool, can't you use the front door? Sarutobi shouted angrily at the precarious window. With a thud, Jiraiya landed and patted Sarutobi's shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "We're both getting old. Don't get too worked up. It's bad for your health." "Humph, you know I'm old. So hurry up and take over the mantle." Sarutobi's ideal candidate for Hokage was Jiraiya himself. Deeply devoted to the village, protective of comrades, immensely powerful, a lover of peace, and sharing similar hobbies. Ha ha ha. Spare me. I couldn't possibly sit in your seat. Jiraiya chuckled, then turned his gaze toward the two youths. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiraiya. That's simple. Uchiha Kagami was already prepared to spout some Toad Sage lines. Itachi Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami, an even simpler introduction.
Kagami-kun.
Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully and smiled. The old man once spoke of a companion with the same name. That was my grandfather, Uchiha Kagami stated plainly. Unlike other time travelers, he fully embraced his identity. His grandmother was family, Shursui was family, and most of his clan were family. The human heart is made of flesh, and those who treated him well were remembered by Uchiha Kagami. Is that so? Then I suppose you can call me Uncle. Kakashi. Too, Shomo used to take good care of me. Saying this, Jiraiya embraced the two of them, his prickly white hair scratching their youthful faces. Uchiha Kagami nearly reacted instinctively with a blade. After struggling for a moment and realizing he couldn't break free without using real strength, he gave up. With the same deadpan eyes as Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami said impatiently, Lord Jiraiya, you smell overwhelmingly of women's perfume. Ha ha ha, you've mistaken the scent, that's food. You'll come to appreciate it someday. Jiraiya awkwardly released them and exchanged a glance with Sarutobi. The two old lechers silently averted their eyes. He leaped onto the windowsill and beckoned to them. Come on, boys. I don't just accept anyone. First, catch me. Consider it your initial test. Kakashi glanced back at Uchiha Kagami. Why are you looking at me? Do you know me well? Watching the little white-haired boy chase after the big white-haired man, Uchiha Kagami shook his head helplessly. This Jiraiya was far too socially bold. As someone socially anxious, he found it a bit overwhelming. Sarutobi, with a smile in his eyes, said to him, if you don't move soon, Kakashi will beat you. You know how to provoke an Uchiha? Kagami scoffed. I'll give him 3 minutes, and he'll still be eating my dust. Haha, Kagami-kun is confident. Jiraiya jumped onto the windowsill, looking back at Sarutobi. From those eyes, Uchiha Kagami saw no trace of malice. What a complicated man. Well, people are complicated by nature. Uchiha Kagami gathered chakra beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. Before long, he caught up to Kakashi, barely bothering to utter a harsh word, leaving only his back to Kakashi. The bastard dares to ignore me. Kakashi gritted his teeth and accelerated, but the distance only widened. Gradually, Uchiha Kagami sensed something amiss. Ahead, Jiraiya suddenly surged forward, vanishing from sight at a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary jonin, as if some urgent matter had arisen. Uchiha Kagami's mind stirred, and crimson glowed in his eyes. He saw it. He sensed it. That overwhelmingly violent chakra. The Ninetails. The raging chakra waves swept through the entire forest, terrifying black and red strands connecting heaven and earth, symbols of destruction and ill omen. The strongest tailed beast, the Ninetails, facing such a fearsome entity directly, one truly understood what a cataclysmic monster it was. The scorching chakra burned like flames, distorting the air, and invisible forces shattered mountains and great forests. What is that? Sukuna's voice was heavy, yet faintly tinged with excitement. What an interesting world. The monstrous power of this creature makes my heart race. I wanna slash it open. Kid, let me out. Amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Sukuna's four-armed, two-faced demonic form roared wildly. Let me kill it. I clearly sense it. My destiny in this world is to shatter and devour this monster. Uchiha Kagami halted at the edge of the frenzied chakra aura, while the belated Kakashi looked on in horror. Stray dogs don't need destiny. Stay quiet. Uchiha Kagami sealed off Sukuna's perception of the outside world. He was well aware of the Ninetails' abilities. Malicious perception. No one's malice surpassed Sukuna's, and if the Ninetails detected his presence, it would spell disaster. The leaking Ninetails chakra had already begun to corrode Kushina Uzumaki's skin, forming 3 massive chakra tails. At this moment, Minato Namikaze pressed his palm to her abdomen, performing a sealing technique. Uchiha Kagami focused intently, watching the scene as the tomo in his eyes relentlessly rotated. Each sealing technique was notoriously difficult to master. Few ninja could simultaneously cultivate ninjutsu and sealing arts. Even Kakashi, a skilled shinobi, surprised Orochimaru when he learned sealing techniques. Uchiha Kagami also practiced sealing, specifically, the transcription seals related to ocular power. He silently implanted his ocular power in batches within Obito's body, awaiting the right moment. With his insight, he could tell that Minato's sealing technique was highly advanced. Unlike the 8-trigram seal he remembered, this seemed incomplete, perhaps the 4-symbol seal? The tense standoff persisted for a moment. Jiraiya was not one to act rashly, wary that forceful intervention might have adverse effects. Noticing Uchiha Kagami's gaze, he hurried over and asked, Kagami, how is the situation? On the battlefield, every ocular ninja was an exceptional intelligence gatherer. The damage caused by the Ninetails' unsealing was akin to a large-scale war for Konoha. That man is trying to seal that ferocious chakra. Uchiha Kagami feigned ignorance of the entity's name and continued. The red-haired woman also has sealing energy within her, assisting in restraining it. The situation has temporarily stabilized. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could only watch anxiously. He knew that at such a critical moment, he must not interfere with Minato and Kushina. Suddenly, the situation changed abruptly. The berserk crimson chakra swept like a hurricane, blowing even the 3 of them away. Kushina's entire body was completely enveloped by chakra. 6 tails. Hiss! A hand cloaked in black and crimson chakra pierced through Minato Namikaze's abdomen. Minato! Run! Kushina, overwhelmed by the Ninetails chakra, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Leave this place. Don't worry about me. Minato Namikaze steadfastly maintained the sealing technique, his gaze unwavering. I will not leave. Absolutely not. Cannot bear to lose you. I will never hand you over. Ninetails! Within the mental space, the chains of the diamond lock suddenly tightened with immense force, binding the Ninetails firmly. Minato Namikaze's figure appeared there, raising a sphere of chakra high, fearlessly confronting the Ninetails' tailed beast ball. Suddenly, a faint sound of dripping water echoed. A small figure intruded upon the battlefield. Both Minato Namikaze and the Ninetails were momentarily drawn to those eyes. It was the Sharingan. The Ninetails instantly erupted in fury, exerting all its chakra, determined to annihilate everything before it. Upon witnessing the Ninetails for the first time, Kagami Uchiha finally grasped the disparity between depiction and reality. There were many accounts of the Ninetails, each personal. The first Hokage described the Ninetails' power as overwhelmingly immense. Mito and Kushina said the Ninetails possessed the power to suppress the world, symbolizing destruction and ill omen. Due to Madara Uchiha's evaluation, the Ninetails' reputation was reduced to that of a mere servant of ocular power, greatly diminishing its prestige. Yet even Hashirama, the god of shinobi, could only restrain the Ninetails for an extended period by relying on his wife's sealing techniques. The chakra it wielded alone exceeded the combined total of the other 8-tailed beasts. Ordinary sealing techniques were utterly ineffective against it. The entire Hidden Leaf village had to establish a barrier to assist Kushina in suppressing this calamity. As for the claim that the Mangekyo Sharingan could control the Ninetails, Kagami Uchiha made his own judgment in that moment. Impossible. No ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan could manipulate the Ninetails. Sasuke was exceptional, being the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Sun, as was Madara. Their ocular prowess far surpassed that of ordinary Uchiha. Fortunately, I too belong to a special branch of the Uchiha. Kagami Uchiha was no one's reincarnation, or rather, he was the reincarnation of himself, and with the continuous exploitation of Sukuna, he possessed an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. The mental space was essentially his home turf. The surging ocular power suffused the entire mental space as Kagami Uchiha shouted loudly, I am Kagami Uchiha, here to assist you in suppressing this beast. Beast. Uchiha. Eawaya. The chains trembled wildly. Kushina sensed this was the most intense resistance the Ninetails had ever displayed. Without hesitation, Minato and Kushina exerted their utmost strength, desperately countering the tailed beast ball's assault. The two chakra spheres collided without exploding, instead entering a stalemate akin to a draw. Kagami Uchiha deliberately provoked the Ninetails, silently gathering some of its chakra and channeling it into his own mental space. According to the original course of events, Minato Namikaze would have succeeded in sealing the Ninetails this time. However, with an anomaly like himself involved, the outcome was uncertain. Just as the two were about to falter, Kagami Uchiha decided to take action. For now, it was better to keep the Ninetails sealed within Kushina's body. Even if he wished to seize the Ninetails, he would have to wait until he had grown stronger. His scarlet ocular power converged upon the Ninetails' pupils. That sensation. The Ninetails recalled once again the terrifying experience that man had inflicted upon it. The feeling of being a puppet on strings was one no living being wished to endure. Under multiple assaults, it had little energy left to resist Kagami Uchiha's ocular power. Before losing consciousness, it looked toward Kagami Uchiha's direction. Those cold and merciless eyes. That contemptuous gaze, as if regarding livestock. Madara! Bastard! You actually reincarnated! The Ninetails roared. And you reincarnated within the Uchiha clan. Damn you! Boom! Momentarily stunned, the Ninetails was struck down by Minato Namikaze's Rasengan, and the layers of chains swiftly bound its limbs. Return to calm. Hidden Leaf Hospital. Is this the new disciple you've taken in? Tsunade, broad-minded, crossed her arms as she looked at Kagami Uchiha sitting by the window, posing the question to Jiraiya. Kagami Uchiha had been wearing clothing adorned with the clan emblem, so no introduction was necessary. Tsunade also knew he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Frankly, influenced by the second Hokage, she was not particularly fond of the Uchiha. Having just completed Minato Namikaze's surgery, and seeing her beloved disciple's condition stabilize, Jiraiya finally had the leisure to pay attention to other matters. By the window, Kakashi and Kagami Uchiha were peeling oranges. Kakashi meticulously removed the peel, while Kagami split the orange in half and ate one half with peel and all. The orange peels here contained little pesticide, and eating them with the peel was more nutritious, though the flavor was slightly unusual. Kagami did not mind. Haha, not decided yet, but thanks to you this time, thank you.
Kagami-kun.
Jiraiya said. Kagami Uchiha nodded in response. I just felt I could be of help and acted rashly. I apologize. Kushina, who had been guarding Minato's bedside, shook her head upon hearing this. The Ninetails almost broke free this time. Thanks to your help. When Minato wakes, we will properly thank you. Ha ha ha. That sounds like a married couple, Jiraiya teased. Noticing Kushina's faint blush, Jiraiya quickly shut up. If Kushina were to act embarrassed, he couldn't handle it. You unlocked the 3 tomo at such a young age. You're really impressive. Kid Tsunade gazed at Kagami Uchiha with an inscrutable look. Kagami Uchiha naturally nodded. Indeed, I am quite remarkable. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, discerning something. Kid, have you ever taken a life? Having endured many battles, she could detect whether a person had killed before by subtle changes in their demeanor. Kagami Uchiha was slightly taken aback but did not deny it. Last year, the clan elders took me to kill a band of mountain bandits. To ordinary people, these bandits were ruthless villains, but to new ninja, they were training fodder. Hidden Leaf deliberately preserved some small bandit groups to provide ninja with practice, so they would not be clueless about killing on the battlefield. To adapt to this process early, Kagami Uchiha had actually accompanied Kamihono at the age of 5. Tsunade's expression grew even more disdainful. To start killing at such a young age, Uchiha. Most importantly, Kushina had mentioned the Ninetails' final roar, and that name seemed somewhat familiar. She inquired of her clan sister Tsunade. Madara. That name was a nightmare not only for Tsunade but for the entire Hidden Leaf. Did the Ninetails think this kid resembled Madara? In terms of talent, this child was even more terrifying than the Madara Uchiha described by the second Hokage. At 7 years old, with the 3 tomo activated, nearly everyone who knew believed Kagami Uchiha could reach the Mangekyo Sharingan level. The 3 tomo corresponded to the rank of Hidden Leaf Jonin. The significance of the Mangekyo was self-evident. Moreover, this kid's spiritual energy was incredibly potent, already capable of influencing the Ninetails. Kagami Uchiha understood what she was thinking and did not regret revealing his ocular power. Hidden Leaf did not have the resolve to sever ties with the Uchiha. If they dared to act against him at this critical juncture, regardless of the cause of his death, the enraged Uchiha clan would hold the Hidden Leaf leadership responsible. Especially since he had demonstrated his combat prowess by suppressing Uchiha Fugaku in front of many clan members. He now represented the future of the Uchiha. Of course, there were still risks, but if one were to be restrained by every risk, he would no longer be an Uchiha. Though not as reckless as Sasuke Uchiha, expecting Kagami Uchiha to be low-key was unrealistic. Tsunade asked again, "Kid, does taking life bring you pleasure?" She intended to use this question to probe the true nature of Kagami Uchiha. Kagami frowned, gazing at her intently. "I will become a shinobi. Whether they are mountain bandits or enemy ninjas, they are merely adversaries that must be eliminated. Slaying enemies is a natural matter. I fail to comprehend why Lady Tsunade would pose such a question." Tsunade's brows furrowed even deeper. "You brat possess no reverence for life," she scoffed. Kagami tilted his head slightly, his eyes cooling as he looked at Tsunade, the facade of feigned respect vanishing. "From what standpoint do you judge me? I see no reason to hold reverence for the lives of my enemies, nor do I believe you have the right to evaluate me." Boom! The floor of the infirmary trembled as Tsunade unleashed a formidable surge of chakra around her. Clenching her fists tightly, she glared at Kagami, enunciating each word with precision. "What did you say?" The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in Kagami's eyes as he placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword at his waist. He was well aware that Tsunade now bore a fatal flaw, making it comparatively simple to deal with her. "Enough! Can you not discern the situation?" Jiraiya's face, rarely so solemn, commanded in a low tone. "Tsunade, you must leave first." Tsunade cast a glance at Kagami, withdrawing her chakra. She exchanged a look with Kushina, and together they exited the room. With a long sigh, Jiraiya's expression softened once more into a smile as he approached Kagami. He crouched down to meet his gaze. Speaking calmly, "You are no longer a child. It is all right to tell you certain things. Tsunade's grandfather passed away prematurely because of your Uchiha clan's ancestors. Her grandfather was the first Hokage. So," Kagami remarked indifferently, "prejudice in people's hearts is like a towering mountain." Jiraiya mused over those words before smiling. "Fine phrase indeed. May I include it in my novel?" "Yes, you should understand that many in the village harbor grudges and biases against your clan." Jiraiya placed a hand on Kagami's shoulder. "I am aware of the rift between the village and the Uchiha. This requires not only the efforts of the Uchiha but also change from the village itself. Therefore, would you be willing to become my disciple, Kagami?" His gaze was fervent and sincere. If the one who took him in was the third Hokage, perhaps he could truly stand with the village. Yet Kagami understood all too well that the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha was irreconcilable, because of Madara Uchiha, because of the second Hokage, reaching all the way back to Indra and Azura, and even to Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths. If hatred were so easily resolved, the world would not be plagued by endless strife. This battle would inevitably end with one side's complete defeat. Nevertheless, a genuine, childlike smile adorned Kagami's pale face. "Of course I am willing, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the pensive Kakashi. "That white hair makes me want to ruffle it every time." Feeling the weight upon his head, Kakashi looked up to meet Jiraiya's eyes. "As for you, Kakashi-kun, you still have your next evaluation to undergo." "I understand, Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi felt no disappointment, his mind still turning over Kagami's earlier words. Prejudice in people's hearts. He had witnessed firsthand the pressure his father endured recently, and the Uchiha had long suffered such bias. Even he himself considered all Uchiha difficult to get along with, save for that fool Obito. Was this not a form of bullying? He believed this to be Kagami's complaint. In truth, Kagami's genuine thoughts were, "If you think the Uchiha will bring calamity upon Konoha, then so be it. Let your wish come true." At that moment, Minato Namikaze on the hospital bed uttered a faint sound, as if about to awaken. Jiraiya hurriedly left the room to summon Kushina, who was waiting outside. With Tsunade absent and sensing his own earlier overreaction, he felt uneasy remaining there. Observing the two embracing on the bed, Jiraiya and the others tactfully withdrew from the infirmary. Walking down the hospital corridor, Kakashi could not help but quietly ask Kagami, "What exactly is that creature?" Kagami shook his head. "I do not know, you should ask Jiraiya-sensei." Hearing their conversation, Jiraiya led them to a secluded spot before beginning to explain. Throughout the long history of relentless wars in the shinobi world, there exists a dreadful force deeply etched into people's memories alongside calamity, a monstrous force of nature known as the tailed beasts. The first Hokage, recognizing the immense power of the tailed beasts and their potential as a deterrent to war, captured them and distributed them among the various villages. This is not something to be told to ordinary children, but neither Kagami nor Kakashi were ordinary. Jiraiya understood Kakashi well. Although the boy was unlike Minato or Kagami, he possessed exceptional talent. After a brief test, Jiraiya intended to accept him. The strongest among the tailed beasts is the Ninetails, which is the one we have here. Those who have the tailed beast sealed within them are called Jinchuriki. His expression turned grave as he continued. Remember, under no circumstances are you to speak of the Ninetails or the identity of the Jinchuriki to anyone. It is a top secret of the village. Were it not for the fact that you two are to become my disciples, the Umbu would already have erased your memories. Watching the sun dip below the horizon, Jiraiya said, "All right, it's getting late. You should both return home and rest. Meet at training ground number 4 at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Dismissed. With Minato safe, Jiraiya was eager to begin his research. The two walked a considerable distance from the hospital. Kagami turned to look at Kakashi trailing behind him. "Why are you following me? Your home is on the other side." Kakashi snapped back to reality, realizing this was not the way home. But he hesitated. There's no one at home anymore. Kagami had once been without family himself and could somewhat understand Kakashi's current state. After all, he was only 7 or 8 years old. Although Shikakunara had not taken his own life, Kakashi had become a child left behind. "Come back to my place for a meal. But remember just this once. Kagami, thank you. Thank you for saving my father." After a moment of silence, Kagami replied indifferently, "It's none of my concern, and you need not feel indebted to me. Let me be clear. If my actions benefit you, you need not be grateful. If they cause you pain, you are free to resent me. Kakashi, your feelings matter not to me. Then why did you invite me to your home for dinner?" Kakashi began to grasp how to interact with a typical Uchiha. Don't listen to what an Uchiha says. Watch what he does. Faced with the terrifying tailed beast, Kagami had unhesitatingly acted to protect his comrades in the village. Kagami's home was situated on the outskirts of the clan's territory, occupying a considerable expanse. The estate was well equipped with all manner of facilities, marking his family among the wealthier in the Uchiha clan. His grandfather's pension was substantial, and the clan provided subsidies. At least Kagami's family never had to worry about money. Once Kagami became a shinobi, a portion of his mission earnings would be handed over to the clan for redistribution to families unable to support themselves. Unlike the Hyuga, who divided their members into masters and slaves, the Uchiha clan did not grant the clan head the power of life and death over ordinary members. Kagami had pondered why Itachi could commit such acts, ultimately reaching a reasonable hypothesis. Itachi had never truly interacted with ordinary Uchiha clan members. Itachi had been a prodigy since infancy, witnessing battlefields at 4, contemplating the village and clan's fate from age 7. This was a failure of Fugaku's educational approach. Treating a prodigy in such a manner led him to overthink and fall into a path of self-destruction. Because even prodigies cannot change the world or human hearts. Great wisdom often brings great suffering. Those who consider themselves supremely intelligent often end up battered and broken, meeting tragic ends. So, is it truly effective to educate Itachi Uchiha in a normal way? He might change him, but Uchiha Kagami has neither the time nor the energy to modify him. Uchiha Itachi does not love the Uchiha clan. He loves only Uchiha Sasuke. Rather than altering him, it would be less troublesome to simply destroy him. Has Shisui begun refining his chakra already? Kakashi inquired upon seeing the young Shisui sitting properly cross-legged in the courtyard. He is no longer a 1-year-old child. He should start learning. Saying this, Uchiha Kagami noticed his grandmother cleaning vegetables and quickly slipped off his shoes to run over. "Grandma, I told you I would come back to cook. You need to rest properly." Grandma was once a ninja in her youth but retired due to severe injuries. Although she is not very old now, some lingering internal injuries have caused numerous health issues. It is not only her body. The loss of her husband dealt her a heavy blow. These wounds cannot be healed by time. They only worsen. Grandma looked kindly at the busy Uchiha Kagami, then turned to see Kakashi. "I remember you're Mr. Shikamaru's child, right? This is the first time Kagami has brought a friend home." Kakashi nodded somewhat awkwardly, exchanged polite greetings, and sought something to do. Noticing the river fish in the vegetable basket, he took it out and began skillfully preparing it. "When my father is not around, I cook for myself. I didn't ask you." Uchiha Kagami busied himself with the ingredients, each taking a stove to start cooking. Kakashi, usually a man of few words, found himself speaking up in the presence of the even more taciturn Uchiha Kagami. Is the Uchiha from the Tobi family nearby? Obviously, he shares the Uchiha name. Uchiha Kagami stir-fried the greens. 300 meters to the left when you go out. That's his home. You seem to dislike Tobi quite a bit. It's not just a feeling. Is it because he, as a deadbeat, tarnished the honor of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a moment. Only the crackling sound of Kakashi frying fish filled the air. Sort of, "Your fish is overcooked." Not at all. This is Kakashi-style dry-fried river fish. Your greens are far too soggy. Grandma's teeth aren't good. She loves eating greens. Kagami, you are such a warm-hearted person. The confusion in Kakashi's eyes gradually faded as he sensed a smile beneath the mask. Casting a cold glance at him, Uchiha Kagami warned, "My orientation is perfectly normal. Don't try any of that with me. It's disgusting." The 44th year of Konoha. After the Second Great Ninja War and years of recovery, the border experienced minor but persistent skirmishes. This time, however, was different. A large number of shinobi from Mangekyo exited their village and invaded Konoha's border, causing significant casualties among civilians and ninja alike. At Konoha's border, a man dressed as a ronin walked through the forest. His striking silver hair identified him as Konoha's White Fang, Itachi Shikamaru. Although he had left Konoha, the frequent chaos at the border compelled him to quietly aid Konoha's ninja. Those he saved tacitly agreed not to report his existence to their superiors. In truth, Orochimaru, the current border commander, had long been aware of Shikamaru's presence, and the two maintained an unspoken understanding. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of air splitting rang out. Itachi Shikamaru halted, dodging an unknown attack. His gaze landed on several senbon needles embedded in the trees, emitting a faint corrosive smoke. Poisoned senbon. Could this be the puppeteer from Mangekyo? Senbon are needle-shaped weapons. If poisoned, a ninja risks poisoning themselves. Therefore, venomous senbon are generally only mounted on Mangekyo's puppets. Shikamaru placed his hand on his dagger, swiftly scanning for suitable hiding spots. As footsteps approached, a red-haired youth appeared before him. White Fang, I have finally found you. The youth's expression was impassive, his tone devoid of emotion, like a mere puppet. The Red Sand Scorpion, the genius puppeteer of Mangekyo. Shikamaru frowned slightly. He knew this boy, hailed as the most talented puppeteer in Mangekyo's history, the grandson of Mangekyo's advisor Chio. Most importantly, his parents had died by Shikamaru's own hand. You've come for revenge, haven't you? Scorpion nodded, then shook his head. I only wish to transform you into eternal art. I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Letting you live is the greatest mercy I can grant. Shikamaru's tone was grave. If he were still a Konoha shinobi, a prodigy like the Red Sand Scorpion would be executed on sight, preferably captured alive and brought back. Shikamaru would never simply await his own execution if someone sought revenge. His willingness to spare Scorpion was perhaps a pity for his loss of parents. Konoha's White Fang truly is arrogant. Scorpion extended both hands, shattering the ground. A massive pit appeared as dozens of puppets burst forth at high speed. The sky was filled with poisonous senbon like a torrential downpour. To control so many puppets, you have surpassed your parents. A flash of silver light appeared. The blade swept through, severing all chakra strings. With a clinking sound, all the senbon were shattered and split. Shikamaru's eyes grew cold, his blade aimed at the Red Sand Scorpion. If Chio had been more responsible, she would have told you. A puppeteer cannot defeat me. Shikamaru lacked wide-range ninjutsu and did not possess the chakra reserves of other prodigies. However, as long as his opponent was human, Shikamaru had a way to slay him, especially a puppeteer with a fragile body, who was utterly vulnerable to him. Dozens of puppets destroyed, the Red Sand Scorpion was not surprised. The renowned Konoha White Fang's strength made this inevitable. Granny Chio told me so. Therefore, I am no longer a mere puppeteer. The Red Sand Scorpion's outer garment was torn open by a hooked scythe, revealing a puppet body beneath, its abdominal chains writhing like serpents. Shikamaru's pupils contracted. His voice was low, truly mad. No matter how many times it shatters, it can be repaired, unbound by lifespan. This immortal art. Beautiful, I senti it. You have fallen into darkness. Shikamaru was about to raise his blade when he noticed an unusual lag in the usually nimble dagger. Could this feeling be? That momentary distraction allowed an iron spear to slice his arm. Boom! A massive cylindrical metal pillar fell from above, raising a cloud of smoke. Shikamaru saw clearly the figure standing atop the metal pillar. No, it should be called a human puppet. The Third Hokage. Why was the Third Hokage here? Why had he been turned into a puppet? Konoha's White Fang, to kill you, I assassinated the Third Hokage. A hint of madness flickered across the Red Sand Scorpion's handsome face. Come. Let us become immortal together. Magnet release. Iron Sand World technique. Black iron spread like tendrils, enveloping the entire sky. A cold sweat slid down Shikamaru's forehead. This is truly troublesome. Konoha Border Command, within Orochimaru's temporary headquarters. Jiraiya remarked, so you've come. Quite the reinforcements. Black hair, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin. Orochimaru had not yet fallen into darkness, though his aura was somewhat cold. Minato Namikaze scratched the back of his head, smiling. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Other border areas are tense as well. The teacher could only send us. Orochimaru shook his head. Minato, I am not speaking ironically. The three of you truly are strong reinforcements. The youngest Jonin, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, you. His gaze shifted to the two following Minato, smiling. The Uchiha clan's most gifted youth, promoted to Chunin on the very day he became a ninja, and the son of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi, who, alongside Kagami, is known as one of Konoha's twin stars. Such enviable talent. Another year had passed since the medicinal baths, and Kagami Uchiha's height was nearing 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Having shed his youthful innocence, he could easily be mistaken for a boy of 14 or 15. Kakashi, who was also 8 years old, was still shorter by a head and had yet to fully grow. The notion of twin stars felt far too cliched. Kagami Uchiha remarked with a faint smile, Do you honestly think Kakashi is even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? Yes. Of course I cannot compare to Lord Kagami. I'll make sure to beat up anyone who says otherwise when I get back. Kakashi replied, dragging his deadpan gaze. Kagami found it puzzling. During their years at the Ninja Academy, a few teasing words would always set Kakashi off. When did he start speaking with such sarcasm? Minato Namikaze turned around and patted both of their shoulders. Such rudeness. First, bow to Lord Orochimaru. Following Kagami Uchiha, Kakashi had also passed Jiraiya's test. The three of them now shared a bond akin to that of senior and junior brothers, closer than a mere team. Much like the relationship between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Kakashi, in particular, had become something of an elder brother, originally supposed to be Minato's disciple, but now a junior brother instead. It's alright, Minato-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling urgency. Given the situation, I'll assign you a mission first. About 12 ri to the west, a squad of Sunagakure ninja has been spotted. Among them is a particularly troublesome individual. Sunagakure Yugura, he continued, a rare bloodline ninja. His gaze settled on Kagami Uchiha. Among those present, only Kagami was a bloodline ninja.
Bloodline limits vary greatly.
Those acquired through training generally fall short of those inherited by blood. Among the inherited bloodline limits, dojutsu users are especially distinctive. To put it simply, bloodline ninjas look down on ordinary ninjas, and dojutsu users look down on ordinary bloodline ninjas. Those eyes, no matter how much one trains, the dojutsu bloodline limit is unattainable by sheer effort alone. Unconsciously, a trace of greed flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. For the sake of Master Jiraiya, Kagami Uchiha suddenly spoke. His scarlet Sharingan eyes flashed. If you dare look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. The atmosphere in the command room instantly turned frigid. Orochimaru regarded Kagami with a half-smile that gradually turned icy. Seems, Kagami-kun, that Jiraiya truly never taught you manners. A dense chakra fluctuation coiled like a giant serpent. Kakashi was the first to falter under the pressure, his hand resting on his tanto. Minato Namikaze glanced around anxiously. He held great respect for Jiraiya's comrades but knew well the temperament of this young Uchiha junior brother. This was a person even more difficult than the average Uchiha. Not even Jiraiya's teachings could cultivate any sense of respect from him. Of course, some of the blame lay with Jiraiya himself. After all, how could one blame two 8-year-olds for peeping and then shift the blame? From Kagami's sleeve slid a gleaming tanto, its blade flashing with a glint of light. Time seemed to hesitate. Let us go, Senior Minato. Kagami Uchiha turned and strode away. Minato looked back at the motionless Orochimaru and smiled wryly. Master Jiraiya clearly said you must not use that technique on comrades, didn't he? What kind of comrade is he? Kagami said indifferently. If I must explain, I sensed his covetousness for my eyes just now. Not taking him down was already showing face for Master Jiraiya. Orochimaru is a renowned powerhouse. Because you are comrades. He was momentarily caught off guard by your technique. Don't let it trouble you. I understand, you nagging blonde senior. Kakashi caught up and patted Minato's back. Don't be down. They still call me white-haired deadfish eyes. Kagami has been gentle with you. Kakashi, you're the truly gentle one. Minato smiled bitterly and glanced back. Orochimaru's words should soon dispel the genjutsu. In the command room, Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent that coiled around Kagami Uchiha. He did not intend to harm Kagami but wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Only when Kagami's defiant face flushed crimson and Minato began pleading did Orochimaru release his serpentine restraint. Kagami-kun, remember to show respect to your elders next time. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed something amiss. Release. After a moment of blurred vision, the layout of the command room returned to view. But where was everyone? His dark, golden pupils contracted sharply. A cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. Genjutsu. When did it happen? Even a brat would be prepared against Genjutsu when locking eyes with a Sharingan. At that moment, he was absolutely not under any illusion. Then, was it when he drew his blade? Orochimaru clearly remembered seeing the flash of the blade before he subdued Kagami Uchiha. What terrifying ocular power! What horrifying Genjutsu! Could this truly be a mere 8-year-old boy? It was utterly marvelous. In the dim command room, the covetous Orochimaru writhed like a serpent swallowing its prey. Hey Kagami, what are the activation conditions for your technique? Kakashi leaned in to ask. Impatient, Kagami shoved him aside. Don't you know ninjas cannot casually probe others' techniques? That SA declaration of war. Kakashi edged closer again. That S among ordinary ninjas. We're senior and junior brothers. What harm is there if you tell me? Influenced by Jiraiya and Minato, and also because of Kagami Uchiha himself, Kakashi had stepped out from the psychological shadow left by his father's abandonment. Yet, having spent so much time with Jiraiya, his once-hidden coquettishness had turned overt. He had even begun studying the intimate paradise techniques, not at all like his father. No, anyone who could develop a technique like the 1,000 Years of Death would never be considered a proper person. Truly lecherous, the Hitaki family. Minato Namikaze watched the two juniors banter with a smile and said, Kagami's technique should be executed through the sleeve Shirayuki, right? A genius idea using swordsmanship to manifest Jinjutsu. It would be better named Uchiha's Black Dark Shadow White Moonflower Illusion. First form, Kyuka Suigetsu. Kagami Uchiha helplessly chose a name from memory. Inspired by Marusei Kosuka, he had developed this Jankenjutsu, a Genjutsu sword technique. It manifested Sharingan Genjutsu through the reflection of the blade's light, merely using another medium to project the Sharingan's illusion, a small trick. The reason he could control Orochimaru was due to his formidable ocular power. Sigh, such a mundane name. I still prefer Uchiha Black. Stop showing off your naming talent. Kagami pressed his temple wearily. Minato Namikaze was a flawless person in every respect. Even from Kagami's perspective, he was an unparalleled sage. Shortly after becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had taught the two the Rasengan. After understanding the circumstances, Kagami realized the name Rasengan was definitely not Minato's doing. Given his nature, he would never choose a name shorter than 10 characters unless his mind was shriveled. The technique contained Minato's love for Kushina, and Kagami had no interest in stealing the naming rights. After pretending to practice for 2 days, he began asking Minato how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan. He was well aware that his talents were inferior and, unlike Naruto Uzumaki, he could not rely on external help. He struggled with developing the fire release Rasengan. Minato had never really considered this problem. Indeed, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was the ultimate form of Rasengan, but Minato had no need for it. He could simply use Flying Thunder God, hold Naruto close and strike once. Powerful enough. However, since it was Kagami's request, he spent considerable time further developing the technique and had recently made some progress in adding properties to the Rasengan. By the way, why did we come out here anyway? Kakashi suddenly asked. It seems we haven't received a clear mission. Orochimaru merely mentioned that there is a certain squad of Sand Village shinobi, but gave no instructions on how to handle them. Minato Namikaze slapped his forehead. Apologies. I shall return and inquire of Lord Orochimaru. What is there to ask? Knowing where the enemy is should suffice. A faint crimson gleam flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He had long anticipated this war. This would be the most brutal conflict the shinobi world had ever witnessed, lasting nearly a decade. Countless ninjas would perish, countless wounds would fester, and the flames of war would forge true strength. In this war, Uchiha Kagami intended to utterly transform the status of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were the foremost noble family in the shinobi world, not merely the Uchiha of Konoha. Amidst the wilderness, a squad of Sand Village shinobi stealthily advanced. The disappearance of any organization's leader invariably dealt a severe blow to that group, let alone the vanishing of a village's kage. From the Sand Village's perspective, the most likely assailant against the Kazekage was the neighboring Konoha. Only Konoha possessed the capability to stealthily render the Kazekage unreachable. Could it have been someone from within the village? That was the strongest Kazekage after all. This squad of Sand Shinobi was led by Jonin Yagura, their objective to sow chaos within the Land of Fire. By dispersing Konoha's forces, it would be easier to locate the third Kazekage. Suddenly, Yagura raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt. Not far off came the piercing cry of an eagle, as a massive black eagle dove straight toward them. The giant bird hovered midair, its wings beating powerfully, and atop its back stood a youth. His complexion was pale, exuding an eerie austerity. His eyes were profound, like bottomless abysses. Pleasure to meet you, Sand Village Shinobi. I am Uchiha Kagami. Yagura furrowed her brow, a cold sneer curling her lips.
Brat.
Wearing a ninja forehead protector yet not having learned even a shred of the shinobi code? Ninjas are assassins lurking in the shadows. Do you truly believe this is some honorable profession? Whoosh! A scarlet fireball slid toward the giant eagle in a strange arc. The fireball's speed was not great, but it was steadied by stability and extreme heat. This was her Kekiai Genkai, Scorch Release. Both wind and fire natures emphasized offense. The fusion of these chakra types created a transformation of nature with terrifying power. Once this fireball neared, it would instantly evaporate the moisture within a ninja's body, leaving only a desiccated corpse. Yagura had no time to play ninja games with this brat. If he was an Uchiha, it was best to dispatch him swiftly. Boom! Uchiha Kagami dispelled his summoning, the swirling smoke obscuring vision. Whoosh! A shuriken shot from the smoke, then multiplied into 2, then 4, until the sky was darkened by a hailstorm of shuriken.
Shuriken clone technique.
Earth release. Earth flow wall. Yagura hurriedly cast an earth wall, a thick barrier rising to block the onslaught of shuriken. As a jonin, mastering several standard ninjutsu was routine. She wondered why Konoha dared send such a mere brat to intercept them. Since they knew their whereabouts, at least dispatch some renowned jonin. As Yagura grumbled internally about Konoha's strategic blunder, a sharp sound of a blade piercing flesh rang in her ears. Ah! Turning back in alarm, Yagura found more than a dozen of her subordinates sprawled dead in pools of blood. Impossible. These were the village's elite chunin. Even a jonin could not have slain them all. A bone-chilling coldness swept through Yagura's body as she took in the scene. Kakashi Hatake withdrew the dagger that had pierced the Sand Shinobi's heart and approached Minato Namake's. Apologies, it still took me 2 seconds to resolve the fight. The screams you heard were from the opponent Kakashi had singled out. As for the others, they died before feeling any pain. Minato, who had just slain over a dozen enemies, wore a gentle smile. That's quite impressive. You're even stronger than I was at your age. Kakashi knew Minato was offering solace. He was aware that around the same age, Minato had saved the Elder Kushina from a squad of Cloud Village shinobi. Boom! Yagura's earth flow wall shattered violently. Uchiha Kagami emerged from the dust, a trace of impatience on his face. There's no need for diversionary tactics against such opponents. This is to teach you the way of the shinobi's combat, he continued. Jiraiya-sensei entrusted me with your care, and I believe it necessary to instruct you in the art of battle. Yagura gripped her kunai tightly, eyes darting left and right. She recognized Minato Namake's, a Konoha jonin who had mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. She quickly assessed the situation. In a direct fight, she would not fear Minato. But the Flying Thunder God technique was well known to all villages. Its space-time ninjutsu was incredibly difficult to master. Possessing it meant this blonde-haired shinobi could fight or retreat at will. That he had instantly slain over 10 chunin attested to his high proficiency. If dragged out into a prolonged chase, he could be worn down. There was but one course of action. Yagura pivoted on her ankle, charging at Uchiha Kagami with lightning speed. Seize this Uchiha brat and force this Flying Thunder God shinobi to withdraw, not fleeing, but choosing to close in on me? A faint smile curled Kagami's lips. You truly underestimate me. As the prelude to his famed debut, he decided to take things a bit more seriously. His sleeve shimmered like a slowly flowing galaxy, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. For fireballs surrounded Yagura, ever vigilant against Minato. Should the Flying Thunder God shinobi dare approach, she would incinerate him into a desiccated corpse. You employ diversion. I respond with decisive offense. Yagura was keenly aware of what the Uchiha represented. No matter what, they were scions of Konoha's greatest clan. She could not stand idly by. Senior Minato, it's all right. Kagami can handle this. Minato was in no rush to act. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, he had clashed with Kagami multiple times. It could be said that if not for the extraordinary mobility granted by the Flying Thunder God technique, he might well have been defeated by Kagami. Compared to Minato, others paled in comparison. This was a phrase Jiraiya often repeated, though he rarely did now. That guy truly is a genius. Minato spoke with heartfelt admiration. Genius. From the moment Kakashi began his training, this word had accompanied him, making him the envy of the Ninja Academy. Yet, when compared to Uchiha Kagami and Minato Namake's, He keenly realized how far he was from true genius. The slashes of Sukuna encompassed Kai and Hachi. Kai represented ultra-high frequency strikes. Hachi was the decisive killing blow. After absorbing and assimilating some of Sukuna's slashes, Uchiha Kagami developed the Senjin-ryu Kageyoshi, a directed high-frequency slash technique. Its form and method resembled a 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Hachi adjusted according to the sorcery gap and intensity, a potentially fatal slash. Unless the Fukuma Mikiriko was deployed, the activation of Hachi required physical contact between Sukuna and the target. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan. The ocular power extended the Uchiha's strength. As long as one saw it, it could serve as a trigger for jutsu. Yagura's movements slowed, as if trudging through amber. Every slight motion was magnified infinitely. She sensed this herself. But it was futile. Less than 10 meters from the Uchiha youth. Yet this distance felt like an insurmountable chasm before her. The blade's edge was as cold as frost and snow, as pure as a crescent moon. He merely swung the blade across in front of him. A simple motion. Yet to Yagura's eyes it was utterly incomprehensible. It was as though an endless torrent of useless information flooded her mind, paralyzing her thoughts. In an instant all the information converged. Regardless of its significance, regardless of what it is, it forcibly intrudes directly into the mind. In the end, all that remains is the clamorous, piercing cicada chorus. Sukuna observes the outside world through the seal. He knows that Kagami Uchiha is developing this technique, but never imagined it would truly succeed. Is the Sharingan dependent on these very eyes? The Jujutsu world also possesses a pair of eyes, akin to the Uchiha's Sharingan. Yet whether through Sukuna's own perception or the information gathered externally, these eyes have the ability to evolve, harboring potential even greater than the 6 eyes. Moreover, Sukuna is aware that this young brat is restraining the evolution of these eyes himself. This body is far more suitable as my vessel than Megumi Fushigiro's. But this damn seal, why can't I sever it? If this brat grows any stronger, I truly won't be able to break free. Outside, Kagami Uchiha's form shifts from solid to ethereal, resembling a wisp of blue smoke. Accompanying the gleam of his blade, it passes through Yakura's body. Slash release. One blade, cold cicada's bitter cry. As the blade's radiance dissipates, it is as if nothing had occurred. Yakura's body remains intact, but the fireballs encircling her one by one extinguish, just like her life. This legendary kunoichi, who should have risen to fame during the Third Great Ninja War and perished in its later stages, dies thus silently and unnoticed. A strike against the consciousness, is it? So, Kagami, would your secret technique be considered a in release? Minato Namikaze approached and inquired. Ordinary shinobi only know 5 chakra natures, but thanks to Jiraiya's tutelage, Minato is aware there are 7, the conventional wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning plus yin and yang. His girlfriend is a prime example of yang release, exemplified by her immense chakra and extraordinary constitution. The most outstanding yin release users are the Uchiha. Kagami Uchiha nodded and sat down directly to restore his chakra. Given his current chakra reserves, he could only use this technique 2 or 3 times at most. Developing such a jutsu was meant to counter me, wasn't it? Sukuna inside suddenly sneered coldly. Although he learned the slash, its effect resembles infinite void. The intention is far too obvious. Kagami Uchiha neither confirmed nor denied. Responding calmly, the trait of the 3-tomo Sharingan is replication. If you think it's similar, then so be it. He is indeed wary of Sukuna. The seal is solid. Sukuna shows no sign of breaking free. But Kagami must consider the possibility. What if Sukuna escapes? Ordinary ninjutsu is useless against him. Techniques that directly assault the soul must be effective. Not only Sukuna, but the vast majority of shinobi fear soul attacks. Or else soul transformation jutsu would not be hailed as the premier assassination art. I've heard of Sanagekyo's scorch release user, Yakura, Kakashi remarked with admiration. As expected of you, Kagami. Kakashi, I still prefer your old, rebellious self. Minato chuckled, patting their shoulders. You both performed excellently in your battlefield debut. I thought you'd say capturing her alive would be more valuable, Kagami said, brushing off Minato's hand coolly. Minato shook his head. I won't ask you to capture enemies alive. That only invites unnecessary risk. Remember this. Safety is the foremost priority on the battlefield. Understood? Understood. Kakashi responded with vigor. After a brief rest, they extracted some of Sukuna's cursed energy to replenish their chakra. The earlier technique was indeed in release. It consumes a greater proportion of spiritual energy, so replenishing chakra purely through spiritual power is faster. The Ninetails is still the best power bank. combining yin and yang for rapid recovery of both body and spirit. Last time Kushina lost control, Kagami collected some of the Ninetails' leaked chakra. The quantity was small, insufficient to achieve tailed beast transformation like Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Using adult Kakashi as a unit of chakra, it might amount to only a dozen cards. Usually, Kagami uses it sparingly for researching yin-yang release, reluctant to expend it as mere jutsu fuel. At the Fire Country Border Command Room, Orochimaru watched the several who returned after half a day, assuming they came to inquire about mission objectives. Instead, dozens of intact Sunagakure corpses were strewn across the command room. After inspection, a shinobi from the Yamanaka clan remarked, "Their brains are intact. We should be able to extract some intelligence." A Nara with pineapple-shaped hair squatted before Yakura's corpse. "This is Sunagakure's bloodline ninja? Yakura, why are there no wounds?" Genjutsu, Orochimaru's cold gaze rested on Kagami, his smile chilling. "I suppose it was you who killed her, Kagami-kun. Killing a bloodline jonin solely with Genjutsu, without a single wound. You are even stronger than I imagined." Hearing this, the Yamanaka shinobi paused his corpse collection and looked up. "You're Kagami Uchiha, right? Is it true your Genjutsu damaged her brain? Probably burned it out." "You can try and see for yourself," Kagami replied. He did not know the exact effect of the technique, after all. It was the first time he used it on a person. Besides, he cared little for Yakura's intelligence. If he wanted information, hypnotizing her with the Sharingan would be far easier. The secret arts of the Yamanaka clan are but trifles compared to the myriad abilities of the Sharingan. After they carried away the bodies, the command room returned to its state from half a day ago, with only 4 remaining. Minato bowed at 90 degrees immediately. "Orochimaru-sama, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive Kagami's transgression." Orochimaru's gaze darkened, voice unreadable. "This is no simple offense. Attacking the frontline commander? Kagami-kun. Such behavior will earn you an interrogation by the Umbu." Kagami remained unflustered. "Not to mention your unfriendly looks at me first. Being controlled by an 8-year-old brat like me with Genjutsu, Orochimaru-sama, if this got out, would you still have any face? I can just report to the Hokage. My teacher would consider my reputation." Orochimaru leaned forward like a snake ready to strike. "A few old-timers are quite wary of the Uchiha clan. If they knew you possessed such strength, how could they sleep at night? Are you threatening me? Perhaps. What would you do, Kagami-kun?" Kagami stepped closer, their cold eyes locking. "If you want to play big. Because of your persecution, I was forced to betray Konoha, and at least several hundred Uchiha shinobi will follow me." Orochimaru sneered. "Kagami-kun, don't you know your clan's strongest in history left the village with no followers? That was because back then, the clan didn't realize how many restrictions the Uchiha would face." After a moment of silence, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. "Indeed, it's unfair. Such a powerful clan yet denied due status. Kagami-kun, if I become Hokage, how about I groom you to be my successor? Hokage. It can be said that every Konoha shinobi's initial dream is to become Hokage. Few persevere to the end. If anyone else said this, it would be empty talk. But from Orochimaru it was different. The third Hokage was aging, Shikaku Sarutobi had left, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade refused the position. Orochimaru was the acknowledged heir apparent. His achievements were sufficient to make his ascension unsurprising. Only Kagami knew Minato Namikaze would achieve a spectacular late surge. "We'll talk when you truly become Hokage. I actually think Senior Minato is more likely than you," Kagami stated bluntly, giving the sly serpent no quarter. The Uchiha's innate impudence aside, Kagami knew Orochimaru cared little for others' attitudes. Hearing this, Minato scratched his head sheepishly. "Haha, I still have a long way to go. But I will definitely become Hokage." As he spoke, the hands behind him quietly released their seals. Just moments ago, with tension so high, he had been prepared to intervene and silence Orochimaru on behalf of Uchiha Kagami. There was no other choice. Konoha could not bear the cost of the Uchiha clan's defection. Minato was keenly aware that if the two were to sever ties, the damage to the village would be immense. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru was merely jesting. Otherwise, for the sake of the village's stability, eliminating Lord Orochimaru might have been the only option. No choice, for the village's sake. This was a teaching directly from the third Hokage. Orochimaru was unaware that the Death Omen star had been wildly pulsating just now. Originally, he had no intention of tattling. What he most desired to witness now was the extent of power Uchiha Kagami could demonstrate on this battlefield. Within just half a day, he had already received his first surprise. The Blaze release would indeed keep him busy tonight. Yet, compared to Blaze release, it was clear that Uchiha Kagami standing before him captivated Orochimaru far more. After the others departed, he summoned a snake familiar to relay to his subordinates in Konoha that he had gathered more detailed intelligence on Uchiha Kagami. Previously, he only knew that this young prodigy was an Uchiha who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at an unusually early age. The three-tomo Sharingan was not unfamiliar to him, rather mediocre, neither impressive nor lacking. However, this youth's ocular power evidently far surpassed that of an ordinary three-tomo. Orochimaru even suspected he might have awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami did not deliberately conceal his capabilities. His unparalleled Uchiha ninja swordsmanship, his assistance with sealing during the Ninetails rampage through ocular prowess, and his mastery of the A-rank ninjutsu developed by Namake's Minato in merely 2 days, all testified to his versatility and strength. Ninja body illusions, a triple threat. Beyond that, he possessed an intangible slash attack whose power rivaled that of a bloodline limit. Combined with his cold and resolute personality, such a person, unless overwhelmed by sheer might, would be nearly impossible to defeat, even by Orochimaru's cunning. Poisonous ambushes and the like were laughable under the gaze of the Sharingan. If I summon the myriad snakes, could I defeat him? Orochimaru was already contemplating deploying his trump card. How high is Kagami's upper limit for the jutsu he used to kill Yagura? Orochimaru asked. I have no intention of probing the secrets of your ninjutsu, only to arrange subsequent missions. Uchiha Kagami pondered briefly before saying, if the opponent is unprepared, it should be possible to kill an elite jonin. Strictly speaking, even the Hokage is merely an elite jonin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Is it truly wise to employ such a first strike kill technique so soon? Ninjutsu is developed to be used. What is there to hide? Lord Orochimaru, I advise you not to be overly concerned with this jutsu. Uchiha Kagami regarded Orochimaru with keen interest, his tone as if a senior instructing a junior. By the time you figure out how to defend against this technique, I would have already updated and iterated it several times over. That is the composure of a genius. Orochimaru took no offense and quietly ended the topic, saying, Minato-kun, what do you think? Why has Sunigakure suddenly intensified their infiltration into the Land of Fire? From the intelligence available, they seem to be searching for someone. Who could be worth such a grand mobilization? It's the third Hokage. The voice was not Kagami's. He would never be foolish enough to reveal such information himself. A blood-stained silver-haired man drew back the curtain of the command room and appeared abruptly. Brother Sakumo, Jonin Hatake. Even Orochimaru's expression was filled with surprise, as he noticed the dense wounds covering Sakumo Hatake's body. The most severe was at his wrist, where half of his palm had been sliced open. Sakumo Hatake's complexion was pale as his gaze settled on the stunned Kakashi. Long time no see, Kakashi. Bang! Unable to contain his emotions, Kakashi lunged into Sakumo's embrace, silently sobbing. Sakumo's uninjured hand gently patted Kakashi's back, his eyes full of love and remorse. After all, Kakashi was still a child. Abandoning him and fleeing was deeply regrettable. Following this touching reunion, Orochimaru posed the crucial question. Brother Sakumo, what did you mean by the third Hokage? Suddenly, a ninja from the Nara clan burst in without announcement. Such explosive news demanded immediate reporting to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, intelligence from Yamanaka and they are searching for the missing third Hokage. He scanned the room and saw Sakumo Hatake. Orochimaru frowned and pointed at him. Guard the door. Don't let anyone else in. Brother Sakumo, please continue. Compared to the intelligence carried by those Sunigakure ninjas, Orochimaru valued what Sakumo could reveal even more. He was curious who could have inflicted such grievous wounds on Sakumo. I encountered Sunigakure's Akasuna no Sasori, Chiyo's grandson. A genius puppeteer. I've heard of him. Skipping the explanation, Sakumo's next words plunged the room into a deathly silence. He assassinated the third Hokage, transforming both himself and the Hokage into human puppets. I fought him. A battle of mutual destruction, so to speak, and he escaped. So that's how it is. Kakashi looked at his father's battered body and thought to himself. If we explain this to Sunigakure, they would abandon the war and pursue Akasuna no Sasori, right? Kakashi was the only one present so naive. Orochimaru shook his head. Without the corpse of the third Hokage puppet, Sunigakure will not believe it. They will only think that not only the Hokage but also Akasuna no Sasori were killed by us. Even if they believe it, it will be useless. Minato's mind raced as well. Chiyo was a clever woman. Upon hearing this news, she would claim it was a Konoha stratagem to sow discord in Sunigakure, thereby destroying their unity. This would only prompt them to deploy even more military force, escalating from searching for the third Hokage to exacting revenge on Konoha. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly, watching Kakashi. The best way to divert internal conflicts is to redirect them outward. Not only in ninjutsu talent, Kakashi felt his own intelligence was utterly eclipsed. Sensing his disappointment, Sakumo ruffled Kakashi's hair. How you arrange things is your concern. I am merely here to share this news before I leave. Father, where are you going? Kakashi asked urgently. Sakumo sighed and smiled bitterly. Akasuna no Sasori's target is me. As long as I leave the land of fire, he will pursue me. Most importantly, he fears Akasuna no Sasori might strike at you, Kakashi. Someone who dared and succeeded in assassinating a Kazekage is far too dangerous. Orochimaru furrowed his brows. There is no need to make sacrifices. In my eyes, Brother Sakumo is more important than the third Kazekage and Akasuna no Sasori combined. I can maneuver things. With your intelligence, I can completely erase the impact of your previous defection. To be fair, Orochimaru hoped for Sakumo Hataki's return to Konoha. In their early years on the battlefield, the three of them had been greatly cared for by Sakumo. After Sakumo's defection, Tsunade had been too angry to even acknowledge Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even he and Jiraiya had voiced criticisms of the Third Hokage. Clear-eyed people could see what had transpired back then. Sakumo shook his head and smiled. No need. I have grown accustomed to my current life. The feeling of freedom is quite pleasant. Is that so? Orochimaru did not press, choosing to respect Sakumo's decision. Father, I also... Sakumo stopped Kakashi's words, bending down to meet his gaze with a gentle smile. Wait until you grow into a ninja capable of standing on your own before making your own decisions. He turned to Minato and Kagami. Minato-kun, Kagami-kun, I entrust Kakashi to your care. I am at ease knowing he will be with you. Senior Sakumo, I will definitely protect Kakashi well. Minato nodded resolutely. Besides Kushina, Konoha was the most important thing in Minato's eyes, and he held great respect for this great ninja who had devoted most of his life to Konoha. Uchiha Kagami shifted his gaze to Orochimaru. Now that you know this intelligence, Lord Orochimaru, what are your plans? Orochimaru's long tongue instinctively licked his lips as he solemnly declared, Of course, we must seize the moment while the sand village is leaderless and strike them with fierce pain. A most prudent decision. Uchiha Kagami nodded in satisfaction. Had it been the elders in the village, they might have debated using this information to negotiate peace with the sand village. Orochimaru, utterly indifferent to protocol, directly involved Minato's squad in the tactical planning. After seeing off Hatake Sakumo, he convened a meeting with several frontline jonin, including a captain of the Umbu. Sarutobi Konosuke, eldest son of the Third Hokage, was among them. Orochimaru served as the overall commander at the front, a role akin to a general, making it impossible for major decisions to bypass him. During the meeting, he did not wear a mask, revealing a young man who bore a slight resemblance to the Third Hokage in his youth. Having outlined the general situation, Orochimaru began to explain his plan. The Sand Village was dispatching a large number of ninja to harass the borders of the Land of Fire. Responding passively one by one was futile. I intend to concentrate our forces and launch a direct counterattack against the Wind Country, forcing them to divert their reinforcements. After a brief silence, a senior Nara Jonin spoke gravely. This would indeed compel the Sand to retreat from the Land of Fire's border, but Lord Orochimaru, doing so would leave our border vulnerable. The Land of Earth's Iwa village will not miss the opportunity. Among the 5 great shinobi nations, excluding some minor countries, the Land of Fire occupies the very center. In every great ninja war, it is understood that the Land of Fire fights against the other 4. If only the Wind Country invades, the Land of Fire need not panic. Konoha's strength could crush them repeatedly with ease. The Western Front, where Orochimaru and his companions were stationed, faced not only the Sand but also the neighboring land of Earth's Iwa. That old man Inoki, once aware of Konoha's ninja heavily infiltrating the Wind Country, would undoubtedly command Iwa's ninja to seize the opportunity to plunder the Land of Fire. Orochimaru turned to Minato. I recall you encountered the Jinchuriki of Iwa. How formidable are they? The Kage of each village rarely appear on the front line unless it is a large-scale campaign, as protecting the village is paramount. Therefore, the highest conventional force is the Jinchuriki. Minato pondered for a moment before replying. They are very strong. Most importantly, they possess the ability for wide-area attacks. Numbers mean little to them. The strongest Jinchuriki can unleash the tailed beast bomb, akin to a cannon in the era of cold weapons. Although top-tier shinobi can manipulate their tailed beasts like pets, typical ninja, even someone as perfect at solo combat as Hatake Sakumo, cannot handle a tailed beast. Only sealing techniques effectively restrain them. The Mangekyo Sharingan can also do so, but few know this. Orochimaru nodded. From the intelligence I have gathered, Inoki has stationed many troops on the Earth, Thunder border, investing little on the Western Front. He does not believe the Land of Thunder is stronger than the Land of Fire. His sole reason must be that the Jinchuriki remain stationed on the Earth, Fire border. At this revelation, the faces around the table shifted, some filled with dread. Fear of the tailed beasts was deeply ingrained in most ninja. Minato, can you handle a single Jinchuriki now? Minato did not rush to guarantee success. After careful thought, he replied, I can hold off one without much trouble, but they usually operate together. The Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth are the Four Tails and Five Tails, and when Jiraiya and I encountered them, they were acting in unison. That is the norm. Who has elite forces fighting alone without support? Orochimaru then looked at Uchiha Kagami. I trust you, Kagami-kun, can also hold off one, right? I will leave some ninja to deal with IWAS ordinary shinobi. The two Jinchuriki can be handled by you too. Before Uchiha Kagami could respond, a loud shout interrupted. What nonsense is this? Sarutobi Konosuke slammed the table fiercely, glaring at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, sending a child to face a Jinchuriki, what exactly are you thinking? Usually, Sarutobi Konosuke did not participate in tactical discussions, quietly remaining an observer. But Orochimaru's suggestion was so outrageous that he abandoned formalities. Influenced deeply by his father's ideals of the will of fire, he was already displeased that children like Kagami and Kakashi were involved in the battlefield. In his eyes, the Uchiha child was still just a child. He had already requested the recall of the two, submitting several reports, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had not replied. Konosuke, Kagami is no ordinary child, Orochimaru said calmly. He killed a fire-release ninja on his very first battle. Even you would find that difficult. Sarutobi Konosuke remained unmoved, resolute. No matter what, I will not consent to this deployment. I will request the Hokage to recall Kagami and Kakashi. Turning to the two, his concern was sincere. We are not all dead yet. War does not need children like you to risk yourselves. Asuma often speaks of you. I know you are geniuses far beyond ordinary children, but the cruelty of war is beyond your understanding. Go back, please. His words caused even Minato to waver, unsure whether the two junior comrades should return to the village. If not for the Uchiha clan, Kagami himself would not wish to participate in war. He deeply understood the cruelty of war and the preciousness of peace. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a man of chaos. Yet, he also knew that peace could not be achieved through compromise. Only through struggle could true peace be attained. You are a good man, but I do not need your kindness, Uchiha Kagami said calmly. I am grateful for Jonin Sarutobi's concern, but I am already a ninja and will obey Lord Orochimaru's orders. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru. With great power comes great responsibility. Now that the village faces a crisis, I hope to arrange for a portion of the Uchiha ninja to join the battlefield. That should pose no problem. War is the catalyst for the Sharingan's awakening. Konoha's upper echelons are well aware of this. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they prefer to confine the Uchiha within the village, preventing this cursed blade from being stained with blood. Their judgment is correct, or rather, it originates from the wisdom of the second Hokage. After the Uchiha were forced into battle in the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, it catalyzed Fugaku's Mangekyo, as well as Shusui's and Itachi's, not to mention Kamui, considered the strongest Mangekyo. Orochimaru did not know the conditions for Sharingan awakening, but he keenly sensed that Uchiha Kagami was not as magnanimous as he appeared. There was definitely some secret. What does it matter? Orochimaru cared nothing for Konoha's upper echelon's schemes. He only wished to see what Kagami could accomplish. I will report to the Hokage and dispatch Uchiha ninja to support the front. He cast a meaningful glance at Kagami. Later, Kagami-kun, you can provide me with a list. No one knows better than you which Uchiha are most suited for battle. The two tacitly reached an agreement. Orochimaru would recruit fighters, and Kagami would guard the rear. Even if they failed, it mattered little. Konoha was at its zenith with the greatest number of jonin ever. Not even the most pessimistic could foresee that this war would drag on for 10 years, dragging the mighty Konoha into the mire. In truth, it was Minato's death and the defection of the 3 legendary Sannin that nearly caused Konoha's collapse, leading to the subsequent Hinamori incident. Orochimaru dared to play such games because he had the capital. In an unknown underground chamber, an ancient man sat upon a stone throne. Several tendrils extended from his back, connecting to an unfathomable darkness beyond. His eyes were a deep crimson, reminiscent of the legendary Grim Reaper. Long ago, his name was even more terrifying than death itself. A legendary ninja, revered alongside the god of shinobi. Uchiha Madara. A wisp of white substance rose from the ground, breaking the silence. Lord Madara, the fight has begun. The land of fire and sand are already clashing at the border. Other villages are also restless. After a moment of silence, a hoarse cold laugh full of disdain echoed. The ninja world is like this. Even if we do nothing, people cannot live in peace with one another. Hashirama, the illusion of peace you upheld shattered utterly after your demise. Lord Madara is about to commence another distant dialogue with Senju Hashirama. White Zetsu waited patiently for quite some time. How is the task you were assigned progressing? White Zetsu produced a sheet of paper bearing several names and accompanying intelligence. As per your instructions, the information on the Uchiha children aged 5 to 10 is all compiled here. At the forefront stands the name of Uchiha Kagami, awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 7. Such a prodigy, unheard of even in the Warring States period. Not even Madara Uchiha had knowledge of his like. Yet, it is nothing extraordinary. It is better to travel far than to travel fast. Madara's understanding of the Sharingan was profound. He knew that awakening it too early was not beneficial. Possessing abilities that the body cannot endure in childhood is not advantageous. The more he understood, the more Madara doubted Kagami would ever awaken the Mangekyo, or if he did, it would not be to his liking. That child is too composed, too mature. Though he has those he holds dear, if harm befell his grandmother or younger brother, given his temperament, he would most likely investigate the matter thoroughly, not be blinded by rage. Thus, he would not become the person Madara envisions. Madara scrutinized the list carefully, finally fixing his gaze on the name Uchiha Obito. He was well aware of the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo. Beyond the fundamental requirements, the most crucial was an immense emotional shock. When an Uchiha loses a beloved, they gain power, a curse-like condition. Hence, the more abundant the feelings of an Uchiha, the stronger the hatred they acquire after losing love. You are to monitor this brat named Obito and investigate his details meticulously. I want to know what he cherishes most. Sigh Lord Madara. Surely that Uchiha Kagami is better suited to be your successor. Were it not for knowing you are still alive, I would have thought he was your reincarnation. Such overflowing talent. Silence. Madara grunted gloomily. The true talent of the Uchiha is not the 3-tomo or ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito possesses potential surpassing that of Uchiha Kagami. After a pause, he added, you should also dispatch a clone to make contact with that Kagami. He can serve as an alternative. White Zetsu's words still stirred him. Kagami could not be his reincarnation, but if reincarnation truly existed, could it be possible? After all, Obito's personality resembled Izuna greatly, and his extraordinary swordsmanship talent was remarkable. Even his appearance bore some resemblance to the youthful Izuna. This was where Madara's thoughts went astray. The Uchiha were all paragons of handsome appearance. Kagami's style of attractiveness merely coincided with Izuna's, both exuding a refreshing aura. Even Fugaku, considered the least attractive, could be praised for appearing mature and steady. That would suffice. Having arranged his affairs, Madara slowly closed his eyes. He was already too old, burdened by accumulated injuries. Were it not for the outer path golem sustaining him, he would have perished long ago. This sense of powerlessness vexed him greatly. He only wished to swiftly select a contingency to restrain Nagato and then meet his end. When he returned once more, it would be at his prime. In the Hokage's conference room, the war situation was tense. Danzo Shimura had been exceedingly busy lately, orchestrating schemes behind the scenes with other ninja villages, sowing discord among them. Koiharu and Mito Amachi had also journeyed to the land of Fire's capital, instructing the daimyo Old to prepare war resources and not to lag behind. Everyone realized that the third great ninja war was perhaps imminent. These signs were traceable. After losing the suppression of the first Hokage, the villages would, after periods of recuperation, seek to redivide territories. The land of fire possessed the most and finest lands and resources. None of the village leaders were fools. If they allowed the land of fire to develop peacefully, decades later it would again dominate as during the first Hokage's era. No one wished to be a subordinate. Everyone desired to bite into the succulent flesh that was the land of fire. The recent developments only thickened the smoke within the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone, gazing at the frontline battle reports, continuously exhaling secondhand smoke. Was he to order the Uchiha clan to advance to the frontline? Among the 4 Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen was the least prejudiced against the Uchiha. Yet, least did not mean none. He wished to wield the Uchiha as a blade but feared that the blade might become too sharp and turn against him. According to Jiraiya, Kagami's heart was not evil, but he cared more for the Uchiha clan than for the village. This narrow-minded loyalty to his clan was inescapable. In Hiruzen's view, for this very reason, he could never grant Kagami access to high-level power. However, Orochimaru's proposal, if successful, could indeed end the conflict with the Land of Wind. If they could swiftly subdue the Land of Wind and form an alliance, it might intimidate the other ninja villages and potentially postpone the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Peace, these two words held an irresistible allure for Hiruzen Sarutobi. After much contemplation, he summoned a ninja. Prepare the shinobi I have marked on the list to be dispatched to the Western Front battlefield. Hiruzen did not entirely follow Orochimaru's list. Those were staunch Uchiha extremists. He selected half of them and added some moderate Uchiha, including Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen had engaged in deep conversations with Fugaku. He discerned that Fugaku did not wish for the rift between the village and the Uchiha to widen and was willing to make some compromises. At dusk, Hiruzen met privately with Uchiha Fugaku. After brief pleasantries, Hiruzen spoke directly. Fugaku, what is your impression of Kagami? Fugaku was slightly taken aback, then lowered his head and replied, he is a highly gifted ninja, kind to friends and family, a remarkable child. Though I have had conflicts with Kagami before, I would never speak of such matters before outsiders. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke and said gravely, so, he is only kind to clan members, is that right? Raising his hand to signal silence, Hiruzen continued, I specially arranged for Jiraiya to take Kagami under his wing because I recognized his talent. But over the past year, it seems his views have not changed. He remains distant from the other Konoha ninjas. A cold sweat appeared on Fugaku's forehead as he resorted to a universal response. Hokage-sama, he is still a child and cannot express himself well. You know, that is not what I wish to hear. Since Fugaku's memory began, Hiruzen had been Hokage. This accumulated decades of authority made Fugaku tread lightly. That calmly spoken sentence made him feel like a child scolded by a teacher, utterly at a loss. Hokage-sama, I will certainly change Kagami's mindset and help him forge deep bonds with the village comrades. Hiruzen smiled broadly. Then I entrust this to you, Fugaku. Several days later, 50 Uchiha ninjas led by Fugaku arrived. Among them were 7 wielders of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, including Fugaku himself. This force was sufficient for a minor campaign. Fugaku, you have arrived. Minato Namikaze greeted Fugaku with some surprise. Fugaku's typically solemn face showed a rare smile. The two had undertaken missions together in their youth, forging a deep bond. It was precisely because of Minato's presence that Fugaku believed integrating the Uchiha into the village was feasible. However, among the Uchiha accompanying Fugaku, dozens headed straight behind Uchiha Kagami, distinctly separate from Fugaku's group. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Fugaku's expression faltered slightly. Though he was the clan leader, if you wish to make your stance clear, wait until after dispersing. Kagami glanced at those behind him, mostly teenagers, with only one wielding the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Genka, how is Elder Shinra's condition? He cast his gaze upon the sole youth in the squad bearing the 3 Tomo. Thank you for your concern. My father's health remains stable. Genka is the son of the Divine Fire, sharing the same convictions as his father. Regarding Uchiha Kagami, the chosen heir of the Divine Fire faction, he shows a subordinate's respectful deference. Like his father, he firmly believes that Kagami will lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. In recent years, clear signs of division have surfaced within the Uchiha. Fugaku advocates integration into the village and, as clan head, he could guide his people. Yet Kagami's talent is visibly exceptional. One might say his potential has already been fulfilled, and his strength rivals that of the clan leader himself. Dissatisfied with the village, the Uchiha found a steadfast anchor in Kagami and naturally refused to follow the majority, resolutely standing by him. This is what pains Hiruzen Sarutobi the most. I have arranged for my own disciple to be your mentor. Why then can you not open your heart to the village? What exactly remains unsatisfied within you? Fugaku could not fathom it. Even the Third Hokage sent such an unmistakable signal. As long as Kagami behaved obediently, even if feigning amiability, the position of Hokage was not beyond reach. Kagami found no words to explain. It was a matter of weight, no matter how much the Uchiha accomplished. In the minds of the Third Hokage and his peers, they remained an inherently malevolent clan to be guarded against. The influence of the Uchiha could never compare to the teachings of the Second Hokage. He did not wish to argue further. Fugaku's arrival alone demonstrated his choice to side with the Hokage, just as Kagami had originally envisioned. There was no need to spare the clan leader's dignity. By Lord Orochimaru's command, all Uchiha ninja shall obey my orders. Is that clear, clan head Fugaku? Fugaku's expression darkened slightly. He cast a glance at the wryly smiling Minato, then suppressed his anger and nodded. Of course, on the battlefield, every ninja must obey orders. He emphasized the word orders. Since Kagami had issued him a warning, he would not hesitate to tear off the mask of civility. Drawing a scroll from his bosom, he declared solemnly, "Then, according to the Hokage's directive, Uchiha Kagami, you must obey my orders." Uchiha Kagami showed no surprise and chuckled softly. "Apologies, but as a commander in the field, I am not bound to obey every royal command. I do not recognize clan head Fugaku's leadership. In unforeseen circumstances, I will rely on my own judgment. Just now you cited Lord Orochimaru's orders, but now that I invoke the Hokage's authority, you refuse to comply?" Watching the two stubborn men at an impasse, Minato was troubled. He understood the complexities of the Uchiha clan and the inclinations of the village's upper echelons. The tangled web of relationships was beyond his current ability to unravel. To prevent escalation, Minato interjected diplomatically, "We are all comrades of Konoha. Specific actions should be decided according to the battlefield situation. Our primary mission is to hold the border line. At least that objective unites us." One day prior, upon learning that the Uchiha clan was nearing, Orochimaru had led a force to strike the Wind Country. Speed was of the essence. He intended to catch Chiyo utterly unprepared. The supreme commander of the front line was, in fact, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Yet, observing this contingent of Uchiha, he wisely refrained from interfering. Most Uchiha regarded outsiders with equal disdain. It was a consensus that they were difficult to deal with, and his status as the Hokage's son carried little weight. Few could earn the Uchiha's respect. But fortunately, Minato was among them. Both Uchiha Kagami and Fugaku were willing to extend him this courtesy. Within a makeshift tent at the front, Minato spread out a map and pointed to a location. "I have surveyed the terrain. This is the essential route through which Iwagakure intends to conduct a large-scale advance." His finger rested on a spot northwest of the Land of Grass. There stood a renowned bridge that, in later years, would become even more famous. The Kanabi Bridge. If we station ourselves here, we can block any possible surprise assault by Iwagakure's main force. I will leave flying Thunder God Seals along the Land of Fire's border. Should a few elite enemies approach via alternate routes, I can lead troops to intercept them promptly. With the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, many tactical plans became significantly simpler. Present, Iwagakure had not yet attacked Konoha. Only a few ninja from both sides roamed the Land of Grass. Even Minato Namikaze had never given much thought to the Land of Grass's intentions. Such minor nations existed primarily as strategic buffers for the great powers. "Just destroy this bridge," Uchiha Kagami suggested, since according to the original timeline it would be destroyed anyway. Minato smiled wryly. "This is a vital transportation hub. We have not declared war on Iwagakure. How could we commit such an act? Destroying the Kanabi Bridge ourselves would be tantamount to Konoha declaring war on Iwagakure. Since the First Ninja World War, Konoha had never initiated hostilities against another ninja village. Kagami's remark was casual, fully aware of the imprudence of such conduct. Suddenly, he recalled another matter. When the Battle of Kanabi Bridge occurred, Uchiha Madara was likely present in the Land of Grass. Could he be there now? Very possible. After all, moving a massive construct like the Outer Path puppet was no trivial task. Yet this was mere speculation. The intelligence Kagami had gathered was too chaotic, riddled with timeline inconsistencies. It served only as a reference. Kagami harbored no fear of encountering Madara. On one hand, the elder was aged and past his prime, unlikely to wield formidable power. The Rinnegan currently resided within Nagato. On the other, Madara had never slain a single Uchiha clansman. Even during the final battle, he had offered Sasuke a chance to surrender. It was Sasuke's reckless accusation, branding Madara as an obsolete relic of a bygone era, followed by throwing himself against a blade in his chest, that nearly cost him his life. Madara did not despise the Uchiha clan, but he would not exterminate his own people. Such an act was beneath his dignity. Were it not for the existence of Korezetsu, Kagami might have sought to clarify matters with Madara and respectfully invite the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. After deliberation, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Fugaku led 5 Jonin-level warriors to garrison Kanabi Bridge. Sarutobi Shinosuke and other ninja dispersed along the border near the Land of Earth as a precaution. The operation commenced. Along the way, they encountered a small number of Iwagakure and Kusagakure ninja. Since hostilities had not yet begun, after brief negotiations, the group passed through the Land of Grass under the pretext of a mission and reached Kanabi Bridge. In a minor nation like the Land of Grass, the presence of ninja from various villages was commonplace. Minato's team had all adopted disguises. A squad of 8 drew little attention. Everything was calm, yet only temporarily. Once news spread that Orochimaru's forces had engaged the Wind Country, the Land of Earth would undoubtedly respond. Perhaps then, a storm would be upon them. Approximately 30 kilometers ahead, a squad of Iwagakure ninja advanced swiftly. Among them were at least 3 Jonin-level chakra users and about 30 Chunin-level operatives. Upon the Kanabi Bridge, Minato Namikaze pressed a finger to the ground, closed his eyes, and said gravely, "Chakra sensing technique." The Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly complex, its mastery far surpassing ordinary S-rank jutsu. Had Minato devoted the time spent learning it to developing a Kekkai Genkai, he might have succeeded. Yet such reasoning was backward. The Flying Thunder God technique was far stronger than most Kekkai Genkai. The prerequisite for learning this technique was an extraordinary sensory ability. Minato had no authority to teach the Flying Thunder God technique but had instructed Uchiha Kagami in chakra sensing. Kagami's sensory range was currently limited to 10 kilometers, far inferior to Minato's. This was a matter of talent. It seems news of Lord Orochimaru's attack on the Wind Country has spread. Minato's face darkened. I wonder how the battle is progressing on his end. Rest assured, Minato, Lord Orochimaru can handle it, said a masked man wearing sunglasses from among the team. This was Aburame Shibi. This time, alongside Minato, Kagami, Fugaku, there were 4 Konoha Jonin, plus Genka with his 3 Tomo Sharingan. They were Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Nara Shikaku was serving as the overall commander on the Eastern Front. Otherwise, they would have formed the contemporary Ino Shikacho trio. Could be said that except for Genka, everyone present shared a profound bond with Minato. This time, they had voluntarily joined this perilous mission. The Third Great Ninja War had only just begun, and most of the village's core forces had already been swayed by Minato. There was no way Orochimaru's Jonin trust vote could succeed. Only 30 kilometers remained. They would appear soon. How should we respond? Fugaku folded his arms and spoke gravely. Should we negotiate? Nara Shursui asked. He had been handling all communications with the ninja along the way. Though not as sharp as Nara Shikaku, his specialty was diplomacy. Minato furrowed his brow and glanced at Uchiha Kagami. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if sharing a silent understanding. Then I'll leave it to you, Kagami. Understood. Uchiha Kagami dashed forward with a swift teleportation step, his voice trailing behind. Genka, follow me. Got it. Watching their figures sprinting away, Fugaku looked at Minato in puzzlement. Did you just issue some orders? This 8-man team had no official leader, but everyone tacitly acknowledged Minato's leadership. Only he could unify them. The kindness in Minato's eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. At this moment, such an Iwagakure squad could only be their vanguard scouting the Konoha battlefield. They had to annihilate them, perhaps buying me a bit more time. After a brief hesitation, Akimichi Choza inquired, could they be on another mission? Even if they are. Minato replied calmly, we cannot let them pass. The Western Front's defenses are thin. This is an undeniable fact. We must not let them confirm this intelligence. At worst, we must keep the main battlefield here. We cannot allow the war to reach the Land of Fire. Unlike missions during peacetime, when Minato sometimes acted on emotion, now was war. Sunagakure was already at war with Konoha, Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato all shared the same objective, to end the conflict in the Land of Wind swiftly and prepare for the battles to come. Unlike the Third Hokage, who wished to delay the ninja war, Minato and Jiraiya, wandering the ninja world on missions, had long foreseen this inevitable great war. So they aimed to ignite the conflict elsewhere if possible. It was better for other nations to suffer than for the Land of Fire to be devastated. Minato was kind and gentle even to ordinary villagers, yet no outsider ever called him a good man. Clutching his specially crafted kunai, Minato ordered, Kagami carries my Flying Thunder God kunai, he'll take point. We'll follow and be ready to support. Shursui, Shikaku, Choza, Fugaku, each of you choose a direction and form a pincer movement. We cannot let a single one escape. Understood? Understood. The 5 swiftly dispersed, but why was Kagami taking point? Not only Fugaku but even Shursui and the others did not understand. Minato offered no explanation, they would soon find out. Uchiha Kagami, moving swiftly, quickly formed hand seals, concentrating chakra. Genka did the same. During their 2 years at the Ninja Academy, Kagami had trained under Jinka, with Genka frequently present. The two shared remarkable synergy, and it was during that time Genka had come to admire Kagami utterly. This was an unparalleled genius. To serve under him was already a blessing. The presence of Iwagakure ninja grew nearer. Kagami could faintly sense them now. Closer, a little closer, until silhouettes appeared in his vision. and Kagami suddenly slammed both hands to the ground. Earth release. Underworld swamp. Though still nearly a kilometer away, that squad had no Sharingan and could not see Kagami and Genka. The sudden appearance of the underworld swamp caught them off guard. The earth transformed into a quagmire. Except for a few alert ones who leapt aside, dozens were ensnared by the swamp-esque grasp, sinking slowly downward. What jutsu is this? Underworld swamp. Such a vast area, could it be Jiraiya? It can't be Hiruzen Sarutobi. Certain powerful techniques bore unmistakable personal signatures. For example, the white-haired wielder of the chakra blade would instinctively bring Tobarama Senju to mind. Though Iwagakure excelled at earth release, their large-scale earth techniques were basically shape transformations, altering the terrain-s form. Techniques that changed the nature of the land itself were Konoha's true legacy. The second Hokage's jutsu had mostly become sealed arts. Konoha's ninja possessed a full complement of elemental ninjutsu, each with unique traits, thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage was renowned as a jutsu teacher, mastering the combination of 5 different elemental techniques. He was no mere toy to mess with. Sarutobi Hiruzen was arguably the pinnacle of non-bloodline ninja, flawless in every aspect. In his 50s, he could still defeat the prime Orochimaru. If not for a last-minute change of heart, Orochimaru would never have defected. Stay calm. Don't struggle violently. I'll save you. Daisher. Iwagu. Be alert. A Jonin formed hand seals and constructed massive stones atop the swamp as footholds, beginning to rescue teammates one by one. Earth release. 4 protective earth walls. Boom. Thick earthen walls rose on all 4 sides of the vast swamp. Daisher. Break it. Got it. A burly Iwagakure ninja's arm turned to stone, and with a punch shattered one of the earth walls. Bang! Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke and haze, Daisher caught sight of 2 eerie crimson glimmers. Unlucky, you hit a 1 in 4 chance. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled slightly. Boo! Genka leapt forward, chakra surging wildly from his throat. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Blazing flames surged like a tidal wave, scorching the air. Earth release. Earth walls. When it came to earth release, Iwagakure were true experts. Having just shattered 1 earth wall, Daisher quickly rebuilt another, employing a tactic of constant demolition and reconstruction. Fire and earth had no particular elemental advantage or disadvantage. Genka's great fireball was potent but insufficient to breach an earth wall of equal rank. At that moment, the once sweltering space suddenly grew cold. Sensing the extreme chill beside him, Genka's inner fire blazed hotter. That's it. So pure. So profound darkness. This is the man I have chosen. Kagami placed his right hand atop his left, extending them forward as if wielding a gun. This was not one of the 12 seal techniques. You brat. Have you even stolen the 10 shadow art? A massive shadow coalesced before Kagami, forming multiple pure black wolves. Each black wolf was the size of a calf, continuously dividing until dozens had formed. The wolf pack radiated ominous dark energy. Within their pupils shone a glaring crimson Sharingan. Clenching his hands tightly, Uchiha Kagami's face bore a bloodthirsty, exhilarated smile. Go tear into their flesh and blood. In release. Pursuit of the sun-fierce wolves. The wolf pack surged like a roaring black storm, their howls shaking the heavens. The earth trembled. A bloody aura permeated the air. Bathed in flames, the wolves shattered the earthen walls. Like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, the earth walls crumbled. The scorching fire wave dried up the swamp. Those still mired in mud had no time to escape. Most cast ninjutsu to protect themselves. Only a few panicked and were charred into blackened corpses by the fire wave. The few who withstood the flames had no time to exhale before their hard-earned earth release was shattered by jet-black claws. Whoosh! Facing the lunging black wolves, they could only raise their kunai in defense. Yet, the black wolves pierced through their bodies directly, faintly visible. Within the fierce wolves' mouths and on their claws was a subtle blue glow. That seemed to be souls. Bastard! Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Damn it! I can't hit this thing at all. What kind of monster is this? The team leader, a Jonin, swiftly discerned the crucial point of the jutsu and shouted out, "Do not be afraid. These wolves may be numerous, but their speed is not formidable. We can easily evade them." Avoid direct confrontation. Midway through his exhortation, he abruptly faltered and muttered, "Damn it. I don't want to face them head on either. Why don't you come and save me, then?" Kagami Uchiha, of course, was well aware of the shortcomings inherent in his own jutsu. This shadow release bore a resemblance to Kamui in its ability to penetrate flesh and tear at the soul directly. Such a terrifying power inevitably came with a glaring flaw: its sluggish speed. Even an average chunin could engage it in guerrilla tactics long enough to exhaust Kagami's chakra reserves. Thus, the countermeasure was apparent. First, restrict the enemy's mobility. Drawing inspiration from the renowned tactic of combining cage traps with fire, and supplementing it with the strategy of encircling and isolating reinforcements, Kagami deliberately spared 7 or 8 ninja from the wolves, allowing several wolves to surround a single target, waiting for their jonin to come to their rescue. Among ninja, deep bonds still existed. After all, they hailed from the same village, having grown up and trained together since childhood. Those assigned to missions together were typically master and apprentice or close comrades. The 3 jonin were fully capable of escaping on their own. Yet when faced with comrades who seemed salvageable, retreat was not an option. Bastard! What kind of sinister jutsu are you using? Daishi's eyes blazed with fury as he glared fixedly at Kagami, his gaze almost aflame. Got any new insults? Those 2 phrases again? They're utterly toothless. Kagami surrounded himself with 5 black wolves, ensuring they dared not act rashly. Besides, with our attire and eyes so conspicuous, you still ask who I am? You stone block, does your brain consist of rock as well? Hearing this, Daisher scrutinized Kagami's eyes carefully. No, those are Uchiha's Sharingan. Do not look directly into those eyes. The anguished warning came too late. Suddenly, Daisher froze for a moment as a black wolf tore through his body, ripping out a pale blue spiritual form. No! The female jonin among the 3 cried out in despair, frantically drawing chakra. Earth release, cracking earth palm. She slammed her palm onto the ground with a thunderous roar, and a massive fissure spread toward Kagami and his companion. Crack. Kagami bit his fingertip and swiftly formed hand seals. With a booming sound, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared upward, circling with the 2 of them aloft. Few ninja in the shinobi world possessed the ability to fly, certainly not those below. The distance of nearly 100 meters exceeded the attack range of their jutsu. The earth-loving Iwagakure ninja could do nothing against a soaring eagle in the sky. Of course, the 3rd Tsuchikage was an exception. Kagami, perched atop the eagle, felt somewhat drained. The previous 2 wide-area ninjutsu had nearly consumed the chakra equivalent of a fully grown Kakashi. The consumption of the shadow-release solar wolf was roughly 4 to 5 koku, and that only accounted for the structural cost. Maintaining it also demanded mental energy. Fortunately, as a shadow release, it primarily consumed mental energy. Had it been normal elemental chakra, Kagami would not have been able to endure it at this point. This shadow release was, in essence, an experiment. Kagami sought to familiarize himself with his abilities before the intensity of war escalated, aiming to apply them effectively on the battlefield. Training and actual combat were worlds apart. He understood that the adversaries he would face included the Third Hokage, the Ninetails, Nagato, and even the monstrous figures of the later era. This war was pivotal. He must evolve through it, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan in its finest state to tame Sukuna. Only then could he hope to lead the Uchiha clan to survive in this chaotic world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group, originally intent on forming a circle around them, led by Minato Namikaze, gradually revealed themselves upon witnessing the unfolding scene. What kind of jutsu is this? It resembles our shadow secret techniques, also shadow release, but its strength far surpasses our shadows. No wonder it's the Sharingan. Daisher, a jonin of Iwagakure, exclaimed. I've seen him before. I never imagined he could kill Kagami. Wide area earth release combined with such a bizarre shadow release jutsu, Fugaku recalled last year's battle. This fellow's specialty was supposed to be slashing secret techniques. The Uchiha clan was a lineage of prodigies. Fugaku had become clan head because, from childhood to adulthood, he had always been the exemplary child among his peers. Yet, observing the still youthful Kagami, he felt his own mediocrity. What he feared was not Kagami's jutsu power, frankly. If he let go and fought Kagami, the outcome was uncertain. What truly frightened him was Kagami's evident talent. He could rapidly learn any ninjutsu and had developed several secret techniques unique to himself. Once he awakened those legendary eyes, what right would Fugaku have to remain the clan head? We are shinobi of Konoha. Why does Konoha attack us? This is the border of the land of Earth. Are you declaring war by doing this? The team leader strove to maintain composure, casting a wary glance around. Some things were better left unsaid explicitly. Kagami spoke coldly. Don't play dumb. Old man Onooji sent you to scout the land of Fire's border. Didn't he? How dare you address the Tsuchikage like that? The Jonin leader instantly erupted in fury, his face contorted. Shameless Uchiha, your despicable sneak attack will surely reach the Tsuchikage's ears. Your entire clan will bear his wrath. Hehe. Kagami chuckled. Has your Tsuchikage never told you that both he and his master were beaten soundly by my Uchiha clan? If not for Madara's kindness, that old man would be dead already. Madara's kindness? For those from Konoha familiar with the name, this statement was difficult to fathom. Ah, damn it, bastard. The enraged Jonin leader leapt forward toward Kagami, like Icarus reaching for the impossible. A sardonic smile curled at Kagami's lips as he commanded the giant eagle beneath him to dive toward another direction, narrowly missing the Jonin leader. Midair. It was too late for the Jonin leader to turn around. Kagami's eyes fixated on a spot where the earth bulged peculiarly, as if a mole was tunneling underground. The moment the Konoha ninja appeared, the Jonin leader realized his trapped comrades were beyond rescue. He signaled to the other female Jonin, "I'll hold them off. You escape." "Well done," Minato Namikaze murmured with a smile. He had noticed the fleeing Jonin and refrained from acting immediately, wanting to observe Kagami's performance. Prioritizing the pursuit of the escapees was the correct judgment. Stronger foes could be left to the seniors. Kagami leapt from the giant eagle, anticipating the earth release S subterranean route. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist and focused his entire being. He detected the spatial distortion occurring within a fraction of a second between physical strike and chakra impact. His Sharingan's tomo spun wildly, nearly oozing blood. Crackling sounds rang out sharply. Kagami's right fist stretched to its utmost limit. His waist twisted into an unnatural curve beyond human norms. The air vibrated. Space warped. Under the horrified gazes of all present, a streak of black and crimson lightning exploded from his fist. Black flash. Cursed energy. A force born from the caster's own negative emotions. Fear, anger, sorrow classified as a form of spiritual energy, manipulable through specific techniques. Chakra's origin lies in the divine tree, but not all chakra is of the divine tree. The divine tree is merely the seed. Chakra is the perfect fusion of various energy components controlled by the human body, akin to chi. This energy can accomplish nearly anything. The tailed beasts are among its most representative manifestations, creating form from nothing, granting life. Black flash, at its simplest, manifests as an extraordinarily critical strike in a normal attack. In truth, it is a skill born of profound understanding of one's own power. The ability to wield black flash depends not on luck but on one's comprehension of the energy core. Within the shinobi world, there exists a method akin to enhancing the potency of chakra. This is the Sage Mode. Sage Mode not only grants the abilities of danger perception and wide-ranging attacks, but also allows one to harness the surrounding natural energy, integrating it into the body to launch assaults. One's ninjutsu and taijutsu are amplified dozens of times over, and the development of new techniques is significantly advanced. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki was unable to throw a Raisin Shuriken prior to mastering Sage Mode. Compared to the comprehensive augmentation of Sage Mode, the black flash that Kagami Uchiha has comprehended lacks such all-encompassing enhancement. The commonality between the two lies in their reliance on the energy inherent in nature itself. Kagami channels all of this energy into his offensive power. The relentless black thunder follows his movements, devastating space itself. Boom! Beneath the blazing sun, at the moment the black and crimson lightning erupted, even the sunlight was tinged with an aura of death. The overwhelming force reduced all obstacles to dust. Bang! The explosive sound caused the surrounding shinobi to instinctively cover their ears, their expressions contorted in pain. The shockwave alone rivaled that of a large-scale wind release jutsu. As the smoke and dust settled, after the earth-shattering detonation and tremor, the terrifying destructive power akin to a firearm had blasted a bottomless chasm into the ground. The pit's diameter spanned over 10 meters. It was hard to fathom that such devastation was wrought by a mere human fist. At the edge of the crater, tiny black and crimson sparks still danced. As for the target, the Iwagakure Jonin, there was nothing left but bones and flesh. Deathly silence. Profound silence. Facing such a scene, a few present were not unfamiliar with it. They shared a common experience. They had witnessed the explosion of a tailed beast bomb firsthand. Though the scale here might not match that of a tailed beast bomb, the lethality at that moment was undoubtedly of the same terrifying magnitude. The black flash executed through cursed energy could never possess such power. Sukuna's voice was low and devoid of emotion. I believe chakra is indeed an energy superior to cursed energy. Kagami Uchiha, you possess a rare talent and an insatiable thirst for power at any cost. Such a person as you is seldom encountered even in my 1,000 years of existence. If you could abandon your tedious allegiance to your clan, you would reach an exalted realm, attaining true freedom. Just like me. For the first time, Sukuna addressed Kagami Uchiha by name. Kagami looked at his cracked arm, emitting a scorched scent. Half his body had nearly lost all sensation, not even feeling pain. His body was insufficient to sustain the use of such power. What is true freedom? Kagami questioned Sukuna, then answered himself. Like you, who pride yourself as a true free being, yet obsess over whether others respect you. Indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, endlessly killing in search of pleasure. I do not intend to persuade you to be virtuous, Sukuna. It's just that your meaningless slaughter bores me. True freedom is not doing whatever you please, but rather having the choice not to do what you do not want to do. The clan is not my weakness but my conviction to grow stronger. Uchiha must be the strongest. Sukuna, you shackled one, what right do you have to lecture me on freedom? A fellow who cannot even dance, how pitiful, Kagami retorted. Just then, with a mere thought, the formidable Sukuna didn't even have time to retort before he was sealed away in a dark chamber. Whoosh! The powerless Kagami still awaited a giant eagle to catch him, but someone was swifter. You're going too far, Kagami. Minato Namikaze scooped him up and landed on the ground, casting him a somewhat reproachful look. You didn't need to use that jutsu. You could have defeated her without it. I want to defeat more than just her. Because you have my back, I dared to attempt this technique. This adventure was worthwhile. Black Flash is like a formula. Once the first use is achieved, mastery will inevitably follow. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly and glanced at their comrades beginning to suppress the Iwagakure forces. Already at a significant disadvantage. The Iwagakure shinobi had lost the will to fight after the recent shock. The battle was effectively decided. Does that technique have a name? Minato asked. Black Flash, Mirror Flower, Water Moon is fine, but that name is too mundane, Kagami teased. Minato-senpai, you don't need to clown around just to maintain your persona. Haha, just joking, Minato chuckled. Actually, I do care a little. I'll take you to get treated first. Sure way, and the others can handle it. Kagami nodded. By the way, set me down. I can walk just fine. Unlike Kushina Uzumaki, he did not enjoy Minato's embrace and felt only discomfort. With Minato serving as their battlefield teleporter, Kagami was not worried about his injuries being exposed on the field. He intended to make full use of the Flying Thunder God technique before it became busy, to accumulate more experience. Within minutes, Fugaku and others had eliminated the enemy, casting complex looks toward Kagami. As expected of your junior brother, another incomprehensible prodigy, Akimichi Choza remarked. I thought Minato, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was invincible, but to find someone even fiercer is surprising. A single punch producing an effect comparable to a tailed beast bomb. Is this even human? Uncle Choza, you should say Minato is worthy of being my senior brother. Kagami quipped cheerfully, having successfully unleashed the chakra version of Black Flash. Choza grimaced. You're Minato's junior brother. You should call me Big Brother. Besides, I'm 8 or 9 years older than you. Alright, I'll take Kagami to get treated and bring back these Iwagakure bodies, Minato said, then turned to Kagami as if recalling something. Though I said protecting yourself on the battlefield is paramount, when the strength gap is vast and you can control the enemy, couldn't you use the Sharingan to gather some intelligence first? Kagami disdainfully curled his lips. Take that up with Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku looked somewhat embarrassed. He had just defeated the last Iwagakure Jonin. Provoked by Kagami, he wanted to demonstrate his strength as clan head. He hadn't realized that, under the circumstances, capturing the enemy alive was possible. Minato said no more. His words were primarily directed at Fugaku, but since Kagami was his junior brother, it was easier to speak frankly. The Flying Thunder God technique was deployed. Yellow flashes darted across the battlefield. The war in the Land of Wind was not proceeding as smoothly as anticipated. While Konoha shinobi were indeed stronger than those of Sunagakure, the desert environment favored Sunaгаkure's shinobi, especially a young man named Raza, who suppressed a small squad of 3 Jonin with magnet release. He was capable of controlling the rampaging Shikaku in the desert. Orochimaru's failure to classify him as a high-level combatant had led to a stalemate. The desert was stained with bloodstains, countless puppet fragments, and broken weapons. Orochimaru, you are not qualified to kill me yet. Chiyo commanded the Chikamatsu Ten, severing a brown serpent in 2. Upon the fractured snake's body, Orochimaru appeared with a gloomy expression. According to the estimated combat power, if he could hold off Chiyo, the Konoha shinobi could swiftly seize the Land of Wind, forcing Sunagakure to be caught between front and back. However, his gaze shifted toward Raza not far away, stirring a cascade of golden sand. Such strategic-level magnet release had a tremendous impact on large-scale battlefields, especially on his home turf. Another magnet release user? Chiyo snorted coldly. Little snake. Since you dared to attack the Land of Wind, you must know, or rather, you and your Konoha comrades are responsible for the disappearance of the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage has been missing for over 3 months. Not to mention the shadow of a single village. Even a mere genin missing for a month would be presumed dead. Chiyo had long since abandoned the search for the third Kazekage. The sole reason for waging war against Konoha was to select the fourth Kazekage amidst the chaos of battle. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips with a cold sneer. Old hag, according to the intelligence we've gathered, it was your grandson who killed the third Kazekage. Sasori. Chiyo's pupils suddenly constricted, and her control over the chakra strings faltered for a moment. For a top-tier puppeteer of her caliber, such a basic mistake was unheard of. Whoosh! Orochimaru seized the opportunity without hesitation, shooting out a white arc of chakra from his mouth, severing one of Chiyo's hands. Bang! The puppets she controlled collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Their movements ceased. Lady Chiyo. Granny Chiyo. Protect Lady Chiyo. Retreat. Protect Lady Chiyo. Fall back. Seeing Chiyo wounded, an innumerable number of Sunagakure shinobi fought desperately to prevent Orochimaru from pressing further. Entrusting this venerable elder to oversee the grand strategy was already a testament to Sunagakure's weakness. If she were to die on the battlefield, they would truly have no face left to call themselves ninjas. The fearless Sunagakure forces inflicted significant obstruction upon Orochimaru, to the point that even Roses abandoned his own front to advance here. After battling with Granny Chiyo for so long, Orochimaru was greatly depleted. Being surrounded now would be perilous. Ultimately, the campaign concluded with Sunagakure's retreat. Regrettably, the Konoha ninja had no strength left to advance, as many had fallen victim to Sunagakure's poisons. Tsunade. Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply. If Tsunade were present, the two of them could have surely slain Chiyo, and he wouldn't have to waste energy dealing with her toxins. Yet, just thinking of Tsunade's quirks on this blood-stained battlefield made him doubt she would even avoid becoming a liability. Orochimaru regarded the aftermath before him with a hint of frustration. He had underestimated Sunagakure. Even a sinking ship still has some nails left, let alone one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Rose's arrival prevented Konoha from achieving a decisive victory, but what Orochimaru desired was far beyond such a minor triumph. He was fully aware of the grave consequences this defeat would bear for Konoha and resolved to find a way to reverse the tide. Orochimaru decided to personally infiltrate Sunagakure to gather more intelligence on Chiyo and Roses, and also planned to spread the rumor that the Red Sand Scorpion had assassinated the third Kazekage. It was no use if only the Sunagakure leadership knew this. The lower-ranking shinobi had to be aware. This tactic he had learned from Danzo. If given the chance, he intended to assassinate that magnet-release ninja. After tidying the battlefield, under the cover of nightfall, Orochimaru quietly departed, heading towards the direction of Sunagakure. Meanwhile, on another front along Konoha's western line, at the Kaminabi Bridge, scattered limbs and shattered corpses lay strewn about. Fugaku, a master of genjutsu, was currently interrogating 2 Iwagakure shinobi for information. Kagami Uchiha wiped bloodstains from his sleeve. Swordsmanship was part of the Uchiha style of body techniques, but it primarily relied on the insight granted by the Sharingan. As long as one caught an enemy's weakness, a short blade was far more convenient for killing than a long sword, and better suited for his slashing style. Minato had discerned Kagami's desire to hone his skills, so most of the subsequent waves of Iwagakure shinobi were entrusted to him. Kagami's progress was most rapid in actual combat. His instincts and battle intelligence improved markedly. It seemed Iwagakure had confirmed the vulnerability along the Land of Fire's border. Fugaku approached the group, speaking solemnly. According to the intelligence they provided, Inoki has already dispatched the Jinchuriki. Their destination is here. Jinchuriki. At any time, that term carried immense weight. Minato smiled gently. It was bound to come sooner or later. Isn't our purpose here to guard against just that? All eyes turned to Kagami Uchiha. Fugaku had already learned the contents of Orochimaru's pre-battle meeting. According to him, Minato was to hold off one Jinchuriki. If a second appeared, it would be Kagami's responsibility. Despite Kagami's impressive performances these days, none believed he could stand against a Jinchuriki. The terrifying power of the Black Flash rivaled even a tailed beast bomb, yet after using it once, Kagami lost the capacity to continue fighting. Facing their unspoken questions, Kagami sheathed his blade and replied calmly, "I hope it's the Four Tails. I'm quite interested in it." Apart from the omnipotent Ninetails, the Four Tails had the highest affinity with Kagami among the tailed beasts. His most frequently used ninjutsu were fire and earth styles, providing a foundation for developing lava release. The development of Yin release was the most valuable, and his slashing techniques could be considered a manifestation of Yin release. Lava release was powerful, but he lacked the energy to develop it fully. The Four Tails would be a shortcut. The 9-tailed beasts were guardians left by the Sage of Six Paths, each endowed with formidable powers. With the right Jinchuriki after reconciliation, a shinobi could wield the tailed beast's power, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. The Ninetails chakra Kagami had absorbed helped him develop the Een release technique Solar Wolf. If he could obtain the Four Tails chakra, it would greatly aid his development of lava release. Just as he was contemplating this, a wave of heat surged forth, as if a living volcano were erupting nearby. "You bastards from Konoha, what have you done to my comrades?" The roar grew louder from afar, and a crimson figure appeared faintly, flames blazing along his path. "Prepare for battle. Kagami, this is the Four Tails you were waiting for." Minato could not maintain chakra sensing at all times and was not overly alarmed by this newly arrived enemy. Compared to the Four Tails and Five Tails he had previously encountered, the Ninetails was far more terrifying. Minato even felt that these two Jinchuriki were on an entirely different level from Kushina. Back then, people had boasted that, to oppose them, they need to bring out the Ninetails Jinchuriki. What a bunch of hot air. Kagami activated his Sharingan again, swiftly molding hand seals while mobilizing chakra. He had no habit of waiting idly for an opponent to approach and exchanging a few words before fighting. This was not a turn-based game to charge up ultimate moves. SSHHH. The piercing sound of cutting filled the air, drawing all eyes, especially Fugaku, whose memories were stirred unpleasantly. Azure blades swirled around Kagami, spinning faster and faster, like a raging storm. "Keep a little distance from me." The storm's radius expanded, pulverizing the Iwagakure corpses on the ground, tinting the azure blades with a hint of blood. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's body flowed with molten lava, immediately unleashing full firepower mode. Lava release. Scorching river rock technique. Several millstone-sized magma spheres crashed down, radiating terrifying heat. Kagami extended 2 fingers forward, guiding his technique. Slash release, thousand blade flow, Kageyoshi. An unending torrent of blades surged like a mighty dragon, grinding the magma fireballs to nothingness. Where the torrent passed, the earth was gouged deep. The blade's momentum unrelenting, trapping the crimson figure within the storm. Within several hundred meters, earth and stone were pulverized, massive trees turned to ash. "What is this?" Shirwai and the others, witnessing this technique for the first time, could not help but exclaim. "Wind release? No, it doesn't feel like wind release chakra. This kind of technique has to be forbidden, right? How many trump cards does he still have? Yes, an absolute monster." Fugaku's eyes widened as he tried desperately to discern the principle behind this jutsu. Slash release. This was Kagami's unique secret technique and should not be classified as a Kekii Genkai. The howling wind muffled Minato's voice somewhat, but as all were jonin with keen hearing, they caught his words. "This is a high-frequency slash formed from spiritual energy. As far as I know, only one creature can rival Kagami in this regard. The creature he referred to was not human, purely spiritual slashes. Shikakunara was a Een release user and could hardly imagine such a thing. Could this be a revision of the spirit transformation technique? Should we protect Kagami's body? Although they felt he likely did not require it. Tobarama Senju pressed his finger against the earth and continued. "That presence belongs to the Five Tails," approaching with a squad. "Genka, Shirwei, you two stay behind to assist Kagami. The rest, follow me and intercept them." "Understood." Amidst the storm of blades, old Murasaki could only feel unbearable agony. At this moment, his appearance was far from human. His skin resembled molten lava, and a colossal tail trailed behind him, resembling a so-called lava demon. This was the lava release chakra mode he had developed. Lava release was the trademark ability of the Four Tails, and through years of rigorous training, he had mastered this Kekii Genkai, enabling him to assume such a form. In this state, both his offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. In terms of sheer power, he surpassed Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Among the squad from Iwagakure that Kagami had slain, one was his nephew, the posthumous son of his elder brother, someone he held dearer than his own child. When they lost contact, the furious old Murasaki disregarded his comrades' protests and charged forward alone. He had assumed this new form with the hope of incinerating the scoundrels invading the land of Earth's borders, yet the moment he appeared, he was ensnared and strangled. These tiny blade streams could not inflict fatal wounds immediately, but if left unchecked, gurgle. An increasing amount of tailed beast chakra seeped out, responding to old Murasaki's raging fury. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as the ferocious, blazing chakra violently tore open a breach in the storm of blades. Already entering tailed beast mode so soon? Observing old Murasaki with 3 tails now visible, Uchiha Kagami voluntarily ceased his 1,000-blade style, Kagami, and summoned a giant eagle. The Uchiha had several allied summoning clans, the most renowned being the Ninja Cat tribe. Some clan members who specialized in genjutsu opted for contracts with crows. This giant eagle was a solitary conquest of Kagami's, intended to perfect his combat system. Flight was a tremendous advantage, allowing him to remain undefeated against ordinary shinobi. Looking up at Genka and Shirwei, Kagami felt a tinge of vexation. Ordinary jonin, without means to combat large beasts, were ineffective against tailed beasts. Shirwei Yamanaka's insect secret techniques were formidable, but parasitic insects could never approach old Murasaki. Shirwei, an experienced shinobi, caught Kagami's glance of disdain and quickly explained, "I have already concealed a large number of parasitic insects beneath the battlefield. The moment he dispels his tailed beast state, I can manipulate the parasites to corrupt his chakra." "Have you ever used parasitic insects to drain tailed beast chakra before?" Kagami inquired. "No. I will attempt to sever a portion of his chakra. If you succeed, support me in combat. If not, flee and don't hold us back. I am a jonin after all." Their exchange took mere seconds. Below, old Murasaki stabilized his tailed beast chakra, his pitch-black pupils gazing up at the giant eagle. Terrifying chakra condensed before him, visible to the naked eye as particles coalescing into a dense black energy sphere, the tailed beast bomb. An oppressive atmosphere filled the space. Facing the tailed beast bomb for the first time, Genka's hands trembled involuntarily. This was a natural disaster, a weapon no human could withstand. "What are you afraid of?" A calm voice snapped Genka back to attention as he looked upon Kagami's stern profile. "A mere tailed beast is but livestock to the Uchiha clan. How could you harbor fear towards such beasts?" Kagami's absolute confidence infected Genka. Even Shirwei felt his blood warming. "Use all your chakra to unleash the great fire-extinguishing blaze. Leave the rest to me." "Understood." Genka rapidly formed hand seals, expending chakra without reserve. From his mouth erupted a fierce inferno, surging and roaring as if capable of engulfing all within a sea of flames. The tailed beast-transformed old Murasaki remained indifferent to the raging fire. Such temperatures were barely warm enough for a bath in his eyes. Crack! The black energy orb was swallowed whole. Just as he intended to unleash it, the overwhelming firestorm seemed to take on life, forming a colossal dragon. The secret of Ein release lies in creating form from nothingness. Kagami could not conjure non-existent shapes, but he could construct tangible entities with Ein release. The crimson fire dragon shimmered with hues of blue and purple, coiling around the tailed beast old Murasaki in spiraling rings. Composite ninjutsu, Ein dragon fire prison. Boom! A tremendous explosion rose like a blazing sun from the earth. Kagami soared higher astride the giant eagle, his gaze piercing the vast inferno, scrutinizing old Murasaki's condition. When the explosion subsided, a massive crater appeared near the Kaminabi bridge, the terrain utterly transformed. Streams of water trickled from the crevices. At the center, the tailed beast's form showed no visible injury as it once again condensed a tailed beast bomb. Tailed beasts were indeed strange creatures. "Kid, you're in trouble now," came the teasing voice of Sukuna. Since their last conversation, Sukuna's grudge against Kagami had deepened considerably. "Trouble?" A faint curve lifted Kagami's lips. If facing an equal-level shadow-class warrior, he might still fall short. But creatures like tailed beasts? He was truly unafraid. It was like a game of rock-paper-scissors. From atop the giant eagle, Kagami quietly vanished, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. Shirwei and Genka only heard a faint cicada-esque chirp in their ears. Below, old Murasaki's movements froze, and the tailed beast bomb before him shattered before fully forming. Zon release one blade, cold cicada-esque wail. Kagami appeared within the Four-Tails spiritual dimension. Raising his head, he beheld a massive, red-furred Four-Tails orangutan, shackled by chains. Roar! The Four-Tails bellowed furiously, stirring a hurricane within the spiritual realm. Kagami's black hair whipped wildly as his scarlet Sharingan locked eyes with the beast. "You dare call yourself Sun Wukong? That's somewhat offensive." Crash! The spiritual dimension instantly split into two hues. The black-purple aura surged like ocean waves, attempting to drown the fiery crimson volcano. "Who are you? Why do you possess such terrifying chakra? How do you know my name?" The Four-Tails sensed the extreme chill embedded within the chakra. It had seen Indra in his youth, the Uchiha clan's ancestor. This brat's mastery of Ein release was already remarkably close to that of Indra. Indra was the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this brat possibly match him? Kagami planted his foot firmly upon the Four-Tails' head, his spiritual energy manifesting as a colossal wind demon shuriken. Humans who did not regard the tailed beasts as protectors but as calamities were right to fear, dread, and seal them. Kagami understood the truth but would not attempt to reconcile with the tailed beasts like Naruto Uzumaki. He knew well that he was the type most despised by the tailed beasts. He would never see them as partners, only as power to be harnessed. The wind demon shuriken spun at breakneck speed, its cutting edge mercilessly slashing at the Four-Tails' neck. Damned brat! Don't underestimate me! Lava release. Huagua Mountain. The Four-Tails struggled fiercely against its chains, radiating extreme heat and forming a molten sea. Boom! The lava erupted violently, barely holding back the massive wind demon shuriken. Yet this stalemate did not last long. Kagami's piercing gaze intensified, expanding the wind demon shuriken to several hundred meters in diameter. Crash! The Four-Tails' massive body crashed to the ground as the wind demon shuriken pressed down like a stone-cutting blade. A natural enemy? Borrowing Sukuna's cursed energy. The seal could not be entirely closed, allowing him to witness Kagami's actions. The Sharingan's fundamental abilities resembled the Rinnegan's 6 eyes, providing Sukuna with a reference point. Yet Sukuna believed that even Satoru Gojo, who possessed the 6 eyes, would find this monster no easy foe. Merely comparing the energies he perceived, this beast was vastly superior to the same elemental Rokatsu. Unlike the 6 Paths eyes, which appeared only once per generation, this brat's kin possessed many such eyes. Could this clan be the legendary divine tribe? Did they possess a special suppression against demonic beasts and fiendish creatures? Was my arrival here also due to the ancestor of this clan having sealed me within this brat's body? Sukuna never ceased his efforts to break free, pondering the intelligence concerning Kagami Uchiha. There was one point he guessed incorrectly. Normally, the Uchiha's 3 Magatama were ineffective against tailed beasts. Even if advanced into the Mangekyo Sharingan, they might work on ordinary tailed beasts, but controlling the Ninetails was impossible. Obito's brief control over the Ninetails was likely a remnant technique left by Madara. The most crucial factor in wielding any power is the user. The reason Kagami Uchiha could suppress tailed beasts was answered by the previous Ninetails incident. Dojutsu power. Dojutsu power is also a form of chakra, albeit one focused on spiritual energy. The so-called Mangekyo is essentially an evolution formed when spiritual energy reaches a critical threshold. With Kagami Uchiha's current Dojutsu power, he had already surpassed this point and could evolve into the Mangekyo at any moment. Yet, he had not resolved the Mangekyo's drawbacks. Overuse would lead to blindness. Why couldn't the Mangekyo's Dojutsu power be restored? Because the Uchiha's physique was too frail compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan's demands. Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, naturally had no such concerns, but his descendants lacked bodies capable of bearing the Sage's eyes. Even Madara Uchiha, in his old age, could not bear the Rinnegan. To prevent the Rinnegan's exhaustion and avoid being drained by it, he chose Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, as the vessel for the eyes. According to Kagami Uchiha's estimation, it would take at least 1 more year before his body could endure the pressure of the Mangekyo. Ideally, he would capture White Zetsu soon and directly seize Madara Uchiha's research results to acquire Hashirama cells. Obtaining Hashirama cells would not grant him the Rinnegan. That was exclusive to the Sage's sons, as Obito had proven, but it would greatly alleviate the Mangekyo Sharingan's side effects. Otherwise, given Obito's frequency of Mangekyo Dojutsu use, even Kamui's energy conservation would be futile. He would have gone blind long ago. Of course, if a lethal threat arose, whether death or bodily harm, he could discern which was the lesser evil. Simply put, it was a matter of pushing boundaries, hoping to ascend more perfectly. Moreover, he had a plan that might resolve this flaw, the reversal technique. By manipulating cursed energy to convert it into positive energy, could achieve healing effects. Translated into chakra terms, this meant converting yin-nature chakra into yang-nature chakra. This concept was feasible, though undoubtedly far more challenging than simply reversing cursed energy. The Four-Tails, grievously sliced by the wind demon shuriken, howled in agony and cursed vehemently. It was futile. If he were unsealed, he might have been able to wrestle Kagami Uchiha. But now, 2 opponents, one wielding a whip, the other bound. This was hardly an equitable battle. The Four-Tails chakra was continuously severed and collected by Kagami Uchiha, and his body radiated scorching flames. Tailed beasts were the physical embodiment of chakra. The Four-Tails, drained of vast amounts of chakra, visibly grew emaciated. Kagami Uchiha could clearly perceive that tailed beast chakra was an entirely different echelon in both quality and quantity compared to ordinary ninja chakra, especially within the Four-Tails chakra. His brief contact had given him insights into developing lava release. At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the empty spiritual space. Release! Kagami Uchiha felt an overwhelming force attempting to forcibly expel him from the spiritual space. Casting one last glance at the gaunt Four-Tails, he remarked coldly, red-haired gorilla. Don't bother pretending to be the Monkey King anymore. Farewell, Four Tails. What pretending? My name was given by the Sage of Six Paths. Why do you harbor such ill will toward me? The Four Tails retorted. The principle of genjutsu primarily involved manipulating chakra to disrupt another's chakra flow, thus affecting the target's five senses. The perfect Jinchuriki was immune to genjutsu because the tailed beast would help dispel it when the Jinchuriki was controlled. Conversely, if the tailed beast itself was controlled, the Jinchuriki could also dispel the genjutsu. Kagami Uchiha's primary objective was to enter the spiritual space imprisoning the Four Tails. Genjutsu could not confine Old Purple for long. The definition of a perfect Jinchuriki was one who had reconciled with the tailed beast within, a feat Old Purple had not achieved. Instead, his Kekkei Genkai was identical to the Four Tails' lava release, and he forcibly seized the Four Tails' power, akin to Naruto's initial victory over the Ninetails to obtain its chakra, a reversal of master and slave. No sooner had he regained consciousness than he sensed an anomaly within. Sensing peril, dispelling the genjutsu was undoubtedly the prudent choice. A wisp of blue smoke reappeared atop the giant eagle. It was Kagami Uchiha. Looking down upon Old Purple, who had just been freed from tailed beast mode, he estimated the Four Tails would not recover chakra anytime soon. You just now, Ueno Shibi, seemed to have recalled something. The scene resembled a secret technique you once witnessed from a senior. The intangible spiritualization technique. Kagami Uchiha said. Don't make it sound like I'm plagiarizing Senior Shibi. Turning his gaze toward him, Kagami Uchiha added, with such a perfect opportunity. Don't tell me you didn't use a cursed insect to attack him. Ueno Shibi, wearing sunglasses and a mask, hid his embarrassment well. Sorry, it all happened so suddenly, you just disappeared for a few seconds. No need to explain. With a sharp clang, Kagami Uchiha drew his blade and leapt down, charging straight at Old Purple. I'll handle the Jinchuriki. You just watch quietly, he said, as a powerless bystander. One must not gaze directly into the Sharingan. Having endured the previous encounter, Old Purple dared not show the slightest contempt for this Uchiha youth. No matter his resentment, faced with Kagami Uchiha's flying assault, all he could do was lower his head and avert his gaze, as if resigning to his fate. Fire release, Great Dragon Flame technique, lava release, Scorching River Rock technique. Boom! The dragon fire collided with the molten lava sphere, unleashing an intense heat wave. You brat, your ordinary fire is nothing compared to my lava release, which can even burn fire itself. Even without the tailed beast's chakra, Old Purple was an extraordinarily formidable shinobi. Whoops! Suddenly, an invisible slash came from the side and rear. Old Purple, relying on instinctual crisis awareness, barely evaded the deadly strike. Boom! Scores of massive trees toppled with a crash. Old Purple turned his head to meet the scarlet glare of the Sharingan and the gleam of a blade. Without the Four Tails chakra, Old Purple could not maintain the lava release chakra mode. If he dared approach so closely in lava release mode, he would be courting death. Clang! The sleeve white snow slash struck Old Purple's steel gauntlet, scattering sparks. Boom! Old Purple twisted his body, delivering a blazing magma-infused punch toward Kagami Uchiha's chest. Kagami Uchiha's expression was as calm as still water, his eyes glittering with a chilling light. He slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading Old Purple's fist, then delivered a kick with lightning speed. Old Purple blocked with both arms. The powerful impact forced him to stagger back slightly, but he quickly regained his footing and launched another attack. Too inexperienced. Brat! His fists crashed toward Kagami Uchiha like shooting stars, trailing waves of heat. Kagami Uchiha, of course, was no fool to trade punches. His figure weaved like a specter amidst the flurry of blows, seeking a chance to counterattack. Prolonged offense invites mistakes. Finally, Kagami Uchiha found his opening, reflecting light off the blade of sleeve white snow, locking eyes with Old Purple. Mirror flower, water moon. A vast surge of ocular power erupted, instantly etching a black magatama into Old Shigure's eyes. Without hesitation, Kagami Uchiha slashed a blade toward Old Shigure's neck. Bang! With his defenses wide open, Kagami Uchiha was kicked flying by Old Shigure's foot. Having no time to activate his molten release, the kick inflicted only minor damage. Yet, gazing into Old Shigure's eyes, Kagami sneered. Did you strike a deal with that ape? Old Shigure's gaze grew complicated as he looked at Kagami. Only to deal with you would the Four Tails agree to help me dispel the Jinjutsu. What exactly did you do to him? The Four Tails, who never paid attention to him except to curse during chakra theft, was actually willing to assist him. Old Shigure thought that if he killed Kagami Uchiha, perhaps the Four Tails would finally submit to him completely. Stubborn as ever, He never expected reconciliation with the Four Tails. He did not recognize the beast. Gurgle, gurgle. Old Shigure's pupils contracted sharply. That sound, that posture, he was all too familiar with it. Kagami Uchiha glanced downward to see his body enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak. Behind him emerged a colossal chakra tail. This cannot be. You are a Ninetails Jinchuriki. Old Shigure was horrified beyond measure. It was common knowledge that Konoha possessed only one-tailed beast, the Ninetails. Even if one was unaware of the severe animosity between Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha. Every shinobi knew of the century-long war between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Was the Third Hokage mad to allow an Uchiha to become a Ninetails Jinchuriki? Were they intent on creating another Madara Uchiha? Both the second and third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure had been soundly defeated by Madara Uchiha and harbored extreme hatred and fear toward him. Even Shiwi and Genka, perched atop the giant eagle, were stunned. The fact that Kushina was the Ninetails Jinchuriki was classified as top secret. Without Minato's close relationship with her and his status as a Jiraiya disciple, even he would not be privy to this information. Hearing Old Shigure's exclamation and seeing Kagami's obvious-tailed beast cloak, this fellow would undoubtedly be influenced by the Ninetails chakra. Konoha was doomed. Not only did he possess the Uchiha's unparalleled talent, but now he also wielded the Ninetails' power. Fool, that's my chakra. Can't you even recognize it? The Four Tails regained some strength and bellowed wildly within Old Shigure's body. Who could tell? A single-tailed chakra cloak looks quite similar across the board. Before Old Shigure could respond, Kagami's speed surged dramatically, leaving only a lingering afterimage. Boom! A powerful punch crashed into Old Shigure's chest. The fierce force combined with the scorching nature of the tailed beast chakra instantly burned his clothes and branded a fist-shaped mark on his skin. He was not sent flying by the blow, however, as the chakra tail behind Kagami lengthened, coiled around Old Shigure's ankle, and slammed him mercilessly into the ground. True combat required coordinated attacks to drain one's health bar completely. Was this merely a casual fight? Shirayuki's sleeves had been folded away at some unknown time. This form was more suited to hand-to-hand combat. Not everyone in the shinobi world was as resilient as Orochimaru. Without the protection of tailed beast chakra, Old Shigure's body could not endure such punishment. His injuries worsened, and his consciousness began to blur. Hey, bastard! Idiot! Kill him for me! The Four Tails' roar was futile. The beast was still pinned down by chains and unable to rise. Do we still require assistance? Shiwi swallowed nervously, feeling somewhat guilty. Kagami appeared to be just over 10 years old, so Old Shigure did not find it unusual for him to wield the 3 Mangekyo Sharingan at that age. But they knew better. The one below who was battling against the Jinchuriki, or rather suppressing him, was only 8 years old. Genka remained lost in the fantasy of Kagami, controlling the Ninetails, sweeping through Konoha, and firmly establishing the Uchiha clan's dominance, failing to heed Shiwi's words. At that moment, Shiwi caught sight of a small black dot in the corner of his eye. Initially dismissive, a few seconds later, the dot gradually took on a human silhouette. No way. Shiwi's voice trembled, more fearful than facing a Jinchuriki. He hastily leaned halfway out of the giant eagle and shouted hoarsely, Kagami, retreat. Zenoki, the third Tsuchikage, is here. Nearly 60 years old, Inoki was one of the few shinobi still living who had experienced the Warring States period. He held the highest authority in the land of Earth for the longest time as Tsuchikage and had ushered Iwagakure into its golden age, surpassing bloodline limits through bloodline elimination, a battle-hardened absolute powerhouse known as Inoki of the Two Scales. Why was the third Tsuchikage appearing here? Minato shared the same question. Swish! Kagami, carrying Minato's flying thunder god kunai, upon sensing the massive chakra on the battlefield, decisively led his comrades away from the force led by the Five Tails to regroup. Kagami, you seen Kagami wrapped entirely in tailed beast chakra. Minato was deeply shaken. No time to explain. Kagami pinched the unconscious Old Shigure, hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose not to deliver the killing blow. A living Jinchuriki was far more valuable than a dead one. High above, a small old man floated with crossed arms. Though diminutive, his mere presence made those below feel as if breathing became difficult. Even the giant eagle sensed intense pressure and flew toward Kagami seeking reassurance. As he approached, Kagami immediately dispelled the summoning technique and raised his head solemnly to face Inoki. Jinchuriki were understandable, but the third Tsuchikage should not have appeared at this moment. Normally, he would remain to defend Iwagakure against possible attacks from Kumogakure. Someone must have leaked intel. Danzo. Kagami did not doubt his luck. Any unreasonable occurrence was surely someone's deliberate targeting. The shinobi world was small, with few players. Out of 10 misdeeds, at least 8 could be pinned on Danzo, with the remaining 2 grudgingly claimed by the Black Zetsu. With my current chakra, I can only teleport 5 people at most. The Flying Thunder God technique's capacity depends not only on my chakra but also on that of those being transported. If teleporting people at will were possible, the second Hokage wouldn't have had to die covering the rear. Even Minato did not dare hope to fight the third Hokage, especially since they had not yet defeated the Five Tails. The Iwagakure forces were rapidly closing in. There truly was an absurdly powerful Uchiha brat. Old Shigure's stubbornness had finally been overcome. Inoki murmured softly, locking eyes with Kagami below. He noticed the tailed beast cloak enveloping Kagami, and his nearly white eyebrows trembled fiercely. Making an Uchiha a Jinchuriki, what on earth was Hiruzen Sarutobi doing? Uchiha brat, release old Shigure. I permit your retreat. Inoki's tone softened somewhat. A smile curled at the corner of Kagami's mouth as he tightened his grip on old Shigure's hand. Inoki, your dust release is renowned throughout the world. If I release the Four Tails Jinchuriki, I'm sure you'll want to use it on me. Don't talk about the Hokage's reputation, I don't believe in that. Inoki frowned. Brat, didn't Sarutobi teach you manners? Even Iwagakure shinobi addressed the Hokage with honorifics. Kagami remained unmoved. Names exist to be called. Honorifics mean nothing. If begging on my knees could make you relinquish the Four Tails and let us leave, I'd be on my knees already. Inoki sneered coldly. It was your first Hokage who once knelt and begged us to accept the tailed beasts. At those words, the faces of those from Konoha darkened. Kagami beamed brightly. Is that so? Then how long did you and the second Hokage kneel when you were soundly beaten by Madara Uchiha? Inoki's eyes narrowed into perilous slits, the atmospheric pressure growing increasingly oppressive. To be defeated by Madara Uchiha was no disgrace. The reason behind it no longer held significance. Merely a brat. Inoki extended both hands forward, and within his palms, a pristine white cube gradually materialized. With you, the Ninetails Jinchuriki as a collateral, the Iwagakure should hardly consider itself at a loss. Inoki, make this perfectly clear. Only Uchiha Kagami was present, showing no respect toward Inoki. This was the fundamental standard of diplomacy. Only when both parties stand on equal footing can negotiations proceed. Should you dare to unleash dust release, I will have Minato employ the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk me and the Four Tails back to Konoha. A mere Four Tails lacks the qualification to perish alongside me. Minato cast a silent glance at Uchiha Kagami, then stepped forward to place a hand on his shoulder, demonstrating through action. He could never abandon his comrade. Yet at this moment he must conceal it. Inoki maintained the initial stance for dust release without releasing it. Indeed, dust release was formidable, arguably the strongest defensive technique in the shinobi world, but it required a hit to be effective. How could he not know the Flying Thunder God technique? Having faced Tobirama Senju multiple times, he could never land a blow. Brat, state your purpose. At this moment, the Five Tails Jinchuriki and others also arrived, eyes sharp with anticipation, awaiting Inoki's command. Swear here before these Iwagakure shinobi that you will not invade the Fire Country's borders for half a year, and I shall return the Four Tails to you. A rather equitable bargain, wouldn't you agree? Inoki laughed scornfully. You misunderstand. While the Ninetails is indeed your hostage, what you should be bargaining for is the safe departure of your people alive. You truly think I dare not use dust release? How many can the Flying Thunder God technique carry away? I am not mistaken. Uchiha Kagami spoke evenly, without haste. We have never set foot beyond the border. We are merely guarding the Fire Country's frontier. Do not cloak your intentions in grandiose words. Inoki, your true aim here is to probe Konoha's defenses and seize the opportunity to invade. Therefore, Uchiha Kagami clenched a fist and proclaimed loudly, my comrades may die, but they do not perish because of my decisions. They die protecting the Fire Country, protecting Konoha, falling at the hands of you, the invader. Every Konoha shinobi's spirit trembled, the will of fire blazing fiercely within them. Even Fugaku's blood surged with fervor. Indeed, you despicable invaders, even if it means death, I shall never allow you to set foot in the Fire Country. Exactly. Death is but a trifle. You mere Hokage. Do you think we Konoha shinobi fear you? It is but death, and Lord Kagami will surely avenge us. Genka roared. Inoki, you shall bear the wrath of the Uchiha clan. Though he spoke thus, he indeed sought to invade the Fire Country. Yet, I senti this the land of grass? Have you considered the feelings of the grass shinobi? Inoki forcibly suppressed his fury.
Sharp-tongued brat.
Dust release, detachment of the original realm, a colossal pillar of white light, laden with the aura of annihilation, thunderously descended. Inoki would neither be restrained by the Ninetails nor deceived by the conduct of Uchiha Kagami and Minato. He refused to believe that a youth mastering the Flying Thunder God technique could simultaneously relocate the Four Tails and the Ninetails Jinchuriki. All of you perish. Under dust release, all beings are equal. Apart from identical bloodline elimination, no one has ever withstood dust release head-on. Not even Madara Uchiha.
Brat.
Threaten me? You are far from capable. Under the terrifying pressure of dust release, none dared harbor thoughts of resistance. Minato prepared to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, taking as many as he could, but Uchiha Kagami slipped free. Casting the Ninetails to the ground, Uchiha Kagami smiled. In this suffocating moment, an inexplicable sense of eeriness and dread arose. The tailed beast chakra surged wildly, scorching his skin. Shifting from the cloak of the tailed beast to a half-tailed beast transformation, his human features had nearly vanished. From massive tails thrashed behind him, the terrifying shockwave pushing Minato and the others aside. It hurts so much. The corrosion of tailed beast chakra is indeed severe. The heat feels as if it could consume the very air. However, this overwhelming sensation of power intoxicated Uchiha Kagami. All worldly desires are but a yearning for strength. Possess strength, and all else is attainable. He clenched his fist tightly, black and crimson lightning dancing wildly, pulverizing the scattered stones into dust. Those who have experienced the black flash and those who have not differ vastly in proximity to the energy core. Sukuna observed with folded arms from his seal, a cold smile upon his lips. Your black flash is unlike any in the jujitsu world. Can this body endure such ferocity? Rest assured, should you die, I shall avenge you. I will slaughter every shinobi in this world. Ha 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 ha. Outside, Uchiha Kagami remained undisturbed, focusing intently. Pinnacle. Black flash. The black and crimson lightning dragon surged upward, clashing fiercely against the indomitable dust release beam. A tremendous roar shattered the eardrums of all present. The earth cracked, space warped. Exploding thunder stirred a tempest, tearing everything asunder.
Brat.
D. Inoki roared furiously, continuously infusing chakra. As his energy escalated, the radiance grew ever more brilliant, illuminating the entire battlefield. In an instant, shockwaves radiated outward, the ground trembling, skies darkening. The dazzling light intertwined with raging power, as if to rend the world asunder. You relics of a bygone era, cease disgracing yourselves. Roar. Black lightning fractured space, ascending layer by layer. Crack. Overexertion caused a brittle sound at Inoki's waist. A grim omen. Damn! In that split second of weakness, the black and crimson thunder seized the advantage, crushing the light pillar with overwhelming force. Boom! The raging thunder soared skyward, igniting infinite sparks. Inoki barely evaded, clutching his waist as cold sweat trickled down. Ill-timed back pain flared up now. But what technique could rival dust release? Inoki had shattered tailed beast orbs multiple times with dust release. Such feats were beyond the reach of mere tailed beast chakra. To confront dust release head-on, only dust release itself or perhaps spacetime ninjutsu could contend. He indeed sensed the spatial distortion.
Brat.
Your actions only compel me to cast caution aside and seek to eliminate you immediately. Inoki once again formed the dust release barrier. Suppressing the savage influence of the tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Kagami's hoarse voice emerged. Inoki, for tails is the utmost I can control. Should you persist, I will unleash the Ninetails. This place is relatively close to the land of Earth. I ascend to it. Before losing consciousness, I still have means to direct the Ninetails toward the land of Earth. Care to test the power of the Ninetails? Beneath the crimson chakra cloak, Uchiha Kagami's right hand was a bloody ruin. The only ones privy to the truth in this place were the unconscious Ninetails and Minato Namikaze. Since you believe me to be the Ninetails Jinchuriki, so much the better. Inoki fell silent. His thoughts twisted and turned, weighing gains and losses. You have pondered too long. Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily as more tailed beast chakra overflowed, as though forming a fifth tail. Wait! Inoki dispersed the dust release barrier, urgently shouting. In the name of the Tsuchikage, I vow that Iwagakure will not invade the fire country for half a year. Just return the Ninetails to me. The raging chakra slowly subsided, remaining at the four-tail state. 1 week hence, I shall arrange for the Ninetails' return. Impossible. What if you extract the four tails? Don't play tricks on me. Leave now. Inoki gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. I am, after all, the Tsuchikage. I cannot possibly betray the pact made before the shinobi of Iwagakure. The chakra of the tailed beast swirled around Old Violet. We shall retreat to the borderline and arrange for his safe delivery. This is my bottom line. If that is unacceptable, then so be it, we will fight. As he spoke, the fierce chakra of the tailed beast surged forth once more. Very well. Inoki drew a long breath, his gaze deep and penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Kagami. Young one, tell me your name. Uchiha Kagami. I see. Uchiha Kagami. I hope we shall meet again. This round belongs to you. Slowly, Inoki descended into the ranks of Iwagakure's forces, casting a meaningful glance at the people of Konoha before commanding his men to withdraw. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the battlefield, a young man with the same prominent nose as Inoki approached him. Father, even the Ninetails, you can handle it, right? The shinobi world doesn't have a direct grasp of the Ninetails. They know it's powerful, but 1 against 2 is already the limit. Yet Inoki has a record of defeating the combined 4 tails and 5 tails. Hovering midair, Inoki cast a sidelong glance at Kodo and spoke coldly. You want to beat Sachikage? Do you think I've lived too long? No. Kodo hastily waved his hands. After a moment of silence, Inoki's voice lowered gravely. I'm not sure if I can handle the Ninetails, nor is it necessary. When you return, spread the name of Uchiha Kagami widely, and tell everyone that Old Violet was defeated. Huh? But Inoki's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint, inexplicable curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you know who I thought of when I saw him? Kodo hesitated briefly. Of course, he knew the memory that pained his father most deeply. Uchiha Madara? Exactly. Though he is far from the Uchiha Madara I knew, he is still young. Such a fellow. Inoki's tone turned bitter. The one who fears another Uchiha Madara appearing is not me. It is Konoha. If Konoha were united, with the Uchiha and the upper echelons closely allied, I would fight to the death to keep those few alive. But the reason I am here is because of the intelligence from that one in Konoha. That Sachikage needs more than just strength. More importantly, he needs eyes to see through the essence of things. Unfortunately, Kodo is too foolish, not the right choice. Inoki truly envied the talent that emerged endlessly from Konoha, White Fang, the Sannin, and now Namake's Minato, Uchiha Kagami, and others. Nearly every few years, a batch of prodigies would appear. Every coin has 2 sides. At least Iwagakure does not have high-ranking officials who betray their comrades' intelligence. White Fang was driven away. The Uchiha will not have such a good fate. Inoki was patient, curious to see whether the conflict between the 2 sides would erupt during this time. Father, should we recall the people near the border of the Land of Fire? Bang! Kodo was struck on the head, and Inoki shouted in frustration, Are you an idiot? Do you really think I would honor some verbal agreement? Alliances are but scraps of paper when necessary, let alone such trifling promises. As soon as Old Violet returns, station troops in the Land of Grass, ready to join the battle at any moment. Suddenly, a black hawk appeared in their sight, flying toward Inoki and his group. A messenger hawk? This is the highest grade messenger hawk. Has something happened in Iwagakure? Opening the message, Inoki's face flushed crimson with rage. Bastard! Fool! That black-skinned monkey! How dare he! Third Hokage leads the invasion into the Land of Earth. The vanguard has already approached Iwagakure. Return at once. Impossible. I've only been out for 2 days. How could that guy AI catch this time gap? Danzo. It must be that bastard who leaked intelligence to Kumogakure. Kodo. Stay to support Old Violet. The rest? Return to the village at full speed. Damn it, going out on a mission only to have our homeland nearly stolen. At the border of the Land of Fire, a female medical ninja's palm glowed green as she pressed it against Uchiha Kagami's back. His entire body was ravaged. Not a patch of flesh left unscathed. The tailed beast's chakra had corroded his skin, making him look terrifying. The surface wounds were manageable, but his right hand's bones were severely damaged and would require time to heal. Be careful not to get the wounds wet. Such injuries are from fire release, aren't they? You've had a hard time. After bandaging him and explaining the medication, the medical ninja left the tent. How do you feel, Kagami? Minato lifted the curtain and entered, his eyes full of concern. Kagami's voice, muffled beneath the wrappings, was somewhat distorted. I'm all right. What about Old Violet? I entrusted him to the IWA shinobi.
Minetsu site.
If it weren't for the troubles with Sunagakure, we could have taken the opportunity to kill the Four Tails. That would set Iwagakure back at least 10 years before they could produce a new Jinchuriki. Whether Konoha fights Sunagakure or Iwagakure, it's easy. 1 against 2 isn't even difficult. However, if the other villages see this, they will definitely gang up, forming a 4 against 1. We've received orders from the village. The war in the Land of Wind has reached a stalemate, and they want me to provide support. Whose orders? Kagami asked calmly. Lord Danzo-s. After a moment of silence, Minato's gaze turned cold. Kagami, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Kagami chuckled softly. He's targeting me. After sending you away, he might move against me. The third Tsuchikage's appearance this time is probably his doing. Kagami looked at Minato calmly. Jiraiya-sensei often told me to integrate into the village, to truly become a part of Konoha. But, Senpai Minato, some in Konoha do not wish for the Uchiha to exist. Sitting and waiting to die is not my style. Whenever there is a chance, I will kill Shimura Danzo. Minato did not care about Danzo's high-ranking status. What troubled him was the complexity of their relationship. Strictly speaking, they were still to address Danzo as great uncle. Kagami said no more, waiting for Minato to make his own decision. If Minato sided with the third Hokage, he would not hold back in the future. The lamplight in the tent flickered silently. After a while, Minato exhaled and revealed a warm smile. I won't go anywhere until you're well. I will protect you, Kagami. By the way, can you tell me now what happened with your tailed beast transformation? Others don't know, but I'm still unclear. The Ninetails Jinchuriki is his girlfriend. When did she become his junior? I absorbed the Four Tails chakra. Is that even possible? Minato frowned. Have you taken the Four Tails away? No. Kagami shook his head. Using one's own body to imprison a tailed beast is exhausting. You should understand that well. In his view, the proper way to use the tailed beasts depends on Uchiha Sasuke. To imprison them, using Susanoo as a vessel to contain their chakra. If you look at Naruto's daughter, the whisker marks on her face already tell the story. Besides, there is still an untamed monster inside his body. Stuffing anything in recklessly, causing the seal to loosen, would be disastrous. Minato sighed, thinking of Kushina trapped within the barrier, feeling uneasy. Kagami, I want to become Hokage. I want Kushina to live a normal life. She has borne such pressure. What am I to do? Minato and Kagami had seen the Ninetails with their own eyes. Such a cataclysmic creature inside Kushina was like a bomb strapped to her body, ready to explode at any moment. After a moment of silence, Kagami turned to ask, what do you think about the first Hokage's distribution of the tailed beasts? Minato pondered for a long time. At the time, it was the right decision. The first Hokage longed for peace, and the shinobi were not capable of ruling the world. Using the tailed beasts as a deterrent to balance the powers was reasonable. The reality matched his hopes. During the first Hokage's lifetime, the shinobi world entered the longest period of peace in 1,000 years. Kagami Uchiha let out a light chuckle. He simply failed to realize that the true force restraining the world was never the tailed beasts, but himself. Perhaps he did consider it, but humans are mortal while the tailed beasts are not. Minato sighed deeply and lifted his gaze to meet Kagami's. Why bring up such a question all of a sudden? Minato, Kagami began, if you were in my position, how would you handle the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts serve as an indispensable strategic deterrent. From the moment they were sealed away, maintaining the status quo is essential, unless someone like the first Hokage were to reappear. Take the Ninetails, for example. Releasing it would only bring endless calamity upon Konoha. Contemplating this, Minato's expression grew somewhat melancholic. War truly knows no end. Of course it doesn't. Land, wealth, power, culture, beliefs. Just a single village like Konoha cannot cease its conflicts, let alone hope for eternal peace across the entire world. The first Hokage's vision was indeed correct. Only sufficient deterrence can stop the wars among the shinobi villages. But relying solely on the tailed beasts is far from enough. Minato regarded Kagami with profound meaning. He understood that his own past actions had finally allowed this once distant junior disciple to open his heart and articulate his ideals. Through the gaps in the bandages, Kagami's deep, penetrating eyes fixed on Minato. Individual lifespans are limited. The power of the tailed beasts is insufficient. It is the clan, the legacy. No one is better suited to serve as the world's restraining force than the Uchiha clan. I will become the strongest in the world. The Uchiha clan will evolve from Konoha's security force into the clan that patrols and governs the shinobi world. I am well aware that Uchiha are ill-suited for political affairs. We shall serve only as the deterrent against war. And all of this depends on having one absolutely powerful Uchiha to continuously carry the mantle. As Kagami spoke, Minato felt as if his heart was being crushed, struggling to breathe. I will die, but before I do, I will transfer the accumulated power of my lifetime's ocular abilities through a transcribing seal to my successor. Only the Uchiha possess such a capability. Only the Uchiha can bear the malice of this world. Your thoughts will change, Kagami. Even if you manage to abstain from ruling, how could your successor resist the temptation of becoming the king of the world? And bearing the world's malice alone is unbearably painful. Kagami let out a light laugh. Minato, your dream is to become Hokage. Have you ever considered what you will do after achieving that dream? Well, I suppose that's something to think about once the dream comes true, Minato replied. Exactly, Kagami said, turning his gaze to the distant horizon through the tendus window. This is my dream. Whether there will be a worthy successor is a matter for the future. Besides, perhaps I won't die after all. Haha, who lives forever? Minato laughed, taking Kagami's words as a jest. There are some, Kagami said. The Otsutsuki are immortal. Standing up, Minato said, thank you for sharing all this with me. You should get some rest as well. Reaching the doorway, he turned back with a smile. I will support you. I look forward to the day you sever the entanglements of hatred that plague this world. Kid, that blonde-haired boy means a lot to you, doesn't he? He is a good person and very talented. Kagami replied calmly. There are too few good people in this world, and even villains like to befriend good people. After all, unlike you, he doesn't constantly think about killing me. That's too much. Kid, came a hoarse, muffled voice from Sukuna. I'm not trying to kill you, Sukuna growled. I want to eat you. Every drop of blood. Every piece of flesh. Every marrow. I want to savor it all. You must be in pain, Sukuna. Kagami's words dripped with sarcasm. You, who regard humans as mere food, are trapped within a human body. You were once human yourself but chose to become a curse. You don't truly understand human malice. Above the mountain of corpses and seas of blood, Sukuna felt a powerful force drawing him in. What are you trying to do? The battles against Old Purple and Inoki had familiarized Kagami with the use of Tailed Beast chakra and given him experience in seizing power. Suddenly, within his mental space, a blade of blazing flames appeared. Sukuna struggled desperately against the seal's suction but to no avail, his entire being dragged to the edge of the sealing barrier. One of his arms was pulled beyond the fence. Realizing Kagami's intent, Sukuna burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, can't resist wanting to steal my power. Can you? Take it all. The more, the better. Swish, the fiery blade descended, severing Sukuna's arm, from which thick black blood oozed. Kagami's figure hovered before the seal, indifferent to Sukuna. The severed arm twitched a few times outside the seal before rapidly lunging toward Kagami. Boom! With overwhelming ocular power, Kagami firmly suppressed the arm. Gradual progress is my principle. Rest assured, Sukuna, I will savor you bit by bit. A faint smile curved Kagami's lips as a crimson curtain descended over the sealing gate. Growing darker before Sukuna's eyes, a hint of panic crept in. Though sealed for over a millennium, Sukuna had been unconscious all that time. Now, fully aware, trapped in darkness with no sense of time passing and no external stimuli, he faced psychological torment that would devastate any normal person within hours. What terrified Sukuna even more was that Kagami had severed one of his own arms beforehand. Previously, even when confined to a dark cell, Kagami could draw power from him and thus perceive the outside world. No. With my guidance, you could better control this power. You're too noisy, Kagami said, pressing his fingertips down to completely seal the space. Before I exhaust this arm, Sukuna, you will stay obediently in your little dark room. I hope that the next time we meet you'll have learned how to speak to your master. The dead silence of the dark space was broken only by Sukuna's furious roars. Intelligence from the Iwagakure front had also reached Orochimaru. Reading the reports, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. The Ninetails Jinchuriki is Kushina, Isn Tishi? No matter how confused the fourth Hokage might have been, he would never allow an Uchiha to become a Jinchuriki. There must be some anomaly I'm unaware of. However, defeating the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, standing firm against Dust Release, forcing Inoki to agree not to invade the Land of Fire for half a year, this kid's rate of evolution is astonishing. There was another secret report. Tenzo arranged for Minato Namikaze to reinforce the Wind Country battlefield, but he disobeyed orders. Even though the Iwagakure front was relatively safe, Minato still refused to assist Orochimaru. Such treachery. Orochimaru burned the secret letter from Root, sneering coldly. He is merely a shadow hiding behind the old man. Having chosen to remain a shadow, he should stop dreaming of stepping into the spotlight. After some contemplation, Orochimaru personally penned a letter and entrusted it to his summoned White Snake. At the Land of Fire border, after several days of recuperation, all bandages had been removed except for the brace on his arm. The newly grown skin was fair and delicate, making Kagami Uchiha appear even more handsome. The White Snake appeared beside him, spitting out a scroll. Dear Kagami, I hope this letter finds you well. I grieve to hear of your ailment, but the battles ahead are urgent, and I cannot come in person. I have authorized Jonin Minato Namikaze to escort you back to the village for recovery. As your uncle by rank, I failed to protect you. Enclosed is a scroll containing a chakra activation technique I created. Please study it on your own. Kagami silently perused the scroll. It contained Orochimaru's conceptual designs for bodily modifications, using chakra to stimulate cellular activity, effectively a disguised self-healing technique. It would likely serve as the foundation for his future regeneration ninjutsu. This technique was precious. By analogy, it was akin to Jiraiya's secret technique, the Wild Lion's Mane. At present, Orochimaru had neither joined root as the Third Hokage spy nor fallen under Danzo's influence. His thoughts were not yet deranged. His motives, perhaps, were not so convoluted. Merely, he aspired to become Hokage and sought to garner powerful allies. When did Orochimaru truly succumb? The exact moment was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly after Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru might not have cared for the title of Hokage itself, but simply desired the acknowledgement of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Put plainly, I can do without it, but you must not withhold it. Given Orochimaru's status and standing, was there any shortage of shinobi to experiment on? Why insist on choosing ordinary villagers? With his intellect, could he honestly have been caught red-handed? Of course, this does not imply Orochimaru was a good man compelled by circumstance. This venomous serpent still cared for his teacher and exercised self-restraint. Kagami Uchiha would not define those he encountered now based on the images preserved in his original memories. As Minato Namikaze said, people change. Naturally, with the exception of Shimura Danzo. Since the day the second Hokage fell in battle, this man's character was fixed, haunted by resentment and regret throughout his life. He spared no effort in enforcing the second's ideals to prove himself. Even now, Danzo clung to the fantasy that Sarutobi would pass the mantle to him. In a few years, when he realizes Sarutobi will never choose him, he too will spiral into madness, colluding with Orochimaru to continue research on wood release and the Sharingan. Kagami Uchiha would never permit this filthy wretch to lay hands on the power of the Sharingan. He must find a way to send Shimura Danzo to his demise during this campaign. Perhaps the Land of Rain would be a fitting resting place for him. Before long, Minato Namikaze entered accompanied by Kakashi Hatake. Yo, brother Kagami, that's quite a serious wound you've got there. Kagami cast a cold glance at Kakashi. You think I can't kill you with one hand? Sure I can. Of course I can. Kakashi stepped closer to inspect Kagami's right arm. I've heard you actually drove off the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. That's incredible. Almost unbelievable. I exerted all my strength and paid a heavy price just to withstand one ninjutsu from them. Yet it's been reported as if I drove the Tsuchikage away. Seeing Kagami's frown, Minato explained, that's the news spreading from Iwagakure. The newly risen Uchiha prodigy not only defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki but also forced the third Tsuchikage to retreat, arranging a half-year challenge. You've already earned a title outside. Flattery to kill, Kagami muttered. What half-year challenge? Kagami Uchiha never took it seriously. He had planned to send someone to inform Kumogakure. If Iwagakure was vulnerable, why not seize the opportunity? But someone else did it first. Raising an eyebrow, Kagami asked with interest what title. The Crimson-Eyed Slayer. Kakashi made exaggerated slashing motions with both hands, his voice full of admiration. Such a cool title. Just like my father's. That nickname isn't auspicious. Kagami rubbed his brow and looked toward Minato. Why did you call Kakashi back? Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's head, smiling. I've thought seriously about it. Unless absolutely necessary, someone his age shouldn't be on the battlefield. Huh? Kakashi was taken aback. Before coming here, Minato hadn't said that. He was still on patrol when Minato came to fetch him, saying there was an important mission. Lord Orochimaru sent word, asking me to bring you back to the village to recuperate, and I thought I'd take Kakashi along as well. Kushina told me a girl at the Ninja Academy keeps asking where Kakashi went. Also, an Uchiha boy has been asking about you and Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a moment. There were plenty of girls at the academy who liked to follow him around. The most persistent was Rin. As for the Uchiha boy, no need to guess, it was Obito. I'm already a chunin. Brother Minato, don't you trust my abilities? Kakashi felt somewhat disrespected. Kagami's already made a name for himself. I want one too. Kagami's injured and going back is reasonable. I haven't done anything yet. Just going back like this? Kagami looked at Kakashi. His father was alive. The intervention and guidance from Minato and Jiraiya had spared him from falling into darkness early, shaping his adult personality. Cunning, brooding, lazy, irreverent. He loved reading Paradise of Intimacy. TSK. If you had read the original history of the ninja world, you'd be bowing down to thank my ancestors 8 generations back. Comparing me to you, you white-haired brat. Do you think you're worthy? Kagami. What else with that look? Don't stay silent. That's the look you give to a useless person. Kakashi was very familiar with that expression. Kagami often looked at Obito that way. What goes around comes around. Cut it out, Kakashi. Kagami flicked Kakashi's forehead with his left hand. You've got a long way to go. Go back to the village and play ninja games with them. Bastard. What did you say? Watching the two juniors banter, Minato's face softened with a motherly smile. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. All right, consider this a temporary leave. Get ready. Whoosh. Konoha village. Minato Namikaze, cherishing a rare day off, naturally went to see Kushina. After dropping off Kagami and Kakashi, he left a note saying dinner would be at the barbecue shop that evening, then disappeared without a trace. TSK, the guy forgets his juniors for a pretty girl. Kakashi muttered. What about you? Not going to see your little girlfriend at the ninja academy? Kakashi kicked a stone by the roadside and said lightly, I'm not interested in little girls. I don't even know who it is. You're always reading Paradise of Intimacy during breaks. That's to appreciate Jiraiya sensei's literary talents. It's training. Besides, it's all older sisters' voices getting lower. No need to explain. If I catch you and that old pervert peeping into the women's bathhouse, I'll notify the Uchiha security squad to arrest you. Kagami headed toward his home, saying calmly, tell Minato I'll eat at home. I want TB going. Click-clack. Then I'll come eat at your place. Kakashi shamelessly followed, forgetting Kagami's rare warning. Kagami thought about it. The effort to chase Kakashi away would far exceed setting an extra place at the table, so he let it be.
Inconvenient.
You go buy groceries. Cooking S on you. Huh? I'm your guest, right? Cooking S one thing, but I have to go shopping too? Suit yourself. Having experienced the feelings of Obito and Might Guy, Kakashi had come to understand. When Kakashi entered the house carrying 2 baskets of groceries with Kagami, the first thing he saw was Shursui standing on the edge of the pond. Little Shursui, practicing treading water? Plop. Shursui, fully focused, was startled by the shout, half his body falling into the pool. His small face flushed crimson as he glared at Kakashi. White-haired deadfish eyes. Don't disturb me. Ah, brother. You're back. Shursui jumped out of the pool and leapt toward Kagami like a carp springing. Slap. Kagami pressed Shursui's face gently, frowning. Go rinse off and change into clean clothes. Okay. Watching Shursui bounce away, Kakashi leaned in and said, You're really harsh on him. Even I only started treading water at age 4. He only 2 or 3, right? And why does he call me white-haired deadfish eyes? 3.5 years old. Still awkward at treading water. Kagami said disdainfully, looking at Kakashi. SNT that just as useless as you? Kakashi wanted to retort that he had been called a genius since childhood, but facing Kagami, such words were left unsaid. Upon Kagami's return, the old lady's face brightened, though she did not rise. Kakashi clearly sensed that compared to a year ago, this elder carried a stronger air of twilight. Kagami tiptoed to her side, placing his hand gently on her ankle. The muscles had already begun to atrophy, clinging to a thin layer of skin, with the bones distinctly palpable beneath. Even at this stage, why did you not confide in me? Grandmother gently stroked Kagami's hair, her smile benevolent and serene. It's all right. Shursui is already taking care of me. Uchiha Kagami lowered his head silently, saying nothing. He possessed the means to heal his grandmother's body. If necessary, he could even seek out Tsunade and Orochimaru. Yet, while physical wounds could be mended, those of the heart could not. To erase grandmother's longing for the departed through genjutsu, Kagami could not bring himself to commit such cruelty. He keenly sensed that, as he grew older, grandmother's yearning for life waned ever more. Born into the Uchiha clan, she was thrust onto the battlefield in her youth, barely surviving to witness the founding of Konoha and to unite with her beloved. But no sooner had this joy come than her deeply cherished husband perished on a mission. Afterwards, her son and daughter-in-law, the parents of Shursui, also passed away. The ninja world had never been kind to the Uchiha clan. Without grand declarations, Uchiha Kagami gently withdrew his grandmother's hand, speaking in a low voice. Grandmother, I will take good care of myself, and I will also look after Shursui. If one morning or afternoon you wish to follow your beloved, then go peacefully. Grandmother believes you. Kushina. Below, Minato, cradling a bouquet of fiery red flowers matching Kushina's hair, called out loudly. Bang! The window shattered from his excessive force. The young girl leapt from the window, disregarding the height of over 10 meters. Catch me, Minato! Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the intelligence reports transmitted by Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinosuke, taking a deep drag from his pipe. The Uchiha Jinchuriki of the Ninetails, who had overpowered the Four Tails and forced the Earth Shadow to retreat. He naturally refused to believe the rumors from Iwagakure. The Ninetails was safely nestled within Kushina-'s womb. According to Sarutobi Shinosuke's inquiries to Shiho and others, as well as Minato's clarifications, Uchiha Kagami had mastered a secret technique akin to an advanced form of chakra transformation. Using this method, Kagami successfully seized part of the Four Tails chakra, using it to outwit Inoki. That old man Inoki, clearly overwhelmed by the rakeage, still insisted on honoring the half-year truce and vowed never to descend southward. Hiruzen chuckled. After decades as Kage, who was really the big bad wolf? Yet what unsettled Hiruzen Sarutobi was precisely Kagami's ability. If he could seize the Four Tails, could he not also seize the Ninetails? The combination of the Ninetails and Uchiha reminded him too much of one person. He had witnessed firsthand that earth-shattering battle. Could there be another Uchiha Madara? But could there be another First Hokage? Hiruzen knew all too well that power of that magnitude was beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. Only bloodline could attain it. The fleeting thought of eliminating Uchiha Kagami early crossed his mind. Yet Hiruzen shook his head in secret, dismissing the idea. Should Kagami die now, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly revolt. Even those Uchiha originally on his side would not accept such a fate. Hesitating, Hiruzen once again picked up Minato's letter. At its end was written, Kagami possesses the true will of fire and will bring peace to the ninja world. I have begun to believe he may be the prophesied child sought by Jiraiya-sensei, destined to lead the ninja world through transformation. From Jiraiya's youth, the great Toad Sage had foretold that his disciple would become a savior. Hence, Hiruzen had permitted Jiraiya to travel far and wide in search of that possible disciple. I once thought the one Jiraiya sought was you, Minato. Yet you believe it to be Kagami. What should I do, master? Hiruzen looked toward the portrait of the previous Hokage hanging in the office. Because the Land of Wind had adopted a defensive strategy, Orochimaru, unable to break the stalemate for long, was forced to retreat to his own defenses. On the Western Front, Inoki and the Third Hokage AI were locked in a duel within the royal city. The Western Front was temporarily at a standstill. Accordingly, Minato, who had been set to rush back to the Western Front, was granted a brief leave to assess the situation elsewhere before deciding where to deploy him next. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami's renown was gradually spreading. Credit went to the propaganda department of Iwagakure, but more importantly, it was the Uchiha clan's own efforts. What was the Konoha security force? They guarded Konoha, maintained order and punished criminals. Essentially the city management, police, and defense combined. Under Shinbai's directive, all those affiliated with his faction in the Uchiha clan spared no effort in amplifying Kagami's reputation. The specifics were as follows. At the sweet shop, Mr. Tetsushin, you're leading the patrol today. You've heard that our clan's Uchiha Kagami defeated the Four Tails and forced the Earth Shadow to retreat. Haven to you? At the flower shop owner, Brother Karasu, have you seen the newly arrived chrysanthemums? Indeed, Kagami nearly killed Inoki. We could have sent memorial flowers to Iwagakure. At the ramen shop, for bowls for you? Yes, the one Kagami defeated was the Four Tails. I hear they've already replaced the Jinchuriki. In summary, the current easing of tensions on the Western Front rested entirely on Uchiha Kagami's godlike performance. On a sunlit and gentle afternoon, Uchiha Makoto arrived, holding a child, paying a visit. Shursui take Itachi to play by the gate. In the courtyard, Uchiha Kagami reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in studying Orochimaru's chakra activation techniques. Apologies, grandmother has mobility issues and so do I. I shall not serve tea to Lady Makoto. Makoto glanced at the child quietly held by Shursui, then turned with a soft smile. Kagami-kun, you are too formal. It is I who presumptuously came to visit. Uchiha Kagami's gaze remained unflinching, his tone indifferent. What do you want with me? He harbored deep resentment toward Fugaku and Itachi. Were it not for Makoto being Sasuke's mother, he would not have allowed her inside. Kagami-kun needs to rest assured. I will speak plainly. Makoto's expression was troubled, but she proceeded. You must have heard the recent rumors circulating in the village. Haven to you? Fugaku has sent word, hoping that you and Elder Shinbai will intervene to restrain the clan. Restrain? Uchiha Kagami set down his notes, slightly turning to look at Uchiha Makoto. Before marrying Fugaku, Makoto was also an Uchiha Jonin of the Three Tomo, elite among elites. Yet this gaze cast upon her was so intense that she dared not meet it, instinctively averting her eyes. You understand why Fugaku said that, don't you? Taking a deep breath, Makoto felt as though she faced not a junior but a venerable elder with immense clan authority. The Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons bore a rift. Fugaku had long labored to mend it, and recent years had seen some progress. That the third Hokage entrusted Jiraiya with Kagami was a signal of village reconciliation. Was it not? Fugaku and the Hokage both strove for this. Kagami-kun, as a beneficiary, why distance yourself from the villagers? You are a member of the Uchiha and a ninja of Konoha. Should you cling to narrow clan notions? Compared to the village, even the Uchiha could not hope to stand against it. Don't you understand? Mikoto spoke all she wished in one breath, afraid that if interrupted, she would lose her voice. Uchiha Kagami's gaze was like a bottomless well, not stagnant water, but a profound, chilling abyss. In what capacity do you speak to me? Naturally, as clan head, captain of the Konoha security force, representing the Hokage, the villagers, and even the Uchiha clan, I speak to you. Uchiha Kagami let out a silent, faint laugh. Let me tell you this. Fugaku remains clan head only because I have temporarily left the title with him. You have no right to represent the Uchiha. I care nothing for the opinions of villagers or the Hokage. Rising slightly, Kagami exuded a ferocious, icy aura, as if a malevolent dragon was eyeing Mikoto. You should count yourself fortunate to be a member of the Uchiha. Otherwise, I would have already slain you. Uchiha Kagami's tone was not harsh, yet the chilling intent to kill was unmistakably genuine. Mikoto felt as if she had been struck by a sudden gust of icy wind, her body involuntarily trembling. Those few words pierced her heart like a multitude of sharp blades, causing her frame to shudder uncontrollably, resembling a fragile, helpless leaf fluttering in a violent storm. Uchiha Kagami turned around, lifting his hand scroll once more. This terrifying aura receded like a flood withdrawing, leaving no trace for anyone but the battered Uchiha Mikoto to perceive that anything had transpired. It is your business if you choose to grovel and beg like worthless dogs from now on. Do not let me hear such words again. My mercy toward you is granted but this once. At worst, I shall seek out the reincarnation of Indra. Uchiha Kagami will not permit Fugaku, a man lacking resolve, to wield power any longer. Had Fugaku firmly stood alongside the Hokage, Kagami might have regarded him with more respect. Even if it meant being a dog, at least the Uchiha clan could have endured. Yet he was swept up by the clan's rebellion and surrendered helplessly on the eve of the incident. The greatness of a father's love. Laughable. By what right must thousands of Uchiha perish to fulfill the desires of your family alone? Brother, Itachi is crying. Shursui entered, cradling the infant Itachi in his arms. Uchiha Kagami cast a faint glance at the pale-faced Mikoto. Lady Mikoto, take your son and leave. I understand.
Farewell, Kagami-kun.
Shursui keenly sensed Mikoto's unease. Once they were far enough away, he leaned in and asked softly, Brother, did you quarrel with Aunt Mikoto? Russell. Uchiha Kagami flipped through several pages, speaking indifferently. Shursui, how do you perceive the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village's upper echelons? Children of the ninja world mature quickly. Shursui, being a prodigy, must have formed his own thoughts by now. In the original timeline, Kagami regarded Shursui as inferior even to Itachi. At least Itachi made a choice, regardless of its righteousness or folly. But Shursui, having his Mangekyo Sharingan seized by Danzo, he refrained from seeking justice, fearing it would deepen the rift between the village and the Uchiha. Unable to choose, he entrusted his eyes to Itachi before ending his own life. To his dying day, he never saw clearly that the village's leadership, led by the third Hokage, had no intention of resolving the Uchiha issue. They only sought to eliminate the Uchiha. It was not because the Uchiha wished to rebel, nor due to any uncontrollable chaos or such nonsense. It was simple. This hatred stemmed from the second Hokage's era, the Konoha leadership's discrimination against the Uchiha clan. The establishment of the Konoha military police was designed to isolate the Uchiha from the villagers. Perhaps the second Hokage, in his final days, attempted to reconcile with the Uchiha by accepting one of their subordinates. Kagami bore no grudge against Senju Tobarama. After all, several of his brothers were brutally slain by the Uchiha. Nor did he feel shame, for Tobarama likewise killed many Uchiha children. There is no absolute right or wrong, it is a matter of stance. The Uchiha clan chose Kagami, so naturally, he would unwaveringly stand with his clan. Brother, Little Shursui smiled innocently. I do not know. I only know that no matter what decision you make, I will stand by your side. As always, lacking your own opinion. Thinking too much is exhausting. Grandma told me long ago to just follow whatever brother says. Keep practicing treading water. If you cannot walk proficiently within 3 days, you won't be allowed to leave the house anymore. Sigh. Shursui wore a sour expression, taking a step and glancing back helplessly as he headed toward the pool. In his heart, he thought, Itachi is so adorable. I want to find him and play. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe. Before him stood Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He glanced down at the report, then looked up again. You say you want to go on missions outside the village with Minato. Minato scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Kushina braced herself, head held high. What? Is that not allowed? Old man, I'm telling you, I have already gained excellent control over the Ninetails. Don't speak so loudly, Kushina. Hiruzen furrowed his brows, forcing a wry smile. How about this? I permit you to move freely within the village. No way. She cast a pleading look toward Minato. Under normal circumstances, Minato would not defy the Hokage's orders. But an angrier Kushina was far more formidable. Minato pretended not to understand the meaning behind Hiruzen's gaze, patting his chest and saying, Hokage-sama, I have diligently trained in sealing techniques and can guarantee Kushina's safety. Hiruzen sighed deeply. Looking solemnly at the two, he said, Have you ever considered that Kushina is the village's last line of defense? It is because of her presence that other villages dare not attack Konoha directly. We may choose not to use the Ninetails' power, but the village cannot exist without the Ninetails. The two fell silent for a moment before Kushina's eyes lit up. That's not right. The other villages clearly fear the old man. That's why they don't dare invade Konoha. At Hiruzen's words, he almost failed to suppress a smile. Ahem, you do have a point there. But, Nobutsu, old man, you're getting on in years, so stay behind and guard the village. I'm going on missions. I want to make a name for myself. I'm going to be the first female Hokage of this village. Phew. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing deeply at Kushina. He recalled the girl who had just arrived in Konoha, boldly declaring her dreams in class. His hope was for everyone in the village to unite under the goal of becoming Hokage. Even if it was Uchiha Kagami, if he acted to become Hokage and win hearts, he could accept that. But his attitude toward the villagers was one of blatant disdain for all but the Uchiha. We discriminate against the Uchiha, so how could the Uchiha discriminate against us? In handling the Uchiha issue, Hiruzen was somewhat like Fugaku. He tilted toward whichever side the tide favored. In the original timeline, with Minato's rise, relations with the Uchiha eased, much to his delight. When the fourth Hokage died and Danzo secretly struck at the Uchiha, he followed the current. Lately, Hiruzen had been pondering a question. If Uchiha Kagami grew up wanting not just the title of Hokage, but for the Uchiha clan to dominate over Konoha, what should be done? Even now, Kagami was already proving to be an incredibly thorny problem, untouchable. When he truly matured, who could restrain him? Perhaps. He looked at the two before him. I hope you can forge a bond with Kagami. Hiruzen made a decision that Shimura Danzo and others would have never approved. Taking a deep breath, he said, Once Kagami has recovered, the three of you will form a team to respond to emergencies across various battlefields. I will also assign an old friend to accompany you. This is my bottom line. This will be the final test for both Kushina and Kagami. I truly hope you do not disappoint me. Yo, old man. It's settled then. Kushina raised her arm in triumph, dragging Minato along. Let us go. We'll supervise that brat Kagami's recovery and make sure he doesn't do anything strange to extend his leave. Hokage-sama, then we shall take our leave. Minato smiled awkwardly and apologized, as if he were a mere accessory being pulled away. Nightfall. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished his work and arrived at a secluded part of the Konoha forest. By a clear mountain spring, Hiruzen listened to the babbling water, waiting silently. Before long, an unremarkable, lanky shinobi emerged from the woods, kneeling halfway to the ground. Third Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked at him with some pity, remaining silent for a long moment before speaking. I have a mission for you. I believe only you can accomplish it. No matter how perilous the mission, I shall never shy away from it. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly. Don't be so dismissive of your own life, Kosuke. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Kagami Uchiha. I promised them to form a three-man squad. Minato and Kagami are disciples of Jiraiya, while Kushina is the Ninetails Jinchuriki. The identity of the Ninetails Jinchuriki has always been a closely guarded secret within Konoha, yet the third Hokage spoke of it to this man as if discussing everyday matters. Mariboshi Kosuke is a man recognized by both the second and third Hokage, possessing an intense will of fire dedicated wholly to Konoha. In his youth, Kosuke's impatience during a mission led to reckless commands that resulted in the death of two comrades. For that, he swore an oath to the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, to remain a genin forever. Despite possessing strength far surpassing that of an average jonin, he remains an unassuming genin to this day. I hope you will join the squad and guide them well, especially the child named Kagami Uchiha. Kosuke listened attentively, then spoke after Sarutobi paused. He is Kagami-senpai's grandson. A Sentihi? I've recently heard rumors about him. He is a truly remarkable child. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Sarutobi gazed into the myriad lights of Konoha. Kosuke, that child harbors a rift with the village. I hope you can serve as a bridge, connecting him with the village. If he can be like Kagami, then after my death, I can meet the first and second Hokage with peace of mind. I will do my best, Third Hokage-sama. Northern front of Konoha. The overall commander is one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. The situation is tense, and he must remain within the land of fire to fortify the defenses. There is another significant reason for choosing this location. It lies close to the land of hot springs, renowned for its soothing waters. Jiraiya would never neglect his duties, but war inevitably ends. When that time comes, the weary body and soul will need healing. Within his tent, he meticulously observed the border guard deployments, occasionally glancing at the map S-corner depicting the land of hot springs. Let this war end soon. I long to travel and gather inspiration in peace. Suddenly, a ninja rushed into the command tent without prior notice. Breathless. Lord Jiraiya, a sensory ninja has detected an enormous chakra presence at the front lines. Far surpassing that of a typical ninja, it is likely a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeply. Unless it's a ninja like Orochimaru or Han, who have fought multiple times wielding tailed beast power, the villages usually have no intelligence on other villages' Jinchuriki. Especially the hidden Cloud Village. There have been no Jinchuriki reports for many years. Intelligence indicates their tailed beasts have long been sealed within the Six Paths ninja tools. Is it the Two Tails or the Eight Tails? Has the Cloud found a suitable host? That location might also be the hidden Rock Village. Let us investigate first. Having witnessed the power of the Four Tails and Five Tails firsthand, Jiraiya did not blindly trust his own judgment. Report to the village. I will go and see for myself. After gathering his ninja tools and scrolls, Jiraiya swiftly departed for the border. Upon his arrival, the scene was already a chaotic ruin, with Konoha ninjas stationed there suffering grievous casualties. Whoosh! Before Jiraiya could even assess the situation, a kunai shot toward his forehead. Clang! With a swift arm movement, Jiraiya deflected the kunai, then fixed his gaze on a particular spot. Amid the shadows of the trees, a squad of shinobi appeared instantly. Their leader wore a hood, his left eye concealed by a black eye patch, his expression stern and resolute. So it's you, Jiraiya. Long time no see. Jiraiya's countenance darkened as he regarded the newcomers and spoke gravely. Sukadai, is the hidden cloud intending to tear up the peace treaty? Sukadai is a close retainer of the Reikage, a bloodline ninja mastering lava style, holding a status within the Cloud Village comparable to Jiraiya's in Konoha. The arrival of such a person was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Konoha and the Hidden Rock also share an alliance, yet you show no mercy in killing Rock Ninja. Sukadai, spare us the words. A robust youth with dark skin and pale blonde hair spoke loudly. We've heard that your Uchiha clan is effective against the Four Tails. Give us a few Uchiha clansmen who have awakened their Sharingan, preferably that Kagami Uchiha fellow, and we will withdraw. Jiraiya stepped back a pace, unwilling to waste words. Those coveting the village are absolutely intolerable. Moreover, demanding my disciple outright. Do you think I, the Toad Sage, am to be trifled with? Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat.
Sans signe danger, Tsushide shooted urgently. Scaté.
Snap.
Ninjutsu, summoning technique.
Pressure technique. Boom. After a deafening roar, a colossal creature descended like Mount Tai. A gruff voice echoed through the skies. Hey, Jiraiya, you fool, you should know by now that this is my mealtime. Clenching a giant pipe in his mouth, wrapped in bandages with a short sword tucked at his waist, he was none other than Bunta the Toad, leader of the Miyaboku Mountainous trio of misfits. I'll join you for drinks later. The enemy is tricky. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on a single individual. Half-white, half-green hair, a purple mark adorning his right cheek. Such ominous chakra. Jiraiya quickly made his judgment. Bunta, use oil. Understood. Among the trees, many hidden cloud ninja dispersed. What a huge toad. Super huge. Gigantic. A dark-skinned youngster with sunglasses spoke in a strange accent. By focus. AI looked excitedly at the enormous toad. Summoning the three toads. Huh? Let us use this Konoha Sannin as our debut battle to make our name. Okay. Abi, make our name. Take care of your defense. He is about to unleash a wide-range ninjutsu. Sukadai, an outstanding sensory ninja, noticed the large toad and Jiraiya drawing vast amounts of chakra. hurriedly issuing a warning. AI, still inexperienced, could have tried to parley or perhaps sneak an attack. Being so young and already dubbed AI makes him lack caution. Whoosh! Bunta the Toad puffed his cheeks, spraying copious oil. Simultaneously, Jiraiya released Fire Style. Combination Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Blazing flames erupted instantly, as if capable of devouring everything. The roaring inferno bore astonishing heat and destructive power. Riding the oil-s momentum, the blast's impact was tremendous, shattering and incinerating towering trees in an instant. Seeing the peril, AI grabbed by and retreated swiftly, fleeing the fire's reach. With that person present, he had no fear for his comrade's safety. Lava Style, Protective Barrier. Sukuna converted his chakra into rubber, expelling it from his mouth to form an elastic shield, aiming to protect everyone. However, the Toad Oil Flame Bomb, with its scorching heat and tremendous impact, nearly shattered the barrier upon contact. Mr. Tsukudai, I'll take over. A cold voice sounded as a hidden cloud ninja with yin-yang patterned hair emitted crimson chakra. A terrifying aura rose as a crimson chakra giant claw swung, stirring a violent gale. The fierce fire reversed, and Bunta the Toad leapt high to avoid it. Midair. Jiraiya observed the ninja cloaked in tailed beast chakra and counted the tails. A cold sweat trickled down. As the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Trouble. Boom. Jiraiya summoned a pale purple toad with small wings. Quickly scribbling a secret message, he placed it into the toad's mouth. Please deliver this intelligence to the command post. The purple toad flapped its wings and flew away as Bunta landed with a thunderous crash. The tailed beast. Huh? Bunta murmured, pressing his hand on his sword's hilt. Never mind the 8 tails, even the 9 tails doesn't scare me, the toad boss. Barubi, that big guy's yours. Jiraiya is ours. AI returned with by, unsure how to confront such a formidable foe. If the opponent is human, even the Hokage himself would dare to charge forward with a single Raikiri. Very well. As a renowned ninja, Jiraiya's combat style is well known to all parties. The combination ninjutsu he executes alongside his summoned creatures is overwhelmingly powerful. It is best to confront them separately. Mr. Tsukudai, you and your team should retreat first. The forthcoming battle is beyond your scope. Barubi's voice was cold and detached, a stark contrast to his original demeanor. However, after becoming a Jinchuriki, he noticed the change in how those around him regarded him, which gradually exhausted his body and mind, making him reluctant to grow close to his comrades. Typically, a ninja's prime spans from 20 to 40 years of age, with only a few exceptional individuals extending this period. Jiraiya was selected by Hiruzen Sarutobi in his youth due to his vast chakra reserves. His training on MT Mayaboku transformed him from the weakest to a peer of Orochimaru. Among the legendary Sannin, his fighting style is the closest to Hiruzen Sarutobi's, comprehensive and capable of handling nearly any situation. The term legendary Sannin was originally somewhat derogatory. Yet, the performances of Orochimaru and Jiraiya during the war elevated this title into legend. Jiraiya had already reached the limits of human potential. Unfortunately, he was facing a monster. The fierce and brutal battle raged on. Vast forests along the border of the land of hot water were reduced to barren plains. Barubi, in his half-tailed transformation, lifted his head as yin-yang chakra compressed into a sphere at a ratio of 2 to 8. Boom! The immense pressure cracked the ground, causing numerous fissures. Behind him stood the AI duo, their clothing tattered. When you return, eat more meat and grow faster. If you could use Raikiri with the same power as me, you could definitely take down that guy. Got it, big brother. Yo, Bakadir Jiraiya, I can't block that thing, said Gamabunta, clutching a short blade, his aura somewhat disordered. Conventional tailed beast attacks were manageable, but the tailed beast bomb was beyond his countermeasures. Bunta, you should retreat first. If time permits, I'll go to MT Mayaboku for reverse summoning. Hey, you think, before Gamabunta could finish, Jiraiya voluntarily cancelled the summoning. He was not about to use his summoned partners as shields against the tailed beast bomb. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Layers of thick earthen walls rose from the ground, followed by ninja art, needle jizo. Jiraiya's white hair enveloped him from all sides, leaving only one eye visible. I wonder if this will hold. If only Orochimaru were here, his triple Rashomon could surely withstand this. Roar! The colossal-tailed beast bomb, carrying the power to obliterate all, howled as it advanced, shattering the earth and scorching the air in its path. Boom! 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 The sturdy earthen walls were shredded as if they were mere paper, utterly ineffective. It surged forward like a savage, primordial beast, unstoppable. Where it passed, it left an abyssal chasm. This close, wrapped in layers of silvery white hair, Jiraiya could only hope his scalp was thick enough to endure until Bunta could locate the toad summoning himself. Am I late, Jiraiya-sensei? A warm chakra like the sun gently parted Jiraiya's heavy hair. Minato, Kagami, hey, didn't you see me? Flames of fiery red hair danced, radiating crimson chakra. Kushina, what are you? Let me send this thing flying first. We'll talk later. A chakra cloak instantly formed, coalescing into a black energy sphere. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. Kushina can already wield the Ninetails' power? The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the immense pressure almost suffocating. Two colossal forces collided like comets. Boom! A sudden explosion of intense light seared the eyes, eclipsing even the sun's brilliance. A massive shockwave radiated outward from the collision point in a perfect circle. The earth seemed hammered by a giant's colossal fist, cracking with countless vast fissures. Sand and stones flew, dust billowed, as if an apocalyptic storm swept across the battlefield. When the dust settled, Jiraiya retracted his long hair. Quite a mess, old man. A handsome young man with slightly curled black hair turned back, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Just a mere-tailed beast. Ah, Jiraiya laughed heartily, relieved. Kid, show some respect for your teacher. Those crimson eyes belonged to Uchiha Kagami. His appearance had long circulated on the black market, with backups held by major ninja villages. What's going on with that woman? Isnt the Jinchuriki of Konoha Uchiha Kagami? AI's mind was ill-suited for analysis, unable to grasp the situation before him. At this moment, Jiraiya noticed a small, unassuming old man and was somewhat surprised. Uncle Kosuke, you're here too. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Please do not address me so formally. Swish, swish, swish. A group of cloud-hidden ninja appeared instantly, facing off several hundred meters apart, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The intel said the Jinchuriki was Uchiha from Cloud. AI remarked. Compared to the myriad hair colors of various clans, the Uchiha have always had pure black hair for generations. Indeed, the crimson-eyed Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's face twisted with anger. Who the hell leaked that shameful nickname? He noticed the youth, Killer Bee, whose distinctive traits were unmistakable. Then the big guy beside him must be fourth AI. The Eight Tails belongs to Burubi. Kagami vaguely recalled that Orochimaru had sabotaged, causing the Eight Tails to sever ties with Burubi, which led to Killer Bee becoming the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. According to previous intelligence, Burubi had only recently become a Jinchuriki. Dragging him out so hastily, truly fitting for Cloud, he muttered. Whether the Ninetails Jinchuriki was that red-haired woman or Uchiha Kagami, the Ninetails Jinchuriki was undoubtedly present. A battle between Jinchuriki was tantamount to full-scale war, and Cloud was not prepared for such a confrontation. Their original goal was merely to test the power of the Eight Tails. If they could stir up trouble in the Land of Fire, all the better. TCH, this Cloud. Kushina's disdain was blatant. Years ago, she had been kidnapped by Cloud, and even now, the memory still frightened her. If not for Minato, Jiraiya-sensei, are you still able to fight? Minato asked softly. Sensing a summons from MT Mayaboku, Jiraiya ended the call and replied, of course, no problem. Let Kagami the brat witness his teacher's dashing battle stance. Rest assured, after discovering you sneaking a peek at the women's bathhouse, I already have a good grasp of just how dashing you are. Uchiha Kagami's sleeve slipped down, revealing a small tanto. Holding the Koshiro Yukiyuki, he stepped toward the cloud-hidden formation without the slightest hesitation toward the half-tailed Burubi. If it were Killer Bee, fully reconciled with the Eight Tails, Kagami might reconsider. But one so recently made a Jinchuriki was probably even easier to handle than Old Purple. That brat just walking over like that. So arrogant. AI detested such insolence and strode forward. Kagami moved deliberately, each step measured, as if taking a stroll on the battlefield. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan bore no hint of emotion. Get lost. A deluge of slashes descended like a torrential rain. Fear. What is fear? It is a fundamental emotional response in humans and creatures, rooted in ancient survival instincts. When confronted with unknown environments, threats from wild animals or natural disasters, humanity's ancestors developed an innate fear response. As an emotional reaction, fear serves a vital protective role, prompting self-preservation behaviors to avoid danger and calamity. Within AI's perception, the figure approaching was not a gaunt youth. It was hell itself, shrouded in ashen despair, rising above a sea of blood. It was a pair of crimson eyes that seemed to consume the entire world. It was a blade that relentlessly mutilated its own flesh. Instinctual terror screamed violently, demanding immediate flight. Boom! Azure lightning exploded brilliantly, shattering the barrier amidst an endless flurry of strikes. You brat! Who do you think I am? I am the Raikage's successor. AI! Electricity coiled around his body as he activated the lightning release chakra mode. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. He had never seen AI use such a technique before. He must have underestimated him. Yet this was a misunderstanding on Jiraiya's part. AI was still unfamiliar with the lightning release chakra mode, and it was unsuitable for coordinated combat. His fury stemmed from the fear he sensed within himself. Fortuitously, this rage unlocked a breakthrough. When confronted with fear, flight is often the prudent choice. However, should one choose to confront fear head-on, perhaps there is something to be gained. Quick, as swift as lightning. Bang! Waves of air rippled outward like cannonballs crashing against an iron wall. Stop all this clamoring. It only reveals your weakness. AI stood a full 2 meters tall, his fists larger than an average man's head. Yet those seemingly delicate palms stopped him. Compared to Uchiha Kagami's immense spiritual energy, his physical form was indeed his weak point. Twice he had used Black Flash, both times inflicting injury upon himself. This did not imply his body was frail.
Impossible.
Your strength. How could a mere brat possibly withstand the body I have honed day and night? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. What is there to find unbelievable? Those who surpass the Uchiha in physical prowess are only the Senju and Uzumaki. What are you, then? You train day and night, so do I. Within and without, there are floods and beasts to contend with. What I must battle is the torrent called fate. His burden was heavier than anyone's. Uchiha Kagami had more than once pushed his body to the brink, struggling for breath, plagued by auditory hallucinations. Yet, unless he exhausted every ounce of his potential, he would not relent. He seldom pondered whether he could change the history of the Uchiha. He would not, upon failure, claim he had tried his best and quietly vanish. If he failed, it would be because he had fought to the very end. Next, I will strike with my right fist. The target is your left chest. AI's expression faltered. The withdrawal of Uchiha Kagami's hand unsettled his balance. Black lightning coiled around Kagami's fist. Dodge! Sukadai roared, exerting all his strength to erect a protective barrier before AI. Roar! The half-tailed beast form of Barubi surged forward at breakneck speed. AI and Uchiha Kagami were too close for ranged attacks. With the experience of using Black Flash twice before, Kagami had learned to control the variables. Not every Black Flash required countering the intensity of dust release. The damage had previously overflowed. Without harming himself, Uchiha Kagami summoned his chakra to the utmost, coordinating with physical strikes, discovering the spatial distortion occurring when the timing error was less than 1/millionth of a second. Black Flash, crack. Black lightning shattered layer upon layer of the barrier, striking AI's left chest with unerring precision. Boom! The muffled sound resembled cannon fire hitting a fortress wall. AI's figure was flung backward at tremendous speed, crashing through several massive boulders before coming to a halt. Big brother. Aye! Roar! Dense chakra spheres blasted forth from Barubi's mouth. As Barubi launched his attack, he commanded, AI is still alive. You all retreat. I'll cover the rear. Barubi, fall back. A gleaming blade sliced through the chakra spheres. These mass-produced chakra bullets were no-tailed beast orbs. Uchiha Kagami leapt high, charging straight at Barubi. His target had been the Eight Tails all along. Meanwhile, numerous chakra spheres rained down upon Jiraiya and the others. This was truly a battle among monsters. Mariboshi Kosuka was no stranger to combat and possessed considerable skill. Yet faced with this caliber of battle, he could do little but watch from the sidelines. Several Jonin-level shinobi guarded the rear, their proficiency sufficient to avoid injury from the residual blast. Quickly forming hand seals, they unleashed water and earth release techniques to neutralize the chakra spheres. There seems to be no opportunity to intervene. TSK, I wanted this brat to see something. Kushina watched the expressionless faces of Minato and Jiraiya, puzzled. Kagami's fighting a Jinchuriki. Why aren't you worried at all? Jiraiya simply sat down to restore his energy. I've trained this brat for over a year. It's a strange fate, truly. My disciples seem to possess ever more astonishing talents. Sorry, Minato, but you're stuck here. Minato smiled lightly and shook his head, signaling Jiraiya not to mind him. Jiraiya continued. The Uchiha are worthy of their millennial-old bloodline. That lightning release chakra user earlier, I admit I was a bit concerned. But if the opponent is a Jinchuriki, Kagami will be fine. Jiraiya looked meaningfully at Kushina, a slight curve at the corner of his lips. That guy's ocular power is something even the Ninetails fears. Kushina suddenly clutched her head, her crimson vertical pupils flickering. How many times have I told you? That brat is Madara's reincarnation. Kill him now. The raging chakra corrupted Kushina, Under such circumstances, without hesitation, Minato placed his hand on her abdomen and performed a sealing technique. Fortunately, the overflowing chakra was not excessive and was soon brought under control. Kushina, are you alright? After a few labored breaths, seeing Minato South's anxious face close by, Kushina forced a smile. I'm fine. The Ninetails is babbling nonsense again. About reincarnation and such, I can't understand a word of it. As far as the old man knew, the ninja world held no belief in reincarnation. Mariboshi Kosuka, as the eldest, had a voice of authority. Yes, I've heard the elders say the dead journey to the Pure Land to rest. The second Hokage developed, cough, cough. Never mind. Within the sealed space, the Ninetails was bound to a colossal stone sphere, each tail nailed fast. Damn it, idiots! What do you fools know? Kill him quickly. Don't let him grow any further. Foolish Kushina. Let me out so I can kill him. Kushina's spiritual form appeared, frowning at the Ninetails. Can you stop yelling? You can't break through my adamant seal, and just now you caught me off guard with a sudden attack. Did you think I was truly afraid of you? The Ninetails struggled, striving hard to quell its rage. More terrifying than the seal was Madara's control. Kushina had never heard the Ninetails speak without an exclamation. Uchiha Madara, that's the one who forced me and Senju Hashirama to fight. You cannot imagine what a terrifying man he was. I am utterly convinced that brat is Madara's reincarnation. Perhaps Madara never died and is regenerating through that brat's body. There is still time. He does not yet possess those eyes. Kill him while you still can. Clatter. More chains spread from behind Kushina. What nonsense are you spouting? That Minato's junior disciple, just an arrogant brat. Quiet. I'll shut your mouth for you. More and more chains wrapped around, nearly reaching the Ninetails' head. Fool. Idiot. You will regret this. Kushina. Kushina turned coldly, saying, Don't try to influence me. Ninetails. No matter what the future holds, I will have no regrets. The chakra of the Eight Tails was wildly ferocious. Burubi, in his half-tailed beast form, struck with the force of mountain collapses and earthshakes. Uchiha Kagami's figure flitted like a butterfly among the frenzied energy. Though possessing formidable chakra, he could not wield it properly. Abandoning the ninja's traditional combat methods to assume this monstrous form only renders you more clumsy. Lacking speed, sluggish in reaction, such are your traits. Do you truly deserve to live as a ninja in this world? The words of Kagami Uchiha pierced deeply into Burubi's heart like gleaming blades. This caused his consciousness to be further corroded by the tailed beast chakra, progressively losing reason as fury flooded his mind. Roar! A terrifying chakra radiated outward from Burubi, stirring tumultuous waves and sweeping gales. Kagami Uchiha wielded his blade, unleashing intangible slashes that carved open a rift amidst the storm. His voice, like a demon's whisper, resonated clearly within Burubi's ears. You were chosen as a Jinchuriki precisely because you were exceptional, sacrificing yourself for the village. What have you gained from such a sacrifice? Cold stares, rejection, alienation. Though you are a hero, you are treated as a calamity. From the very beginning, Burubi never dared to gaze directly into the Sharingan. The Uchiha's fearsome reputation forbids one-on-one eye contact. This also prevented him from accurately pinpointing Kagami's location. Yet, Genjutsu is not solely cast through the eyes. It is a technique that disrupts an opponent's five senses through chakra, plunging them into illusions. Visual-based Jujutsu Genjutsu is the most potent and difficult to dispel independently. However, olfactory, auditory, and tactile senses can all be targeted to trigger Genjutsu. Kagami Uchiha was manipulating Burubi through his words, subtly infiltrating the tailed beast chakra, disturbing Burubi's mind. Such a feat demands extraordinary skill and the Sharingan's ultimate insight. Any competent elite jonin would surely sense this and dispel the Genjutsu on their own. Burubi's current state was deplorable. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, he had borne immense psychological burdens, utterly exhausted. When not on missions, he required medication to calm himself. Such a person is incredibly vulnerable to Genjutsu. Silence! Silence! A deafening roar erupted from Burubi's ferocious maw. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. As the saying goes, the more vehement the enemy's opposition, the more it proves you are right. Seizing the advantage, Kagami's words seemed to rake across Burubi's scalp. The hidden cloud village is merely exploiting you. If they truly considered you a comrade, how could they abandon you so coldly? You know well they regard you as nothing but a weapon. I sent your purpose here to test the power of the Eight Tails? Increasingly abundant tailed beast chakra overflowed, forming grim white bones upon Burubi's crimson cloak. These were harbingers of the tailed beast's imminent rampage. The tailed beast tends to erupt when the Jinchuriki's spirit is at its weakest. If the seal is entirely broken, it signifies the Jinchuriki's death. A black curse mark appeared on Barubi's chest, with the character for iron clearly inscribed at its center. The iron armor seal, an art used by the hidden cloud village to contain the Eight Tails. Several of the sealing characters bore the unmistakable style of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Unsurprising, as the land of whirlpools had been annihilated by a coalition of nations seeking to seize the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. After all, the first Hokage bestowed the tailed beasts upon them but failed to provide the accompanying beast chains. Uzumaki Mito assisted Hashirama in sealing the Ninetails, setting an example for the other villages. Innocent men bear guilt for possessing treasures. Kagami Uchiha had also studied some sealing arts under Minato Namikaze. Unlocking the seal was no great challenge. Moreover, if Barubi maintained his current state, the Eight Tails would soon break free on its own. However, Ox Demon, can you hear my voice? Even if you break these chains, what use would it be? The hidden cloud village will still seal you away. To be born anew, you must die alongside Barubi. He can find release. You can be reborn. Crack. More and more white skeletal structures formed. The horrific chakra creating a smoke signal that spread across the heavens. The chakra of the Eight Tails utterly engulfed Barubi's consciousness. In Kagami's eyes, a perfect Jinchuriki surpassed a single-tailed beast, surpassing even half-tailed beast transformations. Currently, the Eight Tails and Barubi restrained each other, their combined power far below that of the tailed beast alone. Should the Eight Tails shatter the seal entirely, the consequences would be dire. Kagami had no intention of making Barubi the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even if they defeated the Eight Tails, the Third Hokage and the Hidden Cloud would use it as a bargaining chip. Even if Konoha took a hardline stance and forcibly retained the Eight Tails, it would not be the Uchiha clan's place to become its Jinchuriki. From the outset, Kagami planned to kill the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, sowing enmity between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. An earlier Great War would force Konoha to dispatch the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. War was the Uchiha clan's nourishment. A few sacrifices to gain greater power was a price worth paying. Snap! Kagami pressed close to Barubi's back, his hand directly upon the scorching chakra. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed chakra upon humanity to forge bonds between people. Did he not? Ox Demon, only I can free you from these endless shackles. The formation of white bones slowed. Who are you? How do you know my name? For nearly 1,000 years since its earliest days, the Eight Tails had never revealed its name to humans. The tailed beasts once sought to coexist peacefully with mankind, but driven by desire, the human world was consumed by endless conflict, with many attempting to seize their power. Over time, hatred grew on both sides. Kagami Uchiha. Our ancestors are the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra. The Sharingan is proof. Your clan's monument clearly records the names of all 9 of you. Our ancestors regarded you as brothers. Kagami's eyes glinted deceitfully. I see. So I know these eyes. The Eight Tails bore no resentment toward the Sharingan from the era before Madara Uchiha's dark manipulation. It had indeed heard of the old sage's son inheriting his divine eye. I have never truly died. How long until I am reborn or where? I do not know, nor shall I trust humans again, even if you are Indra's descendant. Boom! The skeletal arm of white bones hurled Kagami through the air. As he flew backward, a faint, inexplicable smile curved his lips. At the very spot where he had placed his hand, a sealing jutsu now glowed. He never intended to persuade the Eight Tails to die with words. Instead, he used the time to reinforce the iron armor seal. The seal now teetered on a critical edge. The Eight Tails temporarily trapped, Barubi unable to regain consciousness. Whoosh! An invisible slash severed a colossal chakra tail, which had gradually taken on the form of octopus tentacles. Bastard! Kagami paid no heed to the Eight Tails' furious roar. The 3 Magatama within his eyes spun wildly, their deep crimson hue seeming to bleed. A lethal slash adjusted by the difference and intensity of the curse technique. With the Sharingan's power, Kagami developed the blade of the cold cicada's sorrow, a strike that cleaves even souls. Without activating a domain, even Sukuna could only use 8 after touching a living being. The presence of chakra compensated for this limitation. The Sage of Six Paths wished to link hearts with chakra, but the reality proved it a mere fantasy. Chakra had transformed into a weapon, a tool for slaughter. Kagami extended one hand forward, palm open, as if casting something. Thud, heartbeat, screech. A piercing shriek exploded through the air. Time, space, all were severed. Slash release, across worlds. An ultimate pure slash. The world seemed to split in twain. Between the horns of the half-tailed beast, a clear fissure appeared. The earth was cleft open by a chasm of unfathomable depth. Still entwined with Karubi's cloak, the cloak of the tailed beast, divided precisely in two. The tailed beast was extracted, and the Jinchuriki would perish. Likewise, if the tailed beast remained sealed, the death of the Jinchuriki would signify the demise of the tailed beast as well. The slowly flowing crimson chakra resembled blood itself. Standing beside Kurubi's corpse, Uchiha Kagami appeared like a demon devouring the blood. Kurubi, freshly deceased, still held a vast reservoir of tailed beast chakra within his body. As early as the battle against the Four Tails, Minato and the others had known they could siphon tailed beast chakra. There was no need to conceal this fact. When questioned, they would simply attribute it to the Sharingan, something their opponents lacked anyway. Was it truly as simple as that? Just killing the Jinchuriki? Jiraiya and the others instantaneously teleported over, their expressions tinged with disbelief. This battle had not lasted long. In fact, they had not even witnessed Uchiha Kagami unleash any ninjutsu. They could only faintly hear him uttering some words, aside from his deft evasions. Then, unexpectedly, with a single slash, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails was severed in two. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, their own master, would have found such a feat impossible. Uchiha Kagami offered no explanation. This battle was not a matter of brute force. From beginning to end, he employed cunning stratagems, precisely exploiting the void within Kurubi's heart. When words could unsettle the enemy, Kagami did not hesitate to transform into a loquacious orator. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, Jiraiya did not dwell on Kagami's chakra absorption but merely frowned and sighed. Kagami, you were too impulsive. If we had attacked together, there was still a chance to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki alive. Now that he is dead, Cloud Village will not let this go easily. Teacher, you are mistaken. Minato interjected with a resolute gaze and a steady voice. It was the Cloud Village who first slew our comrade. If anyone refuses to relent, it should be us. His eyes had already taken note of the shattered, battered bodies of Konoha shinobi at the battlefield's edge. Their intelligence also indicated that Cloud Village forces had initiated the invasion of the Land of Fire. I know, Jiraiya's face was bitter. I know. I just detest this endless war. If peace lies at the end of this conflict, I will fight to the very last, Minato declared, finishing with a radiant smile. Observing the immense chakra being siphoned by Uchiha Kagami, Minato cautiously probed, how are you feeling now? Kagami's body also contained a similar sealed space, one door imprisoning Sukuna, while the other served as a repository for the tailed beast chakra. Only 3 cards of Ninetails chakra were placed in a corner, alongside several dozen cards of Four Tails chakra on another side. The Eight Tails chakra currently siphon numbered approximately 200 cards. The Eight Tails nature primarily encompassed water release and some unique abilities, making it a subject of considerable research value. Tailed beasts at their core were products of yin-yang release. Each type of tailed beast chakra enhanced Uchiha Kagami's comprehension of yin-yang release techniques incrementally. Should his understanding deepen sufficiently, he even envisioned acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly. Unlike Orochimaru, who could cultivate Eight Tails horns from mere flakes of skin, Kagami did not require such convoluted procedures. The Sharingan represented the pinnacle of yin release, and through Black Flash he had penetrated the very essence of chakra. To put it metaphorically, Orochimaru's research could reach the cellular level, whereas Kagami's analysis operated at the molecular scale. Tut-tut, Orochimaru, lament your tragic fate without the Sharingan. Composing himself, Uchiha Kagami turned to the others. As I have long said, is merely a single-tailed beast. Only a lecherous old man like Jiraiya-sensei would find it formidable. Clang. Unexpectedly, Kagami received a heavy blow to the head. Such speed, such strength, such pain. Kushina, what are you doing? Kagami clutched his head and shouted angrily. This woman's fist was far more formidable than the current Raikage candidate. Aoi Shige, one might say, truly a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, able to suppress the Ninetails even while near death. Kushina clenched her fists, her red hair fluttering like a tail. It took me great effort to restrain the Ninetails, you know. Saying that makes me just like that lecherous old man. The so-called lecherous old man dared not reply. Uchiha Kagami first assessed the disparity in strength between himself and Kushina. It seemed not entirely impossible to fight her. But if battle ensued, Minato would undoubtedly side with Kushina. They would not stand a chance against their combined might. It must be understood that, although Uchiha Kagami appeared aloof and unapproachable to outsiders, within the Uchiha clan, the elders regarded him as a well-behaved, cheerful and sensible child. When Obito's grandmother was still alive, every time Obito claimed Kagami bullied him, she would not believe it. Kagami's smile was genuine, radiating the same warm sunshine as Minato's. The Ninetails was a different matter altogether, a tailed beast that even the first Hokage struggled to seal. In Kagami's view, Its power surpassed the combined strength of all other tailed beasts. Thus, when evaluating tailed beasts, he never included the Ninetails. Kushina, you have misunderstood. The difference between Uchiha Kagami and the future Sasuke, both paragons of Uchiha aesthetics, lay in knowing when to feign and when to be sincere. Yielding appropriately is no disgrace. The ability to be both strong and flexible is the mark of a true man. Seeing Kagami's warm smile, Kushina relaxed her fist. See? Although you sometimes act arrogant, you're still a sensible kid. And stop saying Uchiha Madara and the Ninetails are nothing but liars. She raised her hand and gently ruffled Kagami's hair. Call me Sister Kushina. Speak properly, and don't touch my head. Kagami, who had barely suppressed his anger, nearly lost composure and opened Kushina's hand. Such childish temper, what's wrong with a little head pat? Minato smiled wryly, watching the two on the verge of quarrel. He thought Kushina was less mature than Kakashi, who at least knew how to placate Uchiha. Carefully, Minato pulled Kushina slightly aside. Kagami, if you don't like it, just say so. You don't like being given nicknames either, right? Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina seemed to realize her mistake. She approached Kagami familiarly and leaned on his shoulder. All right, little brat, don't be angry. When we return to the village, I'll treat you to barbecue. Sister is quite wealthy, you know? Uchiha Kagami curled his lips disdainfully. I own an entire street in the Uchiha district. Those are accumulations from the elders of the Divine Fire, already under my name. Is that so? I have a street in Konoha's commercial district. So what? It was still destroyed by the Ninetails' rampage afterward. Jiraiya quietly pulled Minato aside, leaning close to his ear and speaking softly. Minato, where do you and Kushina stand? Teacher, you know how it is. Whether traveling or gathering information, it's always costly. Maruhoshi Kosuke, a quiet observer, smiled as he watched Konoha's new generation in their eyes. To him, even Uchiha Kagami was cold and ruthless toward enemies, but cared deeply for his comrades. The four of them had formed a team for over half a month, completing their initial cohesion. Watching the three, Maruhoshi Kosuke felt as if he were witnessing the previous Sannin. Minato's temperament was better than Jiraiya's. Kagami was as cold and stern as Orochimaru. Kushina needed no introduction. She was a distant relative of Tsunade and closest sisters in daily life. Indeed, wherever Konoha's flames danced, the fire of life burned on unceasingly. As the atmosphere relaxed, Maruhoshi Kosuke tapped the iron pot on his back. Are you hungry? How about I cook and we eat and chat together? Sounds great. It's been a while since I've tasted Uncle Kosuke's cooking. Jiraiya's enthusiasm surged. During their posting, they could only occasionally enjoy a meal. Often, they subsisted on rations, their mouths nearly numb from blandness. All were shinobi, and even Kushina, who had seen fewer missions, had witnessed many deaths. There is nothing unnatural about eating beside a corpse. I brought a lunchbox. Retrieving it from the small backpack on his back, Kagami Uchiha stepped aside and began to eat alone. The others said nothing, pretending not to notice. First, Kushina was indeed puzzled by Kagami's unorthodox behavior, and Kosuke Mariboshi assumed Kagami must be disdainful of his cooking skills, until they saw what Kagami was eating. The Uchiha medicinal baths involved not only soaking in herbal concoctions but also internal consumption. Kagami's lunchbox contained no appeal in color, aroma, or taste. It was simply a packet of medicine. Kushina, skeptical, snatched some to try and found it even harder to swallow than shinobi ration pills. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya had long been aware of such practices, so Kagami's current strength did not strike them as peculiar. What puzzled them was why Kagami hungered so desperately for power. Bang! The stone table shattered under a fierce strike, and the violent chakra cracked the walls of the office. The third Hokage clenched his fists tightly, eyes blazing with deadly intent as he glared mercilessly at AI, whose chest was wrapped in bandages. You bastard! You worthless fool! How dare you abandon your comrades and still have the audacity to return alive? AI hung his head in silence, tears burning down his cheeks. Guilt and remorse consumed him. Had he not acted recklessly, facing the crimson eyes alone and been knocked unconscious, Burubi would not have had to cover the retreat. Raikage-sama, it was my decision alone. I am willing to bear all the blame. The fault lies entirely with me. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees, weeping bitterly. In the conference room, Killer Bee appeared diminutive, his expression obscured even beneath small sunglasses. The sorrow in his heart was no less than anyone else's. Burubi was his teacher. Mr. Tsukidai, you chose to retreat because of me. AI's voice was hoarse. He knelt deeply, bowing his head. Raikage-sama, I will not be a coward who takes his own life. Please grant me the honor of dying in battle. The third Raikage gazed long and hard at his son. This was no mere pretense. He had truly wanted to kill this bastard just moments ago. If AI had accepted death like Tsukadai, he would have killed him without hesitation. Gripping his neck fiercely, the Raikage lifted him up close. Endure this shame and keep breathing. Only the blood of our enemies can cleanse it. Konoha is too strong. The third Raikage fell silent for a moment, staring out the window. Tsukadai, I entrust the village affairs to you. I must go and have a proper talk with that old man, Onoiki. Between nations, there is no eternal hatred, only everlasting interests. In the future, even the fourth Raikage will be able to lay down the grudge of patricide and join forces with Onoiki against Madara Uchiha. The third Raikage's magnanimity will only grow. According to Tsukadai's intelligence, Konoha's Ninetails Jinchuriki was already battle-ready. There was also a youth who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The three legendary Sannin were in their prime, with Hiruzen Sarutobi's fame undiminished. Kagami Uchiha. This fellow, could he truly grow to the level of the ninja god? Absolutely not. In the minds of the third Raikage, Onoiki, and others, Madara Uchiha was on the same level as Hashirama Senju. Their truce had forcibly ended a millennium of endless warring states and established the ninja village system. Such a figure must never appear again, especially not in Konoha. Bang! In a dim underground chamber, Danzo Shimura slammed his hand onto the table. Foolish, arrogant, bastard. I painstakingly instigated conflict between Kumogakure and Iwagakure so that Konoha could easily watch from the sidelines. Why kill the Eight Tails? Why now, when Kumogakure and Iwagakure are locked in bloody combat? There were plenty of opportunities to wipe them out. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Kagami Uchiha, utterly reckless. The tides of war shifted rapidly. The once fiercely contested battle between Kumogakure and Iwagakure suddenly saw both agree to invade the borders of the Land of Fire simultaneously. The ninja world was plunged into an all-out war. Orochimaru, originally stationed at the Land of Wind's border, had to withdraw and assist in repelling Iwagakure. The Land of Wind lacked the courage to seize the opportunity but had no shortage of those willing to profit from the chaos. The newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, formally declared war on Konoha. This war crossed the probing phase far earlier than in the original timeline. Kagami Uchiha's presence was no longer the mere flutter of a butterfly's wings. He was the mighty gale stirring this ancient windmill called the ninja world. Konoha, beset on three fronts, suffered heavy losses early in the conflict. Many border ninja fell. Increasing numbers of shinobi were dispatched to the front lines. The Ninja Academy graduation age was lowered to 9 years old. Minato's squad, newly formed, was split apart. Minato was no perpetual motion machine. He could not keep running north, south, east, and west with Kushina and Kagami without collapsing from exhaustion. Based on combat assessments, Minato and Kushina joined the Western Front alongside Orochimaru to confront the Sand and Stone villages. The Four Tails and Five Tails finally confronted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in a one-sided massacre. If not for the overwhelming numerical superiority of Iwagakure over Konoha's ninja, Kushina would have had to consider covering her comrade's retreat. The Four Tails and Five Tails would have perished on the spot. At the Sand Village front, it was assumed that, with Kiba absent, the Sand's puppeteers would finally be liberated. Instead, an even faster and more terrifying force arrived. The war also accelerated Minato's transformation, cementing Konoha's reputation as the Yellow Flash with his record of instantly killing 7 Jonin-class puppeteers. Truly, the Sand puppeteers were being exterminated by Konoha's forces. On the Eastern Front, though Kirigakure had yet to join the fray, vigilance remained paramount. The previous generation's second Mizukage had traveled thousands of miles to perish alongside the second Tsuchikage. Such individuals were capable of the most abstract tactics. Even Iwagakure and Kumogakure remained wary of Kirigakure. As the Eastern Front commander, Shikaku Nara contemplated the group of Uchiha before him, lost in thought. He held this crucial post partly because this front was less pressured than the others, but primarily because of his sharp intellect. Yet he had no experience commanding the Uchiha clan, especially with a group of Byakugan-wielding shinobi nearby. Why were Konoha's 2 great dojutsu clans placed under my command? The sudden shift in circumstances forced Hiruzen Sarutobi to dispatch most of the Uchiha to the Eastern Front. This choice was also the Third Hokage's consideration of the greatest limitation placed on this demonic blade. Fugaku remained on the Western Front. Here, the Uchiha were led by Shinka. The nature of this Uchiha faction was readily apparent. Commander Nara, Kagami has instructed us to fully obey your orders during wartime, one of them said, casting a cold sneer at the Hyuga clan beside them. We Uchiha are not a bunch of spoiled brats like them, so feel free to issue commands. Shinka's evident senility was also a public declaration that Kagami Uchiha was their faction's representative. The jab at the Hyuga was merely incidental. The young head of the Hyuga clan, leading his people, snorted coldly. He was about to retort but recalled his clan leader's instructions. Forget it. That Uchiha brat is monstrously powerful. Let him have his way first. I'll watch you build your red tower and see it crumble. Elder Shinka, Elder Aoma, I shall discuss the defensive measures for the Eastern Front with you both. On the northern defensive line, atop a cliff, a tall white-haired man crouched, scanning back and forth through binoculars. Finally, his gaze settled on a small waterfall, where he fantasized about a few maidens disrobing to bathe. You'll only settle down once that thing below you is cut off, Kagami Uchiha said quietly. Jiraiya cast him a displeased glance. It's all your fault. I was supposed to have some time to roam around, but now the old man has ordered me to guard the front lines all day long. I wonder when that Rakage fellow will bring his forces to attack. This waiting. It's truly unbearable. Along the border, a minor skirmish had already erupted between the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud and those of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi had sternly commanded Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami to remain in the center, forbidding them from joining the regular battle formations, always prepared to respond to a sudden strike by the Third Hokage. The moment the Third Hokage was spotted, they were to immediately send a message to Konoha and stall him, as Sarutobi himself would personally engage. Still riding the momentum of victories from the two previous great ninja wars, the resolute courage of Hiruzen Sarutobi had yet to be shattered. Regarding Uchiha Kagami's slaying of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, he had not issued any reprimand. Since it was the Hidden Cloud who first killed Konoha ninjas and declared war, Kagami's actions were deemed a counterattack. Moreover, it was classified as a triple S-rank mission, allowing him to choose a sealing jutsu from the Scroll of Seals upon his return to the village. To have stabilized Konoha and ended the first war following the death of the second Hokage, and then to have won the second war, Hiruzen Sarutobi was far from the indecisive old man he would become years later. As the Hidden Sand declared war, Sarutobi also formally issued declarations of war against the Wind, Earth, and Lightning nations. At the time, Hanzo's broad declaration against the three great nations carried a somewhat laughable tone. But Sarutobi's declaration would be recorded by history. Thus began the Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged, his thoughts mostly absorbed in the study of tailed beast chakra. Suddenly, something was tossed from Jiraiya's direction. He raised his hand and caught it. A scroll. What is this? Jiraiya did not turn around, his voice calm. You and Minato have been researching how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan, right? This is something I developed together with the old man. Although we never succeeded in experiments, we do have a prototype. Minato signed a contract with Maiboka Mountain. They only accept one summoner per generation. I've taught you most of the ninjutsu I know, and there's honestly not much else I can offer. Jiraiya turned his head, wearing a somewhat foolish smile. Consider this my birthday gift to you. Happy 10th birthday, Kagami. If I weren't an Uchiha, I might truly have chosen you. Alas, we are destined to part ways. Teacher Jiraiya. Uchiha Kagami held the scroll, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Konoha, year 47. The brutal conflict had raged on for over a year, or, like a monstrous demon bearing its fangs and claws, ravaged the lands of the ninja world. Wielding a scythe of death, wherever it struck, rivers of blood flowed. The casualties among ninjas rivaled those caused by modern firearms. Small countries bordering great powers became slaughterhouses. In every great ninja war, the most grievously wounded were not the great nations themselves, but the small countries that survived in the cracks between them. Ninjas did not ponder the essence of war. They fought merely to protect their own homes. The will of fire left by the first Hokage was vague yet nurtured generation after generation of green leaves who burned themselves for Konoha. The ninja world was abnormal, both the strong and the weak. To survive in such a world, one could only adapt to the abnormal. In the forests, Uchiha Obito was brimming with excitement. Kakashi, will we get to see Kagami this time? That bastard sure made a big splash on the battlefield. Once I awaken my Sharingan, even Kagami will bow at Obito's feet. After doing low-level missions for so long, he was finally heading to the front lines, even if it was just for supply transport. Obito was already fantasizing about slaughtering enemies and earning Kagami's admiration. Kakashi held a book in one hand, its cover wrapped in black leather. Little Obito, you should call me Teacher Kakashi. I'm your team's Jonin leader. At the age of 11, Kakashi had become a Jonin 1 year earlier than in the original timeline. With occasional beatings from Uchiha Kagami at the Ninja Academy and Jiraiya's devoted tutelage, Kakashi's talent had fully blossomed. This often made Jiraiya lament that he had been at the bottom of the class during his childhood, while his disciples turned out to be prodigies one after another. Compared to Kagami, who ascended to Jonin purely on battle achievements, Kakashi was only 2 months behind. Yet even a genius like Kakashi was not considered on par with Kagami in Konoha. Famed alongside the Crimson Sharingan was the Yellow Flash, including the Ninetails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki. These three were regarded by other villages as the new generation of the legendary Sannin. Compared to the origins of the original Sannin, the prestige of these three was significantly higher. Since their rise to fame, they had never tasted defeat. Among them, the most dazzling record belonged to Minato Namikaze, who had defeated the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Never mind whether Raza was strong or not, he was still the leader of a village. Damn Kakashi, don't think you're anything special. Just wait until I awaken mine. Wait until you awaken it, Kakashi replied calmly, closing his book. You're already a disgrace to the Uchiha. As a ninja, you still haven't awakened your Sharingan. I doubt you ever will. Just accept being a genin. And don't even think about taking the Chunin exam in a while. What did you say? Obito was about to argue when Kakashi's expression suddenly changed. He shoved Obito aside. Whoosh! A kunai landed precisely where Obito had just been standing. A detonation tag was tied to the tip of the kunai. Scatter. Boom! After the smoke cleared, 5 or 6 hidden cloud ninja with arm guards stood on the tree branches. Silver white hair, short blades flashing. I have your intelligence, son of Konoha's White Fang, Jiraiya's disciple, junior to the Yellow Flash and the Crimson Sharingan. Whoosh! A swift blade flashed like lightning. Kakashi instantly appeared behind the speaker. A lightning-imbued chakra blade piercing his heart. Too many titles. Just call me Hatake Kakashi, he said. Asaru. Damn bastard. You Konoha scum actually killed Asaru. Kakashi twisted his body to fend off the attacking ninjas and retreated into his team. His deadpan eyes betrayed no emotion. It's always you hidden cloud who strike first. Then you scream when we kill you. Do you have some kind of tradition? Bastard. How dare you insult our hidden cloud ninjas? Damn you. Let me show you the power of our wrath. Kakashi shook his head in resignation. Having spent so much time around Uchiha Kagami, he had become completely immune to such crude insults, and had even learned a few himself. Cursing and swearing, your hidden cloud's mental capacity is really small. Huh? Have you learned nothing but plunder? I suggest you start evolving again, beginning with the apes. You're not quite human yet. Then Kakashi whispered, Obito, Rin, send distress signals and stay safe. Understood. Before heading into battle, Obito and Rin had undergone bandit training, so they were not flustered at the sight of death. Just as Kakashi was about to draw his blade to claim another hidden cloud life, a shuriken landed beside him. When did, he sensed danger keenly, and lightning flashed beneath his feet. Lightning body replacement technique. Whoosh! A huge shuriken appeared as if from thin air at his previous location. Dodging the dual-edged magnet release wasp blades, one had to admit, he was truly a disciple of the Crimson Sharingan. Are you out of your mind? I'm his junior, Kakashi muttered, a cold sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at the figure emerging from behind a large tree, with short purple hair, a yellow scarf and that iconic massive square shuriken. Just as the hidden cloud had detailed records of Konoha's strong warriors, Konoha had dossiers on the hidden cloud's elite. Jonin of the hidden cloud village, wielder of the bloodline limit magnet release. Troy, a Jonin possessing a bloodline limit is undoubtedly an elite among Jonin. Why on earth would such a fellow appear within the borders of the Land of Fire? Originally, I only intended to sever your Konoha's frontline supply lines, but I did not expect to encounter such a big catch. Troy spoke indifferently. Whether you are a junior disciple or a student, it matters little. To Uchiha Kagami, you are, after all, a relatively important person. You may attempt to flee, but your 2 companions will not escape. Kakashi clenched his kunai tightly, sneering coldly. Those who abandon their comrades and run away are from your cloud village. Whether father or self, the Hatake clan would never stoop to forsaking their comrades. Is that so? Bang! 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 Troy, with a scroll clenched in his mouth, summoned 3 enormous square-shaped shuriken. You are vigilant, but those 2 kids have all been touched by my shuriken. They cannot evade my technique. Obito and Rin were shocked as they noticed small shuriken at their feet. So, what will you choose? Whoosh! The colossal shuriken cut through the air. Obito, Rin, get close to me, Kakashi shouted loudly, as lightning chakra erupted from his kunai. Swish! The first shuriken was sliced open by the kunai, shattered fragments scattering, cutting Kakashi's arm. Damn! No time to pause, the second one is coming. The kunai cut through half of the shuriken, but interference from magnet release and the injury to his arm prevented Kakashi from severing it completely. Bang! The tremendous force sent Kakashi flying. With eyes wide in agony, he saw the third shuriken hurtling toward Obito and Rin. Obito gripped his kunai, trembling with fear, yet without hesitation he stood in front of Rin. Rin, I will protect you. Absolutely. A strange chakra gradually surged toward his eyes, as if something was about to awaken. Clang! At that moment, a faint sound rang out. The shuriken before them was invisibly sliced into fragments. Crash, clatter. The sound of the fragments hitting the ground caused everyone to freeze, and Obito's nascent evolution was abruptly halted. Footsteps echoed through the forest. A slender figure approached slowly, without shouting or exuding any terrifying aura. Yet upon seeing him for the first time, all from Cloud Village felt as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Their initial instinct was not to flee, but to hold their breath and tremble like rabbits beneath a lioness' paw. Let me make this clear. Kakashi is not an important person to me. Next, his indifferent gaze swept over everyone, the invisible pressure seemingly trapping them in amber. You may begin to flee. If a small unit encounters the crimson eyes and the yellow flash, abandoning the mission is permitted. As long as you return alive to the village, there will be no punishment. Although such an unwritten rule exists, those who survive encounters with both are exceedingly rare. The few survivors have summarized the experience. If you can pose a threat to Minato Namake's comrades, he might let you go without pursuit. But when facing Uchiha Kagami, luck is the sole criterion. If he is eating and you have not provoked him, he most likely will not put down his food to attack you. Tragically, the Cloud Village has not only angered him but also at an inopportune mealtime. Run! Troy screamed with all his might. The calmness he had moments ago was replaced by wild frenzy. Knowing the chances of survival were slim, would he not flee? Do not underestimate the Cloud Village, you bastard. Among the Cloud Village ranks, only Troy mustered the courage to flee. Unable to move, his limbs refused to obey. Thud! Something fell, emitting a rolling sound. Troy kept running, desperately running. His blood boiled, and the blood surging from his heart shot straight to his brain. Something was wrong. Why could he no longer see? Why was his head pressed against the grass? His skull rolled over, and he saw his own body still sprinting. Come back. Take me with you. Have you not realized your brain is missing? Uchiha Kagami lowered his hand, followed by several sounds like fruits falling to the ground. Beheading is more elegant than dismemberment. The latter is too gory. Kagami showed no interest in shouting out a technique against these pests, which would only demean him. He turned around. How pathetic. Kakashi. You cannot protect anything. Kakashi carefully pried his kunai out of the shuriken, shooting Kagami a glare. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? A jonin with a bloodline limit should not be an opponent I face at my level. Feeling the vast gap between himself and his two senior comrades, Kakashi never considered engaging on the front lines. He always took on small missions, mingling with his old classmates. Back in the Ninja Academy, Kakashi still had the heart to compete with Kagami, but afterwards, he lost all such intentions. Anyway, I have already achieved beyond the standard for my age group. I have done well enough. Has this guy already given up in advance? Kagami's gaze shifted to Rin. It's alright, Kakashi. When you truly taste that helpless pain, you will crave power once more. Lord Kagami, thank you for saving us. Rin Nozawa said, her face still flushed. It was her first time so close to death, and fear was natural. Though they were of similar age and former classmates for several years, Rin was well aware that Kagami was on an entirely different level from them. Thank you, Obito, she added. Obito turned his head. Even if you had not come, I could have protected Rin. No, you cannot protect her. Kagami laughed inexplicably as Kakashi approached. Kagami, how are you here? Only Kakashi knew they were responsible for transporting supplies to the Western Front, while Kagami was stationed at the Northern Front. Classified. No comment, Kagami said indifferently. Kakashi, Rin, you two leave for a while. I have something to discuss with Obito. Hey, don't go. That guy Kagami is definitely going to fight me. Don't leave. Kagami, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you weren't trembling, you'd be a bit more credible. Kagami did not waste words with Obito. His crimson eyes suddenly appeared. You wanted to talk to me? Plop. Kagami placed his hand on Obito's body, whispering softly. I'm only passing through you. The injection of ocular power caused Obito's back to bulge, as if something was about to burst forth. A bizarre white substance emitted a piercing shriek, oozing from his collar, terrifying beyond measure. Why you are? Before this white Zetsu clone could ask, his eyes were covered by Sharingan. It was as if a number had been dialed. Invisible ripples connected the two consciousnesses. Buzz. In an unknown underground space, the original white Zetsu serving beside Uchiha Madara suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head tightly. What is it? Madara slowly opened his eyes, showing clear emotion only when he saw one of White Zetsu's eyes transform into a Sharingan. Ah! White Zetsu was still fiercely resisting, trying to expel this ocular power invasion. Do not resist, Madara said coldly. Soon, a pair of Sharingan occupied White Zetsu's eye sockets, and his expression became indifferent. Interesting. This level of ocular power, Kagami. Have you awakened the Mangekyo? Kagami adjusted slightly, using White Zetsu's mouth to speak. Lord Madara, you are truly still alive. No need for excessive words. Kagami knew Madara was surely watching him covertly, and that Madara would not ask how Kagami had found the slightest clue. With such ocular power, he must have seen the Shrine's stone tablet. Discovering the spores on Obito was indeed somewhat unexpected. But since he was an Uchiha, such feats were to be expected. The voice of Madara Uchiha was aged, yet it bore none of the sluggishness typical of the elderly. Obito is the successor I have chosen. Do not harm him. Of course, I have no intention of harming the Uchiha clan members, just as you do. Clan members. Madara Uchiha seemed to recall that dusk when not a single clan member followed him. Mikage, what is it that you wish to do? I want to see you. To verify something. No need. I am nearing death. This pitiful, lingering existence is far too disgraceful. A faint smile appeared on Hakuja's face. Lord Madara, I want to know how far I am from the legend. A hoarse, aged laugh echoed. You truly resemble Izuna, but you are terribly naive. Boom! A terrifying ocular power, a sea of corpses and blood, filled the space, like countless demons howling. The three Magatama in Hakuja's eye sockets spun wildly. An ultimate, chilling ocular power forcibly erected a rocky reef amid the sea of corpses and blood, steadfast and immovable. You are truly too old, Lord Madara. How can someone like you endure such a frail body? What are you scheming? Madara Uchiha responded calmly, without anger. Peace in the shinobi world. Mikage, not everything in this world can go as you wish. The longer I live, the more I comprehend the helplessness and sorrow that pervade reality. Where there are victors, there are inevitably losers. The two are bound by cause and effect. Love breeds hatred, love and hate intertwine, and thus war arises. Such is reality. With your ocular power, you cannot see the final inscription on the stone monument, or you would not ask such a question. Tell me, what is your view of the shinobi world? With such ocular power, you are qualified to be my successor. After a moment of silence, Mikage smiled. Don't think that living a few years longer gives you the right to lecture me. Someone must be the victor. Why can't it be me? Who cares about being your successor? Uchiha, the future of the shinobi world, I decide. I am the protagonist of this world. Madara, not Izuna. It was only upon truly confronting him that Madara Uchiha realized why Hakuja said that Mikage resembled him so much. Absolute self-centeredness, an unshakable will. Madara laughed heartily. It's been so long since I've been this delighted. Among the clan members I abandoned, there can be such an intriguing person. Mikage, perhaps our goals differ, but I acknowledge your will. Come to the land of grass to find me. Let you fully experience the true power of the Uchiha clan. You are so competitive. If you lose one tea, you be very upset. The Magatama in Hakuja's eye sockets slowly dissipated. I have no need to empathize with losers. I will always be the victor. Within Mikage's spiritual realm, the long-forgotten curtain was lifted. Sukuna did not shout or scream. There really are such people in this world. Without Sukuna's cursed energy, Mikage would never have been able to withstand Madara's ocular power. Even though he was near exhaustion and lacked the Rinnegan, this man was a living legend in the shinobi world. Sukuna clearly sensed that if it were not for his spiritual energy continuously increasing after entering this world, it might have been difficult to defeat this man in the jujitsu world. Strictly speaking, he was an ancestor of their clan. Kid, do you really intend to go find that kind of guy now? Sukuna was by no means reckless. Even in the face of desperation, he did not care about his own pride. What he hated most was others provoking him recklessly. A proper retreat was not shameful. As long as it was not a matter of principle, Sukuna believed it was better to avoid conflict. Yes, there is something I must verify. Mikage was barely able to suppress the evolution of his Sharingan, but he was not satisfied with awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan just yet. It was like cooking a dish. Transforming a bad dish required many steps. If it could be made delicious from the start. The human body and energy in this world were truly abundant. Kid, you have grown remarkably in just a few hundred days. Even I feel my power continuously growing. It's truly miraculous. Sukuna sneered. I can sense the terrifying force entrenched in your spirit. You are resisting its influence, aren't you? Why suffer so much? Release that madness. With you and me combined, we could rampage recklessly even in this world. We could do anything we desire. Isn't a year in the dark enough? You want to escalate? You need me, Mangekyo Uchiha. We are two sides of the same coin. I admit I need your power. Mangekyo slowly withdrew from the spiritual realm, taking with him a large mass of cursed energy, and no longer confined Sukuna. Be quiet. Speak only when I do. Know your place. You are merely a mount. Within the flesh and bones, the king of curses gritted his teeth fiercely, the anger in his eyes like tangible flames. Kid. Absolutely. I will make you experience the utmost terror. I am your curse. This is too much. Why do you always have to knock me out every time we meet? Obito Uchiha was nearly in tears. You bastard. What exactly did you do to me? Smack. Mangekyo lightly tapped Obito's forehead, nearly knocking him out again. Just that, and I held back. Speak properly. You should thank me for training your mental endurance. The small barrier covering the area dissipated. Upon hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi and Rin approached after receiving the signal. Mangekyo, are you leaving? Kakashi noticed that Mangekyo was heading toward the Land of Wind and initially wanted to ask something. However, considering it was likely a secret mission, he refrained. Something felt strange. Kakashi suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. Watching Mangekyo's retreating figure, he sensed that something serious was about to happen. Mangekyo did not look back. In a few swift movements, he vanished from their sight. Obito, what did Mangekyo say to you? You can tell me, right? Kakashi sought to glean information from Obito. Since he could speak to Obito, it surely wasn't classified information. Obito clutched the large bump on his forehead, tearless and helpless. He didn't say anything. Just like before, every time we meet, he hits me with the Sharingan Genjutsu. Damn Mangekyo, why does he always pick on me? He recalled the time at the Ninja Academy, when even Mangekyo's self-introduction included a dislike of him. Kakashi and Rin could not understand this. Though Obito was considered a disgrace to the Uchiha, there were others like him in the clan. Why did Mangekyo single him out? Patting Obito's shoulder, Kakashi comforted him. Maybe Mangekyo sees potential in you and is testing you. I've never been subjected to his genjutsu, not even I or Minato-senpai. You don't feel mentally harmed, do you? Not really. Obito rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Only Rin felt uneasy. Compared to the two, she was more sensitive to Mangekyo's attitude. Mangekyo's malice toward Obito was never concealed. After the initial fierce battles, the war entered a prolonged phase. The situation on various fronts stabilized, and launching a large-scale campaign was no simple matter, involving many factors and impossible to do silently. Under these circumstances, Mangekyo briefly informed Jiraiya and then set out on his own affairs. Meeting Madara Uchiha was only the first task. After verifying his own strength, he intended to prepare for the perfect evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He already had a complete plan in mind. Once achieved, he would gain an inexhaustible ocular power in one fell swoop. In Mangekyo's view, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was the ultimate form of the Sharingan, not a hierarchical evolution with the Rinnegan. The Sharingan indeed originates from the Sage of the Six Paths, no doubt about that. Yet, just as the chakra's origin lies in the divine tree is but a seed, while chakra is an inherent essence of the shinobi themselves. The Sharingan is a product of mutation, not a degeneration of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Kagami never once entertained the notion of seeking the Rinnegan. He would rather dedicate his efforts to the profound development of the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the true emblem of Uchiha power. He harbors absolute confidence in advancing the Sharingan beyond the level of the Rinnegan. As he proceeds, Kagami's mind remains restless. Suppressing the evolution of the Sharingan is exhausting. He must constantly remind himself to remain calm, avoiding any great emotional fluctuations. Yet, the very thought of soon encountering that legendary shinobi, even facing him head-on, is simply irresistible, provoking an unrestrained, wild laughter. In the land of grass, the piercing cry of an eagle echoes through the sky. Uchiha Kagami slowly opens his eyes, 3 pure black tomo spinning. This is the resonance of ocular power. This is the pull of bloodline. Thousands of meters apart, 2 pairs of Sharingan gaze at each other from afar. Immense chakra surges forth. Then, as a junior, let me greet you. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A sea of flames blankets the sky, dominating the entire field of vision. The heavens roar with a ripping sound as the boundless inferno blankets the landscape for miles. Seals are formed again. The sea of fire surges. Each fiery dragon head roars and leaps out of the blaze. Atop the Mount of Jewels, Uchiha Madara raises his head, gazing up at the endless sea of fire, observing the terrifyingly accumulating might of the impending fire dragon head. A faint curve appears at the corner of his lips as he shifts the flame fan from behind to before him. Not a bad fire release, but sadly, it means nothing to me. Yet, the dragon-shaped flames in the sky do not descend. They seem to be waiting for something. The giant eagle-bearing Uchiha Kagami approaches. Rumbling thunder. Madara notices numerous circular craters forming on the earth around him, as if a colossal ladle has scooped out the land. Earth release, earth burial sphere. By channeling chakra to locate rocks within the soil, ordinarily one would lift them and attack the enemy. But these massive boulders continuously ascend. Boom! Each giant rock bursts open, adhering to the dragon-shaped flames. Interesting. A gleam blossoms in Madara's eyes. Realizing that simple fire release would not be effective, so a compound ninjutsu was employed. This brat is quite impressive. Upon the giant eagle, Kagami forms a seal with one hand and lets out a long laugh. Madara-sama, please appraise this. Ninja art. Dragon constellation. Boom! The sky explodes with sound. Dozens of fiery dragon heads descend, carrying the wrath of heaven, striking the mortal realm. Not a bad conception. You possess considerable talent in ninjutsu development. Madara remains motionless, his aged face showing not a trace of panic despite the meteor-like spectacle. As a greeting, it's barely acceptable. Roar. Endless flames surge upward like fiery demons breaking free from purgatory. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The flames roar forth like wild beasts, wielding boundless destructive power. Instantly, the entire battlefield is illuminated. The searing heat warps the very air. The power of ninjutsu is never judged by its difficulty level but by the wielder. The collision of fire and fire, intermingled with rocks, reduces the stones to dust in an instant. The surging wave of fire stirs long hair. It's been so long. Truly so long since the last battle. This frail body constantly reminds Uchiha Madara of his humiliation. He clings to life only for the sake of his plan. This battle may well influence his selection of a successor. Yet, faced with a challenge, how could Madara, the proud and solitary man, ever evade it? The Uchiha exists solely to fight. Clang. Bursting through the sea of fire, Kagami's figure suddenly appears beside Madara, twisting and swinging a blade. Though Madara is aged and frail, his reflexes remain unparalleled among ordinary shinobi. Merely pulling a chain, the hooked scythe blocks the blade's edge. His gaze fixes on the long sword in Kagami's hand. The blade looks no different from a regular katana, yet Madara recognizes it instantly. Narutaki, you've inherited it now. How could you not be familiar with it? This is Azuna's sword. Back then, I took many things. My brother's sword remained within the clan. After all, to Azuna, it was a cherished treasure. Kagami's face twists into a grimace, a smile difficult to suppress. Don't reminisce too long. I'll shatter you with a single strike. Invisible slashes pierce through the scythe, aiming at Madara's head, chest, and abdomen. Kagami has come with the resolve to kill Madara. There will be no mercy, or rather, facing Madara, no one has the right to show mercy. A layer of deep blue, tangible chakra armor manifests, emitting the harsh sound of blades shattering. Invisible slashes, your special ninjutsu, I'm well aware of it. Madara flicks his wrist. An immense force surges through the scythe, pressing Kagami down. Such terrifying power. I'm old now, but you are far too young. The one I once fought was Hashirama Senju, a man who could shatter mountains with his bare hands. Kagami's hands bulge with veins, unwilling to concede defeat first in this struggle. I've always had a question. Please enlighten me. Why did you believe Hashirama would commit suicide? What weapon could kill him? You've done your research, it seems. Madara speaks indifferently, but such questions are childish. A man like Hashirama, if I hadn't stopped him back then, he would have indeed taken his own life. Despite everything that happened later, I never doubted his resolve at that time. Kagami feels somewhat relieved, then asks, do you regret it? Would it have been better if you had let him die? Regret? The two do not seem to be fighting but rather an elder guiding a junior. Hashirama was the one who fell. He should be the one to regret, not me. I have always walked the righteous path. This is precisely why Kagami abandoned telling Madara the truth. It was pointless. This man, like himself, would only trust his own judgment. Not turning back until hitting a wall? No. They are the type who would shatter the wall. I see. I believe I am the one who is right. A vast chakra surge forms an impact. Faint, shimmering black threads entwine Kagami's wrists. The sudden increase in force shatters the scythe. Madara grabs the chain, stepping back several dozen meters, watching Kagami with interest. Even for an Uchiha, your mastery of in release is excessive. Tell me, what is the righteous path you believe in? Kagami smirks enigmatically, holding Narutaki's long sword in one hand, with his other hand cloaked in white snow sleeves, eerie black energy swirling around him. This meaningless battle is the imposition of the victor's convictions upon the vanquished. If the defeated speak at length, it is but a joke. Madara's eyes gleam, and he laughs. The forest surrounding them has been burned to ash. For miles around, not a blade of grass remains. Well said, Kagami. I can feel your thirst for battle. Much like myself, and you possess the same rationality as Izuna. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. You were simply born earlier than I. I am not like you. With a sharp sound, Madara grips the flame fan in one hand and the scythe handle in the other. My introduction is complete. Now, let us begin the warm-up. Boom! Across time, the pinnacle Uchihas of their respective eras collide with a thunderous crash. As a man who emerged from an age of chaos, battle is ingrained in Uchiha Madara's very instincts. No matter from which angle Madara Uchiha launched his assault, he was always able to employ the most fitting means at the most opportune moment. This marked the first occasion on which Sukuna extended his power beyond himself. In the past, it had always been Madara who, before or after battle, siphoned his cursed energy. But now, mere absorption was no longer sufficient. By enveloping Sukuna's cursed energy with his own chakra, he forcibly converted it into wartime energy supply. This was the transformation from a fixed power source to a mobile one. If previously Sukuna's perspective was separated by a screen, now it was as if he truly experienced it firsthand. Though his original body remained sealed away, and his cursed energy was being drained in great quantities, if Sukuna resisted vehemently, he could still cause delays in the energy supply. Yet Sukuna welcomed this. Use more. Use even more. Sooner or later, you will become intoxicated by this overwhelming power. Madara Uchiha harbored no aversion to harnessing Sukuna's strength. After all, what master would reject his own steed? The clashing of twin blades and scythe blades sent ripples of sound waves through the air. Madara's body did not allow for grand, sweeping movements. His figure shifted like a specter, the scythe descending before one could even discern its approach. Truly, he resembled a death god. In contrast, Madara's silhouette leapt and flickered, each movement flawless, graceful as a startled swan, supple as a wandering dragon. Such magnificent combat was always the lens through which outsiders perceived the Uchiha. Observing Madara, it was as though he saw a reflection of his own younger self. I once encountered a clan that manipulated demon energy. They bred malevolent creatures, inscribed cursed seals upon their bodies, and borrowed the power of these fiends in battle. Madara, as a member of the Uchiha, do you really resort to such impure things? Though Madara could not see Sukuna, his experience told him instantly the nature of any energy he encountered. Within Madara's body resided an exceedingly malevolent entity. This much he could affirm. Impurity. Impure brat. Slay him. Tear this old devil to shreds. Take all the power you need. Ignoring Sukuna's chaotic barking, Madara smiled lightly and said, I can even wield the Sharingan. How much more so a mere evil spirit? That's true, Madara naturally conceded. Simultaneously, the three comma-shaped tomo in his eyes spun wildly. Then let me test the power you wield as an Uchiha. Boom! A terrifying ocular force surged forth, conjuring in an instant a blood-soaked battlefield filled with the clamor of combat. On this field, an indescribable hand flowed with the curtain of time, cycling endlessly between aging, vigor, and youth. It gripped a pitch-black spear, its tip sharp enough to pierce the fabric of space and time. A searing pain shot straight through Madara's nerves. He felt as if his heart had been pierced by a blade. A vast void appeared in his chest. Genjutsu, the most renowned ability of the Uchiha clan. Even with Madara's mastery, it was only ineffective against Hashirama Senju. A pair of crimson eyes loomed above the battlefield, immense beyond measure. Compared to them, Madara was but a grain of sand beside the stars. Within the vast ocean of ocular power, strands of black and crimson wove a celestial canopy. Then came the chariot and warhorses. Madara stood upon the chariot, the void in his chest already filled. The cascading ocular power from the heavens was repelled by the canopy of the chariot. Uhaven T awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. For once, Madara was genuinely taken aback. Whether from his prior encounter with White Zetsu or the recent physical confrontation, the ocular power displayed was undeniably beyond that of the standard 3 tomo. Madara even felt that when he first awakened the Mangekyo, his ocular power was not this formidable. Yet now, in this genuine confrontation of Genjutsu, with ocular powers intertwined, this brat had not awakened the Mangekyo. He was still wielding only the 3 tomo. Because I do not wish to harm my brother, Madara replied, looking up at the bloodshot eyes above the battlefield. I seek to directly obtain inexhaustible ocular power. That is one of the reasons I came to you. Very well. Excellent. Remarkable, Madara. The blood-red eyes shone like the moon. The young Madara stepped forth, shattering the crimson moon. His scarlet armor was steeped in an overwhelming battle fervor. Laughing wildly, he charged toward the chariot, exhilarated beyond measure. Then I, Madara Uchiha, shall be your opponent. As fellow users of ocular techniques, the clash of Genjutsu consciousness was such that the moment either side displayed fear, dread, or reverence, defeat would swiftly follow. Mental energy was now Madara's greatest strength. And this was precisely Madara's area of expertise. Madara extended both hands forward, interlacing his fingers like a pair of wings, his grin growing ever more ferocious. Darkness surged atop the chariot, seemingly gestating something utterly malevolent. With an ominous cry of an eagle, the first monster burst forth from the shadows. Bearing the visage of a monkey, the body of a raccoon dog, limbs of a tiger, the tail of a serpent, and a pair of enormous eagle wings, this was the legendary Nu. One after another, new beasts surged forth, the endless darkness rolling like a tide, engulfing the blood-soaked battlefield. In release, new annihilation. Swish. Blades of azure cleaved the nearest new beasts into black liquid. The colossal Susanoo blades spanned hundreds of meters, illuminating the shadowy expanse. Madara's skeletal frame was cloaked by Susanoo. You lack the Mangekyo, so let me enlighten you. This is the ultimate ocular technique housed within the Mangekyo, a perfect fusion of offense and defense. Its power rivals that of a tailed beast. Susanoo. Madara's hand gestures remained unchanged as the endless new beasts, like moths to a flame, perished beneath the Susanoo blade. May I ask, when you say rivaling a tailed beast, you mean the Ninetails, correct? The youthful Madara's expression darkened slightly, his brow furrowing. Of course. What other beast is worthy to be compared with Susanoo? You are correct. Madara's lips curled faintly. The black liquid from the shattered Nu gradually coalesced into a mass. The black markings on his body became increasingly distinct, enhancing the efficiency of draining Sukuna's power. Sukuna observed coldly from the sidelines, even actively assisting Madara. He was waiting. This might be an opportunity. If Madara were to fall, the instant use of spatial slashes might just sever this accursed seal. New annihilation. Altered. The calamity of the 9 beasts. The scattered black liquid rapidly converged, even engulfing the phantasmal combatants on the battlefield. Roar. The earth-shaking bellow caused the entire Genjutsu space to tremble. A colossal, ferocious beast howled toward the heavens. 9 tails flickered like flames, rendered in the deepest black. The Ninetails. You have seen it as well. Crunch, crunch. The skeleton gradually took shape, tendons woven over it, flesh covered in layers. The deep blue Susanoo stood on the battlefield, its stature surpassing even the enormous beast. Madara, how could one use livestock against their master? It is truly laughable. The black and crimson chariot had somehow arrived atop the giant beast's head. The 9-tailed giant's eye sockets opened, revealing a crimson gleam. Laughable or not, one must try to know. A blood-red full moon hung high in the Genjutsu world. Below stood 2 towering colossi, as if stepped forth from a myth. The millennium calamity of the ninja world, the Ninetails. The valiant and wild god. Susanoo. Do your utmost to give me pleasure, Madara Uchiha. A brilliant azure slash cleaved the earth in 2. An enormous chasm stretched between the 2 colossal beings. Madara said nothing, his eyes cold and resolute, hands clasped together. From the sky, black and crimson raindrops began to fall gently, embodying arrogance, hatred, sorrow, loathing, and desire. An endless torrent of negative emotions saturates the world. Even a mere moment immersed within it would suffice to warp the soul of an ordinary being. There is no escape through sunlight. Pure in-release particles coalesce before the dark Ninetails, forming a colossal orb of energy. Crack. The oppressive weight causes the massive beast's body to sag. Only a in-release tailed beast. Huh? It's astonishing you managed to bring such a thing into existence. To be precise, this is a in-release Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami's lips curl into a subtle smile. Of course, calling it a Raisin Shuriken might be more fitting. Within the Susanoo, Madara Uchiha crosses his arms, exuding the absolute aura of a supreme warrior. Are you ready? His black hair wildly flutters as Madara recalls his battle with Hashirama. One cannot truly judge the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Regrets, alas, are not erased by the passage of time. If only Hashirama had, at that time. No. In the blink of an eye, gripping his long blade tightly within Susanoo, he slashes through the void as if severing some unseen bond. Impressive. Madara Uchiha laughs heartily, leaning forward. So your assault had already begun. That enormous dark energy sphere was never an attack. Those black and crimson raindrops. That's the real strike. Genjutsu is a clash of wills. When ocular power is evenly matched, the one whose resolve cracks first is the vanquished. Regret is the emotion most apt to shatter one's spirit. You've noticed, haven't you? Kagami Uchiha's smile shines brightly, utterly unbothered by the exposure of his ruse. By diverting attention, he accumulates a lethal intent where none would expect. Madara's voice bears a strange tone. This feeling is much like that of a worthless senju. You mean Tobarama senju? I actually respect his tactical mindset. Madara's expression sours. Kagami, it seems you cannot be like Hashirama. Enough! What nonsense are you prattling on about? Kagami Uchiha points his blade at Madara, the three-tomo Sharingan burning with inexhaustible ferocity. I am no opponent you have faced before. The you who wallows in past glories is not whom I seek. Madara, I come with the will to kill you. If you wish to survive, then come at me with the conviction of certain death. Ah! Swish! Before Madara's laughter can fully fade, Kagami strikes without honor. An energy cannon bursts forth from the dark Ninetails' maw, hurtling at incredible speed. Rather than exploding, it disperses. It envelopes the Susanoo, forming a dark barrier. Madara's brow furrows deeply. Dark walking technique? You, an Uchiha, actually learned a jutsu designed for countering ocular ninjas? Have you lost your mind? You brat. You're starting to irritate me. This genjutsu was originally developed to counter the Uchiha. It is not merely a lightless void. Instead, it disrupts the enemy's brain through chakra interference, rendering the information received by the eyes indecipherable, preventing mental imagery from forming. This disruption is not solely visual. It can inflict severe psychological damage. Especially with this technique's whispering aura of malevolence. Is it because of that defiled entity? Madara suddenly realizes that this brat delights in manipulating the psyche. Boom! Susanoo's armor is deeply gouged by the dark Ninetails' claws. Within the domain of the dark walking technique, only the user possesses vision. Madara stumbles, then Susanoo's waist receives a heavy blow. Close quarters combat after vision is sealed off. You underestimate me. A mere dark walking technique. I can dismantle it instantly. In the darkness, two colossal beings fiercely clash. Susanoo's blade severs one massive tail after another. Yet the severed tails transform into giant serpents, coiling around Susanoo, restricting its movements. Even after being cut, they reconstitute. Madara strikes dozens of times before finally annihilating one of the giant serpents completely. He grows somewhat weary. Crackle. The dark barrier, like an umbrella, is forcibly torn apart by a pair of massive hands. Regaining his sight, Madara gazes at the black fox that has lost its tail. Don't play petty tricks. Where is the person? Darkness may rob Madara of his vision, but he can still sense that Kagami has been atop that massive beast all along. At the next instant, Madara detects. Above, the blood moon hangs in the sky. Kagami Uchiha grips the reins single-handedly, guiding a war chariot in a diving assault. Behind him stretches an innumerable army forged from black bones. How utterly dull. Madara's interest wanes as he swings Susanoo's blade. A brilliant azure light illuminates the entire spacetime. A single strike shatters countless bones and the war chariot alike. Overwhelming ocular power. Crack. Crimson and black lightning instantly blankets the sky. Boom! The immense pressure seems to press the very earth down. This is finally willing to be unleashed. Madara grows exhilarated, his blood boiling. A jutsu that shatters dust release. I find that most intriguing. Susanoo ignites with blue flames, advancing beyond its already immense form. Swish! A pair of gigantic wings unfurl. Susanoo in its complete form. Crackle. Black lightning blossoms upon Narutaki and Sodi Shirayuki, crossing in front of Kagami Uchiha. Black hair wildly flares, crimson eyes gleaming fiercely through the blades. Within the cage, Sukuna raises his hand. Crimson and black lightning flickers at his fingertips. He is the strongest in a world. What limits his strength is the world itself. He is classified as special grade because no sorcerer surpasses that rank. Since arriving in this world, his cursed energy has grown with every passing moment. The shinobi world is a twisted realm, an infinite sea of negative energy. Do gods truly exist? Is it because I cleaved the world apart that you banished me here? Or do you fear me, binding me within this cage? It matters not. Kagami, I have told you we are two sides of the same coin. You have learned my technique. The me within your heart. Do you understand? Humans are born knowing to stand. Birds know to fly. Fish know to swim. This is called instinct. You claim I lack human instinct. Indeed, For I was born to devour humans. That is my true instinct. We have never been of the same kind. The ceiling gate slowly creaks open a slit as Kagami Uchiha draws cursed energy from the sea of corpses and blood. Sukuna snarls. Too deliberate. In 1,000 years, I have never encountered a human as mad as you. Treat me as a beast, hoping to tame me step by step? Fingers clenched, sharp nails like blades. Then let us see. Kagami Uchiha. The dual-faced, four-armed demon roars savagely. The great mouth upon his belly chants incantations. Dragon scale. Reversal. Twin meteors. Black cleave. A strike powerful enough to sever space itself. Entwined with black thunder. Unparalleled. The strongest slash Sukuna has ever wielded. Laden with the endless malice of the king of curses. It cleaves toward the cage that binds him. Simultaneously, Kagami's expression remains impassive as his twin blades sweep aside the oncoming attack. Roar! Two crescent-shaped blades shimmer with thunder, like a divine guillotine descending from the heavens. Black cleave. From the blood-stained earth, an infinite azure radiance bursts forth. Susanoo, the power of the gods. The world proclaims. To witness it even once is almost certain death. All things in the universe shattered with a single strike. Light, engulfing the world. Crash, like a vast mirror shattering, emitting a chaotic clamor. The Genjutsu realm cannot withstand such overwhelming force and shatters into fragments. Reality. Twin blades and scythe-like edges freeze midair. Madara's aged face smooths out, wrinkles relaxing. In terms of ocular prowess alone, you even surpass Izuna. Kagami, you are truly a prodigy. His figure flickered like a phantom. In the next instant, he appeared before Uchiha Kagami, the scythe of the Grim Reaper slicing through with a gleaming flash. Swish. The scythe abruptly halted, resting just before Kagami's neck. Madara furrowed his brow ever so slightly. The final clash of ocular powers had yielded no victor. The illusory world he had constructed had already shattered prior to this moment. Yet Uchiha Kagami kept his eyes tightly shut, showing no reaction to his assault. Trying to pull some trick again? Madara hesitated briefly, not out of concern that Kagami might betray him, but because he feared something was truly amiss with Kagami. If he struck now, he might end his life. But reconsidering, Madara pushed forward with the scythe, deliberately avoiding vital points to slash toward Kagami's face. My time is limited. It would be a pity if you died now. When I am resurrected and return, I will let you witness the power of our ancestors. Crack. Madara's pupils constricted, his brow knitting tightly. Opening his mouth, he bit down on the blade of the scythe. A mouth emerged upon Kagami's cheek. Hiss. Beneath the Sharingan in his left eye, another eye sprouted, utterly sinister, exuding an intense chill. So, you are the malevolent entity within Kagami's body? Madara tugged on the chain, pulling the scythe back. Such a reckless brat. From the palm of Madara's hand, a faintly purple, illusory chain extended. Let me put a leash on you. Just the same. Soon, I will shatter you, old relic. The voice issuing from that mouth was hoarse, as if gnawing on something. Boom! A sudden eruption of blood-red pressure pushed away ripples in waves. Black markings multiplied, spreading across Kagami's form. This is the essence of the shinobi world. A new world. The aura of a new humanity. So marvelous. Surrender your body to me, brat. An evil aura beyond description formed like smoke and dispersed. This malevolence was even purer than that of the Ninetails. The pale purple chains dissipated as Madara leaned back against a stone chair he had shaped. Kagami, since you dared to engrave such a vile entity, then try to tame it yourself. You are, after all, Uchiha. Black and crimson energy rippled like a vast lake. However, no matter how Sukuna roared and bellowed, the boy's figure remained steadfast. In the mental realm, a crimson ceiling gate cracked open slightly. Sukuna's upper body squeezed through, countless corpses and bloodied bones pouring out from the seal. On the other side, Uchiha Kagami stood amidst a sea of blood, his indifferent gaze fixed on Sukuna. It hurt so much, like plunging one's soul into a meat grinder, shredding it, then casting it into a furnace to be reforged and cut. An endless cycle. Millennia of profound malice. Turbulent waves of fury, regret, resentment, negative emotions ceaselessly scourged Kagami's spirit. Hands emerged from the blood sea, clutching him tightly, attempting to drag him under. Sukuna's memories flooded Kagami's mind. Ugly humans, endlessly repeating love and parting, greed, hatred, delusion, desire unfulfilled, and bitter enmity. Tedious, yet the flavor was tolerable. Uchiha Kagami, we are one. Sukuna's forearms spread wide, as if to embrace. This is not devouring, but merging. You become me, I become you. We hail from different dimensions. What an indescribably wondrous destiny. Come, let us become the most perfect existence together. Breathing is agonizing. Feels as if my lungs are about to burst. My legs feel heavy, bones fracturing. Is something gnawing at my heart? It does not matter, no matter how much it hurts. It does not matter. The emptiness within me has been filled. I bear too many expectations. I will not lose. Uchiha Kagami extended his palm. Do you know, Sukuna, this seal not only binds you but also restrains me. From a certain day onward, I realized that with my current strength, I cannot completely open the seal. Have you not noticed? Whether it is your Black Cleave or myself or even Madara, this power is all poured into the seal. I told you sooner or later, I would put a dog chain on you. It was not that you broke the seal open, it was us who did. I tell you this to make clear. A faint smile curled at the corner of Kagami's mouth as he slowly raised his palm. Everything is within my design. Step by step, that is my principle. Click, thud. Sukuna seemed to sense something, lifting his head to look. From the dim void came a tremendous muffled sound, and a black spear materialized. Upon closer inspection, the black surface was covered densely with seal inscriptions. TSK. Kagami's palm fell, and the black spear followed suit. The black spear pierced through Sukuna's chest, pinning him between two realms. Silence. A moment of silence. Sukuna laughed aloud, as if encountering the greatest joy of his life. How fascinating. Truly fascinating, Uchiha Kagami. Because of you, I have begun to take an interest in humanity. You will eventually release me, and I have begun to anticipate your body. You are right. The delicacy of flavor lies in savoring it gradually, bit by bit. The sea of blood and corpses flowed back toward the sealing gate. Uchiha Kagami turned around. Suddenly glancing back, the scarlet in his eyes flared even more intensely. Regarding the so-called king of curses, there was only contempt. Wait and see. The chain you yearn for, I shall place it upon you. Observing Madara, leisurely seated upon the stone chair, Kagami ran his slightly disheveled hair back with a hand. Old man, are you no longer capable of fighting? Uchiha Madara rested both hands on his knees, indistinguishable from any ordinary elder. There is no point in continuing. Your objective has been achieved, has it not? Moreover, this body is nearing its limit. Uchiha Kagami seemed to recall something. By all rights, Madara should not be able to depart from the outer path golem. He requires it to sustain his life. At first, he had not pondered it deeply. Subconsciously, Kagami believed it was not strange that Madara still possessed the ability to fight. Perhaps it would clone or similar technique, but since he said so. Transformation technique. Without the Rinnegan, he could still wield it. Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, feeling insulted. A clone or such technique. You truly underestimate me. Madara showed no emotional fluctuation, speaking calmly. My true body cannot leave, and this technique can also bear all of my ocular power. How pitiful, it is now the full extent of my strength. The features characteristic of Uchiha Madara gradually faded, revealing pale, lifeless skin. It was a white zetsu. A faint rustling came from a crevice in the rocky earth, from which a white zetsu emerged, bearing disheveled pale green hair. Young Kagami, Lord Madara requests you meet him. Understood. Just a moment. Uchiha Kagami opened a scroll and approached the lifeless white zetsu. This is Lord Madara's research achievement. How can you just— He did not forbid it. Dead is dead. What harm is there in me taking it back for some amusement? But, silence. The true form of Uchiha Madara resided beneath this very land. A vast underground chamber, lit only by flickering candlelight, damp and shadowed. Really, an old bone daring to linger in such a place. No wonder he suffers from rheumatism. Seated upon a simple stone chair, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Dark crimson three-tomo Sharingan. You have come, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted behind Madara, where several withered wooden tendrils stretched into the darkness. An overwhelmingly ominous aura emanated from there. The outer path golem? Retracting his gaze, Kagami met Madara's eyes. What do you want from me? Madara chuckled softly. You are the one who sought me out. What is this? All there is to taming that fiend with my power. Uchiha Kagami found a chair and sat down, crossing his legs casually as he spoke coolly. That's why I politely asked what you wanted. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down at all. Lord Madara, your retirement home's conditions are quite poor. Kagami, you're intelligent. You must have noticed that anomaly in the white zetsu I borrowed. He was referring to the body he had taken over. Uchiha Kagami was aware of everything but refrained from stating it too explicitly. That black zetsu was likely parasitizing Madara's body. A rich yang release chakra signature, quite valuable for research. Uchiha Madara leaned on a black staff and spoke in a deep voice. The Sharingan is the pinnacle of Yin release, the symbol of the Uchiha. Representing Yang release is the Senju of the forest. If one wishes to obtain inexhaustible ocular power without harming their brethren, I have a proper path to tell you. Talent and strength alone cannot move Uchiha Madara. What truly touched him was Kagami's words. It was only long after Azuna's passing, in this dark underground chamber, that he contemplated that perhaps there was a way to avoid sacrificing one's kin. White Zetsu is a product of my research on Hashirama cells, containing vast life energy Yang release. That white Zetsu is deliberately left for you. You can transplant part of it into your body. Then, when you awaken the Mangekyo again, it should nourish your eyes, sparing you from the curse of blindness. It is not a curse, Uchiha Kagami said expressionlessly. Yin cannot persist alone. Yang cannot be born in isolation. When Yin and Yang separate, essence and energy perish. Yin and Yang within the human body depend on and restrain each other, maintaining the balance of life. Excessive use of the Mangekyo causes blindness because Yin and Yang are out of balance. There are two solutions. One is to balance Yin and Yang. The other is the fusion of two Mangekyo Sharingan of closely related bloodlines. Heavy Yin must be balanced by Yang, and heavy Yang by Yin. When extremes are reached, Yin transforms into Yang. In the shadows, Madara's expression was indistinct. Only a long sigh escaped his lips. Kagami, you have arrived too late. If Uchiha Madara harbored any regrets, there was but one: failing to protect Azuna. Tobi, that is your brother's name. I assent it? As an elder brother, you surpass me in competence. Such profound truth was only realized by Madara upon viewing the monument of the Sage of Six Paths. But Kagami, Madara's gaze deepened as he looked at him. Now that you have stepped out of the memories, tell me, do you wish to accumulate ultimate Yin release, and upon reaching the extreme, obtain eternal ocular power? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Yes and no. I have my own plan. Regardless, Yin-Yang balance remains the best state. Kagami, you might obtain eyes like mine. The Rinnegan, though I don't know what methods you'll employ, I look forward to your success. After some thought, Uchiha Madara decided not to mention the Moon Eye plan. It was the perfect vision the Sage of Six Paths had crafted to bring peace to the ninja world. But Kagami was not yet ready to accept such a plan. He had not yet felt despair for this world. Also, he did not seem to favor peace. I will not pry into your intentions. If you require it, you may come to me to retrieve more White Zetsu. White Zetsu's origin. Uchiha Obito is the person I have chosen. I will arrange a trial for him. He possesses the potential to awaken the Mangekyo but needs proper guidance. For this, some Konoha ninjas will perish. Do not interfere. This is a transaction. Kakashi-rin. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. As you wish. And what if your junior, Kakashi, dies among the casualties? Besides some Uchiha clan members, I care little for the lives of others. My existence is not to shield them. I have already warned Kakashi. If he dies due to inadequacy, it is his own fault. Uchiha Kagami propped himself up on his knees and rose. Old man, I suppose we shall never meet again. Then allow me to wish you a peaceful death. Farewell. Having said this, Uchiha Kagami turned and left, detesting the gloomy environment. Most importantly, he vaguely sensed the immense malice residing within Madara's body. If it is not Madara, then it must be with his objective achieved. There was no need to linger. He needed to hasten to another location. Watching Kagami's departing figure, Madara murmured, "We shall meet again." Within the dense forest, having crossed the land of rain, they were now within the borders of the land of birds. Obito had yet to be properly arranged, so Nagato had not been assigned either. The land of rain remained under Hanzo's control, making infiltration relatively easy. Uchiha Kagami reclined against a plump, orange cat. Despite its corpulence, the cat moved swiftly through the forest. Giant eagles are living beings and require rest. During shift changes, Uchiha Kagami summoned his other summon. It was an 800-pound orange fat cat named Six Shooter. Kagami did not need a combat cat to increase his power. He only required one that could travel quickly and was comfortable to sit on. Sometimes, when he wished to sleep, he could lie on it and rest. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dancing across his face and flickering on the book in his hands. His battle with Uchiha Madara was now fully accomplished. By borrowing Madara's power, he had opened the seal gate. It was equivalent to Kagami forging a key and holding it firmly in his grasp. When the time came, he could release Sukuna. Secondly, he had extracted some of Madara's ocular power, storing it in his mental space through transcription seals. Kagami was not short of spiritual energy, but Madara's ocular power was the best bait for a certain orange-red fox, the one prone to rampage. Thirdly, he had secured some White Zetsu. Initially, He had considered using White Zetsu's yang release cells to compensate for his ocular deficiencies, but now it was impossible. Whether it was Sukuna or himself, the increase of yin release energy was too rapid. Sukuna was like a corpse flower blooming bloodily across the shinobi world's blood-soaked soil. For Kagami to ascend to Mangekyo with his current ocular power was far beyond what mere White Zetsu could balance in yin and yang. Moreover, having foreign elements inside himself made Kagami somewhat uncomfortable. Like the two options he had presented to Madara. To continue accumulating ocular power, Kagami was confident his single pair of Mangekyo could outmatch two pairs, with yin flourishing and yang born. Yet, this was an imperfect evolution. It diverged from the perfect vision in Kagami's heart. Returning to the origin, the true solution was to convert this massive yin release into yang release.
A reversal technique.
To manipulate chakra and perform black flash on it was far more difficult than using cursed energy. The reversal technique applied to chakra involved even more complexities. The difficulty could be likened to the gulf between the Pythagorean theorem and Euler's mathematics. No need to delve deeper, just know it is very difficult. To solve this might require Kagami and Sukuna to be candid and collaborate in research. Is that possible? Kagami would never seek Sukuna's counsel. This was not arrogance but a refusal to trust a single word from Sukuna. From the very beginning, Kagami had reminded himself of this. Likewise, he would never negotiate with Orochimaru or the like. He trusted only himself, believing he could resolve this dilemma alone. Now, he was about to acquire the other critical component of his plan. Located in the vast desert, within the ancient kingdom of Lulan, lay the dragon vein, the lifeblood of the earth, an immensely powerful energy conglomerate. Once the key points were gathered, I could execute my perfect Mangekyo plan. What? You ask what use there is in taking White Zetsu? Kagami doesn't need it, but Tobi, that little brother, does. Truly a cause for endless worry. Lord Kagami, Granny Nico asked me to inquire of you. When shall the final payment for the last batch of ninja tools be settled? The revolver's voice rang clear and crisp, incongruous with his corpulent frame. Snap. Closing the book, Uchiha Kagami spoke with a faint tone. It's too expensive, 30% higher than before. Tell her to lower it a bit. But Granny Nico said that the ninja world is rife with battles everywhere, and she has already prioritized supplying the Uchiha clan. The ninja tools are in short supply, and the prices are already quite reasonable, meow. Our Uchiha have cooperated with her for generations. So what? Because the ninja tools are scarce, she can raise the price? You actually asked me for money on her behalf. Revolver, are you my summoned beast? Or the summoned beast of that money-grubbing old woman? Of course I'm yours, but no buts. Tell her I will pay the final balance at the original price. Take it or leave it. Revolver lowered his head a little aggrieved as he continued on his way. He was merely passing along a message for Granny Nico. Lord Kagami is still so fierce. Suddenly, Revolver felt the scruff at the nape of his neck lifted, and the entire cat was hoisted into the air. What is this? Is Lord Kagami about to strike me? That shouldn't be. Lord Kagami is fierce, yes, but he has never struck me before. Meow? Uchiha Kagami stood on a giant tree branch, holding an 800-pound fat cat by the scruff. Revolver turned his head. His dark eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. You foolish cat, you almost fell headlong into the explosive talisman trap. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A figure emerged from behind the tree. No wonder those crimson eyes command a bounty of 90 million ryo. Seems the trap was ineffective on you. Eyes of a sickly green hue, wearing the Takino Ninja Village forehead protector, masked. It was Kakuzu. Uchiha Kagami tossed Revolver aside. The fat cat hung from the branch like a thick quilt. Bounty hunter Kakuzu, quite the coincidence. But only 2.5 Asumas? That bounty seems a bit disrespectful. Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter you here while hunting a bounty of 2 million in this minor country. Black tendrils extended from Kakuzu's sleeves, writhing eerily. Seeing your forehead protector reminds me of the first clashes with Konoha's ninja. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Kagami scratched his ear. A few days ago, I just had a fight with Madara Uchiha. You brat? Are you mocking me? Uchiha Kagami could not help but smile. You told the joke first, and I did not deceive you. Enough. Kakuzu's eyes darkened. The strongest genius of Konoha, yet wandering alone. Then this 90 million ryo, I shall take it. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Kagami pressed Kakuzu's neck to the ground, his hands gripping the small arms, attempting to wrench free, but futile as an ant shaking a tree. Nearby, scattered black ground parasites twitched intermittently. 3 Magatama spun in his eye sockets. Speak. Where is the money you have saved? Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan's liquid assets are scarce at the moment. Encountering such a fat sheep so easily, my luck is not bad. If you dare, Kill me. I would never tell you even in death. Very well, admirable spirit. A dangerous glint flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. For a ninja, sometimes death is the easy path. Survival is the true hardship. Before you reveal anything, don't think of dying casually. In those sickly green eyes appeared 3 black magatama, and Kakuzu's hands dropped, releasing Uchiha Kagami's grip. Kagami withdrew a rope from his sleeve, looping it several times around Kakuzu's neck. As a ninja, carrying a rope is quite reasonable. Fat revolver. Continue your journey. Lord Kagami, you just called me a fat cat, didn't you? One end of the rope tied to Revolver's tail. Kakuzu bounced and rubbed both sides against the ground. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless. No, you heard wrong. On the boundless desert, Kakuzu's skin was rubbed raw, blood and flesh mixed with sand and gravel, no patch of good meat visible. Uchiha Kagami sighed, displaying profound admiration. A ninja who has existed since the first Hokage. Your will is truly indomitable. Panting heavily, Kakuzu sneered coldly. You may kill me, but never lay a hand on my money. Mere genjutsu torture. Do you think I would yield? Uchiha Kagami nodded solemnly and sighed. I acknowledge you. A man like you should not die here. You may leave. Kakuzu's expression shifted slightly, those sickly green eyes gazing deeply at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, I must admit, you share the same grandeur as the first Hokage. Humph. Improve your bounty. I will come find you again. Kakuzu tore off the rope and turned to leave. He trusted that a master who defeated him so effortlessly would not be all talk. Ha, Kagami, you may be stronger now, but what about 50 years from now? Just wait. Watching Kakuzu depart, Uchiha Kagami withdrew a bankbook from his bosom. The password, 6742s, plus the ninja characters for Taki. Remember it well. Go and fetch it for that old woman. Have her withdraw the money quickly. Now not only is the final payment for the last batch of ninja tools secured, but the Uchiha clan's annual ninja tools expenditure is accounted for. Revolver accepted the bankbook, feeling a twinge of envy. He had heard firsthand the amount spoken by those green bean eyes. Good heavens. Bounty hunting is quite lucrative. With such a valuable asset as Kakuzu, Uchiha Kagami would never kill the goose that lays golden eggs. If Kakuzu went to replace his bankbook and found no money, he would only work harder to fill the void inside. Next time they meet, he could squeeze out another sum. If it were the newly debuted Uchiha Kagami, dealing with Kakuzu would have been troublesome. But with his current strength, and having learned Kakuzu's information, 3 minutes of fighting was already holding back. Still, that fellow had merits, enduring genjutsu for so long before unconsciously revealing the password. Summoning time is up. I shall return to the cat homeland first, Lord Kagami. Farewell. Meow with a bang, Revolver vanished. Uchiha Kagami walked slowly through the desert. They were nearing the ancient kingdom of Lulan on the map. Though the map was not entirely accurate, his fingers pressed into the sand, chakra sensing unfolding. Lacking the innate perceptive talent of Minato Namikaze, he compensated with chakra volume to cover the range. Closing his eyes, he mentally imprinted the approximate conditions within a 10-kilometer radius. Nothing. The land of wind is truly desolate. No wonder it is always embroiled in warfare. The barefoot need not fear those wearing shoes. Konoha's fondness for peace stems from this as well. The first Hokage preached equality for all, yet the best lands of the ninja world belong entirely to the land of fire. Once he dies, how could the other ninja villages possibly endure? After a long while, Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, detecting a peculiar chakra source. Unlike ordinary ninja, carried a sense of lacking yang energy. Following the chakra's direction, he soared forth. From afar, he saw a flash of orange-red in the desert. As he approached, the figure noticed Uchiha Kagami and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Uchiha Kagami halted abruptly, standing several dozen meters before the person. A faint smile curved his lips as he said lightly, "The ninja world is indeed small. Or perhaps you traders simply prefer to dwell in remote places." Sasori. Uchiha Kagami. Sasori's expression darkened. Chakra threads extended, ready to summon the third Kazekage puppet. A man's name, a tree's shadow. He was indeed an S-rank rogue ninja. Yet compared to Uchiha Kagami, who stirred conflicts among great nations and could sway large-scale battles, he was still somewhat inferior. "Weren't you playing ninja hide-and-seek with Hitaki Sakumo? What brings you here?" Uchiha Kagami did not rush to strike. After so many recent fights, he had grown somewhat weary.
Moreover, facinga familiar opponent.
A swift battle would be uninteresting. Shikaku narrowed his crimson eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "The land of wind is my homeland. What is so strange about me appearing here? But you, shouldn't you be on the border battlefield?" Uchiha Kagami paused briefly, analyzing the situation before smiling and saying, I see now. You've come seeking the ancient kingdom of Lulan, haven to you? Your puppets were all destroyed by Hatake Sakumo, and you're looking for a place to replenish your supplies. Damn it, have I fallen victim to an illusion? Shikaku thought in alarm. No, that can't be. I don't rely on my eyes to gather information. I'm a human puppet. How could I be ensnared by Jinjutsu? Did I let something slip just now? Haven T divulged a single piece of intelligence. How could he possibly know? Boom. The third Kazekage's human puppet hovered in midair. Shikaku's face was ice cold. With those crimson eyes, let us see if you truly deserve that title. Swish. Kagami's finger traced through the air, unleashing an invisible slash that cut through the chakra threads controlling the third Kazekage's puppet. Watching the puppet fall to the ground, Shikaku tried to reconnect the threads, but Kagami's voice interrupted him. Your core is in the left atrium. Shatter that and you'll be utterly dead. 3 Magatama swirled within Kagami's scarlet eyes. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Nothing escapes these eyes of mine. Hatake Sakumo didn't kill you, but don't expect me to show you mercy. Crushing you would be too simple and utterly uninteresting. Whoosh! Kagami instantly appeared beside Shikaku, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. You're already a human puppet, and you've long since lost human emotions. Yet, you still feel the deadly chill of having your core grasped tightly by a single palm. A voice whispered in Shikaku's ear. I'm heading to the ancient kingdom of Lulan as well. Perhaps I can toss you some puppets you've overlooked. How about keeping me company to pass the time? Think it over. If you refuse, you have 3 seconds left to live. Very well. Following you might expose me to some unknown form of artistry. Patting Shikaku's shoulder, Kagami chuckled lightly. Surprisingly reasonable. Then let us get along well. Shikaku of the Red Sand. In the desolate desert, 2 figures walked one after the other. The swirling sandstorms were harsh, but Shikaku, now merely a puppet, was indifferent. He observed Kagami carefully and noticed the sand never touched Kagami's body. Just before contact, it veered sharply downward at a right angle, falling harmlessly to the ground. A chakra shield sustained constantly just to fend off the sandstorms, he mused. What a monster. Once an assassin of the third Kazekage. Shikaku found no trace of betrayal in the calm silhouette ahead. After an indeterminate time, Kagami stopped, placing his palm upon the earth. A faint smile curved his lips. Found it. Lulan. An ancient city nestled within the vast desert of the Land of Wind, with scant contact with the outside world. Towering spires dotted the landscape, and the architectural style was markedly distinct from other nations. Such urbanization was illogical amid the desert sands. The Queen of Lulan possessed the mystical power to manipulate the dragon veins, channeling the Earth's hidden energies. Shikaku gazed upon the scene and withdrew an aged scroll from his bosom, spreading it open. He spoke solemnly. It seems the royal veins have defied ancestral edicts. At this, Kagami turned his head. You possess intelligence unknown to me? Do share. After a moment's silence, Shikaku spoke. My father is of the Lulan royal lineage. Huh? Aren't you the grandson of Chiyo? Your father should be the son of the first Kazekage, right? Casting a sidelong glance at Kagami, Shikaku replied calmly. My father has red hair. The first Kazekage and Grandma Chiyo had black and purple hair, respectively. Their child was my mother. My father married into the family. Kagami nodded thoughtfully. There was no distinction here between maternal grandmother and paternal grandmother, something Kagami had not previously understood. Stroking the corner of his mouth, Kagami chuckled softly. So, you're planning a royal restoration story? Shikaku's expression darkened. It was remarkable how perfect his puppet form was, almost indistinguishable from a living person. The Lulan royal family, generation after generation, had only females with the ability to communicate with the dragon veins, known as the royal veins. He had no right to inherit Lulan. Shikaku's plan was simply to find his father's ancestral home and convert a batch of people into puppets. He yearned to exact revenge on Hatake Sakumo, but feared failure amid the ongoing fierce battles outside. So, since there are clan members here, I'll have them contribute to my revenge campaign. Kagami, your goal is the dragon veins, isn't it? Give it up. Lulan has existed for countless years. The dragon veins remain here, and many know of them. But no one can seize their power, at most they can only be sealed. Kagami smiled faintly. What predecessors could not accomplish, I may yet achieve. Such unwavering confidence nearly unsettled Shikaku, but he recalled his father's words. I'm waiting to see your helpless defeat. You said the royal veins defied ancestral edicts. What does that mean? Shikaku stared at the ancient scroll. The Lulan royal family was forbidden from using the dragon vein's power, only charged with guarding it. Such earth energy was immense and perilous. Even a slight misstep could devastate the entire land. Its abuse was absolutely forbidden. Now you see, Shikaka sneered, without the dragon veins, how could such buildings exist? It seems even the strong and brave sister my father spoke of could not resist the temptation of power. The two stood atop a tall tower, gazing over the entire city. Shikaku, you remember your father's words well. They meant a lot to me, there's no need to hide that. Shikaku's voice was cold. Therefore I will kill Hatake Sakumo. Kagami, you're a Konoha shinobi. If you want to stop me, do it now and kill me. Kagami leaned back, resting his hand on his knee, smiling nonchalantly. Don't be so agitated. When did I ever say I stop your revenge? Avenging your parents is only right. He added with a friendly reminder, but if you succeed in killing Sakumo, remember to kill Hatake Kakashi too. Watching you kill each other endlessly would be too dull. Hatred must end with the severing of a bloodline. I remember, you're Kakashi's senior apprentice, right? Is Konoha really this chaotic? Hearing Kagami's words, Shikaku's taut nerves relaxed slightly. The oppressive aura from this man was overwhelming. Every secret felt utterly exposed beneath those eyes. It was important to note that Hatake Sakumo was no longer a rogue ninja. Official records merely listed him as wandering. Shikaku truly feared Kagami would thwart his revenge and was uninterested in empty talk of letting go of hatred. So what now? Shall we go directly to the Lulan Queen? Kagami spread his senses and detected many people inside a residence discussing topics related to a celebration. Looks like the timing is just right. Half a month prior, something significant occurred in Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen opened. This was a crucial temporal marker. In the original timeline, Minato received a mission concerning Lulan and ultimately sealed the rampaging dragon veins. During this period, Minato met the future Naruto. The dragon veins possessed the power to traverse time and space. Kagami had preemptively communicated with Minato through his chakra. If Minato received the mission in the Land of Wind, he would not come here. Kagami had calculated the timing perfectly to arrive early. This was vital to him, because whether Naruto would appear, and what kind of Naruto would appear, would inform Kagami whether this world was the original Shinobi World timeline. If it was, then whether he had altered the future. If not, then there were far more considerations. The power of time and space was exceedingly complex. It was possible that the arrival of himself and Sukuna had caused a complete divergence from the original timeline. From the moment he appeared, the world had already changed. To be candid, Kagami Uchiha harbors no desire for the arrival of those from the future. The future is inherently uncertain. Only the present self can be deemed certain. Should the future possess a fixed conclusion, then this world would be unbearably dull. Just wait a moment, the celebration is about to commence. A mysterious smile played upon Kagami Uchiha's lips. With the combined prowess of Kagami Uchiha and Sasori, it was utterly impossible for the puppets patrolling the city to detect their presence. As night fell, Sasori could not help but speak upon seeing Kagami Uchiha pull out his bento box. Kagami Uchiha, you are exceedingly powerful, yet you still require the mundane acts of eating and sleeping. Don't you find that a waste? Not at all. When I eat, I prefer not to be disturbed. Kagami Uchiha replied indifferently. Eating and sleeping remain my sole pleasures. Do not deprive me of the joys of being human. I won't even comment on your crude puppet body. And yet you have the audacity to criticize me? The two waited until the early morning of the third day. People began to emerge from their homes, launching into a fervent celebration. Upon closer inspection, all those people were puppets. Sasori's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured, I felt something was amiss before. Even if Lulan has puppeteers, it's impossible to maintain such a vast number of puppets on patrol. And now, even these people are puppets. It seems the Queen of Lulan has allied with a puppeteer. Although such crude puppets truly tarnish the reputation of puppeteers, it is not uncommon for peers to disdain one another, especially considering Sasori's renown as a puppetry prodigy, so prodigious that he transformed himself into a puppet. Kagami Uchiha maintained his sensory technique, his mind stirring with unease. At least for now, he detected no presence of the Ninetails Jinchuriki. With Kagami Uchiha's sensory prowess, should Naruto Uzumaki appear, it would be impossible to overlook him. The celebration proceeded with puppet figures beating drums and cheering exuberantly. A crimson-haired maiden, surrounded by a crowd, approached the terrace of a towering structure directly opposite the two. It's time. According to the original timeline, at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki would save the Queen of Lulan as she fell from the tower. As time passed, Kagami Uchiha's heart grew restless. No, she has not appeared yet. The future has been altered, or rather, this place exists as an independent world. Crack. The terrace of the tower split open, and the maiden screamed as she plummeted downward. 10 meters, 20 meters, just as she was about to collide with the ground. Swiftly, a kunai shot forth, pinning the queen's clothing to a point less than 3 meters above the earth. This woman must not perish yet. Sasori, who had been awaiting Kagami Uchiha's command, looked up and caught sight of a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes from the side. Kagami Uchiha struggled to conceal his excitement. He smiled with unrestrained delight, as if he held the entire world within his grasp. Sasori, do you realize? It is the chaotic future I yearn for. You scoundrel. You have witnessed the fate of the entire world. His true influence upon the timeline began the moment Sakumo Hatake did not die. Setting aside other ramifications, the appearance of the sand swordsman Sasori seeking the ancient kingdom of Lulan at this time was likely a consequence of this. The simultaneous siege on Konoha by the 3 great nations, originally non-existent, was also a butterfly effect of his doing. His fear lay in Naruto's reappearance, which could correct history. Perhaps, ever since Sakumo Hatake's departure 20 years prior, this place has already diverged from the predetermined timeline. Finally, there would be no more chaotic temporal crossings. No need to concern oneself with timeline issues. History shall be written by me. Sarah, still shaken, gazed at the two who had appeared in an instant. Undeniably, both possessed exquisite appearances, which quickly calmed the young queen's nerves. Thank you for saving me. I am Sarah, the queen of this nation. I shall repay your kindness. Kagami Uchiha faintly recalled that Naruto, who had originally saved this woman with a Princess Carrie, was slapped several times. What is your name? Gazing at the sun's slanting light illuminating his stern visage, dangerous yet alluring, he said, no time for your morning idle drama. Sasori, watch your cousin closely. Just don't die. The queen can unlock the dragon vein seal, which might make things easier later. Don't give me such casual orders. The sudden arrival of the two drew countless puppets near, their seams emitting a bluish-purple glow. That was the power of the dragon vein. Within Kagami Uchiha's perception, this power felt both dense and pure. This was the primordial natural energy, vast beyond measure. Kagami Uchiha's gaze shifted to the tower, where a bearded man stared down in disbelief. Sasori, Lord Sasori, and Lushan, known by his birth name Hyakusoku, was a rogue ninja from the hidden sand. He originally held another identity, as Sasori's junior disciple. That voice. Are you Hyakusoku? Sasori furrowed his brow. Why have you become so old? Because he came from more than 20 years in the future. Kagami Uchiha raised one hand and calmly declared, don't waste your time. Go deep. Hiss. Endless slashes spread outward, shredding all puppets within a 200-meter radius, debris swirling through the air. Swish. A single slash severed Hyakusoku at the waist. What are you doing? And Lushan is my chief retainer. Sarah cried out in terror, utterly bewildered. Kagami Uchiha leapt up to the level of Hyakusoku's severed torso and raised a finger. Boom! A colossal burst of bluish-purple chakra erupted from Hyakusoku's dismembered body, blocking Kagami Uchiha's strike. Who are you? Crack, crack. Hyakusoku's body reassembled, inflating like a balloon to reveal a brown earthen puppet shell. Growing larger and larger, the upper half retained some humanoid form, while the lower half transformed into a gigantic centipede shape hundreds of meters in length. Rumble, rumble. The tower could not withstand such immense weight and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Sasori seized Sarah with a thread of chakra and retreated swiftly. What on earth is happening? Sarah's terrified screams tested Sasori's patience. He was no stranger to harshness, even if this girl was his cousin. Click. Without uttering a word, Sasori sealed Sarah's mouth with a piece of puppet debris. Frowning deeply, he watched the massive puppet form of Hyakusoku. Hyakusoku's innate talent as a puppeteer was, in Sasori's estimation, quite average. Yet now, the amount of chakra he possessed surpassed even Sasori's own. Can the dragon vein truly be used in such a manner? He turned toward Sarah. Even Kagami Uchiha cannot disturb the dragon vein. Then perhaps I too can harness its power through this woman? Certainly. If Hyakusoku can achieve it, how could I not? However, all of this hinged upon Kagami Uchiha's failure. No matter who you are, you will never be my match. Sasori, do you see this? This is my immortal body. I have surpassed you. Bluish-purple chakra exploded, even summoning thunder. Standing on a shattered corner of the tower, Kagami Uchiha regarded him impassively. You brat. Prepare to die. Dragon Vein Inferno Ball. Boom! A vast bluish-purple flame burst forth from the mouth of the giant puppet. Kagami Uchiha made no move. An invisible slash cleaved through the flames. Not finished yet. Super Dragon Vein Inferno Ball. An even larger bluish-purple blaze shot forth from a cannon embedded in Hyakusoku's chest. Truly a prodigy in the use of inferno balls against Kagami Uchiha. The power of the dragon vein was indeed formidable. The flames seemed to fear Kagami Uchiha, swirling around him and surging backward to fill the sky. The bluish-purple fire illuminated his face, adding an otherworldly beauty. However, you're too noisy. I have no desire to let you be a product demonstration. Kagami Uchiha raised his hand, forming a brilliant blue chakra sphere at his fingertip, spinning chaotically at great speed. First, the Rasengan. Swish. A layer of flames enveloped the Rasengan, blazing fiercely. Roar. The fireball instantly expanded to a diameter of 2 meters, radiating boundless heat. A faintly chilling smile flickered across his face. Let me show you what it truly means to wield fire release against the Uchiha. What real flames are. They burn with an intense heat, their radiance utterly devoid of mercy, as if capable of reducing everything to ashes. Flames distort space and time. Like a sun, they loom grandly and mercilessly over the earth. Within the mental realm, Sukuna stood with half his body inside the doorway and half outside, a sealing spear piercing his chest. He gazed upon the conflagration. Though he never denied Uchiha Kagami's talent, he still regarded him merely as a brat who stole power from others. Sukuna himself possessed the power of fire. Disassembly and processing were steps in preparing ingredients. The fire kindled in the stove was meant for cooking. He was born to devour humans. Unlike his profoundly dark nature, his flames were imbued with vitality. As if alive, they would incinerate anything they touched, consuming body and soul alike. He had assumed Uchiha Kagami would also steal this power. Yet his fire was entirely different. The essence of fire is to burn, to emit light and heat. It is a vital component of civilization and life itself. Kagami's flames felt to him like an icy sun, only murderous intent, without the slightest grace toward all living things. For some reason, that name welled up in Sukuna's heart. Kagami's expression was impassive as he pushed forward with his fingertips. The fusion of earth release and fire release could form the Kekei Genkai known as lava release with immense power. Kagami had dissected the chakra of the Four Tails, grasping its fundamental principles. He did not fully develop it in the direction of lava release, merely adopting the fusion technique. With a swift motion, the stabilized fireball shimmered with deep crimson, its seductive flames rising and flickering slowly like a crimson lotus. Beautiful. Seemingly gentle but actually fierce, the fireball descended. Time seemed to hush. Sasori, clutching Sarah, fled frantically toward the outskirts, cursing under his breath, "Damned Uchiha. Once the fight starts, he doesn't care about anyone else. That thing. Sasori knew clearly that if he stayed put, death was certain. His voice was muffled, his movements slowed. Centipede stared blankly at the exquisitely beautiful flames falling, a ludicrous thought arising. Someone like me. Do I even deserve such a splendid death? It's time to exit. Fire release. Crimson Lotus Hellsong. Scarlet karmic flames ignited, reducing all to ashes. The light was sharp and powerful. Deep red pillars of fire splattered outward like blossoming crimson lotuses. The sky was bathed in a vivid red hue. This place resembled hell. Uchiha Kagami hovered above the ruins of a towering spire, long since shattered. During a clash with Iwagakure shinobi, he had replicated the earth-style weight technique with his Sharingan. Though not able to fly freely like Inoki, mere levitation was achievable. The fusion of Yin release and fire release was undoubtedly a Kekei Genkai. Jiraiya's research materials had proven useful, enabling him to imbue the Rasengan with elemental attributes faster. The Uchiha clan's chakra reserves far exceeded those of ordinary shinobi. Kagami's Yin release was confirmed by Madara to surpass even Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kagami understood well that his ability development must center on Yin release. The fiercely burning flames devoured the surrounding tower entirely. As for Centipede's self-proclaimed immortal puppet body, no trace remained. The deep crimson flames continued to spread, consuming even earth and stone as fuel, their cessation unknown. Kagami descended slowly, his gaze shifting toward a location. Several swift movements brought him before Sasori and Sarah. Sarah, bound by chakra threads and with her mouth sealed, trembled, tears welling in her large eyes. What on earth is going on? Who is this hellish creature? Sasori struggled to calm his turbulent emotions. Since becoming a human puppet, this was the first time he felt such a surge of emotion. Had Kagami not bluntly revealed his core position, he would have been more wary. He had thought that if the intelligence remained secure, even if he lost to Kagami, the odds would be roughly 3 to 7. Now he understood the gap. Was Kagami going to have this woman lead them to the dragon vein next? Look at that, so polite as to ask for permission. How considerate. Sasori was about to remove the puppet fragments sealing Sarah's mouth when he noticed 3 Magatama manifesting in her pupils. Controlled by Genjutsu, she walked steadily in one direction. Kagami approached Sasori calmly, remarking, "The Sharingan is quite convenient. I senti it? Want a pair? What's the cost?" Sasori's heart stirred. "You'll get them if you're reborn as an Uchiha in your next life." Just teasing. Did you really believe that? Kagami was in good spirits, hands clasped behind his back as he followed Sarah. Sasori behind them tensed, clenching his fists. Really, if not for that earlier scene, even knowing Kagami knew my weakness, I would have fought to the death. Inside a colossal tower, countless emaciated and ragged people pushed gears. These were the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient Lulan kingdom, enslaved by Centipede to craft puppet weapons for his ambitions. Suppressing his anger, Sasori's attention was drawn to the puppet materials within the tower. Under Genjutsu's control, Sarah stepped onto a ceiling platform. At the center of the seal was an open lid resembling an eye, from which blue-purple energy of the dragon vein seeped forth. Without command, Sarah placed both hands on the seal, her bloodline resonating with the dragon vein. Kagami's gaze deepened as he observed carefully. The dragon vein is the lifeblood of the earth, an immense aggregation of natural energy. It might be understood as a tailless beast devoid of consciousness. Its power even surpasses that of tailed beasts. Even the Ninetails, famed for its infinite chakra, has limits and requires time to recover. The dragon vein's energy is so potent that its instinctive outburst can traverse space and time. It is the Earth's stabilizing network. A rampage of this force could shatter the land itself. Like a world-s stabilizer, the seal was broken. An endless pillar of blue-purple energy shot skyward. Faintly, a dragon-s roar resounded. Boom! 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 The entire town began to crumble and fracture. The tremors spread. Sasori grew anxious. Kagami. No one can seize the power of the dragon vein. At most, like me, they can borrow tools to siphon a small amount. You see for yourself. This is not a power humans can covet. Kagami ignored him, teleporting to the ceiling platform. The runes on the seal danced wildly but could not restrain the unbound power of the dragon vein. Looking up, one could see a vast sky stained blue-purple. It was clear that should the dragon vein's power fully erupt, a cataclysm of apocalyptic proportions would follow. Kagami extended his hand into the pillar of light. An overwhelming suction force surged. Within the mental realm, Sukuna could not help but marvel. Such a massive materialized energy was unprecedented. Kagami, as that red-haired brat said, "Your body cannot possibly bear such power." Kagami's lips curved into a faint smile as he softly said, "Sukuna, have you ever heard the story of buying a jade box but returning the pearl?" "What do you mean?" "The story's moral is about misplaced priorities, valuing the secondary over the primary. Conversely, it can mean refining and preserving the essence." His Sharingan fixed coldly on Sukuna as Kagami continued. "Since I could not open the seal by my own strength, I realized that perhaps, compared to you, this cage that binds you is the more valuable thing." Sukuna's expression darkened. "Bastard, are you belittling me? You opened the seal merely to harness this power?" "Something like that. It is also part of the plan." Boom! A shockwave rippled through the mental realm as a torrent of blue-purple energy surged forth. It swept past Sukuna's form, flowing toward the sealed gate. More and more poured in, illuminating the dim interior of the sealed door, revealing the endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood within. Sukuna sneered coldly. "Such a colossal concentration of energy is beyond your control. You are not yet strong enough. Uchiha Kagami, instead of hoarding treasures, why not collaborate with me? I know you desire to learn the reversal technique. With our combined wisdom and the world's energy, transformation is within our grasp. You're really annoying. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You are not qualified to cooperate with me." The dragon vein's energy continuously poured into the sealed gate, as if this unknown creation possessed infinite spatial capacity. Time passed. The torrent of energy gradually waned, becoming scarcer. Uchiha Kagami's mental space was filled with the blue-purple radiance. Within the crimson gate, atop the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a colossal blue-purple dragon coiled and spiraled like an endless river stretched horizontally. Its body undulated like a mountain range, seemingly without end at a glance. Each scale shimmered with mysterious light, captivating and awe-inspiring. The giant dragon moved slowly, its eyes devoid of any spark. It lacked autonomous consciousness. Yet even so, the oppressive aura emanating from this unconscious force made Sukuna uneasy. He was already pinned down, nailed in place. Now it felt as if a mountain pressed down on him. Utterly suffocating. Too overpowering. There was little surprise in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. This was entirely expected. Preparation complete. The perfect Mangekyo plan may now commence. Meanwhile, outside, monumental changes quietly unfolded. The 1,000-tower city began to collapse. This town had been built upon the power of the dragon veins. Scorpio's eyes were filled with horror. His worldview shattered. Incredibly, someone truly could bear the power of the dragon veins. There was no complicated ritual, no sign of hardship. The dragon veins anchoring the land poured into the youth's body like a torrent vanishing into the sea. Yet no ripple arose. Faintly, Scorpio seemed to glimpse an ethereal vision. A divine dragon coiled within a sea of blood. In the distant land of demons, the shrine maidens had guarded for generations a demon called the Morio. The source of the Morio's power was the evil within human hearts. Within the palace, the maiden Maitreya sat in meditation. Suddenly, her body shuddered violently as a surge of immense malevolence invaded her mind. Within her spirit, an illusory demon roared. Maid, you felt it, didn't you? The earth's suppression is gone. Ha 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 ha. You can no longer imprison me. I shall soon break free from my seal. This world is mine. I will destroy all and establish my kingdom of 1,000 kings. Kusa Ninja Village. Kito City. This was a prison commissioned by various nations and built by Kusa Ninja Village to incarcerate criminal ninjas. In a hidden corner, there lay a mysterious black box, its 4 sides bearing for human faces, each expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The ultimate weapon of the Sage of Six Paths era, the Box of Bliss. As long as it was nourished by sufficient negative energy, opening it could grant a single wish. Legend held that during the Sage of Six Paths era, Kusa Hidden Village almost obtained the entire world through it. No one saw it, but it emitted an eerie black glow. Such events unfolded throughout the ninja world. Evil beasts and monsters sealed away for years began to stir restlessly. Above the moon, a millennium ago, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Himura had sealed Kagaya together. The elder brother Hagoromo remained in the ninja world to establish the ninja sect, becoming the figure later known as the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, the younger brother Himura took his clan to the moon to accompany their mother. It was both atonement and guardianship. Within a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with azure hair and pallid skin cradled an infant. His pure white pupils gazed at the blue planet below, his brows furrowed deeply. What was happening in the ninja world? Years ago, the outer path golem had been summoned away. Now, the ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths was growing ever more defiled. In the interstice of reincarnation, the founder of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths, slowly opened his eyes, pale violet, eyes imbued with infinite power. The Rinnegan. For 1,000 years, he had existed in chakra form, guarding the Pure Land and surveying the ninja world. In recent years, the greatest event was naturally Uchiha Madara awakening the Rinnegan and summoning the outer path golem. He did not intervene. Now, another matter of equal magnitude had arisen. The dragon veins bore the duty of Earth's guardianship. This land had once harbored many evil beings, some sealed a millennium ago by the ninja sect, others by sealing clans such as the Uzumaki. The dragon veins played a pivotal role in many of these seals. Uchiha Kagami, the Sage of Six Paths, murmured softly. He could not discern how this descendant had accomplished such a feat. Should he stop him now and make him return the dragon veins? This time he hesitated. The child prophesied by Gamamaru had yet to appear. If he interfered recklessly in the affairs of the ninja world, the blue-eyed boy playing with the tailed beasts, guiding them to their true power, changing the ninja world. With a sigh, the Sage of Six Paths ultimately chose to trust the prophecy. Surely, there would be one who would show him the correct path. The ancient kingdom of Lulan had become a ruin. Those who survived trembled, weeping and wailing among the shattered walls. Ignoring such scenes, Uchiha Kagami leapt down from the broken ceiling platform. After absorbing the dragon veins, some chaotic entities howled in the shadows, disturbed by his act. It was obvious that the dragon veins were of grave importance. The legendary consequence of the earth fracturing was not impossible. But Uchiha Kagami was not the type to return a treasure merely to avoid disaster. Watching the earth's fissures cease to spread, Scorpio exhaled in relief. Uchiha Kagami, you actually did it. Patting his younger brother's shoulder casually, Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. Nothing to be surprised about. Basic operation. Scorpio, I find you quite interesting. Care to become my subordinate? Scorpio was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Your strength and presence command my respect. But I am a man of vengeance. Before I kill that man, I choose to walk alone. That's truly a pity. I don't believe you can kill Sakumo Hatake, though. Uchiha Kagami spoke casually, not nearly desperate enough to beg Scorpio to join him. Fine, then I'm leaving. Pick up your trash and get out soon. I feel this place will collapse. The fist hidden in Scorpio's sleeve clenched tightly once more. Not following this man was absolutely the right choice. I've become a puppet of an adult. I don't want to die one day from a heart attack. Uchiha Kagami summoned a giant eagle. The howling wind tousled his long hair. The dragon vein's energy was immense, but immediate use was unlikely. The best existing method to harness natural energy was Sage Mode. Uchiha Kagami had different plans. The dragon veins were not absorbed to learn Sage Mode. There was no need to learn the techniques of those beasts. The Sharingan alone would suffice. His crimson gaze pierced the clouds, gazing into the distant sky. The third great ninja war. It was time to reach its zenith. Lord Kagami, you have returned. The ninjas at the camp saluted respectfully. After years of war, he had risen to become the deputy commander of the Northern Front. This temporary wartime position was granted only because of his immense reputation, which the higher-ups could not ignore. Moreover, the individuals under his command were nothing but the likes of Inuzuka and Nara clans, his own kinsmen all deployed to the Eastern Front. Approximately half a year ago, Kirigakure officially entered the war, seeking to seize an opportunity to claim a morsel from Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen began to establish their fearsome reputation, evolving into a special forces unit that struck terror into all who heard their name. Konoha was engaged in battle on 4 fronts, with the northern and western theaters proving the most arduous. The might of Iwagakure and Kumogakure was formidable. Despite lacking an abundance of elite warriors, the combined military strength of these 2 villages was by no means inferior to that of Konoha. This led Danzo to repeatedly berate Uchiha Kagami at the Konoha 4 Hokage Council meetings, accusing him of disregarding the greater good by slaying the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Kagami could not hear these words, or else that old man would have met his demise long ago. Danzo himself had been evasive and elusive, invisible to the eye, ever since Uchiha Kagami rose to prominence. Even those sent to locate Danzo failed to find him. A rat skulking in the shadows, truly repugnant. Just as Kagami returned to the command tent and took his seat, the rapid sound of footsteps approached from outside. Lord Kagami, Lord Jiraiya requests your immediate presence. There is a matter of utmost urgency. Has Kumogakure launched an attack? As Kagami lifted the flap of the command tent, a heavy atmosphere settled within. His gaze swept across those present inside. Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Rin Noara, and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi stood motionless, devoid of any trace of anger, his expression reminiscent of his father's countenance from years past. Casting a glance at Fugaku, Kagami spoke bluntly, "Why are you here?" "That can wait for now," Fugaku replied. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he solemnly announced, "Kagami Obito has fallen." Not a flicker of change crossed Uchiha Kagami's face. Even before entering, he had sensed Obito's absence. A closer inspection of Kakashi revealed his eyes were intact, though a large bandage wrapped his chest. It seemed the transplant of Obito's eyes to Kakashi in the original timeline was merely coincidental, not part of Uchiha Madara's machinations. Had events unfolded as before, Kagami would have found it strange indeed. He stepped forward and faced Kakashi. His eyes, void of life, slowly lifted to meet Kakashi's gaze. "Obito has died. I understand. No need to repeat it," Kakashi replied hoarsely. Uchiha Kagami regarded Kakashi indifferently. And so, Kakashi remained silent for a long while before rasping out, "Where did you go? Even Minato-senpai did not respond to me. I was so close to saving him." Tears traced down Kakashi's mask, each drop falling to the ground. Before this moment, he had remained silent, refusing food or drink for days on end. Now, seeing Kagami, his emotional dam broke utterly. Smack! A sharp slap echoed within the tent, causing Kakashi to collapse. "Kagami, what are you doing?" Ignoring Jiraiya's protests, Kagami pressed his foot against Kakashi's chest, his gaze cold and aloof from above. "Do you think Minato and I must revolve around you? Do you believe you have the right to demand our constant protection? Your training is always just good enough, but when it counts, you fall short by a fraction." Kagami bent down, grasping Kakashi's collar, their eyes inches apart. "Always relying on others, wishing if only I were there, or if only Minato were here. Why? What of it? Those so-called comrades and missions, giving up on them doesn't even make you a failure. People like you who abandon themselves are the true waste." Pointing outward coldly, Kagami declared, "This is war, a battle of life and death. Perhaps while I speak with you, Konoha's shinobi are dying." Obito was nothing special, Neither are you, nor am I. If you want to cry, take it elsewhere. I have no interest in your complaints.
Bang!
Kagami kicked Kakashi out of the tent. Rin hurried after him. Kagami, your method of encouragement is too extreme. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Seeing his disciple suffer such trials pained him, yet he was even more unwilling to watch Kakashi succumb to despair, so he refrained from intervening. Kagami turned to him. Speaking lightly, you misunderstand. This is no therapy, just a simple scolding. I'll take it that you are harsh with your words but soft at heart. To put it bluntly, if Obito were not Kakashi's closest friend, Jiraiya would hardly concern himself with the fate of such a minor shinobi. After a few brief remarks, the conversation shifted to Uchiha Fugaku. During your absence from the battlefield, Mangekyo launched several incursions. There has been little major fighting at the Iwagakure front recently, so Fugaku came to fill your vacancy. Kagami raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, then I suppose the current deputy commander is also clan leader Fugaku. Fugaku's impassive face revealed no emotion as he replied calmly. That is the Hokage's order. Kagami, you have worked hard these years. You may return and rest for a while. Kagami narrowed his eyes, his smile broadening. Don't overthink it. The old man does indeed want you to rest for a time. Then return. Minato and Kushina still have leaves of absence. Since you had matters to attend to before, I suppose you haven't rested since returning. Jiraiya patted Kagami's shoulder with a strained smile. You're still young. Ease up on yourself a bit. Training needs balance between tension and relaxation. I will handle things myself, Master Jiraiya. Turning to leave, Kagami glanced back at Fugaku, smiling faintly. Clan leader Fugaku, come. I have some matters to discuss with you. There are things I must speak to you about. Fugaku stepped forward to follow. Watching their retreating figures, Jiraiya felt a vague sense of foreboding. Yet, this was an internal matter of the Uchiha clan, and he dared not intervene excessively. Jiraiya understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. From his perspective, it was wise to keep Uchiha Kagami away from the battlefield for a prolonged period. Kagami was still young and premature. Extended exposure to war was no benefit. Even with his resilient spirit, there was no guarantee he would not suffer setbacks like Kakashi. After all, even Tsunade herself, Uchiha Kagami, strode far beyond the camp, nearly vanishing from sight. Fugaku followed silently behind. Stopping before a great tree, Kagami turned and smiled at Fugaku. Both of us have acquired the power of the Mangekyo, yet you still choose Sarutobi Hiruzen? Fugaku's expression shifted briefly before settling once more. Kagami, your ocular prowess is indeed formidable, you have sensed it. His eyes revealed the three-tomo Sharingan, slowly spinning and forming the shape of a three-bladed shuriken. This accursed power, I would prefer you had never awakened it. Kagami, I have foreseen the future of the Uchiha clan. Should we rise in violent rebellion, the outcome will be grim. Compromise, for now, at least until the Uchiha attain sufficient strength. Crossing his arms, Kagami showed no surprise at Fugaku's Mangekyo, merely a teasing smile. That is but a future predicted by your shallow insight. The future is unknowable. What I do know is this. The Uchiha's future lies in my hands. Very well. Fugaku. Kagami extended a hand and beckoned. Come, give it your all. Don't die so easily. Kagami. Fugaku's gaze grew increasingly cold. Without these eyes, you cannot comprehend the difference between the three-tomo and the Mangekyo. Swish. An invisible slash tore through the air, grazing Fugaku's body and severing dozens of towering trees. Boom. Next time I warn you.
Fugaku's expression darkened, a chilling aura rising.
An inhuman roar echoed as a deep purple chakra took form around his body. One of his eyes began to weep blood, igniting black flames from the void. Amaterasu's flame, is it? The fierce divine warrior dwelling within the Mangekyo. Susanoo. Our clan's ultimate destructive force. Uchiha Kagami. Then, as you wish, witness my full might. The half-formed Susanoo stood amidst black flames, appearing both divine and demonic. Not only did Fugaku directly employ Susanoo, but he also cloaked the battlefield with Amaterasu's black flames. An eternal blaze that never extinguishes. No need to explain your skills. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand, slicing through the black flames perilously close to him. Not using it directly against me, at least you have some battle experience. Fugaku fell silent. Amaterasu is a black inferno capable of consuming all, yet he was well aware that it takes a moment to lock onto a target with ocular power. That moment was fleeting, and ordinary shinobi simply couldn't react in time. Kagami, hailed as the Crimson Eye and a paragon of the Sharingan, could hardly evade it. Therefore, rather than attacking Kagami directly, shaping the battlefield with Amaterasu's flames to restrict his use of that fearsome martial art and prevent him from closing in was the most rational strategy now. Yet, at mid to long range, evading with the Mangekyo's ocular power was hardly difficult. Perhaps evasion was not even necessary. Uchiha Kagami, you cannot sever my Susanoo, Fugaku declared. Kagami, I shall not kill you, but it's time you understood who truly leads the Uchiha clan. Fugaku harbored no obsession with the clan's headship and was willing to yield it to a worthy successor. Yet willingly stepping down and being forced out were two different matters. In recent years, Kagami's influence had grown overwhelmingly, and various clan authorities had begun to shift. The clan's assets were secondary. Most crucially, more and more clan members embraced Kagami's ideology, joining the radicals. Fugaku foresaw that, after the war, Konoha would purge the Uchiha. This had to be reversed before it happened. Crack. The shattering sound of Susanoo interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Kagami hadn't even activated his Sharingan. A slash imbued with crimson flames swept through the black fire like a tidal wave, ruthlessly cleaving the half-formed Susanoo. Eyes wide with disbelief, Fugaku's gaze was filled with shock and confusion, as if what he beheld transcended comprehension. His raised finger never descended. Kagami's emotionless voice rang out. Your Susanoo, compared to that guy's, is incomparable. Susanoo is indeed the pinnacle of Uchiha ocular jutsu, but for you to wield it is a desecration. Step by step, Kagami advanced. The all-consuming black flames could not approach him, repelled by an invisible force. Fugaku remained unharmed by the strike amid the shattered Susanoo, yet the ease with which his strongest technique was destroyed left him unable to escape the vast gulf of disparity. The three Magatama spun in his eye socket. Kagami's eyes held no trace of triumph. He walked up to Fugaku's side. So, is this the end? How dull. No, it cannot end like this. Kagami, I am the one who wields the Mangekyo. Suddenly, a blood-red radiance burst forth, and the world transformed into stark black and white. Mujetsu Tenjoku, a Mangekyo-level ocular jutsu, it not only grants the ability to foresee possible futures, but can also pull opponents into this Jinjutsu realm, eroding their spiritual strength. The consumption within this Jinjutsu space falls upon the adversary. Even high-ranking Nara clan shinobi, adept in shadow techniques, could endure only a few seconds here. Within the Jinjutsu realm lay a blood-drenched night filled with killing intent. Anbu shinobi, masked in darkness, stormed the Uchiha territory, slaughtering with abandon. In the distance, the Ninetails fox roared thunderously. Fugaku spread his hands wide, bellowing, you see it, Kagami. Even if I controlled the Ninetails like Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan could never triumph in rebellion. Konoha would suffer grievous wounds, but our clan would vanish. Is this the future you desire? Kagami felt his spiritual energy drain. A mere trifle. This jutsu has merit, but using it on me? How laughable. Kagami chuckled lightly, a mixture of disdain and mockery. Your first premise is flawed. You? How could you possibly achieve what Madara did? Your caliber does not even merit uttering that name. Sorry, I misjudged you earlier. What you call foresight is nothing but the delusions of an incompetent. Extending his palm, Kagami gently clenched it. In an instant, the black and white world shattered into fragments. Fugaku, struck by the Jinjutsu's backlash, spat a mouthful of foul blood, his spirit utterly depleted. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. How is this possible? Why? I am the one with the Mangekyo. Kagami pressed his foot against Fugaku's throat, no longer willing to listen to the man's words. I originally intended to kill you. Your cowardice and incompetence make death a mercy. Kagami extended two fingers. Fugaku, strangled by the foot, could not utter a sound. Two blood-stained eyeballs were held in Kagami's palm. You do not deserve these eyes. Struggle to survive and listen carefully as I lead the Uchiha to become the strongest in the shinobi world. From this day forth, you are no longer the head of the Uchiha clan, and you shall never leave the clan territory. Kagami leaned closer and whispered into Fugaku's ear, what I will give you is not death, but suffering, pain, sorrow, and defeat. A series of blows rendered Uchiha Fugaku unconscious. Kagami raised his hand, and two figures materialized instantly. Genka and Kamoma, Uchiha Kagami's chosen elite Uchiha with 3 Magatama, battle-hardened through fire. They served as a sort of guard unit. He tossed Fugaku's eyes to Genka. Take Fugaku back and entrust the eyes to Shinbai's care. Kamoma, notify the clan. From now on, I am the Uchiha clan head. After the two departed with Fugaku, Jiraiya approached slowly. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of one of the legendary Sannin. Kagami was well aware of Jiraiya's presence and showed no avoidance. It was as if granting him a choice, just as he had once done with Minato. Jiraiya felt a complex mixture of emotions as he gazed at Kagami. The crimson in Kagami's eyes faded, and he turned his head with a light smile. Teacher Jiraiya. In Jiraiya's eyes appeared the memory of a youth, years ago, with an innocent smile, calling him teacher for the first time. Though not long past, felt like a lifetime ago. Kagami, was this battle truly necessary? If Fugaku could see clearly, how could Jiraiya be blind? After this war, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would be irreconcilable. Kagami, as the radical faction leader, had already risen. The chance for reconciliation had been severed by Tobirama Senju. I understand. But Jiraiya was silent for a long time. Kagami. His expression was twisted, half smiling, half weeping. When this war ends, Tsunade will be gone. And I want to travel. Forgive me, Kagami. I am a coward without the courage to stand by your side. At least Konoha will still exist, one Tiet. Is this your choice, teacher Jiraiya? Of course. The founding of Konoha was always a part of the Uchiha's legacy. I only seek to reclaim what the Uchiha deserve. Jiraiya exhaled deeply. The rest I'll leave to Orochimaru to worry about. After all, you want to be Hokage. Sighing, he continued, I was going to have you help me gather stories from the village. Such an unruly brat. If Fugaku is injured on the battlefield and returns to the village to recuperate, that's what I'll say, Jiraiya mused. He stepped closer, intending to ruffle Kagami's hair. Noticing that this fellow's height was almost catching up to his own, making it inconvenient to pat his head. He settled instead for a reassuring tap on his shoulder. Let us go. I'll show you how I've also learned to infuse the Rasengan with elemental transformation. A month had passed. Western Front battlefield. The Land of Wind had declared defeat several months ago, and the Hidden Sand Village had submitted an alliance treaty to Konoha. It was not a surrender, so naturally, there were no indemnity clauses involved. Surrounded on all sides, Konoha was also overwhelmed. Although they knew the Hidden Sand could scarcely send reinforcements to assist in the fight, a ceasefire would allow them to redeploy some forces to the Hidden Rock front, alleviating the pressure. Konoha agreed. From that moment on, the Land of Wind, which had first ignited the flames of war, became the first to withdraw from the Third Great Ninja War, licking its wounds amid the swirling sands. Inside the command room, Konoha's principal forces had gathered: Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, alongside Shikamaru Nara's Ino Shikicho trio, Shino Aburame, Kurenai Yuhi, and Sarutobi Konohamaru. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were stationed on the eastern front, while Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami led forces on the northern front. This assembly represented the vast majority of Konoha's strength. Minato Namikaze's expression was somewhat somber. He had only recently learned of what had occurred with Kakashi. At the time, he had been engaged on the main front against the Hidden Rock, with no opportunity to attend to other matters. With the Hidden Mist joining the battle, the situation on the Eastern Front was far from optimistic. Were it not for Shikamaru Nara's exceptional intellect, the Hidden Mist might have already breached the heartland of the Land of Fire. All of Konoha's deployable ninjas had been dispatched. Every household had lost kin in the conflict. War, a term laden with brutal reality. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer bear the extent of these casualties and resolved to gather the main forces for a decisive battle against the Hidden Rock. The entire army assembled before the Canopy Bridge. Hiruzen himself was en route to the battlefield. This battle was a gamble on the fate of the Land of Fire. If they could decisively crush the numerically superior Hidden Rock forces, they could then concentrate their strength against the Hidden Cloud. Once freed, the Hidden Mist crossing the sea would pose little threat. Across the Canopy Bridge, distant clouds of sand churned, likely stirred by the mass of Hidden Rock shinobi. Engaged in a war of attrition against Konoha, the Hidden Rock could scarcely endure. Their resources paled in comparison. In truth, this war was a transaction. Inoki was trading the Hidden Rock's inferior steeds for Konoha's superior ones. I do not grieve for my own losses, but you have many young shinobi of noble lineage, he mused. Moreover, the Hidden Rock was short of promising new talent. If the war yielded a few capable recruits, he could nurture them vigorously. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared clad in full battle regalia, sweeping back the tent flap. Lord Hokage, Third Hokage, you have arrived. Third Hokage, with your personal command, victory is assured. Old man, you really came. The frequent battles of his youth had aged Hiruzen prematurely before 60, but his era had not yet ended. His arrival transformed the once somber atmosphere instantly. Many present had grown up hearing tales of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and revered this ninja hero profoundly. Even someone like Orochimaru felt reassured at his presence. If it's the old man, then all is well. You are the man who ended 2 great ninja wars and led Konoha into its golden age. Orochimaru, Minato, what is the current situation? Hiruzen asked, eschewing blind faith in intelligence. In times of war, the judgment of commanders on the ground was paramount. 3 days ago, the Hidden Rock launched a major offensive with approximately 15,000 troops. The Jinchuriki has also appeared. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. He had scarcely rested in the past 6 or 7 days. Thanks to Kushina, we have been able to compensate for the gaps in our fighting strength. Our intelligence scouts report even greater Hidden Rock forces massing near Kanabi Bridge. I see it seems that old Inoki wants to end this war as well. Hiruzen and Inoki had been longtime rivals. Whether at the end of the First Great Ninja War or throughout the Second, they had clashed repeatedly. Local battles swung back and forth, but ultimately, victory favored Konoha. They were not mortal enemies. After all, the Hidden Rock had always been the aggressor against Konoha. Inoki harbored a particular disdain for the Third Hokage. Had it not been for that brash man's initiative to seek cooperation, Inoki would have preferred to duel him. Ultimately, it was because Uchiha Kagami had countered his dust release and slain the previous Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, uniting the arch-rivals of Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock. Upon learning the situation, Hiruzen arranged a series of deployments, demonstrating sharper battlefield acumen than Orochimaru and pointing out many of his shortcomings. His gaze shifted between Orochimaru and Minato. When this war concludes, this old man shall abdicate. The village must be entrusted to a worthy Fourth Hokage. Yet, his thoughts turned to the northern front, messages from Jiraiya. Fugaku. He wished to visit the Uchiha clan lands and ascertain what was truly occurring but was blocked by the Uchiha. Led by Shin Uchiha and others. A group afflicted by the Sharingan's curse. Either elderly or disabled, Hiruzen could not bring himself to force his way through. Danzo was absent. These matters would have to await the war's end. They could not be passed down to the Fourth Hokage. Kagami, you have squandered the last chance I gave you. The wind howled fiercely. On both sides of the vast Kanabi Bridge stood the pinnacle forces of the ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi, long time no see. Inoki floated in midair, flanked by elite Hidden Rock shinobi such as Kuratsuchi and Mu. Behind them, dense forest gave way to swirling smoke and sand, radiating a deadly aura. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, sensing something indescribably strange about the man before him. Yet, for warriors of their caliber, transformation techniques could not elude detection. So this uneasy feeling must stem from something else. Inoki's gaze fell chillingly upon Kushina Uzumaki amidst the crowd. That girl has indeed given us a world of trouble. The Uzumaki clan still has not been cleansed. Since exchanging intelligence with the Third Hokage and learning that Konoha's Ninetails Jinchuriki was a red-haired woman, he had nearly shattered his back in fury. That grievance had lingered ever since. Old bastard! What did you say? Kushina's crimson hair whipped wildly as her fury surged, chakra bursting uncontrollably, nearly toppling those beside her. Faint traces of beastly whiskers appeared upon her pale cheeks. Calm down, Kushina. Minato hurried to soothe her. Although there was no risk of an unprovoked rampage, if Kushina's emotions flared too fiercely, the Ninetails could still exert some influence. As he comforted her, Minato remained prepared to assist in sealing the Ninetails should the situation deteriorate. After several heavy breaths, Kushina forced herself to regain composure, her eyes fixed coldly on Inoki. You old fool. I will absolutely kill you. That's enough, Inoki. Hiruzen's voice was stern. Show a little dignity befitting your position as a Kage. Since matters have reached this point, I will not urge you to surrender. With a pop, Enma materialized in Hiruzen's hand, assuming the form of the Monkey King's staff. He took a battle stance. This time, it will be you who loses. Watching Inoki, who did not move and whose whiskers curled into a mocking smile, Hiruzen's ominous premonition deepened. Old man Sarutobi, I have no interest in you. Inoki sneered. You disappoint me greatly by allowing that Uchiha brat to grow. I had no intention of doing you any favors by dealing with the Uchiha. But be grateful, I helped you back then by resolving the Land of Whirlpools problem, enabling you to successfully tame the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Thud. Suddenly, a heartbeat echoed sharply across the battlefield. Hiruzen snapped his gaze to Kushina and shouted, Kushina, regarding the Land of Wind, we have indeed been too preoccupied to intervene. Even Konoha is engulfed in flames of war. This matter is known to Lord Mito as well. Thud. Kushina clutched her head tightly, crimson chakra strands seeping out in wisps. I know, Grandma Mito told me too. Minato, take Kushina away. She doesn't need to fight. Hiruzen Sarutobi acted decisively. Under the current circumstances, Kushina could no longer remain here. Once the Ninetails runs rampant, whether it kills Konoha first or Iwagakure, there is no question. Damn it! It's precisely because of this fear that I refuse to let the Ninetails Jinchuriki enter the battlefield. The Ninetails is too uncontrollable. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Onotsu and glared fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the Iwagakure elite surrounding Onotsu exploded. They were shadow clones. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Impossible. The more than 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi detected are absolutely real. Onotsu crossed his arms and said solemnly. Guess how many of us went to the Hidden Cloud battlefield, and how many infiltrated Konoha? Behind me are 15,000 IWA shinobi, all prepared to perish with honor. You can even try to have that flying thunder god brat chase us, but deceiving you isn't that simple, we haven't gone far yet. Haha, silence. With his trusty staff extended, Onotsu made no move to evade and smiled as he spoke his final words. Kushina, why are you the only one who survived? Because only you are suited to be the Ninetails Jinchuriki. With a bang, Onotsu's shadow clone was shattered. Boom! A pillar of black and crimson chakra surged skyward. Kushina! Minato shouted Kushina's name loudly, pressing his hands on her abdomen, desperately performing the sealing. 3 tails. Minato! I know. Kushina's voice was hoarse beyond measure. I know this isn't Konoha's fault, but why am I the only one who survived? Didn't that old man tell you? Because only you can be my prison. You think Hiruzen Sarutobi is some good guy? If he could save you, couldn't he save one more? Let me out. I'll help you kill all those who destroyed the land of whirlpools. Of course, before that, I must first go and slaughter Uchiha Madara's reincarnation. The Ninetails roared with joy. What an opportune moment to break free from the seal. Kushina was gradually growing accustomed to life in Konoha. As her body matured, she was able to fully suppress the Ninetails, provided her emotions remained stable. Restraining the Ninetails is not as simple as just locking it away. If one cannot maintain inner resolve, the Ninetails will always find a way to break through. Naruto's seal is an enhanced version of the 8 trigram seal, supplemented by Minato's own chakra, acting as the final lock within. After so many layers of control, even half a Ninetails can influence Naruto when his emotions waver. Defeating the Ninetails and sealing it are 2 entirely different matters. To put it metaphorically, you can kill someone with a single stab, but binding them is far more complicated. If one disregards using the tailed beast's power, the Amber Pure bottle from the Hidden Cloud Village is the most perfect suppressor. After all, it is a 6 paths ninja tool. Present, the sight of an endless wave of Iwagakure shinobi charging from afar caught everyone's attention. All Konoha shinobi's gazes instinctively shifted to Hiruzen Sarutobi, awaiting his command. Hiruzen Sarutobi's countenance was dark and foreboding. Kushina's emotions needed soothing, yet Iwagakure had already launched their attack. There was simply no time. Moreover, the whereabouts of Onotsu and the others were crucial. Jiraiya's village. Koharu and Danzo were there. Even if Onotsu's target was the village, they could hold the line for a while. However, the Hidden Cloud battlefield, if Onotsu had gone there, it meant he had reached an understanding with the Third Hokage. Exhaling deeply, he made his decision. Kushina, calm down. You and Minato, along with Orochimaru, will go support the northern front. Hiruzen Sarutobi barked orders. Jiraiya, Kagami, and countless Konoha shinobi are waiting for you. This is the village that Lord Mito has guarded all his life. No matter what you think, Lord Mito's love for you is genuine. The Jonin squad would leave 3 commanders behind. The rest would return to the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze forward, gripping his staff tightly. If I fall here, I appoint Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. Execute the orders. Northern border of the Land of Fire. Dozens of shinobi wearing Hidden Cloud forehead protectors stood at the cliff's edge. At their head was the Third Hokage. These were Hidden Cloud's absolute elite at worst, special Jonin with unique abilities, and the formidable AB duo. The 8 Tails revived faster than expected. Its resurrection point was the Cloud Thunder Waterfall in the Land of Lightning. After successfully suppressing it, Killer B voluntarily became the Jinchuriki, inheriting the pain his master had endured. Killer B was an unprecedented genius of the Hidden Cloud. He had attained the theoretically perfect state of a Jinchuriki. AI stared toward the distant Konoha camp. Father, Uchiha Kagami has returned, and the gathering of the Konoha shinobi army in the Land of Grass. Can we trust the one who brought us this news? The Third Hokage said calmly, without looking away. Arms crossed. Onotsu has received the same report simultaneously. There are few who could accomplish such a feat. It is very likely the same person who brought us news years ago. Stirring trouble from the shadows. As they spoke, the sound of wind breaking through the clouds arrived. Onotsu appeared with 2 figures, Old Purple and Han. 2 Kages, 3 Jinchuriki, dozens of powerful shinobi. Such a lineup was even more extravagant than when they hunted the 2nd Hokage. Was it really necessary to sacrifice so many shinobi just to kill that brat? Old Purple's expression was grim. He did not agree with Onotsu's decision. If not for the four tails raging madly inside him, he would have preferred to stay on the front line. It was worth it. Onotsu said in a deep voice, I am absolutely certain that guy will grow to Madara Uchiha's level. Paying some price now to kill him is a bargain. That side isn't necessarily doomed either. Perhaps the Ninetails will go on a rampage and kill all Konoha's people first. Besides, I already instructed Grey Soil to retreat once the casualties reach a certain threshold. You rotten egg, you abandon your comrades so casually. Onotsu shot Killer B a look full of dark lines, then turned to the Third Hokage. What do you think about putting the Eight Tails on this guy? My comrades, is South not your place to judge? The Third Hokage snorted coldly. If it weren't for the Ox Demon saying that guy is too strong against Jinchuriki, I wouldn't have cooperated with a despicable old man like you. Uncle Hokage, Killer B told me not to call him by name, only to address him as Lord Eight Tails. That doesn't rhyme. Bakayaru, ku. Shut up. Bang. The Third Hokage's heavy fist slammed Killer B into the ground. AI sighed helplessly and pulled her brother out. Be quiet. The land of earth and land of lightning have always been at odds. Sometimes, even when fighting Konoha together, they would stab each other in the back. Only in recent years have they restrained themselves, united by a common enemy. This was a peculiar way of redirecting their conflict outward. Let us discuss our battle strategy. Onotsu sighed. If not for childhood traumas, he wouldn't want to cooperate with these reckless hidden cloud fools. Still need a strategy? The Third Hokage frowned and snorted coldly. We've gathered such a force. Even the first Hokage could be killed. That's why I don't like working with these guys. Senju Hashirama could defeat Madara Uchiha. Onotsu dared not imagine how formidable that man must have been. Only someone as naive as you would say such things. Onotsu did not retort. He understood well what to say to such a person. Defeating him is certainly no problem, but we must consider how to keep him alive. According to my investigation, this brat's temperament closely resembles that of Madara Uchiha. He utterly disregards his comrades, and threats against others are futile. We must deliver a lethal strike, leaving him no chance to escape. Konoha does possess those who wield the Flying Thunder God technique. If by any chance they arrive to rescue Uchiha Kagami, opportunities like this will be far harder to come by next time. You've witnessed how rapidly that brat is growing. He is barely a few years old. Letting him slip away would invite endless trouble. So what do you propose we do? I'll listen before deciding whether to follow your suggestion. Could you just admit plainly that you're a reckless fool with no constructive advice? TSK, the Cloud Village is only capable of scheming when it comes to theft. Anoki cleared his throat softly and continued. The safest course of action is for you all to initiate the attack first. I will strike after you engage. 2 seconds. The buildup of dust release will surely be sensed by him, at least limiting him for 2 seconds. That's when I can unleash dust release to annihilate him. In other words, the Cloud Village forces serve as bait, while Anoki holds back his trump card in reserve. The Hokage narrowed his eyes as he regarded Anoki. Although I know your intentions are far from noble, I, a man of the cloud, am no conniving villain like you. Very well then, let us proceed. Boom! The Third Hokage radiated thunderous energy, firing forth with blinding speed. The overwhelming recoil caused the cliffside to tremble precariously. Within the tent, Uchiha Kagami read by the flickering candlelight. Numerous ancient scrolls from the ninja world offered him inspiration. The processes by which chakra was harnessed, the ingenious concepts behind various jutsu. Within these, traces of the shinobi sect's existence could be discerned. Countless shinobi had spent millennia refining a comprehensive system, capable of accomplishing nearly anything through chakra. Even a genius like Senju Tobarama could not have conjured those forbidden techniques from thin air. The millennia-old tomes preserved by the Senju of the forest formed his foundation. The Uchiha possessed such knowledge as well. Not only did they have it, but their collection surpassed that of the Senju of the forest. After all, Indra was the progenitor of the very concept of ninjutsu. Many arcane, obscure and undeveloped jutsu were left behind by Madara Uchiha, offering invaluable references. Damn it, last time I was too preoccupied complaining about the dank, gloomy underground to copy the scrolls Madara took with him. Still, Uchiha Kagami was in no rush. Whether he could obtain them from Madara was uncertain. Once Obito inherited the legacy, stealing from Obito would suffice, and perhaps capturing a few living white zetsu as well. As he pondered, something entered his perception range, sharp and unmistakable. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's lips. Finally, they have arrived. I have been waiting for you all for quite some time. A bolt of azure lightning tore across the night sky, The camp immediately erupted into alarm bells. A figure bathed in thunder rapidly approached. Uchiha Kagami sliced through the tent, standing atop it. 3 Magatama slowly rotated in his eyes, a flash of crimson flickering past.
Brat.
I finally caught you. The bastard who killed Barubi.
Prepare to die.
Lightning gathered at his fingertips, dazzlingly brilliant. Hell Spear 4 books piercing hand. Silently, Uchiha Kagami clenched his fist, black and red lightning crackling upon it. Black flash. The collision of azure and black-red lightning resounded through the stillness. Boom! 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 In the next instant, a fierce shockwave swept through the entire camp like a passing typhoon. Exploding lightning serpents scattered wildly. Nearby tents were torn asunder. The ground cracked like spreading roots. The clash of thunderous forces echoed across the vast landscape. Within mere moments, they had exchanged no fewer than several dozen strikes. Uchiha Kagami was the first to withdraw, instantly moving to perch atop a large tree. Brat, is that all you've got? The Third Hokage's fist came crashing down again. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly but said nothing. Can't you savages fight any other way? Bastard! Lightning flashed as the Third Hokage curled a finger. 3 books piercing hand. Uchiha Kagami raised a finger, forming a seal with one hand. A bewitching scarlet flame flowed like water before him, creating a fiery barrier. Flame release. Crimson Lotus Prison Garment. The highly piercing 3 books piercing hand, upon contact with the flowing flames, was inexplicably drawn upward and deflected. What on earth is this? The Third Hokage abruptly withdrew his palm. The lightning armor was stained with spots of bright red flame, burning his chakra. Accompanying this was a bone-chilling cold. Cold fire? The Third Hokage refrained from rashly continuing amid uncertain intelligence, instantly retreating and peeling away the flames along with some of the chakra. To survive the chaos of wartime without a shred of cunning is impossible. He would have died long ago otherwise. Frowning, he studied the flickering flames. The form resembled the fire of the Two Tails, yet possessed an unusual chilling attribute. Though flames, they carried the dissipating force akin to water release. Moreover, the Third Hokage felt a distinct sense of peril. Being tainted by this substance was certainly ill-omened. The flames slowly flowed along Uchiha Kagami's body like a fiery cloak. Magma release chakra mode? You rustic, this is flame release. Swish, swish, swish. The Cloud Village reinforcements arrived in close pursuit. Jiraiya also instantly appeared at Uchiha Kagami's side. Brow furrowed. The Hokage has personally deployed forces? I have already arranged their evacuation. A battle of this magnitude exceeds their capabilities. Kagami, I will summon Gamaken to assist you in combat. Give me a moment. I must enter Sage mode. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Jiraiya and responded calmly. Very well, then let me witness it. After a moment's thought, he added a caution. Anoki has also arrived, be wary of a dust release attack. What? Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. The Hokage was one thing, but the Tsuchikage too? What is going on? Why don't you go find the old man? He is the Hokage after all. Have you seen where Anoki is? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. He is hiding. I only sensed his chakra momentarily. He is lying. Anoki is an exceptionally seasoned shinobi. There is no way he would make such a basic mistake. As for why Uchiha Kagami knew this, because he was the one who sent word to the Tsuchikage and Hokage himself, providing intelligence that facilitated this assassination attempt against him. Boom! Raikiri Hot Blade. Chiriku, shrouded in a layer of scarlet chakra, and AI flanked from front and rear. His arm, like a guillotine, slashed horizontally. Uchiha Kagami leapt, kicking apart the combined assault. The fierce battle resumed. There is no tradition of single combat among shinobi. The Third Hokage and his 2 allies coordinated to encircle Uchiha Kagami. Their forms divided upon contact, intersecting in an instant, moving with such speed that only a blur of light and shadow was visible from afar. Explosions of sound and shockwaves surged relentlessly. Uchiha Kagami had already fallen into a disadvantage. Nevertheless, his expression remained unshaken, showing no hint of retreat or escape. Bang! A deep crimson toad bearing a U-shaped marking on its face joined the battlefield, assisting Uchiha Kagami's defense. Gamaken, protect Kagami, Jiraiya shouted, vanishing into the forest. He intended to summon 2 toad sages and enter sage mode. This required time. I understand. Though clumsy, I will protect you. Thanks to medicinal baths and training, Uchiha Kagami's body had developed to the stage of a 16 or 17-year-old. Shinobi have limits. A prodigy like Kakashi, after reaching adulthood, only gains combat experience and jutsu development, without fundamental enhancement. The source of the Uchiha's power lies in their eyes. Absent special circumstances, his body had reached its present limit. Normally, one can only grow stronger physically over time, like Might Guy. Human stamina is finite. Uchiha Kagami always understood that what he needed to cultivate was the Sharingan. He could not, like Might Guy, pour everything into taijutsu. Uchiha Kagami's greatest strength lay in his spiritual energy. So formidable it could even stand against the illusions of an elderly Madara Uchiha, effortlessly shattering Fugaku's Jinjutsu realm. In truth, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the current shinobi world, reaching the echelon of the so-called Kage that ordinary ninjas could only aspire to but never attain. Against certain Kage whose abilities were not all-encompassing, he possessed an overwhelming advantage. For instance, against someone like Rosand or even Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking ahead to further growth, the original timeline presented a clear path. Sasuke or Naruto, these two would become the strongest in the future shinobi world. Bearing the dragon vein, Uchiha Kagami could emulate Sasuke's Susanoo enhanced by sage techniques. With Sukuna and his own unparalleled spiritual energy, he was capable of awakening an inexhaustible Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet it was a pity. This path was clearly limited. Even fully maxing out attributes, no matter how powerful, would only reach the level of eternal Mangekyo Sasuke amplified by sage techniques. This world was inevitably destined to face the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, and such power would be insufficient. Even disregarding future crises, Uchiha Kagami was unwilling to tread a path whose end was plainly visible. At present, he resembled a wooden barrel, where the height representing his physical prowess was but half a meter, while the side symbolizing his spiritual capacity soared to 50 meters. What he sought was to trim down the taller side and fill up the shorter one, so that as his spiritual energy increased, the barrel's height would uniformly rise. That was the true path to infinity. The key to achieving this was the reversal of jutsu. No, rather, an evolved form of jutsu reversal adapted to the chakra system. To research and comprehend this solely on his own would take an eternity. But it was all right. The Uchiha clan was the beloved child of the world, the reflection of the soul's eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened by each Uchiha was not fixed but manifested according to the strong heartfelt desire at the moment of awakening. This was a divine gift. The Mangekyo had never been a cursed power but a blessing bestowed by heaven. This was the opportunity to break through limits. Gamaken's formidable defensive capabilities, combined with Uchiha Kagami's blocking of the Raikage and others' assaults, resulted in a stalemate despite the absence of any hope for victory. The battle seemed poised to drag on into a protracted conflict. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow slightly. This was not the situation he desired. Once Jiraiya entered Sage mode, perhaps a counterattack would truly be possible. Anoki, what exactly are you waiting for? Suddenly, three figures materialized directly on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze. Kagami. I'm here. Kushina's condition had somewhat stabilized, though her expression remained somber. Seeing Uchiha Kagami, she forced herself to scan the surroundings. The hidden cloud is so annoying, especially now when I'm really angry. Uchiha Kagami shook off the Raikage and others, charging toward Minato and his companions, the three Tomo in his eyes spinning wildly. The situation had taken a slight turn, but it was still recoverable. Perhaps, just perhaps, the current circumstances favored me even more. Suddenly, a pillar of pure white light shot forth from afar. Dust release. Uchiha Kagami deliberately extended one hand, adjusting his position. The pure white radiance destroyed his arm. Kagami. Minato Namikaze, having transported himself and two others over an extreme distance multiple times using Flying Thunder God technique, had exhausted much chakra and failed to save Uchiha Kagami in time, nor could he withstand the Jinjutsu unleashed by Kagami. Minato! Kushina caught the forward-falling Minato, utterly bewildered by the situation. The Tomo in Uchiha Kagami's pupils revolved, and a surging Uchiha Madara-like ocular power poured forth. It resonated with the Ninetails within Kushina. Already emotionally unstable, Kushina's eyes also manifested Tomo, and streams of chakra overflowed. A terrifying, suppressed beast's roar Ninetails. Orochimaru's forehead broke into a cold sweat. In that instant myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. Could this be a plot concocted by Uchiha Kagami in collusion with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock? Was it designed solely to kill the few of us? The Uchiha have indeed rebelled. Could it be that Danzo was right? Orochimaru, take Minato and retreat. Uchiha Kagami's voice interrupted his thoughts. Under the moonlight, blood trickled from Uchiha Kagami's severed arm, his lips curling into an utterly deranged smile. Next up, Sukuna. Time to switch. Within the spiritual realm, a black sealed spear was slowly withdrawn. An ultimate malevolent killing intent filled the space. Thud. Sukuna's towering form emerged. Yet he did not immediately seize Uchiha Kagami's body. The towering two-faced, four-armed killing god stood opposed to Kagami, forging a deadly predicament. Let me out so I can help you repair your body. You want to learn jutsu reversal this way? Do you think you have enough time? Uchiha Kagami's face bore a faint smile. Practice is the best teacher. Rather than listening to your nonsense, I'd rather experience it myself. Sukuna raised his head and said grimly, don't think everything can go as you wish. If I don't go out, your body will be destroyed. When you die, I will be freed from the seal. Rest assured, Sukuna. Before I die, I will take you with me. Uchiha Kagami's smile remained unchanged. Sukuna grew irritated. It was precisely this attitude that made him detest Kagami profoundly. How dare someone speak to him with such a superior demeanor? You brat! Are you underestimating me? He closed in, his four eyes blazing with boundless ferocity. If it comes down to it, we'll die together. Do you think I fear death? Of course. That is a possibility. Uchiha Kagami's smile deepened. It's merely the risk of death. If you want to grow stronger but refuse to bear any risk, I am not that naive. Sukuna, choose. Die here with me or compete. Let us see who first masters the secret of jutsu reversal, or who adapts to chakra and finds a way to break my seal. Sukuna's demonic visage twisted into a ferocious grin. Brat, you know me all too well. Just wait. Rather than killing you, I want to see the look of your defeat. To make you understand, my curse far surpasses yours. Outside, the Ninetails' fierce chakra radiated ripples, and a terrifying pressure diffused. The chakra enveloping Kushina had already manifested 6 tails, their skeletal structure menacingly forming. Then 7, 8. Flesh and blood began to weave. What on earth was happening? The sudden mutation caught Jiraiya off guard, preventing him from completing his jutsu. Orochimaru carried Minato Namake's past, coldly shouting, idiot, don't meddle. Retreat first. Something very terrifying is about to emerge. I know without you saying, Jiraiya said gravely. Then all the more reason not to leave. I want my disciple to witness the cool side of his teacher. Orochimaru, you take Minato away. I need to find out what's going on. Jiraiya clasped his hands, continuing to accumulate chakra. Smack! Orochimaru slapped open his hands and barked. Fool! By the authority of the Fourth Hokage, I command you to withdraw. The truly terrifying thing lies within Uchiha Kagami's body. Jiraiya stared blankly at his hands, then turned to Orochimaru. What did you say? What did I say? Orochimaru's figure brushed past, a glimmer of crystal-clear tears falling. The old man probably won to make it back. Uchiha Kagami's actions are suspicious. I'm certain he has betrayed Konoha. Now, we must preserve our living forces to face what comes next. On Orochimaru's face, the usual gloom was absent. At this moment, the serpent seemed to undergo a transformation. Anoki, along with the 4 tails and 5 tails, joined forces with the Raikage and others. Is that the 9 tails? Several glanced upward at the terrifying, grotesque beast, momentarily speechless. Since the 9 tails was sealed by Mito Uzumaki, it had never appeared before the world. Even Kushina had only borrowed the tailed beast's chakra, manifesting a half-tailed beast form similar to other Jinchuriki. This was also why Anoki had initially mistaken the Ninetails Jinchuriki. However, this monstrous beast had already begun to sprout its 9th tail, its crimson chakra transforming into an outer skin. Such a magnitude of chakra, there was no doubt that the Ninetails was the most formidable of all the tailed beasts. The tone of Killer B's voice shifted. Raikage, even you would stand no chance against him. Moreover, his consciousness was engulfed by rage, utterly rejecting my signals. You are the 8 tails? Indeed, I am. The 8 tails, who pacifies rage, spoke with a calmness that resonated deeply. Anoki's palm gathered a white glow as he said coldly, excellent. My strategy has succeeded. The 9 tails has truly gone berserk. Konoha even sent the 9 tails over. It's as if heaven itself has aided us. Once the 9 tails crushes that brat, we will seal the 9 tails and eliminate the Jinchuriki. Hatred filled the 9 tails' eyes. Gazing at Uchiha Kagami shrouded in black mist, memories of that night decades ago surged forth. No mistake. This is the ocular power of Uchiha Madara. That man has returned. Madara! The earth-shaking roar echoed. The shockwave uprooted trees for kilometers around, and the ground was riddled with cracks. I will kill you. The massive claws swiped toward the black mist, stirring a tempest. The light in Anoki's hand dissipated as he turned to the Raikage. Withdraw a bit further, then we will see. That brat, he truly is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The 9 tails surely wouldn't be mistaken. Though Anoki had entertained this hypothesis, he had never dared to affirm it outright. Regardless, they would observe the situation first. If all else failed, they could retreat early. Suddenly, The black mist exploded open. Clang. The Ninetails' claws were parried by the hand of a creature. This nearly 10-meter-tall entity had no eyes on its head, instead bearing 4 wing-like appendages on each side. A tail extended from the back of its skull, and a rudder-like wheel was affixed atop its head and back. Wrapped in bandages around its right arm was a rustic sword blade. This was the 8-handled sword, the demon exorcising general, Megira, the most powerful Shikigami among the 10 Shadows technique. The blade that blocked the Ninetails' claws was known as the demon-repelling sword. Enveloped in a positive curse energy akin to reverse cursed technique, any cursed spirit struck by it would be utterly annihilated. Useless, huh? So you truly are not a cursed spirit, the voice said, identical to Uchiha Kagami's in tone. Yet, merely by listening, one could discern the difference between the two. Kagami acted recklessly but still exhibited a trace of connection. This voice's owner was different. Utterly unrestrained, madness without losing composure. Heaven and earth. I alone am supreme. The black mist dispersed completely, revealing Uchiha Kagami's body marked with black patterns, his pupils returning to black. Beneath one pair of eyes, another pair opened. His appearance showed no overt change. How to explain it? Looking at Uchiha Kagami, one could sense his contempt for you. Sukuna, you are not regarded as one of my kind. Men, women, elders, children all equally disregarded. All are merely food. His severed arm wove flesh and blood anew. Sukuna was rapidly adapting to the chakra's power. He was a comprehensive powerhouse. If he possessed any outstanding talent, it was his capacity for comprehension. This body was truly too perfect. Unrestrained laughter burst forth. This exhilarating sensation, the freedom to act at will, surpassed even that of his original body. As expected of a legendary bloodline. As expected of you, Uchiha Kagami. He slowly raised his head and looked toward the Ninetails. Though eager to engage in a fierce battle with this monster, his newly formed hand formed a seal unlike any of the 12 ninja arts. Sukuna, you may address me as such. Ninetails, I shall subdue you. He unleashed his domain, demon-subduing culinary chamber. Above the tranquil sea, blood rain suddenly fell. An eerie shrine materialized from the void. Massive, jagged teeth protruded from the top of the shrine, sharp and irregular, radiating profound malevolence. Steps forged from bovine-like bones extended outward. Demon-subduing culinary chamber. Unlike the majority of closed domains, it constructed a miniature space. Sukuna's domain was innate. To put it simply, Sukuna designated the area as a kitchen. Ingredients within this space would suffer ceaseless slashes, as if placed upon a chopping board. 2 distinct slashing types emerged. The usual slash called decompose and sever, which, depending on the disparity in cursed energy, would inevitably cleave the target. In brief, decompose was like a kitchen knife delivering relentless consecutive cuts. Sever was a bone-cutting blade, a charged strike that guaranteed severance. At the cost of allowing others to freely enter and exit, he gained an immense slashing radius of 400 meters. This was before Sukuna's cursed energy intensity had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Gazing upon the Ninetails, now towering over 100 meters in height and even more massive overall, Sukuna effortlessly surpassed previous limits, expanding the domain to a diameter of 1,000 meters. Within the domain, earth and stone, mighty trees, all were cleaved to fragments. Boom! The Ninetails' palm struck Megira, sending the sword-wielding Shikigami flying. A torrent of scorching chakra surged forth. SHHHHHH. Invisible to the naked eye, endless slashes shattered the chakra, pounding against the Ninetails' claws. Hiss! Countless cuts barely pierced the outer skin before instantly healing. The Ninetails swung its colossal tail, causing cataclysmic destruction. The so-called indiscriminate, unrelenting slashes were utterly ineffective. Sukuna concentrated the slashes on a single point, but the result was the same. Even if it could cleave a fragment, could not match the Ninetails' regenerative speed. Only sever remains. Wait, Sukuna maneuvered within the demon-subduing culinary chamber, showing no intention to confront the Ninetails head-on. He did not want this body injured, not out of care, but because any damage would force him to use reverse cursed technique to repair it. That would play into that brat's hands. Bang! Megira, grasping the demon-repelling sword, struck out again, defending Sukuna. Time and again it was flung away and rushed back. Dutiful and loyal, Megira's greatest ability was its adaptability to all phenomena. Each rotation of the wheel behind its head signified completion of adaptation. Repeatedly enduring the same attack accelerated this progress. After several hits from the Ninetails, it was close to adapting. From then on, the Ninetails' claw attacks would be ineffective against it. To defeat Megira, one must shatter it with a technique it has never encountered, all at once. Thwack! A massive tail descended, nearly crushing Megira. Sukuna's expression flickered. You truly are an extraordinary monster. Your energy surpasses even mine. He chuckled softly. However, the time Megira and demon-subduing culinary chamber have bought has allowed me to access the chakra within Uchiha Kagami, an entirely different energy. So this is the sensation of converging positive and negative attributes. How exquisite! Being sealed in this world is not entirely a misfortune. Now then, Ninetails, I shall subdue you this very moment. Sukuna manipulated chakra, gathering it into his eye sockets. He knew full well the tremendous counterforce the Sharingan held against such monsters, an eye superior even to the Six Paths eyes. Allow me to savor your essence. A fierce battle? Something that could be achieved more simply. Why add unnecessary complications? That brat Uchiha Kagami was the true troublesome opponent. Since you dared to release me, do not expect me to return to the seal. With the surge of chakra, nothing transpired. His pupils remained black. What is happening? D. A furious roar forced the invisible slashes to retreat, and Megira was flung aside. Hiss. The Ninetails' claws pierced clean through Kagami Uchiha's body. Sukuna sensed the pain, snapped back to awareness and tried once more. Still no effect. The Sharingan. Where is that large Magatama-shaped Sharingan? What have you done, Kagami Uchiha? Within the mental realm, inside the seal gate, Kagami Uchiha sat cross-legged atop the dragoness vein, propping his chin with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, being a sealed evil spirit I senti so dull after all. Make no mistake, Sukuna. I lent my body to you for use. It was never taken by force. Just endure the blows obediently and demonstrate the reversal technique. I shall restrain you, bastard. Sukuna roared furiously, delivering a powerful slash that severed the Ninetails' claw. He vaulted back, creating distance. Drawing out the claw, the massive wound on his chest rapidly began to heal. Sukuna's expression darkened intensely, as if a coach had forced him to lose. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, "You dare to restrain me? Fine. Then let the Ninetails kill me. Such exchanges are unnecessary. We care not for life or death, only victory or defeat. Do we not? Come on, Sukuna. Find a way to break the seal in this battle against the Ninetails." Sukuna attempted, as Kagami had done to him, to sever the perceptual link to the mental realm. As expected, he failed. Suddenly, Sukuna began to understand why he had crossed time and space to meet this fellow. A tormenting demon. Kagami Uchiha, you are my trial. Likewise, I am yours. Whoever subdues the other shall ascend to the realm of gods. The Ninetails, witnessing this scene, fell silent. There was a resemblance. He vaguely recalled how Madara Uchiha once controlled him, even against Hashirama Senju. After withdrawing his own claws, Hashirama quickly healed as well. Could you be a descendant of the Uchiha and Senju? Did you choose to reincarnate in this body because you were defeated by Hashirama? It no longer matters. Sukuna. Kagami, Madara Uchiha. Do you think you can deceive me? I shall crush you here and now, then slaughter all of Konoha's people. Supreme Yin-Yang Chakra converged before the Ninetails. The initial volume of the black orb exceeding 50 meters in diameter. Step back a little. Anoki leapt into the air, relishing the internal strife among Konoha's people. The Eight Tails spoke within Killer Bee. The furious Ninetails was unable to communicate. There was no need to intervene now. Hearing this, Killer Bee glanced toward AI. AI's gaze remained fixed on the motionless Third Hokage. AI, lead the others back a bit, the Third Hokage said in a low voice, his back turned to the crowd. I will wait here for the right moment. If the chance arises, I will summon the Amber Pure Vase to seal them. Father, is such a risk necessary? A faint smile flickered on the Third Hokage's face. Very well, I admit it. I just want to fight such a monster. Let me be willful this once, AI. This thing is somewhat dangerous. Sukuna calmed himself, forming his hands into the shape of a bow and arrow. Flowing flames evaporated the moisture in the atmosphere. Fire stove. Only after experiencing both the 6th and 8th steps can one proceed to this phase, igniting the fire. No need for grandiose words, for Sukuna, power was simply a means to cook food. Flames gathered at his fingertips. Facing such a monster, there was no need for hesitation. Boom! The tailed beast bomb roared forward. Flaming arrows shot out. The earth opened into a bottomless chasm. Beneath the abyss, Sukuna's hand gripped the stone wall. Half of his body was shattered and battered. The Ninetails crouched at the cave's mouth, half its fox face marked by burned scars. Similarly, both monsters regenerated swiftly. Sukuna furrowed his brows tightly. He could not engage the nine-tailed fox in a direct clash. His cursed energy was nearly infinite, with no chance of depletion. If his opponent were only the Ninetails, Sukuna would opt for a war of attrition. With the aid of Mangekyo, he could eventually adapt to the Ninetails' power. But his adversary was Kagami Uchiha. If Kagami learned to use the reversal technique after being wounded again, Sukuna knew Kagami had absolute control over this body and could re-emerge at will. What he needed now was to find a way to convert cursed energy into chakra. Only chakra could possibly break that damned seal. Kagami's body still retained a considerable amount of chakra. Sukuna painstakingly unraveled and studied it. Being able to comprehend spatial slashes in battle against Satoru Gojo, even with Mangekyo's assistance, did not diminish Sukuna's talent, right? Could he forge a contract to accelerate his mastery of chakra's mysteries? He would try. Again, an anticipated failure. Moonlight above the cave's opening was obscured as terrifying energy gathered. The Ninetails unleashed its tailed beast bomb toward the abyss. Sukuna raised his hand. A powerful eighth slash struck the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, Sukuna was still using cursed energy, a power distinct from chakra. The slash's one-cut destruction property was ineffective against the pure energy form of the tailed beast bomb. It was like a cannonball whose explosive property was nullified, leaving only immense impact force and the hardness of the projectile. Still, it blocked the tailed beast bomb for several seconds. Sukuna seized the opportunity to slash open the soil and delve deeper. If I don't fight, I won't get hurt. I'll just hide and, once I've analyzed chakra, kill you all. Click. Sukuna's movement underground suddenly halted. His footsteps, uncontrolled, began to turn around. This time, Sukuna wasted no energy on anger. All his focus turned to analyzing chakra. Learning the reversal technique was no challenge for that brat Kagami. But his goal was to use the reversal technique to convert cursed energy into chakra. That was also Sukuna's objective. Moreover, Kagami needed to learn the reversal technique. Sukuna did not. Then he would try. Victory would be his. Boom, 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 boom. The Ninetails' tailed beast bomb poured down as if endless. It could sense Kagami's life force. As long as that bastard lived, the Ninetails would never cease its assault, combining the power of Hashirama Senju and the Sharingan. Madara Uchiha. I absolutely cannot allow you to grow any further. Boom. Mangekyo broke through the soil. Sukuna summoned the round deer and the bull constellation Shikigami once again, using the 10 shadows technique. Their enormous forms helped him fend off the tailed beast bomb. When his strength waned, Sukuna himself joined the fray to prevent Mangekyo from being obliterated by a single blast. The nine-tailed fox's attack pattern was monotonous, which gave Sukuna a slight reprieve. If this fox possessed his own intelligence, discovered Mangekyo's abilities, and ended him with a powerful shot, that would be troublesome. Though Mangekyo could still be summoned, it was impossible to avoid injury during such a time difference. The Ninetails' combat style involved no finesse, just an infinite firepower cannon relentlessly bombarding the earth. Underground water slowly pooled in the abyss. Sukuna maintained the domain expansion, slashing away residual energies that interfered with him. Suddenly, Sukuna looked up. The tailed beast bomb had ceased. Had the chakra been exhausted? It shouldn't have been. Such energy should not be depleted so quickly. No matter, time to focus. Above the abyss, the Ninetails staggered under a bolt of lightning. Ninetails, cease this pointless venting. The burly Third Hokage stood atop the ravaged land. That guy's surely dead. If you keep this up, you'll reshape the terrain of the Land of Lightning. He cracked his knuckles, eager for battle. Since assuming the mantle of the Hokage, he had been suppressing his primal combat instincts, burdened by the weight of countless considerations. AI had matured, and he had Chojiro as a brother. The village's younger generation would surpass him. Now, all he desired was to savor the exhilaration of battle. Slash! A sapphire bolt of thunder cleaved through the earth. With a single precise strike, he severed the oncoming claws. Fool! You know nothing. That fellow is not dead yet. I am striving to eradicate future calamities from the shinobi world. The Ninetails roared defiantly, utterly disdainful of any human interaction. Decision made. After annihilating Konoha, I will exterminate Kumogakure. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended from the heavens, disintegrating one of the Ninetails' tails. Anoki's whiskers fluttered in the wind as he chuckled softly. Ninetails, tell me truly, is Uchiha Kagami, the reincarnation of Madara Uchiha, really dead? Roar! The tempestuous air currents unsettled Anoki's stance. The Ninetails refused to explain, unleashing a continuous barrage of tailed beast bombs, encompassing both sky and earth within their devastating range. After wiping out Kumogakure, I will target Iwagakure next. Do not slay all the shinobi. With the combined support of the Hokage and Tsuchikage, although most of the tailed beast bombs still homed in on Sukuna's location. The pressure was significantly reduced compared to before. Thus, this standoff endured for several hours. On Sukuna's palm, a faint azure orb of light gradually shimmered, spiritual energy and physical vitality. His thoughts slowly crystallized. Sukuna's 4 eyes remained tightly shut as his immense cursed energy began to transform bit by bit into chakra. Within the spiritual realm, a ley line slowly surged through the gaps of the ceiling gate. Uchiha Kagami stood immersed in the ley line's energy, his eyes also firmly closed. The residual fragments of tailed beast chakra flowed into the ley line, converging toward Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's spiritual form was scorched by the tailed beast chakra. Then, an intangible energy surged, healing him. So this is the reverse technique, transforming negative cursed energy into positive energy to heal oneself. A vast ocean of spiritual energy, like raging tides, intense emotions, the pinnacle of Yin release, the key to unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami slowly rose, the ley line elevating him ever higher. Higher still. It was as if the spiritual realm knew no bounds. Beyond that, there lay an abyss of void and utter silence. A dark torrent cascaded downward. The ley line's energy ascended. Between the two, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes. 3 Magatama spun from slow to rapid, until they became illusions. Gradually, 1 Magatama separated from the trio. 4 Magatama spiraled together, forming a rhombus pattern within his crimson pupils, resembling a crown of obsidian thorns. A tremendous humming reverberated. Upon the earth, the Ninetails, Tsuchikage, and Reikage simultaneously ceased their movements. All gazes converged upon that fathomless abyss. On the horizon, the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness. A black and crimson torrent surged forth from the abyss. Something had awakened. The black and crimson aura enveloped the slender figure of a youth. His slightly curled hair and robe fluttered as if stirred by a phantom breeze. His eyes lacked focus, not directed at anyone. Inoki's clenched fists trembled slightly. He was the mighty Tsuchikage, who had dominated the shinobi world for decades, victorious even against the 4 Tails and 5 Tails in solitary combat. Even when facing the 9 Tails, he had never lacked the courage to fight. Only one person was an exception, the invincible teacher buried deep within his heart, who had forged the shinobi world's unprecedented bloodline elimination elite. Before that individual, he was utterly powerless. Such ocular power, such terrifying oppression. It was indistinguishable from Madara Uchiha of old. Sharing Inoki's sentiment was the 9 Tails. From beginning to end, he was convinced Uchiha Kagami was Madara's reincarnation. He had exerted his utmost effort to annihilate him. If not for that wretched Kushina, if not for those 2 cursed humans before him, unlike the still recovering Inoki, the 9 Tails hesitated not for a moment, roaring forth a tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Kagami slightly raised his head. The rhombus pattern in his eyes spun. Swoosh! A crescent slash imbued with black and crimson lightning devastated the tailed beast bomb, tearing it asunder. Unyielding, it severed half of the 9 Tails' head, sending it soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. The atmosphere along its path was shredded, flickering with black and crimson lightning. The dark, decapitating slash, a strike amplified by black flash, rivaling Madara Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan-infused Susanoo slash in potency during their Genjutsu duel. Just as the aged Madara could not manifest a complete Susanoo in reality, Uchiha Kagami could not wield the dark, decapitating slash corporeally. This was a limitation of the body, and also because no weapon could contain the dark, decapitating slash's power. Then, he used the Sharingan as the vessel. This was the first Mangekyo dojutsu in Uchiha Kagami's left eye. Where there is one, there must be 2. The second technique of the left eye was called Yin-Yang transformation. The reverse technique could not directly convert Yin into Yang. It was a reflection of the soul, or simply put, a wish. Ascending to the Mangekyo was the realization of one's desire. The vast spiritual energy slowly transformed into Yang release chakra, nourishing Uchiha Kagami's body. His physical limits were surpassed. This was no overnight feat as time passed. Uchiha Kagami's body would transcend the Senju and Uzumaki clans, even surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths. This was the true balance of Yin and Yang. Most importantly, the 4 Magatama would not be the end. I have already embarked upon a new path. A warm current washed through his body, flowing through every limb and bone. His meridians expanded, blood surged faster, and his bones were tempered. In the spiritual realm, Sukuna's body was dragged by chains fashioned from the ley line toward the ceiling gate. No curses, no roars, as if resigned to this fate. Only his 4 eyes radiated boundless malice. Inoki summoned his courage. A pure white beam converged in his palm. How shall I address you? Uchiha Kagami? Or Madara? The dazzling white light, accompanied by the dawn's first light, sought to engulf the darkness. HSS. The black and crimson slash cleaved the dust-release light pillar in two, like a blade slicing through butter, without resistance. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. I'm too lazy to explain to you, a stress disorder patient. But I'll introduce it anyway. It fuses the powers of two realms. The strongest slash housed within the Mangekyo. I have named it the slash release, Zanto. From this moment forward, Anoki, your dust release will no longer be the sole bloodline elimination technique. Crash, a thunderbolt of Ippon Ken, like a silver serpent dancing wildly, tore through the earth, its brilliance blinding. The partially recovered Ninetails unleashed another tailed beast bomb. The two who had been locked in fierce combat, man and beast, instantly shifted their focus. Even the shinobi from Kumogakure and Iwagakure nearby hastened back. The Ninetails dialed the Eight Tails number. He even humbled himself to contact the Four Tails and Five Tails. The Eight Tails need not be mentioned, having been slain once by Uchiha Kagami. It sought vengeance. The Four Tails' grudge was also considerable. If there was no opportunity, so be it. Now, with a joint assault, there was no hesitation to engage. The Five Tails had no enmity with Uchiha Kagami, but the Ninetails' rare outreach still necessitated sending a Jinchuriki to assist. Uchiha Kagami carefully sensed the changes within his body, his mind partially controlling the ley line to tug at Sukuna. Resealing Sukuna was more difficult than releasing him. The ley line existed for this purpose. Sukuna's power grew in tandem with Uchiha Kagami. No, it should be said, Uchiha Kagami borrowed Sukuna, this collector of negative energy, to amass his current vast spiritual energy. After swatting away a tailed beast bomb with a single strike, he turned to the Third Hokage, raising his palm with a hearty laugh. An unbreakable spear, an indestructible shield. Allow me to shatter your legend. The clash of thunder against thunder. The mightiest spear meets the most formidable strike. Which shall triumph, which shall fall. Thud. In the next instant, the verdict is delivered. A robust arm falls away with a resounding snap. Hokage. Anoki swiftly appears, cradling the severed arm of the Third Hokage. Boom! The tailed beast ball strikes once more. Kagami Uchiha furrows his brow, casting his gaze towards the Ninetails. You're far too noisy, Ninetails. The Mangekyo pattern in his right eye begins to whirl. Deep crimson ripples silently spread forth. The first of the ocular jutsus, Koma. Kagami Uchiha's fervent desire is to balance yin and yang, and to subdue Sukuna. Koma's power is complete domination. Once the mark is impressed, only a minimal chakra output is required to maintain control indefinitely. This is intended for the subsequent collection of tailed beasts, to serve as an energy reservoir. The Ninetails' movements abruptly freeze. Within its fierce pupils, a shadowy scarlet hue begins to seep. When it fully envelopes the iris, you will belong to me. Ninetails. Crack. Kagami Uchiha suddenly falters. His right eye develops a fissure. The ocular jutsu ceases abruptly. Within the mental realm, Sukuna emits a maniacal laugh. Kagami Uchiha. Who do you think I am? I am the curse that drags down the heavens. I am your trial. You think I've done nothing? Do not even think of taming me. Do not underestimate me. You fool. Sukuna's four arms tear at the bluish-purple chains. His expression maddened beyond measure. Ha 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 ha. Feel the sting of defeat. Reveal your disgrace. Kagami Uchiha. Kagami presses his hand against his right eye, meticulously examining it. The curse's configuration is intricately woven, interlaced with chakra. It resembles a seal. It is not destroyed, merely rendered temporarily unusable. A faint smile tugs at his lips. Though the victory is not absolute, it is hardly a blemish. But so be it, Sukuna. What do you suppose I will do now? Hate you? Curse you? He gently shakes his head. Life's affairs seldom unfold perfectly. Your residual capacity for resistance brings me a measure of joy. Only when I truly subjugate you will I feel a profound sense of accomplishment. His right eye gradually dims, becoming colorless and void of light. Kagami Uchiha stretches out both hands, as though embracing the vast world. Facing countless assaults, he remains unshaken. Sunrise to sunset. An entire day passes before the tumult of the battlefield begins to subside. Several kilometers away, nestled in a crevice of stone, a pristine white serpent slithers away. Within a cavern, by the campfire, several figures linger. Jiraiya has dispelled the genjutsu cast upon Minato Namikaze, but the latter remains unconscious due to severe chakra depletion and the mental shock of the illusion. A small snake slips in through the cave's entrance, burrowing into Orochimaru's sleeve. How are things? Jiraiya's expression is utterly despondent. He has tried repeatedly to aid Kagami, But Orochimaru, wearied and impatient, threatened him with Minato's life. They are not far from the main battlefield. Jiraiya knows the fight must have concluded. Orochimaru's vertical pupils constrict sharply. His brow furrows. Kagami Uchiha has won. He receives the images the White Serpent has gathered. It is unimaginable that such feats are within a shinobi's reach. The tailed beasts, creatures that strike fear into all ninja, were utterly powerless against those eyes. The elite forces of Iwagakure were no different from ordinary genin on this battlefield. In the end, the Third Hokage, despite losing an arm, sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of the remaining troops. Inoki's legs were severed. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, gave his life so that Old Purple could escape with Inoki. The Ninetails was resealed. Is this truly the work of mere mortals? It is as if the legendary First Hokage, spoken of by the Elder, has returned. Orochimaru quickly regains his composure. He bites his finger and presses it to the ground. A cerulean python, as thick as a bowl, is summoned. This is the serpent he left behind at Canopy Bridge, commanded to gather intelligence and return to Ryuchi Cave to await summons. Before then, Orochimaru wishes to remain ignorant of the situation over there. Minato shows no sign of awakening, and even if he did, it would be of no use. But now, he must know the Elder's condition to determine his next move. The blue serpent speaks in human tongue. Lord Orochimaru, I implore you to steal your heart. It is not only you, Jiraiya's heart also faltered. The blue serpent falls silent for a moment before continuing. The elder blue serpent, he has died. The serpent pauses, then resumes. After the battle, Iwagakure's overwhelming numbers caused massive casualties among Konoha's ninja. To cover the retreat of the remaining Konoha shinobi, the Third Hokage confronted 14,000 Iwagakure ninja alone. For a full day and night, just 2 hours before you summoned me, he died in battle. After Iwagakure suffered heavy losses, they too began to withdraw. The war over there has ended. I see. The elder chose a fitting death. Orochimaru feels no great sorrow. It is all right, sensei. I shall retrieve you from the Pure Land, and the others as well. Following your instructions, I have taken a fragment of the Third Hokage's flesh and blood. The blue serpent expels a bloody chunk wrapped in mucus. Then with a loud pop the summoning is undone, and it returns to Ryuchi Cave. Though a cold-blooded creature, it still understands a modicum of human sentiment. Keeping it any longer would be disrespectful. What do you intend to do, Orochimaru? Orochimaru rises, gripping the bloodied flesh tightly, his voice low and resolute. I shall return to Konoha. As the successor Fourth Hokage, I prepare for war with the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya struggles for a long while before he cannot hold back any longer. Kagami harbors no intent to harm the village. Why then? Do you share the Elder's deep prejudice against the Uchiha? Orochimaru fixes Jiraiya with a piercing gaze. Go on your journey, Jiraiya. Seek out your prophesied child. When the moment comes, Jiraiya finds he cannot simply let everything go. Has Kagami ever harmed a comrade? There is still room for dialogue. The Uchiha possess formidable strength. Granting them their due status could suffice. You are still so naive, Jiraiya. Can you not see? Even the title of Hokage cannot satisfy Kagami Uchiha's appetite. Orochimaru's gaze darkens as he looks beyond the cave's mouth. This is a clash of ideals. The village, which the elder dedicated everything to, must not fall into Uchiha hands. But, enough! I am the Hokage, not you. Upon the shattered earth, littered with severed limbs and blood flowing through the crevices of stone, Kagami Uchiha tears off his tattered shirt. Wounds upon his body heal visibly before the eye. Forming hand seals, he summons a giant eagle. He lifts the unconscious Kushina by her collar, placing her upon the eagle's back. Kagami mounts the eagle. A piercing cry echoes through the clouds as it soars eastward. On the eastern front, scattered Uchiha clansmen receive a special summons within their ranks. They abandon their current missions and converge upon a single location. Such a phenomenon cannot escape the notice of the Eastern Front commander, Shikaku Nara. He simultaneously dispatches messengers to report to the village and orders the dispersed Hyuga and other ninja to regroup. The tension between the Uchiha clan and the village has long been festering. An outbreak of conflict at any time is unsurprising. Shikaku even suspects the Uchiha may be conspiring rebellion at this very moment. At midday, upon a cliff clearing, Kagami Uchiha surveys the arriving clansmen. With only the power of his eyes, he gauges the extent of their ocular awakenings. By evening, all Uchiha on the Eastern Front have gathered. From over 700 who marched to battle, barely 300 remain. Only a precious few manage to withdraw wounded and return to the village. The number of medical ninjas was scarce, and on the battlefield, injury often equated to death. The Uchiha clan members present did not exchange whispers. An eerie silence hung heavily in the air. Those Uchiha who had survived the ravages of war had, for the most part, awakened their Sharingan. Those without the talent to open their eyes had nonetheless attained a certain proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Every Uchiha was assigned to the most perilous positions. Survival itself was a testament to their prowess. Genka and Kamoma stood vigil behind Uchiha Kagami. They noticed something unusual in Kagami's right eye but dared not inquire. Everyone had assembled. A cold, detached voice from Uchiha Kagami broke the silence. Now, I hereby declare the first clan command. In 7 days we shall seize Konoha. A surge of energy rippled through the gathering. Many Uchiha, stirred by their emotions, activated their Sharingan. You are my clan, Kagami continued, and well aware of the plight of the Uchiha. If any among you wish not to partake, I offer you one chance. Leave your eyes behind and renounce the Uchiha clan. As his words fell, Futomo slowly emerged in Kagami's eye sockets, connecting to form a quadrilateral pattern. A formidable, tangible ocular power erupted forth. The very air thickened, becoming viscous as if to immobilize all who breathed it. The oppressive weight descended like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, assaulting the hearts of those present. It was as if they faced a higher life form, instinctively trembling in awe. Those with Sharingan perceived the vast chasm in ocular prowess. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan wielded godlike power. As the ocular force receded like a retreating tide, the crowd finally found themselves able to breathe freely. Now, those who wished to leave stepped forward. No one moved. One pair of blood-red eyes after another opened in the twilight. The ancestors had erred once before. This time, the Uchiha would not be mistaken again. As the deputy commander of Konoha's northern front, Uchiha Kagami brazenly appeared in the eastern front camp. Nara Shikaku immediately understood. The Uchiha had begun their operation. His mind raced, calculating the odds of victory for both sides. No matter how he computed it, he did not believe Kagami had any chance of success. The third Hokage, though aged, remained resolute. Several advisors were disciples of the second Hokage, their strength formidable. The Sannin were in their prime, and there were Minato, Kushina, the current Inoshikacho trio, and the Hyuga clan firmly loyal to the Hokage faction. What did the Uchiha have? At most, 20-some Sharingan-wielding warriors with 3 tomo each. Even if Kagami possessed strength on the level of a shadow ninja, more than 1 or 2 in the village could withstand him. Moreover, the war was not yet over. To stir trouble at this juncture, setting aside whether success was possible, did Kagami truly take others for fools? After much deliberation, Nara Shikaku, accompanied by a dozen jonin, proceeded to Kagami's tent. He intended to reason with Kagami, to impress upon him the gravity of the situation and urge him to prioritize the greater good. It was right to strive for the Uchiha status, but not at this moment. Upon entering, Nara Shikaku's thoughts shifted slightly. In release represented spiritual energy. The Nara clan's secret technique was in release, as was that of the accompanying jonin from the Yamanaka clan. Not to mention the Hyuga, fellow ocular jutsu users. They might not discern the precise difference in strength among the mightiest, but in terms of spiritual power, the young man seated calmly in the seat of honor made them feel as though they were but a fragile boat adrift amidst a tempestuous sea. Simply meeting his gaze sent a sharp sting through their minds. Jonin Uchiha Kagami, Nara Shikaku suppressed the rising fear and chose a suitable form of address. In rank, he was at least half a level above Kagami. Kagami, head bowed over a scroll, glanced up briefly. What do you want? Even if you don't call me Captain Nara, at least address me by name, Nara Shikaku replied, drawing in 2 deep breaths and forcing a faint smile. Kagami, I Haven T received word of your coming to support. Are you here to handle clan matters? Kagami shook his head with a light laugh. Nara Shikaku, you are a clever man. Why do clever men like to feign ignorance? You still don't know why I am here? Nara Shikaku's face darkened. Kagami, stand down. There is still time. Remember your teacher. Lord Jiraiya would not wish for you to overstep. Silence. Kagami stared at Nara Shikaku with utter indifference. Since you came to me, I need not make the trip. Submit to the Uchiha, or the entire Nara clan will perish. I give you 3 seconds. What are you saying, Uchiha Kagami? The speaker was a young ninja of the Hyuga main house. Yet before he could finish, his head slumped sideways, falling to the ground with a splash of red and white. Nara Shikaku's pupils contracted sharply, barely able to comprehend what had just transpired. He had truly acted. He had killed a comrade from the same village, publicly. This was outright rebellion. This was no mere threat. Kagami smiled faintly. If you want to cut in line, I will pronounce judgment on the Hyuga. his gaze fixed on Hyuga Hisashi among the crowd. I will slaughter the entire main house. After all, your branch families are accustomed to being dogs, serving a master. How about a change of owner? Or would you rather die alongside the main house? Hyuga Hisashi trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear of his own death, but suffocation under the weight of his family's fate. Only that fool in the main house dared speak under such circumstances. As ocular jutsu users, did they not realize the disparity in ocular power? Hisashi was nearly certain Kagami had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan recorded in clan chronicles, and that this monster was the one to do so. With a thud, Hisashi collapsed under the pressure, prostrating himself. Please spare my elder brother. I can represent the branch families and pledge submission to you. I appreciate your courage. As the first to pledge, I will grant you this courtesy. Now what about you, Nara Shikaku? Have you had enough time to consider? Nara Shikaku unclenched his fists and exhaled deeply. Kagami, I cannot decide for the clan. Their fate is theirs alone. I can only speak for myself. Whoosh! Nara Shikaku formed hand seals, and his shadow transformed into razor-sharp claws, lunging toward Uchiha Kagami. Don't underestimate Konoha's ninjas. Bastard! You madman who kills comrades. Sizzle. An ultra-high-frequency invisible slash severed the shadow and Nara Shikaku into ashes. If you care about so-called important figures, what can I change? Anyone in this world can die. Except the Uchiha. Everything else can be overturned and rebuilt. Kagami lifted his gaze to the others and said coldly, those prepared to die nobly, step forward. After a moment, only a handful emerged from the tent. The Eastern Front battlefield began to be purged. There was no equality. Only submission to the Uchiha granted the right to survive. In Konoha, the defenders, including Mito Uzumaki, repelled the invading Iwagakure ninjas. Inside the Hokage's office, it was not Hiruzen Sarutobi who sat in the Hokage's seat, but Orochimaru. The expressions of Koiharu and Mito Uzumaki were somber. Even for lifelong comrades, the death of their friends cast a heavy shadow on their hearts. Shinobi Danzo Shimura arrived late, pushing open the door only to see Orochimaru in the seat of honor. His pupils contracted sharply, followed by an uncontrollable surge of rage. Orochimaru, what are you planning? Hiruzen is not, the old man was dead. Danzo was momentarily stunned. In a daze, he thought he saw a boy with dark brown hair and sharp eyes, the one who had become the light. This fleeting sense of nostalgia vanished as quickly as it had come. Danzo swiftly regained his composure, casting a cold and ruthless gaze upon Orochimaru. Then you are no more entitled to occupy that position than I am. Don't presume that your actions grant you such a right. Orochimaru cut Danzo off sharply, flinging a document onto Danzo's face. One of Rude's missions, was it not, to surveil the Uchiha clan? Now go and see if there is anyone left in the Uchiha territory. The Uchiha have resolved to rebel, and you failed to detect even this. What use are you? His cold, serpentine eyes locked onto Danzo as if poised to strike the next moment. Danzo unfolded the document, his expression growing ever more sinister. Orochimaru, you just returned to the village and have already forced people to storm the Uchiha lands, attempting to use the clan as leverage. This might be the only way to restrain the Uchiha. However, only upon confrontation did they discover that the Uchiha patrolling the area were mere shadow clones. The mass relocation of the clan left undeniable traces. The trail led to a large river several dozen kilometers away, where it abruptly vanished. Orochimaru fixed Danzo with an unwavering stare, his voice laden with icy disdain. I uncovered all this within half a day of returning, yet you failed to notice a thing. I believe root has outlived its usefulness. Danzo sought to explain. Many of his subordinates had been dispatched on missions, and those left behind were engaged in resisting Iwagakure. Moreover, the Uchiha territory was now populated mostly by the elderly, the weak, and women. There was little need to devote excessive resources to surveillance. Yet, he had no desire to offer any explanation now. A single thought invaded his mind. The Uchiha have rebelled. Hisashi! I told you so. You will regret this. In the subterranean cavern, White Zetsu's form ascended from the ground. Uchiha Madara, seated upon the stone throne, slowly opened his eyes. What is the situation outside? Uchiha Kagami reported, the Uchiha have relocated their people and have now regrouped. They are leading 700 shinobi, consolidated from the Eastern Front, marching toward Konoha. Regrettable, Madara murmured softly to himself. Having attained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, yet still clinging to the clan. If you could perceive the despair that defines this world, you would be the most fitting candidate. He turned to White Zetsu. The arrangements by the Three Tails have been completed. Yes? White Zetsu chuckled. Speaking of which, thanks to young Kagami gathering the Konoha shinobi, things would have been more troublesome otherwise. The Mist Shinobi, carrying Rin no Era implanted with the Three Tails, are en route to Konoha, likely to encounter Kakashi soon. It is time for Obito to face reality. You should inform him. Understood. Amidst the dense forest, a ninja squad advanced methodically. Not only Uchiha, but also Hyuga and a few clan shinobi were present, most being civilian ninjas. Between death and submission, many clan shinobi still chose death. For civilians, it mattered little who held the title of Hokage. The Uchiha's reputation among civilian shinobi on the Eastern Front was not poor. Nara Shikaku, as a clan shinobi, occasionally showed unintentional favoritism toward close clan members. Due to the Hokage's directives, Uchiha shinobi had always been assigned the most perilous missions. These red-eyed warriors, though haughty, displayed a reckless dedication to their tasks. Pride and strength were the hallmarks of the Uchiha. A crucial point remained: fairness. The Uchiha regarded civilians and other clan shinobi with equal disdain. Originally, clans like the Hyuga held status above civilian ninjas. Now, Hyuga standing equal with the Uchiha and submitting to them was not a difficult acceptance, especially after the corpses of the Third Hokage and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki were laid before them. This convinced them that the Uchiha's charge was not born of desperation, but of genuine hope for victory. To keep pace with the main force, Uchiha Kagami chose not to utilize giant eagles for transportation. Left Will cautiously glanced back at the numerous Uchiha behind him, energized as if injected with adrenaline. He timidly spoke, "Lord Kagami, may I ask what you intend to do?" Meow. Leaning against his hunchback and feigning sleepiness, Uchiha Kagami replied indifferently, "Foolish cat, can you not tell? We are going to war. But this is the direction toward Konoha. Isn't it? Yes, we're attacking Konoha. What's wrong with that?" Left Wheel was not entirely foolish and hastened to say, "Finally arrived. Lord Kagami, shall I go now to Cat Village and summon the ninja cats? Our clan has been partners with the Uchiha for generations." Meow. His flesh twitched excitedly, as if thrilled. Uchiha Kagami could not help but curl his lips into a slight smile. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I fear you might disrupt the solemn atmosphere." Meow. Rest assured, the ninja cats will be needed many times in the future. Stay steady and don't tremble. On another path toward Konoha, Kakashi's eyes glowed crimson as he pursued a squad of mist shinobi. Swish! Lightning flashed beneath his feet, his speed instantly surging. His short blade, shimmering with lightning, pierced through the chests of two mist shinobi. Kakashi had not become a ninja on a whim. Hatake Sakumo had meticulously trained him in swordsmanship. With guidance from Jiraiya and references to the fighting styles of Minato and Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi synthesized these teachings to develop his own lightning blade ninjutsu. By accelerating his speed with lightning chakra and empowering his short blade with unparalleled piercing power, he could instantly accelerate in any chosen direction without the need for a charging process or ocular insight like the Raikiri. It was somewhat akin to the lightning chakra mode of Mangekyo, though it was not yet perfected. Undoubtedly, the current Kakashi was stronger than his original timeline self, even without possessing the Sharingan. Yet the meticulously planned fate would not change simply because he had grown stronger. You have grown stronger. Just dispatch more people to match your power. Kakashi, breathless from prolonged battle, his eyes bloodshot, dared not halt his stride for even a moment. "I have already lost Obito. I will never allow my comrades to be harmed again. Rin, bring Rin back," he shouted hoarsely. This time, Kakashi did not hope for anyone to come to his rescue. Among the mist shinobi ahead, two held Rin no Era captive. Rin had awakened but feigned unconsciousness, still supported by the two captors. Calmly, she thought, "Kakashi will definitely save me. I must act rightly at the proper time." Nearby, the mist shinobi conversed. The Mizukage's strategy was brilliant, sealing the Three Tails within this little girl while Konoha's defenses are lax. Once inside Konoha, releasing it will surely deal a heavy blow. The major ninja villages on the continent have suffered devastating casualties. Perhaps we can seize this chance to conquer the land of fire in one fell swoop. Indeed, each word plunged Rin no Era deeper into despair. Suddenly, she recalled a question Uchiha Kagami had asked her many years ago, and then her answer: "If sacrifices are necessary to accomplish the mission, I hope to be the one sacrificed." Perhaps now was the moment for a true choice. Rin's resolve solidified, just as her answer years ago had. "For the village, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Forgive me, Kakashi." After fierce combat, Kakashi finally caught sight of Rin. His pupils brightened. "Rin, wait for me. I will save you immediately." Ignoring his physical injuries, he poured all his lightning chakra into his blade, transforming into a bolt of thunder as he charged toward the mist shinobi, holding Rin captive. Kakashi's hand trembled. Warm blood trickled along the short blade, pooling in his palm. He had slain many enemies. His White Fang blade had felled countless foes. Yet, this was the first time he had stained his blade with the blood of a comrade. Kakashi's trembling grew more intense, his pupils nearly dissolving. He refused to accept the scene before him. Kakashi, I'm sorry. The gradually cooling hand caressed Kakashi's cheek before falling limply. Kakashi's blade had pierced through Rin Noara's heart. The explosive flash of lightning shattered her chest. This scene, as if fated, was witnessed by a young boy. The crimson hue in his eyes deepened until 3 tomo formed a curved blade. The world began to warp. Blood rained and drifted. Lifeless wooden spikes pierced through the bodies of the hidden mist shinobi. A hellscape of thorns. Kakashi stared blankly at the figure advancing over the bloodied flesh. Obito's face was shrouded by white zetsu, revealing only a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it Kagami? Or Obito? Have you returned from the Pure Land to judge me? Kakashi showed no concern, no flicker of will to survive in his eyes. Standing there was nothing but an empty shell bearing the name Kakashi. A scarecrow. Kakashi. A hoarse voice emerged from behind the mask. Kakashi. Those who wish to live perish. Those who do not wish to kill end up killing. What a distorted world this is. No hope. No light. Only despair again and again. A world where only despair exists holds no value. Tears, thick as blood, slid silently from the tearful eyes. Obito understood. The system of this world is flawed. To persist means tragedy will endlessly repeat. A wooden spike extended from his palm with a hiss. Kakashi, I will reshape the world. That world will have Rin. And it will have you. A world without such tragedies. Step by step, Obito approached Kakashi, his steps unsteady, his form wavering. But as he closed the distance, his footsteps grew resolute. Kakashi made no response, lowering his gaze to his blood-stained hands. There truly are things from which only death offers escape. I no longer have the courage to live. Father. Obito raised his palm and surged toward Kakashi. I will help you break free, Kakashi. Wait for me. Wait for the arrival of the perfect Jinjutsu world. They were less than a few meters apart when suddenly, clang! A flash of white light streaked past like a fang tearing through time and space. Half of the wooden spike flew off. A tall figure shielded Kakashi behind him. White locks fluttered in the wind. Sorry, Kakashi, I'm late. Father. Overwhelmed by the shock, Kakashi could no longer hold on and toppled forward. Sakumo Hatake did not look back, his focus fixed on the approaching figure. That strange wooden spike, those Sharingan eyes over the years. Sakumo had not only been entangled with Sasori. He had sensed something dangerous that Danzo was orchestrating. Even if no longer a shinobi of Konoha, he did not wish for the village's darkness to fester. His covert investigation revealed Danzo conducting wood-style experiments. Further inquiry showed that the Third Hokage was aware. Sakumo harbored a suspicion. Was Danzo using Uchiha clan members as wood-style test subjects? Konoha's White Fang Obito trouble. The voice of White Zetsu's clone echoed. He knew Obito's current condition best. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan was overwhelming power against ordinary shinobi but had just drained much chakra. Facing an opponent of this level was too risky. Obito paid no heed, with spikes erupting from his palm as he charged. Who are you? Sakumo shouted, receiving no answer but not pressing further, raising his sword to meet him. A dagger pierced through Obito's body. Sakumo's pupils constricted sharply as he turned to see Obito rushing toward Kakashi. Stop! When the sharpness of the wooden spike fell short of Kakashi by half a meter. Swish! Sakumo arrived just in time, the spike piercing his shoulder, spraying a fountain of blood. Ignoring the pain, he swung his blade at Obito's face. Crack! The white Zetsu tendrils covering Obito's face were severed, revealing a face Sakumo vaguely recognized. You're Obito. Obito's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to form seals, preparing to perform the impaling technique. The spike on Sakumo's shoulder was about to explode, threatening his life. But the White Fang of Konoha was no ordinary hidden mist shinobi. Sensing the danger, he pulled out the spike and flung it away at the very moment Obito succeeded in casting the technique. Snap! Seeing the thorny sphere-like object, Sakumo's brow furrowed deeper. Fortunately, Sasori often employed similar tactics, enabling him to respond swiftly. The ability to wood-style phase himself. Perhaps only during an attack could one strike you. Sakumo's frown deepened. Obito, why do you want to kill Kakashi? What on earth happened? There is no need to tell you. The coldness in Obito's eyes made Sakumo feel unfamiliar. Was this still the friendly Uchiha boy? The curved Mangekyo in his left eye rotated, warping space. Ouch. A sharp pain radiated from the eye socket. Obito, retreat for now. Your body cannot truly wield those eyes yet. No. Gritting his teeth, Obito forced the Mangekyo to activate. He knows my intel. I cannot let him live. White Zetsu grew irritated and unleashed a powerful technique. Kagami Uchiha is not far from here. If you keep struggling with him, even if you kill him, what if Kagami arrives? To White Zetsu, Obito's identity and information needed no concealment. If he bore only one Mangekyo, perhaps he could don Madara Uchiha's guise and act as him. But Kagami had the first Mangekyo and superior ocular power to Obito. Moreover, Kagami had truly fought Madara. Even Madara abandoned the idea of having Obito impersonate him. If Obito came before Kagami wearing a mask claiming to be Madara, it would be utterly disgraceful. No matter how stimulating, the Mangekyo cannot directly evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. Even Kagami was not my match. Then wait until you have healed and fully mastered the Mangekyo before killing him. Okay? White Zetsu knew better than to tell Obito, you are no match for Kagami Uchiha. By the stubbornness of the Uchiha, Obito would never retreat. He might even go seek Kagami for a showdown. Years spent with Madara and observing many Uchiha made White Zetsu a semi-expert in handling them. Obito remained silent, slowly approaching Rin's body. Gently, he cradled her in his arms. There was no warmth left. Blood-stained tears fell silently, drop by drop. Finally, Obito cast a deep glance at Kakashi and Rin before his form began to distort. Kakashi, then keep struggling. Bear your sins and live on. Sakumo Hatake watched without moving. His intuition told him this matter must be linked to Danzo. I told you, if you dare lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill you. Sakumo hoisted Kakashi onto his back and flew toward Konoha. He needed to relay the intelligence to Kagami Uchiha. Danzo had already acted against the Uchiha clan. A decision had to be made. Danzo could not be allowed to live. In Konoha, Orochimaru had not even held a funeral or succession ceremony for his teacher before preparing for battle. Ordinary villagers were relocated to shelters while shinobi patrolled ceaselessly day and night. The barrier encompassing the entire village was modified and reduced in size, with defenses and sensory capabilities strengthened. Shinobi scattered across the borders were recalled, leaving the perimeter undefended. Orochimaru, is such a level of preparation truly necessary? Mito Uzumaki furrowed her brow. The Uchiha rebellion is indeed severe, but what if the borders are left unprotected and other villages seize the opportunity to invade? Orochimaru's gaze stretched into the distance as he spoke in a cold voice. Even if the land of fire falls to them, it matters not. At worst, we shall reclaim it in time to come. What is paramount now is the future itself. If my repeated emphasis still fails to make Elder Mizutamon understand, then, Madara Uchiha, you may regard Uchiha Kagami as Madara himself. You have both witnessed that man with your own eyes, have you not? The current Uchiha Kagami wields equivalent power. I understand, Orochimaru. You should rest for a while. You have scarcely had proper respite these past few days. Although Orochimaru's appointment as the Fourth Hokage did not sit well with several of the elders, these were extraordinary times, and such qualms could no longer be entertained. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru turned and said, those two shall remain here to guard this place. The vigilance of the sensory ninjas must never waver. Passing through layers of formidable barriers, Orochimaru arrived at the most secretive part of Konoha, the location of the sealing scroll. He had previously infiltrated this place once, studying the 8-branch technique and some forbidden arts concerning soul and body. To walk here openly felt somewhat different. Mastering all the jutsu known to the world had always been his aspiration, a dream unshaken to this day. For that very reason, he sought eternal life. There was one technique that intrigued him deeply, an unconventional path to immortality. The impure world reincarnation, developed by the second Hokage. It summoned the souls of the dead from the netherworld, using living sacrifices. This was an exceedingly vile and despicable art. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, had relied on it, earning the disdain of the second Tsuchikage and figures like gold and silver horns. Orochimaru had studied this jutsu for some time. In his view, it was a rather useless technique. The summoned ninja did not surpass the strength of the living sacrifices by much. He had only absorbed a fraction of its knowledge into his own eternal life techniques. But now, perhaps this might serve as a trump card for a future counterattack. Indeed, Orochimaru had already accepted that he would lose this battle against Uchiha Kagami. This was not merely his own judgment. The elders had more than once stated that only the first Hokage could defeat Madara Uchiha. From Orochimaru's sleeve slithered a white serpent, which swallowed the entire sealing scroll before vanishing with a sharp pop. He stared silently into the void, a self-mocking smile playing upon his lips. Elder, I cannot die for this village as you did. To live is paramount. There remain too many fascinating things awaiting me. Yet, at the very least, now that I have become Hokage, I shall keep this life here. The dim corridor was still. Danzo leaned on his cane, waiting. Orochimaru halted, glancing at him with some impatience. What is it you want to say now? I am no elder to indulge you endlessly. Indulge? Danzo sneered coldly. We collaborated on would release research. Hiruzen indulged me. Did he never indulge you? If you come to spout such nonsense, then leave. Orochimaru's expression was impassive as he brushed past. Orochimaru only would release can counter the Sharingan. The time is not ripe yet. If Uchiha Kagami truly reaches Madara's level, we can lurk in the shadows, continue developing would release, and sooner or later create a would release shinobi as powerful as the first. Orochimaru paused, his serpentine eyes coldly fixed on Danzo. He mocked just like before. Will you choose to retreat again? Hey Danzo, you are unworthy to collaborate with me. You do not deserve to survive. I shall be frank. If I win, your best fate is imprisonment. Should Uchiha Kagami prevail, I will reveal all your secrets to him. Do you think the Uchiha clan will spare you? Do not think you can hide, Danzo. Without the village's protection, you will not even surpass Shikaku Nara's level. Do you think I am afraid of death? Danzo's flesh trembled slightly, his anger intense. Orochimaru's voice faded as he walked away. Indifferent. Think as you will. It matters not. The elders need you as a shadow, I do not. The so-called Hokage was not merely the village's beacon of light, but also the bearer of its darkness. 30 kilometers from Konoha, ninjas wove through the dense forest. The inadvertent release of killing intent startled birds into flight and sent beasts scurrying. At the forefront of the formation stood Uchiha Kagami, clad in dark blue, the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered upon his back. At his waist hung the snow-white sleeve and the long sword Mason. Among the following Uchiha clan members, Kamihono's aged eyes were moist. When he first became aware of the world, he had nestled in his mother's embrace, pointing to the figure walking away in the sunset. Who is that? His mother's answer remained vivid in his memory. That is our clan leader, Madara Uchiha, the hero who guided us from the warring states into peace. Where is he going? His mother held him tightly, tears wetting his cheeks. Mama does not know, but she cannot follow him. Mama already has you. The hard-won peace was something the Uchiha clan was reluctant to relinquish. Years later, Kamihono's mother died during a mission. He later learned that timely treatment could have saved her. Yet, because she was Uchiha, even ninjas with less severe injuries received aid before her. Wiping away the moisture from his eyes, he whispered, Mother, do you see now? This youth had given him the answer. The Uchiha clan did not need to go anywhere else. Konoha was the Uchiha's homeland, their rightful home. As the village's silhouette appeared before him, Uchiha Kagami's lips curved upward in a radiant smile. In motion, he clasped his hands together. His immense chakra took on tangible form, whipping up a fierce gale. A layer of bluish-purple energy swirled around his body, ethereal and dreamlike. The earth roared as it tore apart. Cracks spread wide, shattering the barrier. Flames flowed from the fissures, trembling and surging. Countless rocks erupted from the soil, sharp as blades. Upon these colossal stone blades, molten lava clung. In an instant, the seemingly tranquil town was transformed into a molten inferno. Dragon vein earthquake core cliff soared. Around the barrier, sensory ninjas patrolled ceaselessly. Konoha stood on the highest state of alert. But it was all in vain. The towering flaming sword shattered their last flicker of hope. This was the inevitable culmination. Konoha never wished to admit unstable Uchiha into the upper echelons. The Uchiha only sought equal and fair treatment. They never demanded special status. They were confident they could earn their rightful place by their own merits. Madara Uchiha had long foreseen this day. Uchiha Kagami did not attempt negotiation. Nor did he issue a declaration of war against Konoha. It was unnecessary. Once he attained sufficient power, this act was inevitable. Man is not a tree. Who is without emotion? From a young age, he deliberately distanced himself from outsiders, so he would not hesitate in moments like this. He even understood Nagato. For the sake of one's ideals, if he had asked Jiraiya at that time and received the answer to stop him, Uchiha Kagami was prepared to kill him. Kagami never fancied himself a hero, nor did he champion the grand cause of peace in the ninja world. He only wished to save those he cared about from sinking into the mire of this world's suffering. As he had said at the beginning, it is you, Itachi Uchiha, and I who are the true Uchiha. We simply care for different things. There was no chaotic panic. Amid the immense crisis, Konoha's strength had already unified into a single force. The Eastern Front had been silent for several days. Moreover, before Shikaku Nara met Uchiha Kagami, he had already sent intelligence. Orochimaru and Mizudamon stood atop the fractured walls, aligned in a single row, facing thousands of Konoha shinobi. They are all elites among the various shinobi clans and civilian ninja. In a conflict of this magnitude, ordinary genin wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Beneath the enclosing wall, Uchiha Kagami looked up and met Orochimaru's gaze, a hint of surprise touching his lips as they parted slightly. Not the third Hokage, but you, Orochimaru? Orochimaru revealed an inexplicable smile. Disappointed? Kagami-kun? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No, rather, this is an unexpected delight. That way, there's no need for the usual cliched pre-battle exchanges. Had it been the third, I suppose even now he'd be lecturing me about grand principles. Orochimaru's lips curled wider, his smile becoming increasingly inhuman. Indeed, whether the hawk preys on the snake or the snake devours the fledgling bird, it is a simple matter. Leaping forward, Orochimaru's body underwent a tremendous transformation mid-air. It swelled and contorted, grotesque white serpent heads emerging one after another from his torso, an ominous aura spreading forth. Between the two armies appeared a colossal beast, the size of a tailed beast, its entire form snowy white, as though 8 massive white snakes were entwined together. There was a strange, eerie beauty to it. The Yamata no Orochi, a legendary abomination. It is said to command earthquakes, wildfires, storms, and other natural calamities, a manifestation of obsessive grudges and malevolence. The Yamata no Jutsu, a forbidden technique born from this legend, its origins lost to time. Perhaps even its creator could not harmonize with it as perfectly as Orochimaru does. This was his strongest technique, unparalleled. A massive serpent head opened wide, revealing Orochimaru's slime-coated form, wielding a Kusanagi sword. The 8 snake heads lowered, gazing down upon the diminutive Uchiha Kagami. 2 of these heads opened their mouths, charging a colossal wind cannon and earth cannon with energy. Such a terrifying chakra fluctuation. It was akin to that of a tailed beast. Kagami-kun, do you see? This is my jutsu, a calamity rivaling the tailed beasts. Uchiha Kagami regarded him coldly, then shifted his gaze to the crowd atop the enclosing wall. Go. Kagami was willing to shield the weak, the elderly, women, and children among his clan. But the true Uchiha longed to prove himself through battle. Only by doing so could he garner the strength necessary to establish and uphold the distorted order of the shinobi world. The ninja under Uchiha Kagami's command dissolved into afterimages and charged forward. Swish! Swish! Maito Iman Hanu and Tsurun Koharu ascended one of the serpent heads. Kagami removed his glasses and tucked them into his chest. Since you despise grand principles, I will say no more. Those who survive will rebuild Konoha. A massive summoning scroll unfurled. Ninjutsu. Manipulation of 10,000 instruments. Tsurun Koharu pressed her hands together, 2 streams of emerald green chakra flowing, one connecting to the serpent body beneath her feet, the other to Maito Iman Hanu. Before I die, do not hold back. Fight with all your might. Boom! Wind and earth collided and merged. Accelerated by the rocky soil, the impact struck like a meteor shower. Countless sharp blades were interspersed within, their ferocity terrifying. The violent energy assault scattered Uchiha Kagami's headband. His shoulder-length, slightly curled black hair whipped wildly in the storm. His left eye glowed crimson as he activated his Sharingan. The 4th Tomo appeared. A black and red lightning-tinged strike cleaved through the energy storm. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. The formidable combination ninjutsu was utterly ineffective against the colossal crescent-shaped slash. One of the serpent heads was severed, obliterating Maito Iman Hanu. Hanu! Tsurun Koharu cried out in anguish. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms and looked at her mockingly. Now he's the one who dies first. How does it feel, advisor Tsurun? Uchiha Kagami. A serpent coiled around Tsurun Koharu as Orochimaru's cold voice resounded. Calm down. Do you still hope to survive against Uchiha Kagami? Swish. Orochimaru pressed both hands against the sword's hilt, the Kusanagi blade extending infinitely. Clang. The clash of metal rang sharply. A faint blue chakra covered Uchiha Kagami's palm as he gripped the blade's edge in his hand. Fine sword. I too have a fondness for collecting Kusanagi swords. Thank you. I shall accept your gift. Orochimaru, gripping the sword with both hands, felt a tremendous force and struggled in vain. Helpless, he could only watch his beloved sword slip from his grasp. Without Orochimaru's control, the blade rapidly retracted to its normal length. Shaking off the slime clinging to it, Uchiha Kagami casually sheathed the sword nearby. Suddenly, centered on Uchiha Kagami, A triangle formed as black and red blood surged from the earth. In an instant, black sealing patterns enveloped Kagami's entire body. 3 masked ninja burst forth from the soil, hands forming seals. Inner 4-symbol seal. Pure black blood erupted from their bodies, coalescing into a black orb saturated with the resentment of the underworld, as if poised to devour all. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless, motionless even as the black orb enveloped him. Only when the jutsu was fully formed did Shimura Danzo reveal himself. His gaze was sinister as he stared at the black barrier, sneering coldly. Arrogant, conceited Uchiha, you could never comprehend the power of the inner 4 symbols technique. Your cause of death, crack. Before Danzo's sneer could fully form, 2 clear slash marks intersected, carving a cross upon the black orb. Crash. The black barrier shattered like a mirror. The indifferent Sharingan stared coldly at Shimura Danzo. What are you laughing at? Shimura Danzo. Years ago, Uchiha Madara had failed to destroy Konoha despite wielding the Ninetails. Now it lay in ruins. At dusk, the scent of blood attracted circling crows. A pure black spear pierced Shimura Danzo's chest. The black rod, wielded by those possessing the Rinnegan and Inyang release jutsu. Danzo dared to reveal himself because he held Izanagi as a trump card, a technique to alter fate. Yet, when he sought to expend his Sharingan to activate it, he found his chakra could not be properly summoned. Our understanding of power is flawed. Uchiha Kagami advanced step by step. This overwhelming pressure stirred memories from decades past. What Danzo could never overcome was that he had not taken the first step before Hiruzen Sarutobi. The fear of death haunted him. In the ensuing decades, he repeatedly risked his life for missions, wearing down both body and soul, all in an attempt to forget this dread. In such moments, some cry out loudly to affirm their righteousness. Uchiha Kagami, your clan is Konoha's calamity. If only Hiruzen had acted sooner. Thud. A black spear pierced Danzo's mouth and embedded into the ground, forcing him into a grotesque posture. Thud, thud, thud. His abdomen and legs were all nailed down. His twisted form, kneeling on the earth, spared the vital points. I've long wanted to do this. It's surprising you dared show yourself before me. Do you know? I harbor no ill will toward Senju Tobarama. The hatred between Uchiha and Senju is not so easily erased. But my grandfather helped you many times. Has the Uchiha clan ever wronged you? Danzo stammered, his eyes fierce. Were he able to speak, he would surely utter a barrage of curses. Uchiha Kagami disliked being interrupted by those he despised while speaking. He loathed Obito and Itachi, yet neither had truly harmed the Uchiha. But Shimura Danzo had always spared no effort to target the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you, Uchiha Kagami said with mockery, his gaze like one beholding filth. You powerless, envy the Uchiha. You endlessly belittle them while thirsting for the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami tore the bandage from Danzo's right eye, forcibly peeling back his unwilling eyelid. A 3-tomo Sharingan revealed itself vividly. Danzo, did you not always claim how evil the Uchiha clan is? Kagami Uchiha tore open Danzo Shimura's shirt, shattering the iron seals bound to his arm. Upon his grotesque limb, 3 Sharingan eyes slowly opened, fully exposed before the onlookers. Danzo's body trembled violently, yet he was utterly powerless, unable even to utter a sound. Both the forces of Konoha and the Uchiha clan watched this scene in stunned silence. Boom! A water dragon bullet surged forward, its target not Kagami Uchiha, but Danzo Shimura. Konohamaru Sarutobi could no longer bear to see his old friend subjected to such humiliation. Kagami did not glance back. The water dragon bullet was shredded by an invisible slashing strike. Konohamaru maintained his stance, preparing another technique. His arm descended, shifting his torso forward. In an instant, nothing remained but scattered fragments on the ground. It was as if a blood-filled clay jar had been shattered with force. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. Even the infamous Eight Tails technique, known as the art of immortality, failed to grant him a sense of security. He had anticipated a significant disparity in power and had never truly imagined victory. Witnessing the battle firsthand, Orochimaru understood clearly that Kagami Uchiha was no longer on their level. Yet he had never expected him to be so utterly invincible. Kagami Uchiha, you clearly possess the strength to single-handedly crush Konoha. A warrior of your caliber should be aloof and indifferent to all else. If Kagami had known Orochimaru's thoughts, he would have offered no explanation. His gaze pierced deeply into Danzo Shimura, but even closing his eyes was beyond Danzo's capability. The Sharingan's profound insight had become his curse. The vitality of a shinobi far exceeds that of an ordinary man. Then, let us conduct an experiment, Danzo Shimura. I hope you live to witness the rebirth of a new Konoha, a Konoha that belongs to the Uchiha. Kagami's fingertips gently manipulated the wounds, staunching Danzo's bleeding. For black spears descended around him, sprouting new black rods. This was a cage. Upon the cage, flickered the scattered flames of crimson lotus fire, extinguishing all hope of life for Danzo Shimura. A faint smile curved Kagami's lips. Danzo Shimura, you know what you resemble now, don't you? An ugly old dog. I considered crushing you underfoot without care. But just as you detest us, I despise you. You do not deserve a swift death. Your corpse shall not be buried. Your soul, I will find a way to bind it within this shell. Do not think to escape to the pure land. My curse upon you will endure beyond death. Kagami turned away indifferently. On the vacant field appeared a young man with golden hair, Minato Namikaze. His breathing was labored. Since awakening, he had not ceased utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Fear and dread filled his eyes. He feared the worst, the event he most wished to avoid. Even death paled in comparison to losing Kushina. Where is Kagami Kushina? His thoughts lingered on the moment Kagami had cast an illusion upon him. At that instant, he had keenly sensed the Ninetails within Kushina begin to erupt. Minato, is Kushina more important to you than Konoha? Kagami's voice was calm. I do not know. Minato gripped a kunai tightly, his voice hoarse. Whatever you intend to do, return Kushina to me. Sensing the intensity of Minato's emotions, an untimely thought crossed Kagami's mind. If Minato bore Uchiha blood, teasing him a little might even provoke the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. She and my clan are together. The Ninetails' emotions have stabilized. Could they be otherwise? Not only is the Uzumaki clan's seal involved, but also the ocular power akin to the eternal Mangekyo's manipulation. Minato exhaled deeply and finally fixed his gaze upon the combatants, settling on Danzo Shimura and the Sharingan on his arm. He swiftly made a decision, his eyes resolute. Kagami, do you intend to become Hokage? Kagami shook his head. I have no interest. Very well. Minato steadied his breathing and spoke gravely. I will become Hokage. I am willing to acknowledge the Uchiha clan's exalted status, and will help you eliminate the rebels. Promise me you will spare the children and the loyal subjects. Please. Kagami had long shared his ideals with Minato. Minato understood clearly that Kagami's path could not be without bloodshed. This was the necessary pain for establishing an orderly world. The shinobi world had been in turmoil for 1,000 years. Even after the founding of the ninja villages, peace remained elusive. Instead, war had only escalated. Now, with someone like Kagami Uchiha emerging, this was the best opportunity. No one was better suited to sever the world's karmic ties than Kagami. And no one understood him better than I do. I will be your ally and your overseer. We are brothers. A faint smile appeared at Kagami's lips. Madara, I am more fortunate than you. He grasped the Narinori tightly and faced Orochimaru. Very well, Senior Minato. Let us fight side by side. Crimson eyes and golden flashes. Orochimaru's lips split into a serpent-like grin. My debut and my finale battles will be magnificent. Then, let us begin. The colossal eight-tails serpent occupied an overwhelming size advantage. Yet all could feel the resolute will to die. The eight-tails launched repeated charges, undeterred by the endless slashes. Moreover, Minato flashed kunai into the air, recklessly employing the kunai shadow clone technique despite the toll. Under such a dense assault, the giant serpent's regenerative speed gradually failed to keep pace with the destruction. Nothing is truly eternal. Even the so-called immortal eight-tails technique had its limits. Kagami was unhurried. Minato was anxious. The sooner Orochimaru fell, the sooner Minato could persuade the Konoha shinobi to surrender, saving as many as possible. This was the opportunity he had bargained for with his life. Orochimaru sensed Minato's intent. Frankly, among the three, only Minato cared for those people. Orochimaru had already resigned himself to death. He would not allow himself to die in disgrace. The scene gradually unfolded as Minato fiercely battled Orochimaru, with Kagami providing support. Kagami did not rush to kill Orochimaru because he knew it was futile. Kagami was 100% certain that Orochimaru had prepared a contingency for resurrection. Defeating Orochimaru was no challenge for a strong warrior, but completely killing him was another matter. Orochimaru was like a persistent plague across the shinobi world, a stain that could never be fully erased. Kagami had no interest in such thankless exertion. At worst, he would strike him down whenever he revealed himself. At that moment, Sakumo Hatake appeared beside Kagami, carrying Kakashi on his back. First, he noticed the bloodied battlefield and was utterly shocked. After calming himself, he saw the disgraceful posture of Danzo Shimura trapped in the fire cage and the Sharingan. It was Danzo's doing after all. Kagami, I have crucial intelligence for you. Glancing at Kakashi, Kagami replied calmly, "It concerns Obito, doesn't it? You found out?" Kagami, Obito was subjected to Danzo's experimental brainwashing and awakened a terrifying Sharingan. Did you force him to reveal Obito's location? We must hurry to rescue him. But I guess you're tied up right now. This left Kagami somewhat speechless. Where did you get such intelligence? Don't blame everything on Danzo, you bastard. He raised his hand helplessly. I know about Obito. Don't worry. We must handle things one at a time. I have plans for him. Sakumo shifted his gaze toward Minato, who was locked in fierce combat with Orochimaru. For a moment, he could not distinguish friend from foe. By all rights, you two should be allies, shouldn't you? I am the one who stands alongside Kagami. Which one is to be slain? Just like that year. Sakumo Hatake inquired of Kagami Uchiha. He was still unaccustomed to overthinking and lacked the capacity to make momentous decisions. Go assist Minato in eliminating Orochimaru. Is that so? Understood. The short blade gleamed as it was drawn. Sakumo Hatake could not discern right from wrong, but he placed his trust in Kagami Uchiha. Kagami possessed a vision that pierced through the future. He would surely provide me with the correct answer. Forgive me, Orochimaru. Faced with the flickering white radiance, Orochimaru was rendered speechless. I am but one of the 3 legendary Sannin after all. It was not merely the crimson eyes or the yellow gleam. Even the White Fang of Konoha had arrived. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am neither Hashirama Senju nor Madara Uchiha. With Sakumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze fighting with all their might, accompanied by the seemingly uninvolved Kagami Uchiha, even Orochimaru could not endure for long. Segments of the colossal white serpent's body lay scattered, and blood flowed like a river. The giant serpent form conjured by the 8 branches technique grew smaller and smaller. Ultimately, forming the 8-headed serpent's body, Orochimaru's sudden surge of power forced Minato and Sakumo to retreat. Kagami Uchiha! Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. The 8-headed serpent roared madly, its ever-extending body resembling a desperate hand trying to grasp something. The serpent's body was peeled away layer by the invisible slashes of dissipated chakra. From afar, the Konoha shinobi gazed with a shared sense of helplessness. The earth was carved away layer upon layer, sinking into depressions. No matter how hard Orochimaru struggled, he could not close the distance to Kagami Uchiha. The dark golden snake eyes. This was the first time since the battle began that he dared to meet those eyes directly. Such a beautiful Sharingan. So exquisite. Truly magnificent. Kagami, perhaps you are the perfect being. Such a powerful body. Such a formidable eye. One day, I shall possess you. Come closer. Orochimaru's flesh had been shaved away, leaving only a skeletal hand reaching forward. There was no trace of fear or despair. In his eyes, there was only admiration for beauty. A faint smile curled on Kagami Uchiha's lips. I acknowledge your persistence, Orochimaru. Though I know this will not be your end, at least let your final act be a beautiful one. Legend has it that Susanoo slew the 8-headed serpent. Click, clack. A layer of black and red tangible chakra skeleton enveloped Kagami Uchiha. The sword in his hand, Narataka, was also covered in a layer of chakra and continued to extend until it reached tens of meters in length. Invisible ripples spread forth, and all present felt a pressure akin to the very essence of life. Every cell erupted with energy. Sympathetic nerves secreted adrenaline. Hearts raced, pupils dilated, and blood surged like a scalding torrent, coursing through the meridians. Susanoo, the power dwelling within the Mangekyo Sharingan, matched the destructive force of the Ninetails. Remember this well. No matter how many times you are reincarnated, never forget. All things, cut down to silence. The greatest sound is silence. The black and red slash severed Orochimaru, extending endlessly. The distant mountains shattered with a thunderous crack. It stretched on, beyond the horizon's reach. Orochimaru, with a satisfied smile, was engulfed in the black and red radiance. The Hokage of Konoha, fallen in battle. The battlefield fell silent. Upon witnessing such godlike power, even the Uchiha clan momentarily forgot the fight. Everyone's minds went blank, yearning to etch this scene into their memories. Swish! Minato's figure flashed atop the ruins. The battle is over. Lay down your weapons. Gripping a specially crafted kunai tightly, his killing intent was palpable. Those unwilling to surrender shall face me. Clang, clang. With the first surrender, more and more lowered their weapons. The few remaining shinobi sank to the ground, covering their faces and weeping bitterly. Even the Uchiha clan, their opponents, fell silent. Defeating one's own village did not bring joy. War had never been a blessing. It was a path that need not have been taken. Yet the burden had grown too heavy, A purge was inevitable. The sky began to weep, a rainstorm in the height of summer, pouring down relentlessly, washing away the bloodstains on the earth. Since the outbreak, only half a day had passed. Kagami Uchiha, wading through the blood, stepped steadily through the shattered walls and scattered corpses. Expressionless, he entered the Konoha that belonged to the Uchiha. Over the ocean, 3 figures soared through the sky. Orochimaru, having lost both legs, held the newly appointed 4th Hokage with one hand and the 4th Kazekage, Raza, with the other. Raza's face was mottled with bruises, looking utterly disheveled. Just days ago, Orochimaru, AI, and Killer Bee had stormed into Mangekyo. Without a word, they first beat Raza. Only then did they gradually reveal their purpose. Orochimaru clearly knew how to win hearts with virtue. That Uchiha Kagami, the so-called Raikage and Tsuchikage, is he truly that strong? Though he had heard the tale many times, Raza still found it unreal. How could a single shinobi stand against great nations alone? Orochimaru cast him a cold glance and said, "Do you think it was easy for the Raikage and me to fight you?" Raza's face flushed deep red, and with great effort, he stammered, "I was caught off guard. Kagami Uchiha beat me, the Raikage, as well as his father and the 4-tailed beast, into a headlong retreat like dogs. That is why. We even lost the 5-tails Jinchuriki and the 3rd Hokage's life to survive." Orochimaru's words were not self-deprecating. Rather, reopening old wounds was painful, and his expression was grim. Just because you haven't witnessed such power doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I quand assure you.
Kagami Uchiha has reached the level Madara Uchiha once held. I can't confirm if he is Madara, but that no longer matters. There is no Hashirama Senju left in this world, and no one can stop Kagami from doing as he pleases. Orochimaru fixed Raza with a deep gaze and said solemnly, "We have already spoken with the daimyo of the land of earth and the land of lightning. They will consult with the daimyo of the wind country. The former Mizukage is also an old acquaintance of mine. If I explain the stakes, I am willing to set aside the grudge against my master. What are you still doubting?" Gazing toward the outline of the island in the land of water, Orochimaru continued, "Before we kill Kagami Uchiha, we must unite and not give him the chance to pick us off one by one. The 4-nation alliance must be established. What about the Hokage?" Raza pondered, then asked. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru sighed. "Both Sarutobi and I had chances to kill him. Don't even think about the Hokage now. I suspect Konoha has already undergone upheaval. Knowing that brat's nature, he probably went to kill Konoha before chasing us." AI, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Once the alliance is formed, send your Jinchuriki to the land of lightning. We have a way to reconcile the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Of course, it's not 100% guaranteed. But if one is not a perfect Jinchuriki, facing that guy, there won't be the slightest effect." Understood. Within the underground chamber, Obito and Madara listened to White Zetsu's account and fell into silence. "I thought that with one eye missing, he couldn't awaken Susanoo." A faint smile appeared on Madara Uchiha's aged face. "That brat Kagami has truly grown to the level I once held in my youth." The smile quickly faded. "Obito, you are still no match for Kagami, and he will not accept the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito lowered his head, his eyes filled with indifference. "That guy is always one step ahead of me. But even if I want to leave, he cannot hold me back." Madara offered no rebuttal. Even through his eyes, no one's Mangekyo Sharingan was believed to surpass Obito's. Without prior intelligence, even his younger self would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with a wielder of the twin Kamui ocular powers. Choosing Obito, after all, was undeniably the correct decision. Madara Uchiha led him to a concealed chamber, where several rows of Sharingan hung upon the walls. These were the ancestral eyes he had taken with him upon leaving the village. Well preserved, there were perhaps dozens remaining. "I shall instruct you in countering Uchiha Kagami's jutsu, known as Izanagi, the technique that alters fate. A word of caution. Do not allow yourself to be struck by Kagami's Inyang release black rods. Activate Izanagi before any possible encounter with him. You seem well informed about him. Do you possess a method to defeat him?" Overcoming Uchiha Kagami was also one of Obito's obsessions. Madara gently shook his head. At that level, mere knowledge of information is of little use. Kagami is a comprehensive powerhouse. Only overwhelming strength can subdue him. Then what of the Rinnegan you mentioned? Can it defeat him? Madara turned to glance at him, his expression serene. Perhaps in the future. Kagami's eyes have yet to reach Rinnegan's caliber. Do not be impatient, Obito. You possess potential not inferior to his. Your alliance with Nagato might very well rival Kagami's power. For now, tend to your wounds. Staring at Madara's retreating figure, Obito was suddenly overcome by an unexpected emptiness. Where are you going? Moving. I fear that brat won't abide by the rules. Madara entered his own quarters and had just settled down when a sudden thought arose in his mind. He raised his hand, and a mass of pitch-black substance flowed forth, taking the form of a torso. Lord Madara, what is this? White Zetsu, still somewhat apprehensive, watched the shadowy entity approach. This is the manifestation of my will. Let us call him Black Zetsu. The two of you will operate together under the designation Zetsu. Soon, Black and White Zetsu merged into a singular entity. Hello there. White Zetsu, still unaccustomed, forced a smile in response. There is no time to waste. Uchiha Kagami's existence is the greatest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. Nagato must mature swiftly. Arrange a similar opportunity for him. We must hasten his mastery of the Rinne Tensei technique. Lord Madara, you foresaw that young Kagami would become a hindrance to your plan. Why did you not eliminate him then? Madara chuckled softly. You ask a question as naive as Kagami himself. Of course, it is so that when I return, I may have an intriguing adversary. Hashirama is dead. Finding a worthy rival is a rare treasure. In an unknown subterranean cavern, a sinister aura emanated from an array of flames arranged in a ritualistic circle. A ninja was bound and struggling fiercely. The flickering candlelight illuminated a pallid face marked by distinctive purple eyeshadow and dark gold irises, confirming his identity, Orochimaru. After completing a complex series of hand seals, he pressed his palm firmly against the captive's body. An icy wind swept through the underground chamber. Following harrowing screams that echoed like the howls of ghosts and wolves, a figure gradually emerged, crawling out from the living sacrifice. Tall and imposing, clad in blue Sengoku-style armor, with silver hair, crimson eyes, and 3 red marks adorning his face, this visage was familiar to every inhabitant of Konoha. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. What a frail body. Are you the one who summoned me through Edo Tensei, old man? Who are you and what has transpired? Tobirama bore no surprise at his resurrection via Edo Tensei. Since the technique was preserved in the Book of Seals, he had anticipated the day he would be summoned. Having toyed with the souls of the deceased himself, he was prepared to be manipulated in turn. Orochimaru gauged Tobirama's chakra, estimating it to be at most equivalent to an average jonin, scarcely stronger than the ninja he had captured. Though expected, it was still somewhat disappointing. I am Orochimaru, disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Lord Tobirama, I seek your cooperation to perfect the Edo Tensei technique. Tobirama furrowed his brows. Once, what has happened to the village? The disciple of the monkey. Tell me, Konoha. 10 days had passed since the conclusion of the conflict. The ruins had been cleared, and the terrain restored, except for the ravine carved by Uchiha Kagami, where underground water had flooded, creating a narrow lake. A cleared expanse had been set up with numerous tents serving as temporary shelters, wisps of cooking smoke rising into the air. Some might say such measures were unnecessary, that destroying Konoha to this extent was unwarranted. But Uchiha Kagami did not see it that way. Or rather, from his perspective, this was the simplest approach. Transforming a person was far more difficult than killing him. The same principle applied to Konoha. With his strength and intellect, Kagami could have easily united the village peacefully through alliances with Minato and others, connecting each clan in succession. But that would demand too much time and effort. Half a year of earnest negotiations sometimes proved less effective than having a blade pressed to one's throat for 10 seconds. Only by witnessing an undeniable disparity in power would they abandon unrealistic fantasies. Only then would the troublesome notion of resistors cease to arise. This was the unique kindness of Uchiha Kagami. Seated upon the visage of Senju Hashirama, Kagami gazed upon the rejuvenated village with a light heart. His purpose had never wavered. He sought to provide his loved ones, friends, and children with a place of peace. The village existed to protect those precious to him, not to sacrifice them in its name. Preserving a legacy was more arduous than founding one. Once, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had united to bring the ninja world under one banner. Perhaps this was the only topic on which Madara and Tobirama could find common ground. In this regard, Hashirama's thinking diverged. He chose to distribute the tailed beasts to balance the power among villages. Now, there was no need to dwell on right or wrong. Conquering Konoha was not difficult. Maintaining it was. Uchiha Kagami understood that he had become the target of universal hostility, a world against one. It was an unavoidable circumstance. He had to rely on sufficient external force to compel, harnessing Sukuna's power to transcend his limits, to silently evolve into the strongest, then suddenly unify the ninja world. Not in this life, nor in the previous one, had Uchiha Kagami ever dreamed such a dream. The path to strength was inevitably traceable, step by step, ascending to higher realms through clashes with equals. The original course was beyond scrutiny. Kagami regarded everyone else in the ninja world as his adversaries. Madara Uchiha, Black Zetsu, the four great nations Nagato, Obito, and even the possible return of Hashirama Senju. That clever Orochimaru would likely summon Tobirama Senju as his first act. At this stage, Kagami was keenly aware that he should be the strongest on this land, yet there was still the Pure Land and more. He looked into the distance. Today a sky. The moon could faintly be seen even in daylight. Grayish-white, not so prominent. Alas, Uchiha Kagami could not strike the moon. Setting aside Kagaya Otsutsuki, at this moment Otsutsuki Shion might have just been born, and his father was certainly still alive. He recalled that his father had once taken Shion to the world below to see Hinata, arranging a unilateral childhood engagement. Troubles were far from over. Enough for now. At least a half-day's rest. He would think of nothing. Uchiha Kagami lay back upon Hashirama's visage, his hands clasped behind his head. The rhythmic tapping of stones echoed in his ears. A gentle breeze caressed his hair. The perspective pulled away. Beside Hashirama Senju's visage, the faces of Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already been chiseled away. A short distance off stood a rough-hewn visage resembling a spiky-haired figure. Such was the natural course of regime change. The Uchiha clan refused to acknowledge the identities of Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hashirama Senju, you truly are formidable. You have conquered us, and we concede. At the inception of the ninja village, it was indeed the Uchiha clan that succumbed to the Senju clan. Now, with the Uchiha having reclaimed a victory, the score stands at a stalemate 1-1. We shall not alter the visage of Hashirama Senju on the Rock of Ages. Yet adding the likeness of Madara Uchiha would hardly be excessive, would it? Henceforth, this monument shall no longer be called the Hokage Rock but rather the Rock of the Founders of Konoha. Uchiha Kagami had scarcely rested before sensing a living presence drawing near. The sound resembled soft paw pads treading upon stone, a barely perceptible rustle, subtler even than the quivering of fat. Lord Kagami, are you awake? Meow? Revolver, standing upright like a human, wore a somewhat soiled cat-patterned apron over his chest. Claws gripped a hammer and an axe, while a cluster of tools hung from his waist. What is it this time? What do you want? Kagami's tone was unmistakably impatient. This was Revolver's third visit today. Revolver's fat trembled with fear as he timidly replied. The construction department's second squad told me the timber supply has run out. Are you kidding me? Kagami swept a finger around the perimeter of Konoha. Are you blind? S&T all that wood? But, Revolver nearly wept. When we go to fell the trees, the Forest Conservation Department forbids us. Meow. Kagami scratched the back of his head and glared fiercely at Revolver. I warn you, next time take such matters to Minato Namikaze. He is the Hokage. Let him coordinate between the departments. Here comes the Hokage talk again. Minato Namikaze appeared with a helpless smile. Minister Revolver, freshly cut timber cannot be used as building material. It must be air-dried for several months at least. Indeed, Revolver currently served as the Minister of Construction in Konoha, leading numerous ninja cats from the cat village in the reconstruction efforts. Kagami frowned, realizing this was a detail he had overlooked. As expected, my mind is ill-suited for administration. It's too troublesome. At least I have some self-awareness. Kagami cast a glance at Revolver. I never would have guessed, you silly cat, even a mean cat tattles first. Revolver genuinely began to cry. I didn't know. They kept pressuring me. Meow. Enough. Get back to work and stop escalating things beyond your level. I'm busy, you know. Revolver left, feeling aggrieved. Minato's gaze shifted from Revolver's retreating figure back to Kagami, offering a wry smile. I don't blame Minister Revolver. I have too many matters on my plate, and he couldn't find me. Kagami, there is a significant problem with the village's reconstruction that I must inform you about. Kagami nodded, signaling Minato to continue. Except for the Konoha cemetery, every other area has suffered varying degrees of damage, many utterly destroyed. Minato's eyes darkened with sorrow. After all, the cause of all this chaos stood before him. The rest is manageable, but the hospital must be rebuilt immediately. Medical equipment needs to be procured, and the food supply can only sustain us for a short time. Long term, it's a grave concern. Kagami furrowed his brow. Didn't we send someone to ask that old daimyo for funds? Minato's gaze spoke volumes without words. Kagami understood. That old fool won't budge until he sees the coffin. He can't tell the big from the small kings. Kagami's eyes glinted coldly. I'll go myself. If he refuses to cooperate, I'll replace him with a daimyo who will. Kagami felt a twinge of irritation. After years of warfare, his demands were modest. He merely wished for a brief respite. Even if he delegated major tasks, countless issues still awaited him. Rising from his seat, pressing on his knee, Kagami pondered aloud, "By the way, once you have a moment, issue a wanted notice for Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja." What? Minato was utterly perplexed. SNT Orochimaru dead? No matter what, he was once a former Hokage without a registered name. Branding a dead man a rogue ninja seems unethical. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. He will be a tremendous obstacle to realizing our ideals, Kagami said with a faint smile. Minato's brow knit deeply as he sighed. Only after assuming this position do I realize how many matters demand consideration. I am already burdened, yet Kagami, you must contend with even more worries. Yes? Not so much. Kagami's lips curled upward. I quite enjoy conflict. Whether the end is failure or success, I will accept it. At least I walk this path, do I not? These days had worn on Minato's heart, but now a faint relief flickered in his smile. Indeed, regardless of outcome, we must steadfastly uphold our original vision. Brushing dust from his back, he said, I shall depart now. The village's affairs rest with you. Wait, Minato called after Kagami, hesitating before speaking. How should I arrange for Hitaki Sakumo? The departure of Sakumo Hitaki, euphemistically described as a break to clear his mind, was in truth a form of escape. With the third Hokage's lineage gone, he no longer had to witness distressing scenes. He genuinely loved the village and would stay to aid reconstruction. Others were manageable, but Minato struggled with how to assign Sakumo's role. By original Konoha seniority, Sakumo outranked him. Even from Kagami's perspective, Sakumo was the elder. Their skills were evenly matched. Frankly, had Sakumo appeared first in prior battles, Minato would have nominated him as Hokage. Kagami slowly walked away. You are the Hokage. These are your concerns. A smirk touched his lips. If all else fails, establish a dual leadership system. The concept of dual leadership was not difficult to grasp. Minato stroked his chin thoughtfully, remaining where he was, lost in contemplation. As Kagami descended from the Rock of Ages, he suddenly felt a sensation, glancing distantly. The tomo in his eyes manifested. Just as he discerned a faint outline, the figure atop the distant mountain vanished instantly. Such a perceptual ability at this range. Could it be Tobirama Senju? How repugnant. Only daring to cast a glance from afar before fleeing. Heh? Senju. Our war continues. The fate intertwined for a millennium shall end by my hand. In an unknown subterranean cavern, Orochimaru lounged leisurely, watching Tobirama Senju return in a blur. Well, Lord Tobirama, have you confirmed it? Tobirama's expression was as grim as death itself. Bang! He slammed a fist hard against the stone wall. The wall remained unscathed, but his reanimated corpse shed some fragments. What have those monkeys been doing? Either sincerely accept the Uchiha or eradicate them utterly, no matter the cost. Before this great war began, that was the best opportunity. Hesitating and trying to resolve the Uchiha problem without sacrificing our strength. There is no such thing. Damn it! Tobirama raged incoherently. Given the current circumstances, he even wondered if it might have been better to let Danzo become Hokage. No matter what, things would not have deteriorated so badly. The village that he and his elder brother had painstakingly built lay in ruins. Tobirama would never acknowledge that what now stood on that land was Konoha village. To his eyes, it was a place of sin under the Uchiha's enslavement. He saw disciples who had died in humiliation, trapped in cages. Even their souls remained sealed there, unable to find release. Even as a reanimated body, Tobirama felt a pang of sorrow. Danzo, your life was far too bitter. Things are not as simple as you say. At that time, if the teacher had acted against the Uchiha, Konoha might have been devoured by other villages after suffering a severe blow. Orochimaru spoke a fair word for his teacher. Tobirama soon regained his composure. The situation was as it was. He could only look forward. Orochimaru, you are commendable. The monkeys did not choose wrongly. That wicked Uchiha brat is truly invincible. You have made the best decision. I recognize your position as fourth Hokage. We shall rebuild Konoha. That brat must not defile Konoha's name. Damn it. They even chipped away at my visage. That alone would have been bad enough. But to dare carve the face rock for that bastard Madara, then why not chisel out the great brother's statue as well? Don't you know the Valley of the End is vast, with two statues standing opposite each other? They are meant to be adversaries. What kind of propriety is this? Orochimaru, his spirit waning, spoke with a faint tone. The Orochimaru who once held the title of Hokage is dead. I no longer wish to bear such a burden. My sole aspiration is to master every ninjutsu in existence. Only that? Hashirama Senju folded his arms and chuckled lightly. Your ideal might be even more challenging than being a good Hokage. Perhaps so. Orochimaru gave a soft laugh before continuing. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Do you have any improvements in mind for the reanimation technique? Hashirama furrowed his brow in thought. I originally developed that technique almost unintentionally, as a complement to another jutsu, without much deliberation. Upon reflection, it ought to be refined. You are correct. Only the great brother at his prime could slay that brat. However, this requires extensive live ninja experimentation, and the necessary data and equipment are crucial. Can you procure them? Orochimaru smiled faintly. That is precisely the first reason I summoned you. Until I secure a safe retreat, I will not reveal myself publicly. I entrust you, Lord Senju, to handle these matters. Hashirama stroked his chin and inquired, is the daimyo of the Land of Fire still Munshige Enshi? Addressing the daimyo by name, this is the first Hokage indeed. Because the old man always referred to him as Lord Enshi, Orochimaru had not realized it immediately. Hashirama nodded. Yes, that brat is somewhat obedient. If I speak with him, he will provide financial support. Just as Hashirama was about to depart, Orochimaru raised his hand to stop him, his expression serious. One last confirmation. Lord Senju, you have no intention of seeking vengeance against Uchiha Kagami. Do you? Hashirama's momentary loss of composure earlier had caused Orochimaru some concern. Such matters are the greatest taboo among researchers like them. A snort. Ha, do you think I am some hot-blooded fool? As long as he appears within my perception, I will flee. This body is fragile, but maintaining constant awareness without fatigue is a blessing. Great brother, you would not have imagined that the very jutsu you forbade me to study would now be the key to saving Konoha. Heian capital, the Land of Fire. This place is clearly far more prosperous than Konoha, with streets brimming with gambling dens and brothels. Only after leaving the ninja villages does one realize how rare ninjas truly are. Konoha is the military stronghold of the Land of Fire, followed by the Fire Temple. The gap between the two is vast. Uchiha Kagami wore loose black robes, a sword at his waist, and bore no forehead protector. His clothes bore no clan emblem, resembling a ronin wandering the streets. In Kagami's eyes, the so-called bustling Heian capital was just SOSO. Perhaps in decades to come, it might hold some interest. He had little entertainment, partly because of disinterest, partly because this era offered little amusement. Seeing this crowd reminds me of the Heian period. Sukuna lightly pinched his jaw within the sealed gate, as if savoring a memory. The presence of a dragon vein within the sealed space brightened it considerably. Sukuna sat atop an ox skull, feet planted in a pool of blood. That was truly an intriguing era, with many fascinating individuals. Have you found your voice yet? I thought your silence was unbearable. The great king of curses sulking like a child. Since their last confrontation, Sukuna had not spoken even during breaks, and Kagami had thought he might not recover from the blow. Kagami, I know you won't release me, nor trust my words. That much is clear. Sukuna ground his teeth. But can you even communicate normally? Has anyone ever told you that your speech is truly unpleasant? Kagami's lips parted slightly. Sorry, I'm used to it and have no intention of changing. If you can't stand it, you can always plug your ears. As he walked, a woman of some beauty staggered toward him, dressed as a typical courtesan. Young man, want to have some fun? Kagami turned with a smile and waved his hand. No, thanks. I have no money. You're so beautiful. Sister doesn't want your money. Sorry, I have business to attend to. Thanks for the compliment. Kagami quickened his pace. Sukuna scoffed coldly. Such fragile humans should just be cut down. It's a pity you wield such great power. I recall Yuji Itadori was a high school student, right? When you possessed him, didn't you try to learn anything? Why kill her after just a few words could have resolved it? Killing her, then the patrols, and slaughtering all the way to the daimyo's residence. What's the point? I've told you before, I detest meaningless slaughter. I've given up educating you, yet you still have the nerve to lecture me? So, two faces. Does that really make your nerve thicker? Only you could stir such strong emotions in me. Sukuna calmed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Why not kill that old man named Madara? You couldn't before, but now you should be able to. Such a powerful being, clinging to life, must be scheming some dreadful plan. Sukuna was quite concerned about Kagami's disdain for Uchiha Madara, calling him filthy and wanting to chain him up. Even if he couldn't slay him for now, watching Kagami take him down would be satisfying. I visited while you were asleep. Kagami chuckled lightly. Madara is truly heartless, moving without so much as a word to me. Was that really sleeping? Whether I can see the outside world depends on you. Besides, I do not require sleep. That brat named Obito. You've paid attention to him for many years, haven't you? You've long known he is Madara's successor. Sukuna had been lazy to consider such matters before, but now his mind connected the clues. It seems, just as you know me, you also possess prophetic insight into this world. Perhaps once, but now fate is in chaos. All manner of demons and monsters might emerge. But you are invincible? Sukuna sneered, finally finding an opportunity to taunt the brat. Kagami smiled and shook his head. You are truly petty. Not only Madara, but still holding grudges against Satoru Gojo as well? What I want to say is, keep it up, Sukuna. The current you does not satisfy me. Daimyo City. Brother Tobarama, is that really you? The daimyo of the Land of Fire was a sagging-faced old man, pale, with deeply sunken eye sockets, clearly frail. Several years after Tobarama became Hokage, Munchige Enshi inherited the daimyo position. They had met several times. Tobarama's wisdom and methods left a deep impression, inspiring great respect. At that time, Konoha did not need to send envoys to Heian for money. Every quarter, the daimyo sent representatives to deliver funds and supplies. Seeing someone he once knew in such an aged state, Tobarama keenly felt the passage of time. He was not one to dwell on the past. Enshi, you know what happened in Konoha, right? You need not concern yourself with how I returned. I want to hear your thoughts on that matter. If Uchiha Kagami's rise was merely a straightforward coup, Tobarama would not care much. Perhaps he would linger for a few years, observing whether this Uchiha brat was fit to be Hokage. If he could truly do well, Tobarama would be willing to return to the Pure Land. But Kagami's methods were too ruthless. The massive casualties among Konoha's ninja clans, some families who had served the Senju since the Warring States period, were reduced to a few survivors or wiped out entirely. Moreover, Kagami did not assume the Hokage title himself, instead appointing subordinates to the position. This was a clear indication that he placed the Uchiha above the village itself. It must be understood that, in order to foster a harmonious integration between the clan and the village, the Senju family willingly abandoned the prestigious title of the Senju of the Forest. Even Tsunade and Nawaki bear no surname. The unity of one village and one clan was the very reason Senju Tobarama harbored such deep-seated loathing for Uchiha Kagami. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it was impossible for him not to be aware of the events that transpired in Konoha. Moreover, Enishi Munetaka produced a letter and sighed heavily. The first Hokage and my father pioneered the system of one country, one village, supporting each other mutually. This is the path I have followed as well. Yet Kagami's words, he treats the daimyo as nothing more than a vassal. That is utterly intolerable. Since you, brother Tobarama, have arrived, I implore you. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed deeply. He uttered only a single phrase before vanishing from sight. Kagami has arrived. Agree to all his demands at once. Don't perish, Munetaka. Outside the daimyo's castle, a dozen or so corpses lay scattered about, blood staining the stone pavement. The last remaining guardian shinobi, who had yet to dare take action, trembled like a leaf as Uchiha Kagami strolled past the bodies with casual ease, his voice quivering. We only sought to protect you, daimyo. Why must you, such a formidable warrior, pursue complete extermination? The young man's final words were a desperate roar. Kagami brushed past him, his deep eyes devoid of any emotion. What are you babbling about? The strong slaying the weak, that is the natural order. With a clatter, fragmented chunks of flesh collapsed as Kagami walked away. The guardian shinobi were the elite protectors of the daimyo, the highest military force within the castle. Even they could not halt that man. The spear-wielding garrison soldiers dared not advance. It was as if they had formed a ceremonial procession in his honor. The attendants opened the gates, and Enishi Munetaka, feigning composure, fanned himself. Lord Uchiha Kagami, forgive our lack of proper welcome. Kagami narrowed his eyes slightly, nostrils flaring, exuding an aura of death. Nodding in acknowledgement, he spoke calmly. A pleasure to meet you, esteemed daimyo. I have an announcement to make. Please summon the young lords and ministers. Munetaka's expression darkened. Is this fellow attempting to depose me simply because I did not respond to his letter? Recalling Tobarama's instructions, he sighed resignedly. Very well. Send for seating for the Uchiha clan leader. The two men sat facing each other, awaiting the arrival of the ministers and young lords. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Munetaka was the first to speak. What exactly does Lord Kagami intend? Taking a sip of tea, Kagami replied casually, if you refuse to obey, I will find a more compliant daimyo. His tone was as nonchalant as one discussing changing a leash for a pet. Munetaka clenched his anger. Lord Kagami, the The succession of a daimyo is an exceedingly intricate matter. Konoha is in ruins, and I am willing to fully support Lord Kagami in its reconstruction. Let us quiet down and wait for everyone to arrive. Kagami lifted his gaze to meet Munetaka's, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Tobirama taught you that, did he? Munetaka staggered, sweat beading his forehead. The second Hokage passed many years ago, Lord Kagami.
You jest.
Kagami ignored him and turned his attention to a group of oddly attired men entering through the doorway. The eldest appeared to be in his 30s, the youngest barely in his teens. Several seemed to realize something, their eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. The young lords, for the most part residing in the daimyo's mansion, arrived ahead of the ministers. As time passed, the ministers managing Haikyō also trickled in chief minister, left minister, right minister, and inner minister. Like the daimyo, these ministers held their positions by hereditary succession. Such is the nature of the ninja world. The son of a daimyo becomes daimyo, the son of a Hokage becomes Hokage, and the son of a sacrificial pawn likewise becomes a sacrificial pawn. A cycle difficult to break. Heh, Uchiha Kagami, you find it tedious as well, don't you? These useless creatures standing above you. Sukuna chuckled. You could slaughter all their guards, and then they would revere you as a deity. Is that not how a daimyo functions? That fellow is practically royalty. Kagami paid no heed to Sukuna. Uchiha Kagami, all the ministers of Haikyō have arrived. Munetaka no longer bothered with formalities. After all, his position as daimyo was about to be revoked. But it matters not. With my influence, even if my son ascends, I will retain power. Once this madman departs, everything will return to its rightful course. The ministers sat in a circle, tense. The daimyo occupied the seat of honor, while the young lords whispered among themselves. Kagami cast a sweeping glance and spoke with measured calm. I trust you are all aware of the situation before arriving, so I shall forego introductions. Konoha, as the guardian of the land of fire, is embroiled in the third great ninja war but deliberately withholds financial support. Surely this is unacceptable. A minister responsible for finances rose shakily. Though reluctant, he had been briefed beforehand and forced himself to speak. Lord Kagami, at the beginning of the year we allocated 900 million ryo to Konoha, followed by an additional 300 million ryo in supplies. We simply cannot provide more. However, with your personal presence here, we will make an exception. Even if it means tightening our belts, we will provide 500 million ryo to aid your reconstruction. Kagami listened silently, offering no response. Suddenly, a square-faced minister stood. Resolute and imposing, he was the Minister of Military Affairs and commander of the village and town guards within the Land of Fire. Known for his stern manner, he had dared to challenge even the Third Hokage. The chamber fell into a deathly silence as all eyes fixed on Kagami, eager to see his reaction. You are commendable. One who speaks frankly, Kagami said, lightly tapping the table. In an instant, Genka and Kumin closed in, their Sharingan eyes flashing crimson. Before anyone could comprehend the scene, Genka's blade descended, severing a perfect head from its body. The sound of the Minister of Military Affairs' rolling head echoed clearly. Silence reigned like a chilling frost. But I have no need for fools like you, Kagami said, rising slowly with an indifferent tone. You are all a pack of useless beings, but I have neither the time nor the interest to reform you. Kagami pointed at the finance minister. From now on, you shall be the daimyo. Keep the accounts precise and send all revenue to Konoha. Me, the finance minister, a gaunt middle-aged man with a goatee, stared dumbfounded. Enishi Munetaka could no longer contain himself. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted at Kagami. Uchiha Kagami, how dare you be so insolent? The daimyo is a descendant of the celestial emperor, a lineage spanning 1,000 years, the blood of the gods. Do you not fear the entire ninja world rising against you? Kagami did not even bother to cast a contemptuous glance at the fool. Blood of the gods? Only clans whose Kekkei Genkai are passed down through their bloodline can be called the blood of the gods. Turning away with cold indifference, clad in full battle attire, Uchiha Shinka approached, sword in hand, followed by a dozen Uchiha. Raising his hand, the final judgment was delivered. Execute the purge. Afterwards, this place shall be entrusted to you. Elder Shinka. Understood. Kagami strode down the road, uninterested in witnessing the demise of the daimyo's clan. To him, the so-called daimyo were mere mascots. Anyone could become daimyo, even a street courtesan pulled from the roadside might do better. There was no sanctity in that position. Kagami would not slaughter the weak indiscriminately, but he would not tolerate a crowd of weaklings issuing commands to him. As nightfall approached, lanterns were lit along the bustling streets. The upheaval at the daimyo's mansion had not disturbed their daily lives. A courtesan, who had crossed paths with Kagami earlier that day, brightened at the sight. Among the crowd of courtesans, her appearance was unremarkable, and she had yet to attract any patrons. "Young man, have you taken care of your business? Might you accompany your elder sister for a drink?" Kagami Uchiha withdrew several silver coins from his sleeve, grasped the courtesan's hand, and placed the coins in her palm. His warm and gentle smile caused her to momentarily lose her voice. "You are truly beautiful, but alas, I have not yet reached the age to indulge in sake. Perhaps another time. Farewell." When she regained her senses, the youth's figure had already vanished. Konoha. Kagami Uchiha consciously avoided the Uchiha clan grounds and the Konoha cemetery. Named Shrine. Kagami activated his Sharingan, his formidable ocular power deciphering the inscriptions on the stone stele. The general content described a deity who, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two polarities. These opposing forces interacted with one another, giving rise to the myriad phenomena of the universe. The final record referenced the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Uchiha clan had brought forth a technique promising eternal peace to the ninja world. The original content before Kurizetsu's alterations was now unknowable. Kagami speculated it might have been a prophecy of Gamamaru. Strictly speaking, Gamamaru represented the indigenous power of the ninja world, whereas chakra was actually an imported concept. Kagami pressed his hand against the stone stele, unleashing a slash of black and crimson chakra. After a tense standoff, the stele remained unscathed. Power itself bore an essential difference. Madara Uchiha's understanding of the unity of yin and yang producing the myriad phenomena was the path to attaining the Rinnegan. Hence, he believed Kagami might be capable of acquiring the Rinnegan. Yet Kagami was well aware that this was impossible. The Rinnegan had already undergone mutation in Indra's generation. It was the interaction between Indra's chakra and Asura's chakra, guiding the power of the six-path sage, that resulted in the atavistic emergence of the Rinnegan. It was not merely the unity of yin and yang. The crucial factor was the power of the six-path sage. The bloodline web, surpassing the elimination of bloodlines, it was formed through the fusion of 7 types of nature transformations. Borrowing Kagami's perspective, Sukuna also discerned the inscriptions on the stele, his tone grave. "Kagami Uchiha, you truly bear the blood of gods. The infinite Tsukuyomi. It's a technique that annihilates the entire world in one fell swoop. The ancestors of the Uchiha were quite mad indeed. No wonder you are as wild as you are." Kagami withdrew his hand and said calmly, "The infinite Tsukuyomi is described as a beautiful world, one without deceit or regrets. If given the choice, perhaps many would wish to enter such a world. A virtual world without awareness of its own nature. Is that truly different from reality? Hey kid, you wouldn't seriously want to do something like that, would you? How dull." Kagami shook his head, chuckling softly. "My mind isn't suited for pondering such matters. The reason I came here, clack." A giant hand of black and crimson chakra materialized, pressing down upon the six-path stele, suddenly exerting force. Boom! The shrine trembled violently as the six-path stele was gradually pulled from the earth. A significant portion remained buried underground. Overall, it resembled a territorial boundary marker, about 1.5 meters wide and over 10 meters in length. The hardness of the stele was such that even Kagami's Mangekyo Genjutsu slash could not inflict the slightest damage. A creation on the level of the bloodline web. Kurizetsu had also relied upon energy of equal magnitude to modify its contents. From Kagami's perspective, the Uchiha clan's heirloom was not some fan crafted from the branches of the divine tree, but rather this very stele. Bang! Within the mental domain, the stele crashed down before the ceiling gate. Sukuna felt somewhat uneasy. He glanced at the dragon vein above, emanating a blue-purple ethereal glow, then back at the stele. "Making your mental domain resemble a graveyard. Don't you find that unpleasant?" "Not at all. I don't stare at the mental domain all day." Kagami sat atop the stele, gazing at Sukuna sealed within. "Have you been slacking off recently? The growth of your cursed energy seems to be slowing." Sukuna was Kagami's growth-type auxiliary. The mental energy converted from cursed energy had never been lacking. Since mastering the transformation of yin and yang, mental energy no longer overflowed but converted into physical energy. Kagami's chakra capacity had been steadily increasing. To put it visually, at the beginning of the transformation, the ratio of body to spirit energy was 0.5 meter to 50 meters, representing the half-barrel of physical energy. This had now grown to 3 meters. According to Kagami's projection, Sukuna's continual absorption of negative energy as a laborer meant the mental energy would remain at 50 meters. Once the physical energy also reached 50 meters, the next level could be pursued. However, the mental energy had actually declined to about 49 meters, which meant the barrel-S capacity could only reach around 30 meters under these circumstances. Kagami had ample reason to suspect Sukuna was shirking his duties. Sukuna rested his 2 hands on his head, sneering coldly. Indeed, I possess the nature of a cursed spirit, able to absorb negative energy. You didn't ask, so I didn't mention it. In truth, ever since you seized the dragon vein, this growth has ceased. Those fears and hatreds wandering the world have found other hosts. Heh, I sensed it last time I emerged. Many monsters akin to me have been born, perhaps from broken seals. This world might become like the Heian period, with a night parade of 100 demons. Kagami lowered his head in contemplation. He had sensed this previously but refrained from deep investigation, as activating the Mangekyo was required. Indeed, the ninja world harbored many evil entities, some naturally occurring, others artificially created, such as the Morio, the Box of Joy, the Zero Tails, and the evil gods worshipped by Haydn. According to historical records, the Uzumaki clan had also sealed many malevolent spirits. Could this be a chain reaction caused by the loss of the dragon vein? Sukuna approached the sealing gate, grinning maliciously. Interesting. If you want to grow stronger, you must enhance my power. You claim we are not one, Kagami. We can access mightier forces, as long as our wills are united. Why else would we be unable to sever even a single stone steel? I will release your restraints. You must wholeheartedly accept my strength. Imagine it. A strike that cleaves the world. Ignoring Sukuna's Ninetail-style rhetoric, Kagami inquired, when you borrowed my body before, could you use spatial slashes? That's not called a spatial slash. It is a technique that, upon complete incantation, undoes the world itself, severing even space along with it. Fine, we'll call it a spatial slash. Why learn anything else but Minato's chaotic naming conventions? I'm only asking if you can use it. Cut the nonsense. Sukuna's face twisted grotesquely. I want to tell you. Understood. That means you can't. Kagami continued to speak to himself. The principle behind that technique should be to target the world as the /S objective. The person is merely incidental. The ninja world S spacetime is far stronger than the jujitsu world S, so it can't be severed, huh? If it could be severed, let me out and I'll show you. Sukuna said indifferently. Clack. Kagami leapt down from the steel. Maybe next time. Seeing Kagami preparing to leave, Sukuna spoke in a low voice. Kagami Uchiha. Aren't you going to ask where I sense those evil entities? If we kill them, I'll become stronger. And so will you. Kagami's spiritual form gradually faded. What's the rush? Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Villains like you never plan ahead. As if you have to accept every challenge your opponent throws at you. If I hadn't saved you, who knows what state you'd be in now. Stay put and reflect on that. As the curtain of darkness descended this time, Sukuna did not shout or make a fuss. At least, he looked up at the writhing dragon vein. Though this fellow was brainless, he was good enough to pass the time. Konoha, the 49th year. The Third Great Ninja War had not yet concluded. Even the Wind Country unilaterally tore up the peace treaty, dispatching a contingent of elite shinobi to the Lightning Country. The establishment of the Four Nations Alliance still faced considerable obstacles. However, when the news of the complete annihilation of the Fire Country's daimyo clan spread, the daimyo of the four great nations grew more anxious than anyone else. They promptly relocated to the Land of Lightning. Establishing the Land of Lightning as the Alliance's stronghold was naturally due to its geographical advantages. Surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, with only a small border touching the Land of Hot Water, it could be described as easy to defend but difficult to conquer. The four great nations sharpened their military readiness, yet intimidated by the formidable presence of Kagami Uchiha, they dared not initiate an attack. Instead, they clandestinely united to study something in secret. The Land of Fire suffered the heaviest casualties in this war, initially battling the Wind, Earth, and Lightning nations, then the Mist, Earth, and Lightning nations, and finally even fighting amongst themselves. It was a time for recuperation and recovery. War is not a continuous barrage from start to finish. In the present day, this ambiguous state, neither war nor peace but a tense standoff of competition, can be aptly described by a single term, Cold War. The Land of Rain. The shinobi world mourned the loss of Danzo Shimura, the shadowy leader of the shinobi. Yet some events, destined to occur, inevitably unfold. Many years ago, during the Second Great Ninja War, numerous renowned figures emerged, among them a man regarded as the pinnacle of the shinobi world, Hanzo. Half god, half man. The samurai of the Land of Iron trembled at his name, as he single-handedly led the Land of Rain to hold its own against the 3 great nations. The end of a person does not mean death, but rather the loss of their conviction. These words were spoken by Hanzo himself. Alas, even he could not escape the confusion of old age. Hanzo was the hero who saved the Land of Rain. Originally the Wind, Earth, and fire nations favored using the Land of Rain as their battlefield, for it lay at the crossroads of the three great nations. Yet, thanks to Hanzo's performance in the Second Great Ninja War, the main battleground shifted to other smaller countries, namely the Land of Grass. Although there were still some minor skirmishes, it was vastly better than before. Against this backdrop, one can imagine the stature Hanzo held in the eyes of the people of the Land of Rain. He was their very faith. Yahiko was no different. His dream was to bring an end to the suffering of this country, and he held Hanzo, who had already achieved much, in the highest reverence. When he received Hanzo's invitation to discuss the grand plans for the Land of Rain, he hesitated not for a moment and set out cheerfully with the members of the Akatsuki. As the figures disappeared into the rain, the silhouettes of Obito and Zetsu appeared. Everything was arranged. Obito still wore his mask, even though his identity had been exposed. Yet, this somewhat comforted him, allowing him to distance himself from the cruel and filthy world. The legendary Hanzo was surprisingly gullible. Just mentioning that the Akatsuki would threaten his rule was enough to trap him. Zetsu smiled coldly. This old man's will has weakened. He no longer deserves the title of half-god. Now, the only one who can uphold that title is young Kagami. Obito lifted his gaze and looked at Zetsu with cold disdain. Don't compare that kind of scum to Kagami Uchiha. The more Obito grew, the more he discerned Kagami's true intentions from his actions. Their homes were not far apart. When they were younger, around 2 or 3 years old, before Kagami even began to bully him, Obito had liked to play with him. But Kagami was always training. Only when utterly impatient would he knock Obito unconscious. Several times after that, it was the same. Obito could not understand. Kagami was already so strong. None of their peers could match him. Why did he still strive so hard? Later, when on missions with Kakashi, Obito learned that Kagami had spent more than a year training under Jiraiya and remained the same. Kagami was always distant from them, with no followers nearby. Why such urgency? It was not until the moment Rin died. Until the Uchiha clan's revival succeeded. Then Obito finally understood. Kagami Uchiha had long been aware of the world's cruelty. The lesson Obito learned only after losing Rin was something Kagami had known since he was very young. That was why he trained so relentlessly, striving so hard to enact change. Obito recalled the last time he saw Kagami, and the words Kagami said to Kakashi, "You cannot protect anything." Perhaps those words were meant for me as well. Are you really not going to tell Kagami about the Eye of the Moon? Obito said in a low voice. If we could bring him into this plan, collecting the tailed beasts would be much easier. If it were Kagami, I wouldn't mind relinquishing leadership. Zetsu was at a loss for words, so Black Zetsu, the embodiment of Madara's will, spoke up. Kagami Uchiha fought Madara. From that battle, Madara learned Kagami's intentions. Simply put, Kagami had not lost anything precious. Now, he did whatever he wished and was invincible. Everyone knew he had killed the Fire Country daimyo, but who dared to denounce him? Such a man. Do you think you can convince him to create an illusionary world? Obito, do you think that's reasonable? Obito gave a self-mocking smile. Yes, he protected what he wanted to protect. But how much longer can he keep it? Even the mighty Hashirama Senju's death did not end the strife. Only a few Senju remain. The Uchiha clan will also be swallowed by the tides of time. He should have foreseen such a future. Black Zetsu was moved. Obito's words inspired him. He had always been troubled by the Kagami problem. If Kagami were an obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan, it would be too difficult to overcome. But what if he were made to execute it? Not now, of course, but surely there will never be a life without regrets. Perhaps Obito's story could be arranged for Kagami. A beloved one's death, a close friend's loss. These are effective means to awaken reality. The old tricks are not feared because they are truly effective. Black Zetsu was concocting a grand scheme, but he did not forget the most urgent matter. Let us follow and observe. At the very least, we must ensure Yahiko's death so that Nagato can face reality. Obito nodded, his form twisting as he vanished. At the meeting place between the Akatsuki and Hanzo, events had already reached the point where Konan was taken hostage. According to the original plan, Yahiko was to be captured and executed outright. However, Hanzo's change of heart made it easy to conceive a remedy. He knew Yahiko and the others were Jiraiya's disciples. The image of those three youngsters supporting one another was still vivid. Konoha ninja training shows, Hanzo said. Nagato, if you kill Yahiko, I will agree to release this woman. Nagato trembled, unable to make a decision. He simply could not bear the choice. The Rinnegan in his eyes quivered continuously, his hands gripping his kunai tightly. Yahiko made the decision for him. You are the savior of this world. If it is you, you must be able to. Yahiko, standing close by, gradually lost his vitality. The Rinnegan trembled ever more violently. Obito and Zetsu, watching from afar, sneered coldly. With this, he should understand the world's cruelty. Until the battlefield shifted, heralded by a tremendous summoning sound. The colossal outer path demonic statue made its appearance. Obito and Zetsu exchanged a startled glance and shouted simultaneously, "Not good! Madara!" They hurried to the edge of the battlefield but saw no sign of Madara. It seemed he had not been summoned with the outer path demonic statue. Was he finished then? They had not expected Nagato to summon the outer path demonic statue so swiftly. The Rinnegan was not the Sharingan. How could the death of a close friend accelerate its development? Black Zetsu took notes. If this Generation S Rinnegan fails to unlock the Eye of the Moon, this data will be useful later. Let us return first. Madara Uchiha still has matters to address. Dying so suddenly is unacceptable. In an unknown underground chamber, by the time Obito and Zetsu returned, the summoning of the outer path demonic statue had ended. The statue's tentacles reconnected to Madara Uchiha, but it was clear his aura had weakened considerably. "It seems you succeeded," Madara said calmly, showing no emotion. "I originally had time to guide you, but now I might only last a month or two. Toby, there is no time to teach you directly. I shall inscribe the transcription seal within your eyes. Now, let us begin." In a subterranean chamber of starkly contrasting ambience, Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama emerged from the laboratory, removing their blood-stained gloves. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, they resembled nothing less than two malevolent scientists. Though seeking aid from the daimyo of the Land of Fire was no longer an option, with Tobirama's abilities, procuring funds to purchase equipment was hardly a challenge. Why not simply seize the apparatus forcibly? Even Uchiha Kagami acquired medical supplies through monetary means. If anyone dared to plunder technological equipment, who would then be willing to develop and produce it? When devices break, who would desire upgrades and replacements? Robbing money or people might be excusable, but as for those intellectual products born of scientific ingenuity, one must at least respect the fruits of others' wisdom. At last, they had identified a suitable direction for improvement. Orochimaru reclined upon the sofa, picking up a still-warm boiled egg from the table. He abhorred cold food. Tobirama, who neither required nourishment nor possessed a sense of taste, frowned as he observed Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I heard a piece of news during my recent outing. That brat, is he truly the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara?" Orochimaru chuckled softly. "If others believe that, it's one thing, but Lord Tobirama, you who have developed the impure world reincarnation technique, are you still unaware of the concept of reincarnation?" Tobirama shook his head. "Others may not be capable, but that does not mean Uchiha Madara is not. That brat's temperament is indeed quite different from Madara's. He is more ruthless, yet far more devoted to the Uchiha clan." It is almost as if Tobirama refrained from continuing. Combining this with the intelligence gathered on Uchiha Kagami, he felt this individual was somewhat like a fusion of himself and Izuna. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama rose. "Whether it is true or not, we shall know once we test it. You intend to summon the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara?" Tobirama nodded. "Previously, my control over this technique was insufficient, and I dared not attempt it. Now, with the current level of completion, if we prepare the minimum sacrificial offering, even if we summon Uchiha Madara, we can still control him. A madness indeed, to summon that legendary shinobi," Orochimaru said with a sinister glint in his eyes, grinning broadly. "You possess Uchiha Madara's flesh and blood? More than enough. Even his corpse was buried by me." With Tobirama's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru and the others did not have to wait long. Yet Tobirama's expression was grim, evoking memories for Orochimaru of 2 years prior, when Tobirama had returned from inspecting the reconstruction efforts in Konoha. "The corpse is gone." Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. "Who stole it?" Tobirama shook his head.
Impossible.
"I set numerous seals. Even my elder brother could not have removed it without leaving some trace." He produced a lock of hair. "I have a bad feeling. This is early hair of Uchiha Madara. Let us try with this first." Orochimaru considered himself benign in comparison to this man. The impure world reincarnation ritual commenced swiftly. They selected a ninja possessing a small amount of chakra, barely meeting the conditions for the technique. Tobirama still retained some scruples. Their living sacrifices were all notorious rogue ninjas listed on the black market, criminals who had slaughtered innocent villagers. The impure world reincarnation engulfed the living sacrifice. Both men grew tense, preparing the control talismans for the reincarnated body. Yet, after a series of agonized screams, the sacrifice perished. Nothing happened. The Pure Land did not contain Uchiha Madara's soul. Two possibilities arose. Tobirama's face was as somber as still water. First, that brat's body already contains Uchiha Madara's soul. Or second, Uchiha Madara still lives. Orochimaru lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. The second. Kagami cannot be anyone's reincarnation or vessel. He is unique, perfect in his own right. Tobirama gazed deeply at Orochimaru. After 2 years of acquaintance, he trusted Orochimaru's judgment. This was a genius whose capabilities rivaled his own. Tobirama had never had close contact with Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru had. If he said so, Tobirama rubbed his brow irritably. We have all been deceived by Uchiha Madara. He is not dead. He must be lurking in the shadows, plotting some dreadful scheme. Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly. That seems unlikely. If Uchiha Madara were truly alive, then after Lord Hashirama's death, who else could have stopped his actions? Who knows? Tobirama sighed. Perhaps even if he is not dead, he is gravely injured and cannot act freely. The Uchiha's Sharingan. The more it develops, the more radical their thoughts become. I cannot comprehend their mindset, which is why we remain wary of the Uchiha. Ordinary people's loss of control is temporary. For the Uchiha, once emotions spiral out of control, they persist indefinitely, altering their very nature. Just like Uchiha Madara. Though there was a temporary truce, he remains. Orochimaru smiled lightly, shaking his head. I do not understand the grudges of the predecessors, so I shall refrain from commenting. Lord Tobirama, what shall we do next? Tobirama lowered his head, pondering for a moment before saying, continue researching the impure world reincarnation technique. We must enable my elder brother to return with his utmost strength. Neither Uchiha Kagami nor the Uchiha Madara hiding in the shadows are foes we can deal with at present. Time passed, another month. At the Konoha cemetery, Uchiha Kagami knelt, replacing the flowers in the vase before the tombstone with fresh ones. Over 10 days prior, his grandmother had passed away. She was unaware of all that had transpired in Konoha. During the Great Battle, Uchiha Kagami had sent his grandmother and Shursui on a journey to her birthplace. Upon returning, his grandmother, limited in mobility, never left the Uchiha clan territory. She only knew that the Ninja World War had ended, that her grandson had accompanied her faithfully for 2 years, occasionally going on missions and always returning safely. Clan members who came to visit informed her that, with the fourth Hokage Minato's ascension, the Uchiha and the village had reconciled. Shursui had begun attending the Ninja Academy, and it was said that the fourth Hokage held him in high regard, possibly taking him as a disciple. Kagami, being the fourth Hokage's senior apprentice by virtue of their shared master, had no issues. Grandmother had departed peacefully. Footsteps approached from behind, but Uchiha Kagami did not turn. Midori, it is you. I remember you as a very charming girl. Madara approached Kagami's side, gazing at the 2 names inscribed upon the tombstone, Uchiha Midori and Uchiha Kagami. You have inherited Kagami's name well, though he might not have approved of your deeds. Uchiha Kagami smiled softly. Are you here to bid farewell, Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara glanced toward the distant Founderess Rock, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am merely visiting the Pure Land briefly. I shall return, Kagami. Very well, I shall wait. Grow as much as you can. I look forward to the day we fight again with the full strength of our primes. His footsteps were unsteady, his mind restless. Why did you hesitate when attacking my vital points? Do you think you could harm me? Too many thoughts. Remember, when facing an enemy, the only consideration should be the quickest way to kill him. Within the Uchiha clan territory, the training ground echoed with the clash of metal and steel. After disarming the short blade, Shursui collapsed onto the ground. Phew, I can't go on, brother. Let us rest a while. The year was the 50th since Konoha's founding. The Cold War had persisted for 3 years. Bandits, ferocious beasts, and malevolent forces within the Land of Fire were ruthlessly eliminated by Konoha's shinobi, and the underground black market was cleansed. Only a stable environment could foster economic development. Many children of Kagami's generation had perished, not to mention the previous generation. Konoha's population had sharply declined. In recent years, he had encouraged clan members to intermarry with outsiders, differing from the Senju policies. Regardless of marriage or offspring's talents, they were considered Uchiha and could not sever ties. The Uchiha did not divorce, only widowed. In recent years, Konoha's common ninja had realized that elevating the Uchiha might be the correct path. Minato Namikaze was not the puppet Hokage they had once believed. Aside from Uchiha Kagami, he had the authority to command other Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clan accepted this without dissent. You are indeed more formidable than I, commanding me is no problem. Although still difficult to get along with, He would never target you personally. When it comes to mission rewards and achievements, he does not covet a single penny. What is due is exactly what he takes. Even some secret ninjutsu techniques are openly offered as mission rewards. Only those taijutsu requiring Byakugan cooperation remain undisclosed, as there is no need to publicize them. This breaks the ninja clan's monopoly on secret arts, accomplishing what even Hashirama Senju could not achieve. As for the Uchiha, aside from their Sharingan techniques, other fire-style jutsus were contributed as early as the village's founding. Nominally, the Uchiha clan holds an exalted status, yet they never exploit this position to oppress others. In their eyes, such acts are shameful and would tarnish the family's reputation. Even the previously antagonistic Hyuga clan no longer seeks conflict. Their earlier animosity stemmed from a fierce rivalry for the title of the premier Dojutsu clan, leaving relations strained. Now, the outcome is clear. My Sharingan surpasses your Byakugan. Why should I bother contending with a weaker rival like you? Ultimately, the Uchiha clan embraces a single creed. The capable ascend to power. In the past, despite possessing corresponding merits, they were denied recognition, breeding deep resentment. Now, 1's rank corresponds directly to their ability. If you cannot rise, it is because you are incompetent. There is no cause for complaint. Minato Namikaze actually adopted Uchiha Kagami's seemingly joking proposal, instituting a dual rulership system in Konoha. A complete division between light and shadow was misguided, but Konoha is no longer merely a ninja village. It has become the true economic, political, and military hub of the Land of Fire, burdened with countless affairs. The current daimyo and officials must consult with him each quarter regarding the governance of the Land of Fire. One person alone cannot manage it all. Therefore, the Hokage handles coordination between Konoha and various officials, as well as external warfare and diplomacy. Additionally, a position known as the Leaf Shadow was established, equal in rank to the Hokage, overseeing internal security across the Land of Fire. The first Leaf Shadow was Sakumo Hitaki. This is not a formal office. If no one can replace Sakumo, the Hokage holds the authority to abolish the position. After all, the powers vested in this role are immense. Sakumo is trustworthy, but the next generation may not be. Minato Namikaze's capabilities are indisputable. Within a mere 3 years, the Land of Fire extricated itself from the quagmire of war, stabilizing and gradually ascending. He is grateful that Uchiha Kagami is not a warmonger. If Kagami were determined to wage war against the Four Nations Alliance, even if victorious, they would lack sufficient personnel to govern afterward. It is not that victory is impossible, but rather unnecessary. According to Minato's vision, the Land of Fire should vigorously promote population growth. As long as Uchiha Kagami exists, in a decade or two, with an ample reserve of talent to govern the ninja world, war can be initiated then. Minato is no conservative. He does not shy away from sacrifices in the cause of unification. He understands that only by imposing the proper order upon this twisted world can lasting peace be secured. This is also why he chose Uchiha Kagami. In this vision, everyone else is replaceable. Only the strongest ruler above the ninja world is indispensable. Two sides to the coin. Compared to the increasingly stable Land of Fire, other nations fare far worse. A vast assembly of ninja gathers in the Land of Lightning. Its expansive territories, bereft of strong protectors, are plagued by bandits, demons, ferocious beasts, and chaos. Especially a year ago, the Grass Country's Hozuki Castle, which imprisoned rogue ninja from various villages, suffered a riot for unknown reasons, enabling many fugitives to escape. Where could these rogue ninja flee? They dare not approach the powerhouses of the Land of Lightning or the Land of Fire, so they only have other nations left to wreak havoc upon. Countless small countries have fallen. Even the forces left to guard the wind and earth countries cannot manage, barely able to defend their own villages. Despite this, the four daimyo and kage residing in the Land of Lightning have no intention of returning home. United, they find warmth. Separated, they would surely perish. Uchiha Kagami is not an opponent to be overcome by sheer numbers of ninja. This fact was already demonstrated by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The only hope lies in developing weapons capable of countering him. Uchiha Kagami extended his foot to nudge Shursui, expressionless. Get up, you've rested for 3 minutes. Just 2 more minutes, please, brother. Just 2 minutes, Shursui gasped heavily, still catching his breath. Kagami was about to kick again when Yuma appeared at the edge of the training ground. Glancing at Shursui, he said coolly, 2 minutes only, then practice on your own. If you dare slack off, I'll beat you to death. All right, I know, Shursui replied, moving to Yuma's side. What is it? Yuma lowered his head and spoke quietly. Regarding the matter you entrusted earlier, Uchiha Makoto has given birth to her second child. A boy. Have you named him yet? Not yet. Call him Sasuke. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled into a faint smile. Once he weaned, bring him to me. The entire Fugaku family, including Uchiha Itachi, are not permitted to leave the Uchiha clan territory. Fugaku himself rarely leaves his doorstep. An Uchiha without eyes, and still the former clan head, how could he bear to leave home? Kagami did not condemn Fugaku, but even the clear-sighted could perceive some clues. As a member of the personal guard, Yuma knew Kagami was not difficult to get along with. He was tolerant toward friends and family and would not punish someone for a mere slip of the tongue. Lord Kagami, Fugaku deserves his fate. But what about this newborn child? Yuma, what are you thinking? Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. He is the child I most anticipate. He will be my successor. You will never fail. Yuma, who had witnessed Kagami's journey firsthand, was utterly convinced. Of course I will not fail. His tone was as plain as stating a fact. Yet this unwavering confidence infected Yuma. Don't misunderstand. Successor does not mean I will die. For the time being, you stay close to that child. Understood. Nightfall. Uchiha Kagami's residence. Sakumo Hatake entered alone, and after exchanging greetings, sat opposite Kagami. You came in person, Sakumo. Sakumo produced a sealed scroll from his bosom. This time's evil entity is quite powerful. I'm uneasy about entrusting it to others. The craftsman's village has revived the progenitor Saimai. Because the land of fire is too chaotic, this fellow's strength has grown rapidly. A smile involuntarily crossed Sakumo's solemn face. Saimai, newly resurrected, has declared war against the 5 great nations and intends to challenge the current strongest ninja. Uchiha Kagami took the scroll, unsealed it, and released the binding. A spectral figure of ghostly blue quickly took shape, roaring, "Bastards! I am the progenitor of the craftsman's village. How dare you seal me?" Crack. As if an invisible beast's jaws crushed him, his upper body was wiped away. Another bite, and the entire soul vanished. Sakumo Hatake had seen this scene more than once. It resembled his subordinates offering a blood sacrifice to some great demon. The land of fire once had many evil entities. These years, most were dealt with, and now they have begun to spread outward. Ignoring the rogue ninja and bandits wreaking havoc in other countries, they target these demonic creatures. Kagami, your body really won't be affected, right? Sakumo was somewhat concerned. After all, the things they captured were strange and bizarre, all sharing one trait. They were utterly mad. Those things seemed to feed on human grudges. Without wiping the corner of his mouth in a fitting manner, Kagami smiled wickedly. Raising his teacup, he took a sip and said calmly, "A drop of ink can blacken a cup of water, but dropped into a river, it has little effect. Any results from the secret investigation?" Sakumo shook his head. "According to your description, we have found no trace of that person called Jigen. Keep this matter confidential. Only share with those trustworthy. If there is any news of that person, do not act rashly. I will handle it myself." Understood. Sakumo's tone turned strange. "We have found no sign of Orochimaru, but we did encounter Naidame Tobarama." Kagami Uchiha smiled lightly. "How strong is he? We never fought. After meeting us, he just used the flying thunder god technique and left." Kagami Uchiha lightly tapped the table. "Since you didn't mention him, it means you haven't encountered Obito, right?" Shikamo sighed. "Kakashi has been searching for him for 3 years, but there's not a single trace." Kagami Uchiha fell into thought. There are still many enemies in the shinobi world. Yet now there is a strange calm. The so-called 4 Nations Alliance is nothing more than a facade. The biggest trouble is Ishiki Otsutsuki hidden within Jigen's body. Then the organization led by Black Zetsu, and also the duo of Tobarama and Orochimaru. But they all hide better than one another, as if they have agreed to wait until Kagami Uchiha dies before making a move. He smiled inwardly. "Let us see who can outlast whom. If you dare, just keep hiding. Once I consume all the resources on the surface, I'll devour the moon next. By then, don't even think about making waves." Kagami Uchiha was never in a hurry. He sought perfect evolution, capable of suppressing those who ascend with the Mangekyo Sharingan. "I remember Hisashi was under your command, right?" Kagami Uchiha recalled that matter. "Yes, Hisashi did well. He is now the captain of the 2nd squad. Bring him back to secretly monitor Hyuga Hisashi's wife. Once the child in her womb is born, have someone watch them around the clock. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with him." Although this order is somewhat peculiar, Shikamo Hatake would never question Kagami Uchiha's commands. Over the years, Kagami Uchiha's actions perfectly embodied the image of the sacred ruler he envisioned. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Kagami, you should rest early as well. Kagami Uchiha gazed thoughtfully at the moon outside the window. He had also dispatched people to search for the passage between Earth and the Moon. Once news arrived, he would swiftly head to the Moon to seize the reincarnation eye. Now prepared on both fronts, as long as Ishiki Otsutsuki Shine's father dared to bring him for matchmaking, he would eliminate him. The reason Hisashi was spared back then was only partially due to Hisashi's plea. The main factor was Hinata. She was bait to lure the Otsutsuki above the Moon. No, Kagami Uchiha thought of other impacts on this historical event. With his intervention, all the main family members except Hisashi were slaughtered, and the Hyuga clan no longer had distinctions between the branch and main families. In other words, the next generation of Hyuga children would not be engraved with the caged bird seal. Yet, there probably was no one purer than Hinata Byakugan. Niji? Years later, when the Otsutsuki descended on the Moon, it was to find a match for his son Cheyenne before death, not to extract eyes. Surely not to choose a boy? Better to be cautious and monitor Hyuga children of similar age, regardless of gender. Of course, it might also be because of his own existence that they dare not come. Kagami Uchiha stood up and stretched, having rested for several years, quietly reflecting. Spiritual realm. Sukuna chewed on Saimaya's soul body, spitting disdainfully. Can you find something tasty? This alien cursed spirit tastes like a rag. Kagami Uchiha sat atop the Six Paths stone monument, speaking calmly. It's good enough to have something to eat. In a few days I'll find you a big catch to try. Sukuna sneered coldly. Finally restless. Huh? Realized you can't break my seal? Let me tell you. It's a technique I created by combining jujitsu and chakra. The seal's strength increases with my cursed power. Oh, you're talking about that? Kagami Uchiha pointed to his right eye and chuckled lightly. You're so foolish. I've known it all along. As long as I don't feed you for a while and increase my spiritual energy to break the balance, I can surpass the seal. Sukuna. Why didn't I think of that? Because this brat has always been the one drawing power since childhood. My total spiritual energy has always exceeded his. Now that my source of negative emotions is cut off, he has grown to a level equal to mine. Kagami Uchiha's smile appeared deeply mocking to Sukuna. The reason I don't bother is simply because it's unnecessary now. You really think your seal is that solid? Moreover, if I lose, I will say, I'm gonna break the seal on the right eye now. SNT that interesting? Kagami Uchiha, this is unfair. You rely on me to gain your current power, yet I cannot improve independently. Don't you feel it's an unfair victory? You should go and kill those scum outside who steal my cursed power share, so I can be the only one absorbing that power. That would be a fair match. Kagami Uchiha paused briefly, then nodded. Since my precious pet asked me, I'll do as you say and set off in a few days. Damn it! What did you say? Brat, you used that word to describe me after I was your mount before. Kagami Uchiha smiled, standing before the ceiling gate, separated from Sukuna by a vermilion railing. That's more like it. You were so calm just now. I thought you changed your tune. Be arrogant. I like you like this now. Now everyone speaks to him with utmost respect. But he misses how a few words could make people lose their temper. The newly rebuilt Konoha, having called upon vast funds and manpower, was larger in area than before. It retained some original Konoha features, but was overall more spacious and tidier. The ninja cats of Nikko no Sato carved out a piece of land for themselves and built residences. Their construction costs just balanced out the land purchase fees. There was absolutely no intention to exploit the ninja cats. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's land, with its old-style courtyard architecture, felt a bit like a village within the city. Yet, in terms of living comfort alone, the courtyard was certainly much more pleasant than apartment-style housing. Kagami Uchiha greeted his clansmen along the way. As he was about to leave the clan territory, he noticed two small figures by the lakeside. Itachi-kun, why don't you attend the ninja academy? A cute little girl with long black hair and a tear mole beneath her right eye leaned her head toward a boy eating tricolored pills. Sensing something, Itachi Uchiha suddenly turned around and saw Kagami. He bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Greetings, clan leader. Izumi Uchiha, who had turned her head and also saw Kagami, patted Itachi. Yes, just brother Kagami. Itachi-kun, why are you so nervous? Izumi's mother ran a breakfast shop, and Kagami often had breakfast there. Izumi, who had known Kagami since she could remember, knew that Kagami was now the Uchiha clan leader and a formidable ninja. Yet he was still the gentle person he had always been. Slap. Kagami Uchiha placed his hand on Izumi's head, twirling her hair several times. What do you mean just, I'm very powerful. Ah, I spent so long doing my hair. You big dummy. Izumi struggled fiercely, kicking Kagami's leg. Kagami released her hand, smiling. If you don't go to school soon, you'll be late. Be careful or I'll tell your mother. Izumi glared fiercely at Kagami, smoothed her hair, raised her hand to greet Itachi. I'm off to school now. See you, Itachi-kun. Then she made a funny face at Kagami and immediately turned and ran away. Itachi Uchiha remained bowed, not daring to stand. Kagami Uchiha's voice was gentle. Izumi isn't afraid of me at all. What are you afraid of, Itachi? Because we are sinners. Itachi lowered his head, voice choking slightly. Shortly after he could remember, he was forbidden from leaving the Uchiha clan territory. Every time he saw peers like Izumi happily going to school, he longed to know what that felt like. He could not understand why everyone in the clan seemed joyful and fulfilled except for his family, like caged birds. This was the home of the Uchiha clan, yet it was their prison. What was even more terrifying was that his younger brother Sasuke would also endure the same feelings. There was absolutely no hope in sight. Contemplating thus, a pair of crimson eyes emerged within his lowered gaze. Sensing Itachi's activation of the Sharingan, Kagami Uchiha offered a faint smile. Did Fugaku tell you that? Silence ensued, and Kagami took it as tacit assent. Kagami Uchiha seated himself directly by the shore, his eyes fixed upon the shimmering surface of the lake. Itachi, do you know? I truly cherish the Uchiha clan. A monster dwells within me, and I suddenly found myself in this unfamiliar world. I too have been afraid of the unknown future, afraid of the predetermined one. I once had no family. When I first arrived here, I was alone. My grandmother took me in, and the clan treated me kindly. No one desired to harm me. From then on, I found the courage to confront that monster, because I understood that only by harnessing its power could the predetermined future be altered. Your father told you that you are sinners, yet he never disclosed the nature of your sin. Did he? I know him well, he is that kind of man. I can tell you unequivocally that if not for my intervention, the Uchiha clan would have been annihilated by you and your father. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. His slight frame trembled violently. Kagami's voice was remarkably even, yet to Itachi's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Therefore, I will never forgive you, never. I refuse to believe you are innocent simply because this has not yet come to pass. I have hated you for a full decade. Only when you spend your lives steeped in remorse will the hatred in my heart be quelled. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Unable to endure any longer, Itachi collapsed to his knees, tears cascading drop by drop. Lord Kagami, thank you for enlightening me. I am willing to atone alongside my father, but I implore you, please, do not let Sasuke live such a life. I beg you. Kagami rose to his feet. I shall take Sasuke as my disciple. He is different from you. He and Mikoto Uchiha will live as ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. Thank you so much. The meaning behind Itachi's tears had transformed, from despair to hope. I do not mind lacking freedom as long as Sasuke can leave. The Hokage's office. Upon arriving before the Hokage's chamber, Kagami noticed a large crowd gathered outside the door. There were villagers from the Hidden Leaf, as well as individuals whose attire clearly marked them as foreigners to the Land of Fire. Tut-tut, it feels as if they're waiting for Dr. Minato's consultation. Kagami skirted around the crowd and gently pushed open the office door. The guards at the entrance acted as if they had seen nothing. Only after Kagami entered did they close the door behind him. A minor noble from a small country, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately showed displeasure and stood up. Before he could finish his first word, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. He cautiously turned his head and met a pair of scarlet eyes. You'd better shut your mouth. Lord Kagami might overlook your rudeness, but I will certainly kill you. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. The minor noble nearly soiled himself. No, he already had. The Uchiha wielding the blade scowled with disgust and withdrew the blade slightly. Someone, drag this fellow out. He reeks. Minato Namikaze, seated inside the office, looked noticeably more haggard than before. Bearing the burden of countless provinces of the Land of Fire on his shoulders, it was natural for him to appear somewhat weary. Seeing Kagami enter, Minato set aside his documents and revealed a warm smile. You're here. Kagami casually took a seat on the sofa, observing the few people standing before the desk. Among them were shinobi from the Hidden Grass Village, one of whom was a red-haired woman with a slightly rounded abdomen. They explained that a formidable monster plagued the Land of Grass and requested assistance in eliminating it. After Minato introduced the matter to Kagami, he turned to the Hidden Grass shinobi and rubbed his temples in frustration. But the village is truly short-staffed. We are helpless. However, Lord Hokage, before the apparent leader could finish speaking, a voice interrupted. That red-haired woman. What is your name? Startled by the sudden question, the woman trembled. Though uncertain of Kagami's exact status, his casual manner of entering and exiting the Hokage's office made it clear he was a person of great importance.
Hihiro.
The Hidden Grass shinobi's eyes gleamed as they bowed respectfully to Kagami. My lord, this woman is not only beautiful but possesses a unique ability. A single bite from her can heal wounds. If Konoha helps us slay the monster, we will offer her to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Minato furrowed his brow. His attention had been on the documents, but the words prompted him to scrutinize the red-haired woman carefully. Her hair was much darker than Kushina's, but the aura was unmistakable. Swiftly, an invisible edge sliced open her sleeve, revealing her arm covered in dense bite marks. Now, Chihiro, who is your husband? Is he dead? Terrified, Chihiro shook her head. I don't know. You don't know. Kagami's lips curled upward. Minato, I hope you don't mind your office getting a little messy. It's fine. We'll have someone clean up afterward. Minato's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. He placed his hand before Chihiro's eyes, and a sound like something shattering was heard. It's all right now. Don't be afraid. From now on, this will be your home. The fragments of the corpse were cleared away, and Karen's mother was taken away. One could only imagine the hellish existence she endured in the hidden grass village. Yet even so, when she fled, she did not choose Konoha. Minato sighed. As long as the shinobi system remains unchanged, such tragedies will continue to occur. Kagami leaned back on the sofa. Think about the system for yourself. Bring me a complete map of the shinobi world. I intend to go on a journey. Are you going to hunt those evil creatures? Minato was well aware of what Sakumo Hitaki was doing. Or rather, Kagami rarely concealed his actions. He simply refrained from elaborating. Something like that. When someone brought the map, Kagami rose and issued his instructions. I will carry your kunai. If anything happens in the clan territory, come to me immediately. Minato nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. The boy named Obito had fallen into darkness, causing Sakumo Hitaki great difficulty in controlling him. Should anything befall the Uchiha clan, driving Kagami into darkness, it would no longer be a matter solely for the Land of Fire. Perhaps the entire shinobi world would be devastated by a frenzied Kagami Uchiha. By the way, Kagami, Kushina is pregnant, Minato said, his face radiant with joy. Kagami raised an eyebrow, and Ashura truly starved for affection. As soon as his elder brother reincarnates, here you come. Before departing, Kagami glanced back with a smile. When the child is born, I'll help you and Kushina hold a proper wedding ceremony. These past few years you've been far too busy. The previous wedding was just a casual meal with me and a few friends. Kagami, if you meet Jiraiya-sensei, could you please tell him for me? I've already chosen the child's name, based on a character from his novels. Naruto. Are you so certain it's a boy? Minato chuckled. It can be a girl too. I like the strength in that name. The Land of Fire had been relatively peaceful these years. Occasionally, one could see merchant caravans along the forest paths. The problem remained the sparse population. The closer to the outskirts, the scarcer the inhabitants. Kagami headed westward, intending first to deal with the monster in the Paradise Box, then to visit the Land of Demons to confront the Wraith. Upon reaching the border, several figures cloaked in black robes adorned with red clouds appeared before him. Kagami paused and smiled lightly. Old acquaintances, aren't we? Obito, long time no see. Long years had passed since they last met. Obito had grown considerably taller, his demeanor markedly aloof. Indeed, it had been a long time. Obito's gaze, laden with complexity, fixed upon Uchiha Kagami. I thought that upon our first encounter, you would immediately unleash your sword release. Uchiha Kagami cast a quick glance over several individuals. Akasuna no Sasori, one who possessed the Rinnegan but was certainly not the Deva path, a new face. The purple-haired figure was clearly Konan. Then there were Obito, Zetsu, and in the gaze of the green-eyed one burned nothing but resentment. Kurama. Uchiha Kagami could not help but chuckle. Because of you, how could anyone dare to show their face before me? Puppets. Clones. Kurama, you're the only honest one here, the original body. Kurama abruptly took a step back, scanning his comrades. What's going on? You never said you weren't the original. Uchiha Kagami folded his arms. I'll deal with you later, Kurama. I trust it's acceptable for Nagato to address you that way. The man with the Rinnegan-esque expression shifted slightly. Indeed, a terrifying ocular power, Uchiha Kagami. I am Nagato, she is Konan. Consider her your senior disciple, if you will. We wish to have a discussion with you. Uchiha Kagami nodded. Speak your mind. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, you should hold at least some empathy for us minor ninja nations. Otherwise, you would not have overturned the original Konoha regime after gaining your formidable strength. Nagato stepped forward. Under your rule, the Land of Fire has achieved peace. That is because they have come to understand the pain you inflicted upon them and have learned to fear it. I lack your immense power, yet I managed to kill Hanzo, granting the land of rain a rare tranquility amidst chaos. Our path is just we can cooperate. Bringing peace to the entire ninja world requires strength beyond what we possess now. The four great nations remain obstinate, intent on igniting war. We must create a weapon capable of instantly killing millions of humans. When all nations understand such pain, the fear it breeds will act as a deterrent, ending war forever. Pain will foster the world's growth. This is my mission as the heir of the Six Paths Sage. Join Akatsuki, Uchiha Kagami. Together, we shall bring peace to the world. Uchiha Kagami nodded calmly, responding, a feasible path, indeed, but you will perish, Nagato. This is no different from the era of Hashirama Senju. You may argue that the forbidden weapon can be preserved, but once you die, it will surely be dismantled or spiral out of control. Nagato preferred to discuss peace rather than fight. Deciding to meet Uchiha Kagami was the right choice. After all, he couldn't heed the words of that junior disciple Obito, who claimed that Uchiha Kagami was unreasonable and lacked love for peace. Nagato's voice was grave. I do not seek eternal peace. I only wish that amidst this endless vortex, a generation may live their entire lives in tranquility. One day, someone will inherit my ideals. The crucial thing is to begin. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow. Nagato's thoughts struck him as quite reasonable, his resolve unwavering. Had his will weakened after more than a decade of physical suffering? Like Hanzo? Chakra is somewhat metaphysical. Sometimes willpower truly influences combat prowess. Your ideas are commendable. The puppet controlled by Nagato bore no facial expression, but his body language suggested a hint of joy. His next words caused him to pause. But I refuse. Uchiha Kagami tilted his head, smiling at the gathered group. When did I ever claim to harbor ideals of peace for the ninja world? I simply wish to eliminate every one of those who disturb my peaceful life. You don't even have the courage to stand before me, yet you dare lecture me. Boom! An invisible, formless slashing strike descended like a falling sky. Boom! The earth shattered as a mirror would. Space distorted mysteriously, refracting waves upon waves. Still want to fight? Good thing I didn't use Yahiko's body. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsive force surged forth, solid earth and forest alike collapsing like toy blocks, scattering recklessly. The intangible force expanded, exploding outward, clearing a patch of forest. The repulsion could not withstand the slash and dissipated along its path. Scatter. Amidst the colossal dust cloud, Uchiha Kagami took a slight step back. A black iron spear pierced through the dust, whizzing past him. Akasuna no Sasori stood atop the third Kazekage's puppet, its iron wings unfurled. Uchiha Kagami, forgive me, you are the greatest obstacle to my vengeance. Originally, he had hope of slaying Hitaki Sakumo, but now that he had returned to Konoha and held a status no less than Hokage, Sasori knew he could no longer exact revenge alone. 3 Magatama appeared in Uchiha Kagami's eyes as he smiled lightly. I told you, the choice of who to select is your own freedom. You lacked the ability to kill Hitaki Sakumo yourself. Don't pretend I stood in your way. You truly haven't changed. Uchiha Kagami. Magnet release. Iron sand prison. The iron sand rapidly shaped itself in the air, forming a web-like barrier. Leaving aside the other members of Akatsuki for now, Sasori's death would surely be due to his own softness. The strongest Kazekage in history, combined with the most genius puppet master ever, his power now exceeded even that of his lifetime. Within the iron sand prison, poisonous mist spread, obscuring vision. Hissing, a high-frequency slash tore through the poison mist. Uchiha Kagami watched with interest as the third Kazekage puppet shifted within the barrier, its demeanor calm and seemingly dismissive, yet perpetually alert. After all, the ninja world was rife with countless peculiar jutsu. One careless moment could lead to disaster. But these foes before him having fought Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami could discern some irregularities akin to the transformation technique. Konan, Zetsu, and Obito were transformation clones. Sasori's core was absent, indicating he had learned the art of concealment. Nagato's puppet form as the Deva Path was of mediocre quality and rather crude, like a hastily assembled product. Reflecting on their recent contact, Uchiha Kagami pondered how to gauge Nagato's combat strength. Among the current 5 Kage, who was the weakest, Gaara or Kankuro? Since Kankuro likely had already become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, he would use Gaara as the measuring stick. Thus, Nagato's Deva Path puppet could be considered roughly at Kage level. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami felt a suction force attempting to pull his body toward the sharp iron sand barrier. Without resistance, he allowed himself to be drawn, colliding with the iron spikes. Crack. Not the sound of flesh being pierced, but of breaking. The density was somewhat low. Uchiha Kagami smiled mockingly at Sasori. Such a strong body, are you even human? Sasori met his gaze without fear. After all, the puppet did not rely on visual perception, and the original had installed several firewalls. Fire release, head engraving, wind release, oppression, combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulent waves. A vast expanse of flames surged like a roaring tide, engulfing the sky. The vengeful original S assault was indeed extraordinary. Go to hell, Uchiha Kagami. Though aware that Akatsuki members were present, Kurama was not intimidated, as only he stood there. At worst, I'll die. Could it be worse than being broke? Uchiha Kagami stood amidst the inferno, a layer of dazzling crimson flames clinging to his body. Pushing off with force, he instantly moved through the fire, arriving before Kurama. The Sharingan Magatama spun within his pupils, and Kurama toppled forward. Uchiha Kagami seized his collar and flung him away. Really, didn't I say I'd deal with you later? As a walking treasure chest, you provide me with quite some amusement. It would be a pity for you to die here. Fire release, storm dance. The space was twisted by the power of Kamui, unleashing a violent vortex of air with terrifying force. The amplification surpassed even that of wind release, as spiraling serpents of fire surged forward. Gazing at the swirling flames, Kagami Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly, meticulously sensing Obito's jutsu. The destruction inflicted upon space itself varied. His black blade technique possessed the property of spatial cutting, yet it was an entirely different matter from Sukuna's spatial slash. To illustrate vividly, imagine a sheet of paper bearing a drawing of a person. Kagami's technique operates by drawing a line on the paper, slicing through the figure. A spatial slash, however, severs the paper itself. The figure is merely collateral damage. It was an immensely formidable and utterly unreasonable concept. In the world of jiu-jitsu, if such a slash landed, it was a single decisive strike, rendering any resistance futile. Now, the greatly enhanced Sukuna could not perform such feats against the ninja world. The disparity in energy levels was simply too vast. Previously, his slashes had targeted the jiu-jitsu realm, which was an entirely different domain from the ninja world. Was it reasonable to attempt to govern the current era with the sword slashes of a former dynasty? As for Obito, his spatial ability lay somewhere between the two, causing only slight creases in the paper. The Kamui space itself was like another sheet of paper. He could escape to this alternate sheet through the folds. In other words, apart from the original timeline S method of encirclement from inside and outside, attempting to directly kill Obito with a spatial slash would be twice as difficult. The heavens of the ninja world were fairly just after all. My wish compensated for a great deal of research time and directly provided me the answer. Obito wished for an escape into an alternate dimension beyond reality. So, was the Kamui space inherently existing, or did it come into being because of Obito? Shursui sought to change the hearts of men, thus the arrival of the Deva path. Such peculiar wishes gave birth to irrational dojutsu. Fugaku was fueled by the fury over the death of comrades, Itachi by the trauma of Shursui's demise, and Sasuke by the revelation of truth, driving him to destroy Konoha. The Clan S inherited Amaterasu. Its strength was considerable, though its expressiveness was limited, and it had several counters. Could one then say that as long as anger predominated upon activation, Amaterasu would manifest? Never mind. Such questions could be pondered later. Kagami Uchiha evaded the storm of wild attacks, weaving through various assaults. The Akatsuki members had no intention of testing taijutsu. They unleashed widespread ninjutsu from the outset. Konan's body floated gracefully. Angelic paper wings unfurled behind her. Countless sheets of paper, sharp as blades, surged forth at breakneck speed. Kagami formed a hand seal with one hand and unleashed a fiery dragon, sweeping away the countless paper blades. Sister Konan, interested in changing careers? I could offer you the position of head of the Ninja Tools department. Konan's expression remained impassive, her voice cold. Bringing peace to the world was Jiraiya Sensei's dream, as well as Yahiko's and Nagato's. Someone without even such a dream, I could never follow you. Because peace is my dream too, but I lack the means to achieve it. Very well, then steadfastly pursue your own convictions. Kagami leapt forward, closing in on Konan. The name Sharingan had endured for a millennium. In recent years, owing to Kagami's presence, all elite ninjas considered how to counter it. The foremost rule was never to meet its gaze. The outcome of Kakuzu's recent encounter was already evident. Yet, as Konan averted her eyes, she caught sight of a magnificent dagger, its blade shimmering with crimson hues. Konan! Nagato cried out, watching Kagami raise the blade toward Konan. Hastily, he raised his hand to perform the almighty pull technique. Like a thin hemp rope tugging at a massive boulder, the gravitational force tore apart. Swish! The blade descended. The bloodied angel slowly fell. With her life function ceasing, she revealed herself as the sacrificial vessel for the transformation technique. Kagami raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. So it's you, Haku. He had actually exposed Haku's existence voluntarily. Had Obito's collaboration with Nagato deepened? Ordinarily, even Tobirama Senju had camaraderie with Orochimaru. No, even in the original timeline, Orochimaru and Tobirama had played together. Kagami's gaze shifted to Obito. This fellow, aside from the Moon Eye plan, might have revealed everything necessary. He fought without a mask, actively participated in the battle, unafraid of exposing intelligence. This guy, was he not treating Nagato as a mere pawn, but as a genuine partner? Truly laughable, getting drenched himself, tearing someone else's umbrella, yet still standing side by side. Hey Nagato-senpai, here is some news for you. From afar, Kagami's smile reached Obito, who felt an ominous premonition. Even if Nagato was a puppet, his anger was evident. Though Kagami did not truly kill Konan, judging by his unhesitating stance, if we had appeared, he would have shown no mercy. And you still call him senpai? Nagato's voice was low and cold. Since you reject my ideals and initiated the attack, what do you want to say now? According to the intelligence I've gathered, Kagami smiled oddly. Too bad Danzo died, or else I could pin this on him. It was our dear Obito, your senior nephew, who conspired to assassinate Yahiko, your senior brother. Naughty, naughty, Obito. Kakashi has been looking for you. Have you at least replied to your master? At this, the movements of everyone present abruptly halted. No, can such things be said outright? Obito drew a deep breath. It had to be admitted, his cultivation of inner energy had improved significantly after his dark turn. Nagato, he is trying to sow discord between us. And Kakashi is not my master. What nonsense are you spouting? Kagami Uchiha. Calm down, Obito. Zetsu now felt a headache brewing, troubled by both the white and black sides. Nagato's gaze darkened menacingly, fixed unblinkingly on Kagami. Is what you say true? Kagami nodded resolutely. Since Danzo is dead and Nagato's timeline unfolds as in the original, there's no doubt it was Black Haku's faction. Though I haven't investigated personally, I can say this with certainty. Given my strength, is there any need to deceive you? I'm only telling you because I pity how thoroughly you've been fooled. Nagato's expression grew even darker, the dense murderous intent resembling a ferocious beast selecting its prey. No, a crisp voice interrupted. Strength and honesty do not always coincide. Kagami Uchiha, when did you develop the illusion that you are a man of integrity? Scorch from the Iron Sand realm spoke coldly. Nagato, Kagami's character, is extremely vile. Even with overwhelming power, he delights in unsettling opponents with words. Not only was I deceived, have you forgotten why Kakuzu joined? Haku's eyes brightened. Right. I nearly let habitual thinking mislead me. Kagami has no credibility at all. He hurriedly explained many years ago on the battlefield. He deceived Inoichi into believing he was the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Over the following years, he was notorious for his underhanded tactics. But the fame of the Crimson Sharingan overshadowed this, leading people to assume he was cold and ruthless, above lying. According to the Four Nations Alliance's intelligence, this fellow harbors a monster within, whose malevolence is unimaginable. He used Kushina as leverage to sway Minato Namikaze, assassinated Orochimaru, and drove Jiraiya away countless times. I cannot even enumerate how many deceptions he has committed. Even Madara was pressured by him, forced to relocate multiple times. Rumors spread with a single word from Kagami. Disproving them required a marathon of evidence. Kagami's casual remark demanded lengthy rebuttals. Nagato's anger subsided as he accepted Zetsu's explanation. Most notably, Obito Uchiha, who usually bore a perpetual scowl as if the world owed him 3 million yen, was now consumed by unbridled fury. His demeanor plainly conveyed the feeling of being wronged, yet too disdainful to offer any explanation. Nagato coldly regarded Kagami and snorted. Stop playing such petty games. Kagami Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami stroked his chin, utterly devoid of shame. He was merely pondering. I rarely speak the truth, yet you dare not believe me? Flicking away the bloodstains of Narutomo, he shook his head in helplessness. Don't regret this later, Nagato senior brother. Yahiko senior brother died so tragically, and you refused to avenge him. And you still try to deceive me. Nagato roared in fury. Do not utter Yahiko's name again. Tendo's puppet leapt forward, hands outstretched. An overwhelmingly powerful repelling force surged forth, causing the black rods embedded in this body to tremble violently. Clearly, the chakra output exceeded the vessel's capacity. Kagami's Sharingan eyes turned cold as he gripped his long blade. I seldom warn others, fool. The one you need to protect is clearly right beside you. Did you just protect her properly? Nagato's expression faltered. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed, severing his body in two. His final thought, Uchiha Kagami, you truly excel at wounding hearts with words. Taking things more seriously, Sasori's puppet was shattered. Zetsu was never a combatant. Even a white Zetsu clone wasn't worth wasting. It retreated swiftly. In the end, only Uchiha Kagami and Obito remained. Kagami, this time I have acquired the same eyes as you, Obito said with an impassive expression, speaking slowly. You have long understood the world's cruelty and have warned Kakashi and me, just as you told Nagato. We are not enemies. I have come to understand you. You should understand me as well. Suddenly, above Obito, a rain of slashing blades descended. Countless strikes pierced his ethereal body. The density was so great that he could not complete a single sentence. Kagami's gaze grew even colder. Folding his arms, he watched Obito amidst the blade storm. I promised Uchiha Madara that if you did not provoke me, I would not kill you. But have you forgotten something? I despise you. No, it's more than mere dislike. What right do you have to speak of understanding me? Stepping closer, Kagami's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. You still wear a mask, Obito. You are nothing but a coward trying to escape reality. Within the torrent of blades, Obito voluntarily ceased his intangibility, allowing countless slashes to tear him apart. This time, their intention was merely to ascertain Kagami's thoughts. Obito did not wish to reveal his would release or the power of his left eye, nor did he want Kagami to probe the duration of his intangibility. Kagami shook his head in boredom and turned away, heading towards Sasori's direction. Thus, the newly formed Akatsuki's first attempt at debut ended in utter defeat. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, heh. Do you really think not saving the money would help? Kagami dropped the limp Sasori and performed a summoning jutsu. Master Kagami, revolver, mouth stuffed with small dried fish, hurriedly swallowed a few bites, casting a disdainful glance up and down at him. Almost 900 pounds now, huh? If you run too slowly, I might switch to a ninja cat. Revolver shook his head quickly. No way, meow. Fat is my energy source. My speed is already the fastest in the clan. Lately, they've been calling me the Orange Flash. Meow. Kagami drew a location on paper. At this spot, beneath the 7th tree southward, digging down 3.2 meters would reveal the money. Revolver raised a paw in salute. Understood. His glossy black eyes caught sight of Sasori. You're really brave, meow. Still daring to go out for a stroll. The land of grass. Like the land of rain, a small country wedged between great nations. It has suffered the ravages of war since the establishment of the one village per country system and the death of Hashirama. Regarding the grass village as shinobi, the prevailing positive view is that they are adept learners. In simpler terms, they lack their own heritage and must steal ninja techniques from the great villages. The tales of the grass village nearly ruling the world with the Gokuraka box are likely rumors they themselves propagated. During the Sage of Six Paths era, was there even a grass village? Kagami held no affection for this nation, because of Karen and her mother. He understood the reasoning Nagato gave him and also recognized the difficulties faced by these small nations. But what did it have to do with him? Leaving the land of fire, Kagami saw firsthand the chaos beyond. Not to mention scorched earth, but the outside world resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland he once knew. Small ninja villages formed shelters. Many bandit strongholds emerged. Without order, ninjas became warlords. This is the inevitable state when possessing extraordinary power without structure. Simply put, society has reverted to primal survival of the fittest. Though the land of fire's essence remained unchanged, its foundational systems meant the strong offered some protection to the weak. After all, the weak were needed for production. Along the way, Kagami eliminated a few short-sighted bandit groups. How foolish. I dare to travel alone. Can't they see I'm formidable? So even bandits must have some discernment. According to Kagami's information, the monster that escaped from the Gokuraka box still lurks in Hozuki City. It is intelligent, controlling a legion of puppets modified by the Gokuraka box to collect chakra-bearing individuals. To put it plainly, that creature named Satori is merely the strongest puppet under the Gokuraka box's command. These chaotic entities seem to share similar abilities. Morio can control an army of terracotta warriors, this one as well. Even the previous dragon vein had comparable functions. Is this the underlying logic of the ninja world? The closer to Hozuki City, the less human vitality remains. Human bones litter the land, rotten flesh and skin hang from trees. The only sound is the cawing of crows. It is as if a demon realm was built upon human bones. Sukuna, This suits your temperament well. Do you desire such a city? Sukuna, who appeared with a backdrop of corpses and blood seas, sneered, such a filthy, foul-smelling place is unworthy of me. But I sense that the scum who robbed my share is not far. Suddenly, a small figure blocked Kagami's path. Raising his eyes, Kagami found her somewhat familiar but had forgotten her name. With pale purple ringed eyes resembling the Rinnegan in appearance but lacking ocular power, white hair, and the grass village forehead protector, a delicate little girl. Kagami was deeply impressed by her family's secret technique, the dragon life reincarnation technique. Similar to Old Lady Chio's self-sacrifice reincarnation jutsu, both involve sacrificing one's life to revive another. It must be her. In the original timeline, she exchanged her life for Naruto's dragon, right? Her name seems to be Ryasetsu. Looking at this girl of about 7 or 8 years old, clutching kunai, standing resolutely before him, Kagami chuckled lightly. Are you going to rob me? Ryasetsu shook her head. Don't go any further. Hozuki City is filled with terrifying monsters now. You will die. While those puppets haven't emerged yet, escape quickly. Sensing the girl's goodwill, Kagami bent slightly. Then why are you still here, little girl? A flash of pain crossed Ryasetsu's face as she shook her head. None of your business. You should leave quickly. Ignoring her warning, Kagami proceeded toward Hozuki City as if strolling through his own backyard. Hey, I told you not to go there. Ryasetsu's expression grew anxious as she caught up and blocked him again. Come with me. Kagami bypassed her and said calmly, this is merely a pastime. Watching Kagami's receding figure, Ryasetsu clenched her teeth and struggled. For some reason, a desire to follow him rose within her heart. This person. Sensing Ryasetsu trailing several hundred meters behind, Kagami's lips curled into a faint smile. He has an affinity for good people. When these good people also possess utilitarian value, his tolerance increases. He is not like Sukuna, a deranged soul who slashes anyone he finds displeasing. All jutsu have their limits. He does not believe that this girl's hereditary secret technique will affect him. Yet if properly cultivated, it could serve as a resurrection token for Shursui. Present. He stands as the undisputed strongest, akin to the great villain in a legendary tale whom the rest must unite against. He fears no one laying hands on him. However, his vulnerability is glaringly obvious. To prevent his grandmother from being disturbed by the impure world reincarnation, he sealed away her and his grandfather's coffins with powerful sealing techniques. Should Kuratsuchi or anyone else dare to defile his grandmother's remains, even if they do not perish, he would make them suffer grievously. Cremation would be the best solution, but he cannot bring himself to do it. Yet, he is quite willing to act decisively concerning others. The new policy in Konoha mandates cremation for all ninja to prevent Orochimaru from disturbing the dead through forbidden jutsu. Shikamaru Sarutobi and others have met Senju Tobarama and consider this decree reasonable. All blame lies with the detestable S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. As for Shursui, he is after all a little brother he watched grow up, and with his promise to his grandmother, Uchiha Kagami will surely take good care of him. He will not, like Uchiha Itachi, pave a path he deems suitable for Sasuke. After instilling fundamental values in Shursui, Uchiha Kagami will allow him to explore the world and make his own judgments. For others, Kagami grants only a single opportunity to choose. Shursui will have several more chances. Even if he makes a fatal mistake, he will be revived to choose again. He cannot be allowed to die young and go to the underworld to complain about me. The sun hung low in the sky. The town, as if inhabited by demons, emitted low growls. Like zombies, countless figures slowly emerged from within the city. Konoha. The original walls were gone, replaced by a ring of forest encircling the village. Beyond that, many towns had sprung up. Naturally, the closer one got to the nation's center, the more expensive the land. Most of these were commercial districts, such as this street, dominated by gambling dens and taverns. It was a sanctuary in the eyes of some. A woman had lingered on this street for several years. Konoha knew of her presence, but simply chose to ignore it. Shizune, bring me some sake. Tsunade's face was flushed red as she lowered her head, holding a cup of sake, swaying unsteadily. Shizune, however, stood motionless beside her, tightly clutching the little pig Tun-Tun, squeezing him so hard he could barely breathe. For figures wearing straw hats stood before Tsunade's table. Through the gaps in their hats, Shizune caught sight of them. Hey, Shizune. Thud. One straw hat was placed upon the table. A tall silhouette blocked the light from outside. Tsunade squinted and looked up. Her gaze first showed confusion, as if doubting her own drunkenness. Then surprise gradually took over, her pupils dilating. As if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, her eyes locked unblinkingly onto that face. all intoxication vanishing. The man offered a gentle smile. Little Tsunade, long time no see. His black hair cascaded, and he wore a simple white robe. His appearance was nearly identical to her memories, especially his voice. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, great-grandfather. Despite her mature age, tears involuntarily streamed down Tsunade's cheeks. She then saw the others. Great-grandfather. Old man, did you do this, Orochimaru? In this tiny izakaya, the successive Hokage of Konoha had gathered. Little Tsunade, what kind of state are you in now? Are you even still a ninja like this? Senju Tobirama's tone was reproachful, but the concern in his eyes was genuine. There was also a hint of self-reproach. The second great-grandfather was the same as before. What on earth is going on? The impure world reincarnation jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I never imagined things would develop like this. It was Orochimaru who summoned me and the first and second Hokage back from the Pure Land. An invisible barrier unfolded, rendering their conversation inaudible even to nearby tables. At a glance from Orochimaru, Shizun hurriedly fled. The first and second Hokage had just returned to the living world. Orochimaru found an empty seat and sat, a faintly ambiguous smile playing on his lips as he looked at Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head helplessly. In front of these two gentlemen, please show me some respect in your address. Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at Sarutobi, inhaled deeply, and sneered. Although I despise Uchiha Kagami, Orochimaru, I equally detest your act of disturbing the deadest rest. Since the Second Great Ninja War, after the death of her brother and lover, Tsunade's personality had grown extreme, and she developed a phobia of blood. She sank into a life of drinking and gambling, and shortly after the Third Great Ninja War began, she refused to fight any longer and left Konoha with Shizun. Were it not for her unique status, this behavior would have branded her a rogue ninja. Considering Senju Hashirama's contributions, Minato and Sarutobi chose to turn a blind eye, so long as she did not endanger the land of fire. Orochimaru casually picked up some food from the table and remarked indifferently, such a great upheaval in Konoha, and since we have the means to communicate, I believe it is necessary to inform the former Hokage of the situation. The circumstances are now sufficiently evident. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Those remaining from the families who founded Konoha are few. As far as I know, the Hyuga main family was slaughtered by Uchiha Kagami, with the branch family reduced to subordinates. Kagami's malevolence surpasses even Madara's. We cannot allow him to act with impunity. Senju Hashirama remained silent, quietly observing Tsunade, as if comparing her to her childhood self. The second Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama had just been reincarnated and rushed to Konoha, leaving little time to speak. He wore a troubled expression before finally sighing. This is all my fault. I failed to fulfill what a Hokage should do. I am unaware of the Hyuga's affairs, but some clans have gradually withered through several wars. Even during the hardest times, I conducted wood-style experiments with Danzo. Monkey, I already know about that. Senju Tobirama interrupted him. Sacrifices among clans to protect the village are unavoidable and voluntary. What matters now is to restore order. Since Orochimaru does not desire the Hokage title, we can acknowledge Namake's Minato's position, but a supervisor is necessary. Also, Orochimaru's S-rank rogue ninja warrant must be revoked. We cannot allow the Uchiha clan to dominate the land of fire. This peace is temporary. I foresee the greatest war in ninja history looming. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and turned to Orochimaru. You've become a rogue ninja? What does it matter? It's just a title, Orochimaru said indifferently, turning his gaze to Senju Hashirama. He knew well that the man truly capable of making decisions here was Hashirama, the man who led a clan during the Warring States period and established the system of one nation, one village. Hashirama's perspective might be limited by his era, but he was no fool. After listening to Orochimaru's briefing on the general situation of the ninja world, Hashirama did not immediately set out to war against the Uchiha clan as Tobirama suggested. Were it not for Tobirama's mention that Uchiha Madara was still alive, he might have struck Tobirama down and returned to the Pure Land. Though his current body's strength was far less than in his prime, it was not under Orochimaru's control. To him, the dead should not meddle too much. The future should be left to the next generation's judgment. Little Tsunade. When Senju Hashirama spoke, all fell silent to listen. He looked at Tsunade with pity. The war has still not ceased, and you have endured so much suffering. I am truly sorry. Bang! Ah! Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions. She overturned the sake table, stumbled into the embrace of Hashirama Senju, and wept aloud. Her feelings had been repressed for far too long, and she found no one to confide in. She could only keep falling into despair, and it was only when her consciousness was hazy that the pain dulled somewhat. After quite a while, Tsunade wiped away her tears, her eyes bloodshot from crying. Hashirama Senju slowly rose. Big brother, I'm gonna Konoha to have a look. You said Madara's facial carvings have been made too, and I'm very curious. I'll also talk to that child who looks like Madara. Tobirama Senju spoke in a low voice. Big brother, that Uchiha brat is very powerful. You don't yet have your full strength as in your prime. It's better if we stay here. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly filled the barrier, pressing heavily upon Tobirama. Tobirama, those profound eyes seemed like a bottomless black hole. Orochimaru felt as if merely caught in their peripheral gaze. His body was frozen as though confronted by a natural predator. Even not at full power to wield such strength. Could this be the god of shinobi? The deep voice rumbled, each word like a mountain crushing down. I said, I will go myself. You all stay here. Do not do anything. Hashirama Senju followed the passing caravan into Konoha, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, gazing around in awe, unable to get enough. This place was quite different from the village he remembered. Ancient buildings had become exceedingly rare. Both sides of the streets were lined with shops, and he could only recognize a few of the various goods. Apart from the arms dealers, most merchants preferred a stable environment. Konoha had set guiding prices for all kinds of products, so profits were relatively low. But here, things sold well, and there was no fear of bandits along the way. Konoha's shinobi might not yet cover the entire Land of Fire, but the safety of several trade routes was assured. Although the walls were gone, each checkpoint was still guarded by a combination of Uchiha and Byakugan users to prevent enemy shinobi infiltration. But who was Hashirama Senju? If he wanted to enter, not even a regular Uchiha, let alone a Mangekyo Sharingan user, could see through him. He wandered through the streets and alleys for several hours. Hashirama sensed the greatest difference between the present village and the one from his time. A sense of order. Everyone seemed to know exactly what they should and should not do, with an abiding respect and adherence to rules. When the Uchiha security force initially maintained order, although no major incidents occurred, Hashirama always felt a certain discomfort. The problem was not with the Uchiha but with the villagers. The Uchiha acted strictly according to regulations, where law outweighed personal feelings. But in a newly founded village, most people were related by blood or marriage. If you legally punished one person, you would offend a whole bunch of others. You couldn't expect someone not to harbor resentment after seeing their kin punished. Loyalty to family over justice was the majority sentiment. Is law greater than sentiment, or is law inseparable from sentiment? This was a question debated for thousands of years without resolution. Tobirama had done nothing wrong. The Uchiha clan was indeed the most suitable group to serve as enforcers. Hashirama noticed several times when the caravan seemed about to have a dispute, but upon seeing the patrolling Uchiha nearby, the mood would quickly turn amicable. Any clan that gains too much power for too long will become corrupted. He and Tobirama understood this, which was why they dissolved the Senju clan. Otherwise, with their prestige, the position of Hokage would have become an exclusive title of the Senju clan. But the Uchiha clan, proud of their bloodline, would never accept that. And the Uchiha were prone to extremism, so Tobirama's solution was to suppress their power. The highest authority could not be entrusted to the Uchiha. Those who maintain order must never be ruled by emotion. If any Uchiha clan leader, especially if he were Hokage, were provoked, it would be catastrophic. This was not prejudice but a conclusion Tobirama reached after countless experiments, a responsibility to the majority. In his view, the village and even the future of the shinobi world could not be gambled upon whether the Uchiha would lose control. Tobirama disliked the Uchiha, true, but he also recognized that Uchiha Kagami's selection of Minato Namikaze as Hokage was based on ability. He simply did not want to gamble. Uchiha Kagami was still young. Sooner or later, he would harbor ambitions to dominate the shinobi world. He did not want such a future. Ultimately, Tobirama was already weary of war and wished for no more fighting. If he had resolutely opposed with death threats, Konoha would never have been established. He was someone who had emerged from the flames of war, living from birth to death amid conflict. That was the shinobi world. Every survivor yearned for peace in their own way, yet they provoked war time and again. Well, except Danzo. On the road to the Hokage building, Hashirama looked up at the two carved faces and smiled faintly. Madara, if you had been the second Hokage then, perhaps the village would look like this. No, maybe not, though I don't really want to say it. Actually, back then, you really weren't suitable. If only Izuna hadn't died. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, it became harder to avoid drawing attention. Barriers were like spider webs to him. Easy to break, but difficult to keep unnoticed. After some thought, He temporarily adjusted the usage of a jutsu. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato had just resolved an issue with a local official. It was already lunchtime. He had just taken out the lovingly prepared bento from Kushina. Before he could open it, he sharply sensed a trace of chakra fluctuation. Gripping a specially crafted kunai, his gaze turned serious toward a corner where a green plant stood. From the leaves of the plant, a hand extended. Just as Minato was about to throw the kunai, a deep male voice emerged from within the foliage. Haha, sorry to meet you under such circumstances. A verdant figure took shape. Hashirama Senju removed his straw hat, revealing a gentle smile. I am Hashirama Senju, the village Hokage. I have some questions for you, if I may. Kito City. Beneath the infernal walls that resembled a demonic prison, all the walking corpses ignited scarlet flames, resembling blooming lotuses of karmic fire. From a distance, it gave a bizarre beauty akin to thousands of lanterns glowing in the night. Ryuzetsu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. There was no earth-shaking energy fluctuation, not even a hand seal. Yet tens of thousands of zombies turned to ash in an instant. Uchiha Kagami strolled into the city, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the filth beneath his feet. Ryuzetsu's legs moved as if beyond her control, following him. Suddenly, a tremendous roar halted her steps. The sound of beating wings swept through the air, and a colossal creature stood atop the city wall. Its limbs were thick and muscular, radiating raw power. A massive head bore a pair of enormous wings. Its grotesque maw displayed two sets of huge fangs, exuding an utterly malevolent alien aura. A product of the box of bliss, born and moved by enlightenment. The pure. Ryuzetsu witnessed with her own eyes how her companion, the pure, had been tainted by the red glow seeping from the box of bliss, transforming into this monstrous being. The reason she remained here was to find a way to save her friend. Time and again in her midnight dreams, she heard the pure's wails from inside the box of bliss. Your chakra is enormous. The giant beast uttered a chilling voice and bared its wide-open jaws. Swish, swish, swish. The wings on its head trembled, unleashing countless steel blade-like feathers. Watch out! Ryuzetsu barely cried out before the feathers, nearing within several meters of the man, dissolved like icicles dropped into boiling water. SSHH. A slash shimmering with black and crimson thunder cleaved through the vast sky. The obsidian strike bisected the colossal beast, the dissipating energy raging like a tempest, wantonly ravaging its bodily tissues. Why? Goku gazed upon his disintegrating form, utterly perplexed. He could clearly perceive fear and murderous intent. No one should have been able to harm him. The slender figure wielding the blade materialized above its head, providing the answer to his unspoken question. How could he harbor murderous intent toward mere prey? From this vantage point, Uchiha Kagami beheld at the heart of the ancient city, the ominous black box exuding a malevolent aura, the box of ecstasy.